Chapter 0011 Against 5. Are you the bodyguard sent beyond a security company? Li Yuxin inquired, furrowing his brow as he gazed at the Liun man in a security uniform standing before him. Yes, the man, who appeared to be in his mid-20s, replied with a slight nod. Hazir security company inform me you of your duties, Li Yuxin continued with his questioning. To ensure the employer's safety, providing 24-hour personnel protection, and if necessary, to shield the employer from bullets, the monster remained unperturbed, his expression revealing little, as if the prospect of taking a bullet was as mundane to hymaziating or drinking. Well, I have a review with that documentation your security company provided regarding you. I understand to arrive around how I'll do assess our capabilities. If I warmly I'd creative a figure, I have no need for a Li Yuxin precedent. Mr. Dudley, you can have a somiana test my skills, however, before that, I must ask, should my ability as meet our expectations, what is the monthly remuneration you intend to offer? Theman fix a discasia Li Yuxin and ask directly. This I'll be something I discuss with our security company, didn't I inform my booty, Li Yuxin queried, his brow still knitted in confusion. Apologies, heavy and Lyris and Lejeune the security company and I'm not yet familiar with the rules for such special assignments. The company has quote da salary of 8,000 yuan per month, which I consider insufficient. I believe that the security company ascertain more than just 8,000, so we would prefer that this amount not backed by the company. As I mentioned, if my skill satisfy, I hope I will provide method amount direct land we can establish a spirit agreement, Themon stated matter-of-factly. Your demands are rather substantial, but we must first evaluate our abilities, Li Yuxin said before picking up the telephone at the desk. Is this security department? Send toi best personnel to the rooftop immediately. Mr. Dudley, you may call for 5 reven more if I wish, Theman interjected. Li Yuxin regarded Theman with a hint of skepticism before reading. Very well, bring her up. The 4 guards may not be from a conventional security firm, Iconize robust. I hope you maintain a realistic confidence, Li Yuxin retorted, displeased with Themon's somewhat arrogant demeanor. That is my concern. If I am unable to hone, I will simply walk away, Theman replied coolly. I genuinely hope our skills are as formidable as your confidence suggests. Follow my will take you through myself, Li Yuxin stated, stepping out of the office, with his secretary hastily following. Themon smiled coldly and followed suit. They tonight leave a toward the top floor, thinness and dead the stairs to the rooftop terrace, where a 5 or 6 men in security uniform holding radios awaited them. Just as Li Yuxin had indicated, each weighs a talent musculary on man. Mr. Dudley, if assembled all 6 personnel on duty, watery or orders, the foremost man in a Switrusha diverto greet Li Yuxin with a bow. There are renew their matters, a friend of mine claims she can take an L5 if I will owned. I don't believe it, so I summon you for 8 staff strength, Li Yuxin replied, his voice lay said with skepticism. What an audacious claim, Mr. Li. While our security staff may not be formally trained, the Aurenonephilis strong, I require them to complete daily physical training, and their skills are certainly formidable. The head of he security detail asserted, visibly incensed. Enough of Tekatar al Sanofe Okango with him, Theman stated, appearing somewhat impatient. Upon hearing this, the guards began to protest, Gertoage. This is meriliatist, no to fool and fight, let's avoid injurious injuries, be mindful of your strength and fatalities, understood, begin, Li Yuxin warned, glaring Gathaman. The guards, upon receiving the signal, cracked their knuckles and advanced to surround the unman. Diun Mundlin sit around Dandisuade de Rice of Elaf, you may proceed. Asana guard chargeteth him, throwing a punch, the outcome was unexpected. Lysweef the unman effortlessly seized Thegward's fist in hishant, squeezing tight Laes if it were cottonivus, Thegward couldn't budgeting. Seeing this, the other guards rushed toward him, Betesweef lickika decide the first guard, stepping forward to confront those who approached. In a flurry of motion in what felt like a mere seconds, all 6 guards Slagrowan and gun Theground, non-able to stand. Mr. Dudley, are you pleased with me performance? Theman askadash astrola de Vertolician Yuan. Witnessing Themon's terrifying prowess uncommanding Dara, Li Yuxin felt a chill run down his spine and instinctively took a step back. Yes, very much so, Aratheel right? Li Yuxin asked, somewhat stammering. They will be fanegistibitsor, abito flinam and tanthal bigudas new in a couple of days. I exercised restraint, Themon replied nonchalantly. Now regarding our agreement, can we proceed? Alright, let's shed downstairs, Luke take them to the hospital for a kekap if there are any issues, admit them, I full as well, distribute a 500 yuan a case of banus from Megatofinancy and say it's from, Li Yuxin instructed before leading Theman back in Tathifus. I haven't discussed the specifics with our security firm, but it will certain liba more than 8,000 a month, imper satisfied with ya, and I can meet your requests, bypassing the security company to signate direct employment contract with you. Now, what salary do you desire? Li Yuxin inquired with a smile. I want 500,000, Themon replied without hesitation. 500,000 a month, Haviolos Ormond, Li Yuxin exclaimed, his eyes widening in disbelief. Chapter 002 A sister Yi Shuang no, I require a total of 500,000, whether it be for 1 year or 2, it matters not. However, I have a condition: I must receive the entire sum immediately. The man shook his head as he spoke. 500,000 for a year is a reasonable price. However, it is impossible to provide you with this amount at once. Although we have signed a labor contract, you are not an employee of the security company, so how can I hold you accountable? If you take the money and run, who will I turn to? Li Yuxin frowned as he inquired. This is my identification card, which includes my residential address. You may verify it. I can leave my ID as collateral with you. Additionally, I can write you an IOU. If I fail to fulfill my obligations, you may report me to the authorities at any time with my ID in your possession. I assure you I cannot escape, correct? The man spoke calmly. Very well, as the saying goes, trust those who are trustworthy and distrust those who are not. In my business dealings, I, Li Yuxin, have always adhered to proper procedures, but today I shall make an exception. I trust you, so let us proceed with the agreement of 500,000 for 1 year. Should you abscond with the money, I shall consider it my own folly, Li Yuxin stated, picking up a pen and paper to write. After completing the document, he handed it to the man before retracting it just as the man reached for it, adding, however, I must first clarify a few matters. I am hiring you as my daughter's personal bodyguard, and you must ensure her safety 24 hours a day. This is the bare minimum. Furthermore, you are not to interfere with her life or engage in any overreaching behavior. If you do, regardless of your skills, I will ensure you face the consequences. I understand this without you stating it. I know what is expected of me. You can include these stipulations in the employment contract. Should I breach the terms, I will be obliged to repay you the 500,000 and bear the corresponding legal repercussions. The man nodded in agreement. Good, Xiao Wang, draft a contract. Li Yuxin instructed his secretary, then handed the note to the man, saying, after you sign the contract with the secretary, take this to the finance department to collect your payment. I expect you to commence work immediately. That won't do. After I receive the money, I must step out for a while, no more than an hour. I will return to see you after that, the man replied, shaking his head. Li Yuxin scrutinized him closely before nodding. Very well, I trust you. Pray tell, what is your name? My name is Lingtian, the man said, before taking the note and proceeding to the secretary's office. After signing the contract and collecting the money, Lingtian exited the Sanyuan Group, hailed a taxi, and made his way to the hospital. Upon locating the office of the attending physician, he entered and asked, Dr. Wang, I have gathered the funds. When can I make the payment for the surgery? Next week, but the exact date will depend on the patient's physical condition. You should hurry to make the payment, as there is only one suitable kidney available. Another patient is also preparing for a kidney transplant. You need to act quickly to secure this donor, the doctor advised Lingtian. Understood, I will proceed to make the payment immediately. Lingtian nodded and exited. Lingtian swiped his card for over 200,000 100,000 for the kidney and over 100,000 for the surgical fees. This was merely the cost for the upcoming surgery. According to the doctor's estimates, subsequent treatments would require an additional sum of tens of thousands. Hence, the reason he insisted on 500,000 up front became apparent. After settling the payment, Lingtian attended to some procedural matters before entering the hospital room. He gazed at the pale visage of the girl within, and even a man of his fortitude could not help but feel tears welling in his eyes. Brother, you're here. Why did you come so early today? The girl exclaimed, her face brightening upon seeing Lingtian. The girl appeared to be around 20, with a gentle demeanor. I have a day off today. How are you feeling? Any better? Lingtian inquired. Still the same. It's of no use, brother. Let us stop treatment and check out of here. I've heard the medical expenses are exorbitant. Where will we find tens of thousands? Staying here is futile, and the daily costs are substantial. I know you care for me, but brother, life and death are decreed by fate. No one can change that. I've lived for 20 years, and with your love, I am already content. Please, do not waste so much money on someone who has lost hope. You still have a family to care for and a future to secure, she said, tears streaming down her cheeks. What nonsense are you speaking? Who told you that you have no hope? I've consulted the doctor. Your condition is treatable. If we find a suitable kidney for the transplant and follow up with conservative treatment, you will recover. Do not worry about the finances. I have already made the payment at the hospital. You need only focus on regaining your strength and preparing for the surgery. Do you understand? Lingtian admonished her. You've already paid? Brother, where did you get that kind of money? It's tens of thousands, the girl exclaimed, astonished. That is of no concern to you, rest assured. It is money I earned honestly, without theft or robbery. Furthermore, I will be working overtime for a while and may not have the chance to visit you. Here is a phone I arranged for you. If you need anything, just call me. I've informed the nurses about your preferences for food, and I will cover the costs when I return. I must get back to work now, but you must obey the doctors and cooperate with the treatment, understood? Lingtian reiterated. Yes, okay, brother, please do not overexert yourself, the girl replied, her heart lightened by the hope of recovery, fully aware that this money was hard-earned. As Lingtian stepped out of the hospital room, tears finally fell, and he hastily wiped them away, moving to a nearby bench to light a cigarette. The girl within, named Yi Shuang, was his beloved sister. Their lives had been fraught with misfortune since childhood. Their father passed away when Lingtian was just 10 years old. Their mother single-handedly supported the family, and when Lingtian turned 18, he enlisted in the military. Due to his exceptional physical prowess, he was swiftly selected for a covert special forces unit. After enduring 2 years of grueling training, he emerged as one of only 10 among 200 recruits. Earlier this year, he received a letter from home written by Yi Shuang, informing him of their mother's critical condition and her desire to see him one last time. Regrettably, Lingtian was on a mission and did not receive the letter until it was too late. By the time he returned, their mother had already been gone for a month. With both parents deceased and only his sister in university, Lingtian felt an overwhelming sense of guilt towards their family. Therefore, he submitted a request for honorable discharge from the military. Although initially resisted, the commanding officers ultimately approved his request. Considering his family's unique circumstances, upon returning home, he took on the responsibility of caring for his sister. Unfortunately, aside from his combat skills, he possessed little else in the way of employable talents. Eventually securing a position as a security guard in a warehouse, however, that good fortune was short-lived. Half a month prior, Yi Shuang was hospitalized and diagnosed with severe uremia, necessitating an urgent kidney transplant. The total cost amounted to 500,000, a sum beyond their meager means, as all of his military earnings had been sent home. At that moment, he learned of an opportunity at the security company seeking an adept individual to serve as a bodyguard, with the promise of a substantial salary. Thus, he volunteered for the position, leading to the events that unfolded at the beginning of this narrative. In Lingtian's heart, Yi Shuang was the only family he had left in this world. He had already failed his mother by not being able to see her one last time, so no matter the cost, even if it meant sacrificing himself, he vowed to ensure his sister's well-being. Chapter 003 Li Yuxin. After leaving the hospital, Lingtian once again made his way to the Sanyuan Group, entering the office of the group's president, Li Sanyuan. President Li, I have returned, precisely 1 hour, neither more nor less, Lingtian remarked after glancing at the time on his phone. Good, it appears my judgment of character remains sharp. You are indeed a man of your word, not one to abscond with the money. Xiao Wang, please pour a cup of tea for Xiaoyi. Sit down, as there are matters I wish to discuss with you, Li Sanyuan said with a smile, setting his pen aside. Lingtian nodded and took a seat across from Li Sanyuan. I have previously mentioned that the person you are to protect is my daughter. As you can see, I manage a sizable company. While we may not be exceedingly wealthy, I possess enough resources for my daughter and me to live comfortably for the rest of our lives. For me, money is not the primary concern. My daughter is my utmost priority. She is my only child, and she means the world to me. I wonder if you can comprehend my sentiments? Li Sanyuan inquired, gazing at Lingtian. Receiving the tea from the secretary, Lingtian expressed his gratitude and nodded in understanding, responding, I completely understand, this is the innermost thought of every parent. I am glad you grasp this. My daughter currently serves as the general manager of one of our subsidiary companies. In a few years, when she has matured, I intend to hand over the entire group for her to manage. However, that is beside the point. You may be curious as to why I have specifically hired a bodyguard for my daughter. Rest assured, our group operates with integrity and adheres to the law. Nevertheless, in the business world, one inevitably makes enemies, and some individuals are prone to irrational actions. I have witnessed far too many such incidents throughout my lifetime. Merely a few days ago, I received an anonymous threatening letter. The gist of it warned that if I did not comply with certain demands, I should be wary for my daughter's safety. I am quite certain of the sender's identity. It is a business rival known for his unscrupulous tactics and ruthless nature. He is capable of carrying out such threats. As I have aged, my courage has waned. While I harbor no fear for my own safety, I am deeply concerned for my daughter's well-being. This is why I urgently sought a bodyguard for her. Xiaoyi, if you find the offered remuneration insufficient, I am willing to increase it without hesitation. However, one thing is non-negotiable. You must ensure my daughter's safety. I have observed your skills, and I believe you are capable of fulfilling this responsibility, Li Sanyuan stated earnestly. There is no need for that. We agreed upon a sum of 500,000, and that shall suffice. I will not accept a penny more. You can trust that I, Yi Lingtian, honor my commitments. I understand the meaning of loyalty. While I cannot guarantee your daughter's absolute safety, indeed, no one can make such promises. I assure you that I will exert every effort to protect her, even at the cost of my own life. This is my solemn pledge to you, President Li. I seldom make promises, but when I do, I ensure they are kept, Yi Lingtian replied with a calm demeanor, yet his words carried an undeniable weight. Very well, I entrust my daughter to your care, Li Sanyuan said, visibly pleased by Yi Lingtian's demeanor. Having spent a lifetime in business, he prided himself on his ability to read people, and he sensed that Yi Lingtian was someone he could fully trust. Please wait here for a moment. I will call my daughter so you may become acquainted. I have yet to discuss this matter with her, Li Sanyuan said with a smile, reaching for the phone. While Yi Lingtian, understanding the unspoken cue, retreated to the sofa in the office, his thoughts turning once more to his sister's condition. He unconsciously retrieved a cigarette and lit it. Though he had never been a smoker, years spent in a covert unit had led him to pick up the habit, and he found himself increasingly reliant on it. The daily exposure to bloodshed in the sight of fallen comrades had compelled him to seek some form of release. While many turned to alcohol, a dangerous choice in their line of work, most opted for cigarettes, becoming seasoned smokers in the process. As Yi Lingtian pondered his thoughts, the sound of high heels striking the floor echoed from outside, and a young woman in a tailored suit entered the room. She appeared to be in her mid-20s, possessing an exquisite figure and striking beauty that even a man like Yi Lingtian, who had faced numerous life and death situations, could not help but feel a stir of admiration. She was indeed the most beautiful woman he had ever encountered. Upon entering, the girl furrowed her brow and turned her gaze toward Yi Lingtian, her eyes narrowing at the sight of him smoking. Clearly displeased, she refrained from commenting further and approached Li Yuxin's desk, asking, "What is it, Dad? Is there something that couldn't be discussed over the phone, necessitating my presence?" "Yuxin, come here. Allow me to introduce you to Xiao Yi, Yi Lingtian. He is a veteran and the personal bodyguard I have arranged for you," Li Yuxin explained, gesturing toward Yi Lingtian. "Hello," Yi Lingtian said politely, extinguishing his cigarette and rising to greet Li Yuxin. However, Li Yuxin ignored him entirely, her eyes wide with disbelief as she exclaimed, "A bodyguard, Dad? Are you joking? Do you think we are living in the 1920s in old Donghai? This is a lawful society, not a lawless one. Why would we need a bodyguard? What do you know? Do you believe that just because we live in a lawful society, people won't resort to desperate measures? I have traversed more bridges than you have walked roads. Trust me, you won't regret it. Besides, it's always better to be safe than sorry. Xiao Yi is exceptionally skilled, he can protect you without issue. At least with him around, I can feel a bit more at ease, right?" Li Yuxin implored, trying to persuade his daughter. Chapter 004. The young lady in this vast world, who could possibly wish me harm. Have you ever seen anyone who ventures out accompanied by a bodyguard? I understand your concerns. After all, you are the one hiring the bodyguard, being the president of the corporation. If anyone intends to cause trouble, it would be directed at you, not me. I am merely a manager of a subsidiary. Besides, as a young woman, what would it signify to have a man shadowing me all day?" Li Yuxin remarked with palpable disdain as she cast another irritated glance at Yi Lingtian. "What do you know? While the world may seem bright and clear, have you not heard the saying, the brighter the sun, the darker the shadow? One should harbor no ill intentions, yet remain vigilant against potential threats. If we neglect our safety, it will be too late when disaster strikes," he replied. "Do you think bodyguards only exist in movies and television? Let me tell you, take your Uncle Zhang as an example. Is the person following him merely a driver? No, he is a bodyguard. Your Uncle Zhang has been kidnapped before, nearly losing his life. Look at the executives of those major corporations, who among them does not have bodyguards at their heels? I, Li Yuxin, have never feared anyone in my life. I do not require a bodyguard. I believe no one would dare to threaten me. However, I cannot wager your life on such beliefs. Those who wish to harm me are well aware that I, Li Yuxin, am a stubborn old fool. Even if they were to kill me, I would never compromise with such evil forces. Yet, I have a vulnerability, and that vulnerability is you. Thus, they would target you as leverage against me. This is something I received just a few days ago. Take a good look for yourself. I am not speaking without reason, Yuxin. You have stated you do not wish to marry or date, and I can respect that. You insisted on studying abroad, and I acquiesced. You expressed the desire for independence, to live alone rather than with me, and I accepted. However, this matter is non-negotiable. You must heed my advice. From this moment forth, Xiao Yi will serve as your bodyguard and driver, providing you with around-the-clock protection. He must accompany you wherever you go, except during your bathing or restroom visits. While you are at work, I will arrange for him to have an office outside yours. Anyone wishing to enter must first pass through him. Additionally, I will prepare a room for him in your house. He will reside downstairs while you occupy the upper floor. Let me warn you, do not attempt to rid yourself of Xiao Yi for any reason, or I will truly be furious," Li Yuxin declared, his voice suddenly filled with anger. Dad, are you out of your mind? He is going to live with me. Is this how you, as a father, behave? Your daughter is a single woman, and you bring a man to share a house with me? Are you not concerned? Li Yuxin exclaimed, her eyes wide with disbelief. Concerned about what? Let me enlighten you. The reason I have risen from selling rice to my current position is not due to my intelligence or business acumen, but rather my keen judgment of character. I have never misjudged a person in my life. Xiaoyi is an upright individual, someone you can trust. I would stake my life on it. He would never overstep his bounds with you. Enough of this discussion. Let me conclude with one final statement. Do you still wish to pursue the 20 million project funding your company submitted? If so, heed my words, and I will sign the documents immediately. If you refuse to comply with my arrangements, then you may leave now, and I will pretend I have never seen that funding application. The choice is yours, Li Yuxin said resolutely. Dad, how can you do this? Business is business, and personal matters are personal. How can you conflate the two? Li Yuxin retorted, her anger palpable. The entire corporation belongs to me. To me, corporate matters are family matters, and family matters are corporate matters. I will not argue further. Simply tell me whether you agree to have Xiaoyi as your bodyguard. Li Yuxin waves dismissively. Fine, Dad, you are being utterly ruthless. You are forcing my hand. I agree, but know this: if anything were to happen to me one day, you will regret it. Remember, I expect that 20 million to be deposited into our company's account by tomorrow, Li Yuxin exclaimed angrily before storming out. As she departed, Li Yuxin suddenly broke into a sly grin and turned to Lingtian, saying, "This girl has my temperament. She is quite headstrong. Without a firm hand, she will not yield easily. I entrust her to you from now on. Should any issues arise, do not hesitate to call me. Here is my business card." Understood, Mr. Li. Lingtian nodded before making his exit from Li Yuxin's office. Lingtian quickened his pace to catch up with Li Yuxin, choosing not to engage in conversation. He was acutely aware that the young lady harbored little fondness for him, not only due to his smoking habits but also because she resented the fact that her father had compelled her to accept him as her bodyguard. Thus, he did not seek to ingratiate himself with her, as such obsequiousness was beyond his nature. He maintained a leisurely distance of about 1 to 2 meters behind her. Must you really follow me? Li Yuxin turned around, visibly irritated. This is my job. If you are dissatisfied, you may discuss it with your father, Lingtian replied nonchalantly. I ask you, how much is my father paying you? She inquired, scrutinizing him. 500,000 a year, he answered calmly. Very well, I will offer you another 500,000, provided you simply stay at home and sleep every day, avoiding me and not appearing before me at all, okay? Li Yuxin proposed, handing him a card. Lingtian looked at the card she offered, a cold smile gracing his lips. I have made a promise to your father to protect you diligently, so this is not a matter of money. Furthermore, do not casually wield money to dictate others' actions. A person's dignity cannot be measured by wealth. Put your card away. Now, you should attend to your own affairs. Rest assured, I am fully aware of the fundamental ethics of a bodyguard. My sole responsibility is to ensure your safety. Whatever you choose to do or say is none of my concern, and I will not speak a word about you to anyone. Now, let's go. Feeling the chill from Lingtian's stern gaze, Li Yuxin inexplicably felt a shiver run down her spine. In a huff, she returned the card to her bag, turned, and stepped into the elevator, not casting him another glance. Chapter 005. Assistant to the general manager Lingtian followed Li Yuxin down to the parking lot, where he observed her approaching a Porsche. She retrieved her keys and pressed a button, unlocking the door before settling into the car. Just as she was about to close the door, Lingtian reached out to stop it. What are you doing? Li Yuxin asked, irritation etched on her face as she glared at him. Get out and sit in the back, Lingtian replied coolly, offering no further explanation. On what grounds? This is my car, she retorted, anger flaring. This is my job, please cooperate. If you refuse, I will have to forcibly relocate you to the back seat. There are many people around, and it would be quite embarrassing for both of us. I assume you would prefer to avoid such a situation, Lingtian stated firmly. Li Yuxin regarded the man before her, who appeared utterly devoid of charm, and felt an intense loathing towards him. She had never despised anyone as much as she did him, yet beneath that disdain lingered a trace of fear. Especially when she met his gaze, it became increasingly difficult to hold his stare. She recognized that Lingtian, with his unyielding demeanor, would indeed follow through on his words. Reluctantly, she exited the car and took her seat in the back. Once seated in the driver's seat and fastening his seatbelt, Lingtian started the engine and inquired, "Where to now?" "To the company," Li Yuxin replied tersely. "Address?" he asked, his tone still impassive. Li Yuxin, realizing that further argument was futile against this unreasonable man, simply stated, 156 Sci-Fi Road. Without further comment, Yi Lingtian drove towards their destination. Do you have any other clothing? Would it be possible for you to change? Even as a bodyguard, you should maintain a certain image. You are a bodyguard, not a security guard, Li Yuxin said as they arrived in front of the company, her brow furrowed at the sight of Yi Lingtian in his conspicuous uniform. This was an office building, where everyone else donned sharp suits, making Yi Lingtian's attire decidedly inappropriate. After glancing down at his own outfit, Yi Lingtian nodded and replied, "Very well, I will change into something else after work." "Never mind, judging by your appearance, I doubt you possess anything presentable," Li Yuxin assessed him critically before heading directly to the elevator. Upon reaching the 15th floor, Yi Lingtian followed Li Yuxin out, entering a spacious lobby adorned with the name of the company, Sanyuan Group Royal Catering Services Company, Ltd. As Li Yuxin stepped inside, the two receptionists immediately stood and respectfully greeted her. "Good day, General Manager Li." Li Yuxin acknowledged them with a nod and proceeded deeper into the office. The receptionists exchanged puzzled glances at the sight of Yi Lingtian trailing behind her in his security uniform. While Yi Lingtian certainly noticed their curious looks, he chose to ignore them and continued following Li Yuxin. When Li Yuxin pushed open the door to her office, she was taken aback, initially fearing she had entered the wrong room. After a moment's inspection, she confirmed it was indeed her office and called out to her secretary, "Huang Ling, explain this to me. Why is there an extra desk and a water dispenser in the reception area? General Manager, you were not informed?" Huang Ling replied, looking at her quizzically. "Informed? What do you mean? Who authorized this? I demand an explanation." Li Yuxin snapped. "General Manager, this was a directive from the President's office, instructing the logistics department to arrange an office for the newly appointed assistant to the General Manager," Huang Ling explained cautiously. "Assistant to the General Manager?" Li Yuxin's eyes widened as she glanced at Yi Lingtian, realization dawning upon her. A smirk crept onto her face as she mused, "The old man is quite thorough in his considerations, even such trivial matters require the President's personal attention." At that moment, her gaze fell upon Yi Lingtian's glaringly inappropriate security uniform once more, prompting her to say to Huang Ling, "This is the new assistant to the General Manager. You must go out immediately and buy him a proper suit." "Ah?" Huang Ling responded, astonished by Li Yuxin's request while casting a bewildered look at Yi Lingtian. "Is there a problem?" Li Yuxin inquired, raising an eyebrow. No, it's just that I'm uncertain about what standard to use for the purchase," Huang Ling replied cautiously. "Choose something befitting the position of assistant to the General Manager. It should reflect well on our company. Go buy it and bring the receipt back for me to settle. I will cover the expense personally," Li Yuxin instructed before entering her office and closing the door behind her. Yi Lingtian offered a faint smile and nodded at Secretary Huang Ling, saying, "Thank you for your assistance." "Not at all, it's my duty. I still don't know your name," Huang Ling said shyly. "Yi Lingtian," he replied simply. "Assistant Yi, I am Secretary Huang Ling. Please feel free to call on me for anything you need," she said with polite courtesy. "Thank you for your help." Yi Lingtian nodded before taking a seat at his new desk. As Li Yuxin was occupied in her office, Yi Lingtian found himself with little to do. He opened the computer on his desk and began browsing the news, focusing primarily on military weaponry and the latest developments concerning global political figures, topics far removed from the interests of the average citizen. After a while, feeling somewhat aimless, Yi Lingtian rose and approached the door to Li Yuxin's office, knocking gently. "Come in," she instructed. Upon hearing her voice, Yi Lingtian entered. Inside, Li Yuxin was reviewing a document. Noticing his presence, she inquired, "What's the matter?" "I would like to request some time off to retrieve a few items from home," Yi Lingtian stated calmly. "Do as you please, but let me make one thing clear. Since my father has bestowed upon you the title of assistant to the General Manager, you are expected to adhere to company policies. No one excuse tardiness or early departures, and no aimless wandering around the office," Li Yuxin said, fixing her gaze on him. Yi Lingtian nodded, preparing to exit. "Take my car, it's almost time to clock out, and it will be difficult to hail a cab," Li Yuxin added. "Thank you, but that won't be necessary," Yi Lingtian replied coolly. "Suit yourself," she responded curtly. As Yi Lingtian stepped out, he encountered Huang Ling returning with a set of clothes in hand. "Assistant Yi, please see if this outfit fits. If not, I can exchange it," Huang Ling smiled as she presented the clothing. "Thank you for your effort. How much is it altogether?" Yi Lingtian inquired. "About 12,000, here's the receipt for your reference," Huang Ling said, handing him the invoice. "That won't be needed, please give the receipt to General Manager Li." "I will simply take the clothes and change at home," Yi Lingtian replied, furrowing his brow as he accepted the garments and exited the company. Chapter 006. On duty. Upon exiting the company, Lingtian chose not to drive Li Yuxin's car, despite having the keys in his possession. He walked to the roadside and awaited a bus, which he boarded without delay. Shortly thereafter, he disembarked and ventured into a narrow alley, navigating several turns until he arrived at a dilapidated old building. This structure, a weathered red brick edifice, had likely been erected in the 1970s. The stairwell was both narrow and dimly lit, and within the entirety of Donghai City, it could undoubtedly be classified as a slum among slums. Lingtian paused before a small wooden door on the second floor, retrieving his keys to unlock it. The interior was a modest room not exceeding 50 square meters in total. Originally comprising 2 rooms, a living room and a bedroom, it had been partitioned by wooden boards into 3 separate spaces. The kitchen was situated within the living room, while the slightly more spacious bedroom had once belonged to Lingtian's mother and sister, Yi Shuang. Lingtian himself resided in a small area of the living room, cordoned off by wooden boards, where a simple wooden bed was placed. He proceeded to his sleeping quarters, extracting a military canvas bag and gathering a few articles of clothing. After removing his security uniform, he donned a suit valued at 12,000 yuan before stepping out. Prior to boarding the bus, Lingtian made a brief visit to the bank, after which he headed directly to the company. Upon arrival, he placed his military canvas bag into the trunk of Li Yuxin's vehicle and then entered the building, promptly knocking on Li Yuxin's office door. Li Yuxin was taken aback by Lingtian's appearance in a sharp suit, nearly failing to recognize him. At that moment, she had to concede that indeed, the adage clothes make the man held true. The once unremarkable Lingtian, clad in security attire, now exuded an air of sophistication and poise. Li Yuxin noticed that Lingtian possessed commendable good looks, standing at 1.8 meters tall with a robust, well-proportioned physique and a chiseled visage that radiated a rugged masculinity, complemented by his profound, enigmatic gaze. He was undoubtedly among the most impressively masculine men she had ever encountered, a stark contrast to the effeminate idols of Korean pop whom she considered mere boys in comparison. However, despite his attractiveness, Li Yuxin's regard for Lingtian did not significantly increase. "This is 12,000 yuan, he stated, placing the cash he had just withdrawn from the bank on her desk before turning to leave. "What are you doing? Why are you giving me money?" Li Yuxin called out, halting him. "This is for the clothing. The agreement with your father only stipulates an annual commission of 500,000 yuan, it does not mention any other benefits. Therefore, this expense is mine to bear," Lingtian replied calmly without looking back. "Are you wealthy? Since I said I would buy it for you, I won't accept your money, take it back," Li Yuxin responded, her irritation mounting. "I am not wealthy. Had I been, I wouldn't be working as your bodyguard, nor would I have previously taken a job as a security guard. However, this is not a matter of wealth. I simply dislike being indebted to others, especially in terms of personal favors," Lingtian asserted before exiting Li Yuxin's office and shutting the door behind him. Li Yuxin gazed in surprise at Lingtian's tall figure as he disappeared from view, left pondering the nature of this man. Was he a fool or a person of integrity? She found herself more inclined to believe the former. While Lingtian had barely settled when he observed a stir within the company. Checking his phone, he noted it was 5:30, likely the end of the workday. Soon enough, Li Yuxin emerged from within, her bag in hand, prompting Lingtian to shut down his computer and rise. "Lingtian, I apologize for my earlier demeanor. I do not truly dislike you, as you know. My frustration lies with my father, who issues commands without consulting me. Although I am his daughter, he ought to respect my opinions. I am sorry," Li Yuxin stated earnestly. "It's all right," Lingtian nodded in acknowledgement. "There is something I wish to discuss with you, and I hope you can agree," Li Yuxin said politely. "Go ahead," he replied tersely, as he was naturally a man of few words. "Since I have already consented to my father's arrangement for you to be my bodyguard, I certainly won't reject you. However, it seems inappropriate for a girl like me to live alone with a man. It's not that I doubt your character, it's simply inconvenient. The residential complex where I live has excellent property management and security measures, so there shouldn't be any issues. Besides, in this society, how many bad people can there be, right? How about this, you can be responsible for picking me up and dropping me off each day, and during the day, you can work at our company. At night, you can return home. If I need to go out in the evening, I will definitely notify you by phone. Does that sound acceptable?" Li Yuxin proposed. After listening, Lingtian shook his head and replied, "Miss Li, I have already informed you that my task, as arranged by your father, is to protect you 24 hours a day. Therefore, I must be by your side at night as well. As I mentioned, you should discuss this with your father. If he agrees, I will have no objections. I have signed an agreement with him, and I hope you can understand my position." "I understand that, but you've seen my father's attitude. He certainly wouldn't consent. In truth, my father lives quite far from my residence, and he wouldn't be aware if you didn't stay over. If neither of us mentions it, no one will know, right? He wouldn't deduct your salary for this, would he? Li Yuxin continued. I'm sorry, Miss Li, but my character is such that once I agree to something, I will do my utmost to fulfill it. The arrangement you propose is simply not feasible for me. You truly need to worry excessively. As I have stated, I will not pry into matters that do not concern me, and you can regard me as a transparent individual, Lingtian replied, shaking his head once more. Having said this, he exited first without engaging in further discussion with Li Yuxin. Chapter 007. Best friend Su Shaoqing. Lingtian arrived at the elevator, waiting patiently for its arrival. Shortly after, Li Yuxin joined him, and the two shared a silence. After a brief wait, the elevator doors opened to reveal a handful of occupants. Both Lingtian and Li Yuxin stepped inside simultaneously. The entire building was occupied by office workers, and with it being peak hours for leaving work, the elevator made frequent stops, quickly becoming crowded. Li Yuxin, who had initially stood near the entrance, was jostled to the back, where Lingtian noticed a few bespectacled men deliberately leaning back against her. Li Yuxin crossed her arms protectively over her chest, her face betraying her indignation. Observing the situation, Lingtian squeezed his way to her side. The close quarters pushed everyone together, yet for him, it posed little challenge. Within moments, he had maneuvered himself next to Li Yuxin, gently nudging the two men in front of them forward. He positioned himself firmly between Li Yuxin and the crowd, creating a distinct, safe space for her, all while maintaining a respectful distance. The sheer force of his action was evident. The two men, realizing their scheme had been thwarted, cast disgruntled glances back at him. However, upon locking eyes with Lingtian, they recoiled, retreating to the sides in submission. Thank you for earlier, Li Yuxin remarked as they exited the elevator. That was simply part of my duty. There are quite a few people leaving at this hour. You ought to avoid this time in the future. A girl as beautiful as you is particularly vulnerable in such crowds, Lingtian replied nonchalantly, continuing to walk ahead. Beautiful? This wooden figure finally uttered a compliment, Li Yuxin mused, momentarily taken aback, before chuckling to herself and quickening her pace to catch up. Heading home or somewhere else? Lingtian inquired once they were in the car. I have plans to dine at St. Paul with some friends, Li Yuxin replied slowly nodding. Lingtian directed the car toward the establishment known as St. Paul, a name that belonged to a Western restaurant. Upon arriving, he parked and accompanied Li Yuxin upstairs. On the second floor, they reached a windowside table where Li Yuxin greeted a lovely girl seated by the window. Shaoqing, how long have you been here? I just arrived as well. Who is this? Su Shaoqing asked, noticing Lingtian following closely behind Li Yuxin. As Li Yuxin contemplated how to introduce him, Lingtian interjected, Miss Li, please enjoy your meal, I shall wait over there. He nodded at the curiously observing Su Shaoqing and added, excuse me, before turning to leave. Aren't you joining us? Li Yuxin quickly asked Lingtian. No, thank you, he replied coolly, making his way to a sofa in the lounge area. This position allowed him an unobstructed view of Li Yuxin dining while not intruding upon her conversation with her friend. What is going on? Su Shaoqing questioned Li Yuxin, her expression one of confusion. Don't even mention it. He's a bodyguard my father arranged for me today. I vehemently opposed, but ultimately conceded to my father's stubbornness, Li Yuxin said, shaking her head in resignation. A bodyguard? My goodness, I've never seen such a handsome one, and so cool, too. Su Shaoqing exclaimed in surprise. Do you want him? If you do, I could just give him to you, Li Yuxin retorted, unable to hide her annoyance at Su Shaoqing's gleeful demeanor. I would want him, but would you truly part with him? Miss Li, you wouldn't be that ruthless, would you? Here we are dining while he sits over there watching. I can't eat if you can't, so why not call him over to join us? Su Shaoqing suggested, pointing at Lingtian in the distance. What can I do? He is utterly rigid, nothing can persuade him, but you are right, I can't eat under these circumstances. I'll go invite him, Li Yuxin conceded, turning to approach Lingtian. Lingtian, come join us for a meal. If you don't eat now, you might find nothing left later. My house is completely bare except for coffee. Surely you don't intend to go hungry? Li Yuxin urged him. That's all right, I can grab something downstairs later, Lingtian replied casually. Honestly, you must be out of your mind. I know your thoughts at first. You don't want to owe me a meal, and second, you wish to avoid interrupting my dinner with my friend. However, you have already disrupted us. Besides, can you maintain this routine every day? My family doesn't cook, I only eat breakfast at home, with lunch and dinner out. Do you plan to buy food every time? Furthermore, your work is 24 hours, so as your employer, I have an obligation to provide your meals and accommodation, understood? Li Yuxin stated emphatically. Lingtian paused, reflecting on her words before nodding in agreement. Very well. Great, then let's go, Li Yuxin said, leading Lingtian back. Throughout this exchange, Su Shaoqing had been observing Lingtian with great interest, curious whether her intrigue lay in the profession of bodyguarding or the man himself. With Lingtian's arrival, Li Yuxin and Su Shaoqing took a seat together, while Lingtian positioned himself across from them. Apologies for the interruption, Lingtian said, acknowledging Su Shaoqing's continued gaze. Not at all. Hello, I'm Su Shaoqing, a good friend of Yuxin's. It's a pleasure to meet you, she smiled, extending her hand to him. While Lingtian nodded in return, shaking her hand before stating, Hello, I'm Lingtian. Yuxin mentioned you are her bodyguard. Is that true? Su Shaoqing inquired, her curiosity unabated. Indeed, Lingtian affirmed with a nod. I've seen in movies that bodyguards are armed. Do you carry a gun? Su Shaoqing continued, her eyes wide with fascination. You must have watched too many American blockbusters. Stop daydreaming and order your food. What would you like? Li Yuxin interjected, shooting Su Shaoqing a disapproving glance as she summoned the waiter. Lingtian, what would you like to eat? If you're unsure, I can suggest, Li Yuxin began, concerned that he might not be familiar with Western cuisine, but was interrupted by Lingtian. I'll have a serving of foie gras, a medium-rare steak, and a fruit salad, thank you, he instructed the waiter directly. Li Yuxin looked at him in surprise before closing the menu and handing it to the waiter. That will be all, thank you. Chapter 008, Bodyguard. Bodyguards are typically formidable individuals. Have you ever trained in martial arts or sanda? Su Shaoqing's attention remained fixated on Lingtian as she persistently inquired, seemingly eager to unearth some valuable information that piqued her interest. Being a bodyguard is merely a profession. I am just an ordinary person, Lingtian replied, not finding Su Shaoqing particularly bothersome as he lifted his gaze to meet hers. Your words are as good as silence. Ye, could you perhaps refrain from being so frigid? After all, you are seated across from two lovely ladies, can't you muster a smile for us? Su Shaoqing said, a hint of dissatisfaction evident in her tone. Lingtian paused momentarily, taken aback by the notion of smiling. The concept was quite foreign to him, as he seldom smiled and had nearly forgotten how to do so. I tend to be rather stoic, I hope you can understand, he responded coolly. Forget it, you truly lack charm. When others encounter beauty, they seize the opportunity to engage, yet here you are, indifferent even to our overtures. My confidence is utterly shattered, Su Shaoqing lamented. In Lingtian's world, women were indeed a rather unfamiliar presence. The only two women he was well acquainted with were his mother and sister, Yi Shuang. Throughout his life, he had scarcely formed intimate connections with any other females, rendering him rather oblivious to their nature. All right, Shaoqing, cease your teasing. He is not like those smooth-talking gentlemen you are accustomed to. He is quite the blockhead, so do not provoke him further, Li Yuxin interjected after casting a disapproving glance at Su Shaoqing. At that moment, the waiter brought forth their dishes, and the three began to eat. So, Shaoqing, how is your professor pursuing you these days? Li Yuxin asked while sampling her meal. What else could it be? I have ignored him, just look at him, he is not even 40 and already balding, with hardly any hair left. Besides, if I were to seek a boyfriend, I would prefer someone young and handsome like Mr. Yi. Wouldn't you agree, Mr. Yi? Do you have a girlfriend? If not, you might consider me. Su Shaoqing scoffed at the mention of the professor, swiftly redirecting the conversation towards Lingtian. Lingtian was momentarily taken aback, then replied matter-of-factly, I am a veteran without a profession, and I barely possess $100 to my name. I believe it is best if Miss Su does not consider me. Lack of funds is not an issue. I could support you truly, while my salary may not be substantial, I could manage, Su Shaoqing asserted earnestly. At last, Lingtian could not help but chuckle, choosing to remain silent as he continued to eat. Li Yuxin observed Lingtian with a mixture of curiosity and bewilderment before asking, Lingtian, do you often dine on Western cuisine? Lingtian was once again caught off guard before responding, I have dabbled in it occasionally. That is implausible. Your proficiency with the knife and fork surpasses that of someone who has spent years in America. If you claim to have only dabbled, I find that utterly unbelievable, Li Yuxin questioned, her intrigue palpable. Is that so? Perhaps it is simply innate, Lingtian replied nonchalantly, continuing to eat. Soon enough, he finished his meal, stood up, and said, you two take your time, before walking away. I have come to realize that he may simply be a bit dim-witted, rather oblivious, rarely uttering more than a few words, and exceedingly stiff, Li Yuxin remarked angrily as she watched him depart, directing her frustration towards Su Shaoqing. What do you understand? This is called maturity, this is called composure. He is not dim, he merely deems it beneath him to engage in trivial conversations with someone as juvenile as you, Su Shaoqing retorted, eyeing Yi Lingtian in the distance. I sense something amiss with you today. Your gaze has been fixated on Mr. Yi, you cannot possibly be telling me you have genuinely taken a liking to him? Li Yuxin queried, astonished. I am 27 this year, in 2 years, I will be 30. I am of an age where I am ready to blossom and yearn for companionship. Yes, it's so surprising that I find a man appealing? Su Shaoqing responded somewhat irately. I understand that, but what perplexes me is that you have an abundance of suitors, from wealthy scions to your own students, individuals of power, influence, and aesthetic appeal, yet you turn your attention to a mere security guard. Is your judgment impaired? Li Yuxin continued her line of questioning. You are the one who was misguided. What is wrong with a security guard? Even if he were just a mere security officer, I would not disdain him if I were fond of him. I, Su Shaoqing, seek love, not wealth, and I am perfectly capable of supporting myself. Thus, whether the man I choose is rich or not holds no significance for me. I do not need him to provide for me. Those wealthy heirs are often the most repulsive, flaunting their parents' earnings as if they are their own. To be honest, even if I were to fancy a security guard, I would never look twice at those spoiled rich kids. A security guard, even earning a meager 1,000 a month, earns it through his own merit, Su Shaoqing expounded passionately. Noticing Li Yuxin's incredulous expression, she added, of course, my interest lies specifically in your bodyguard. Do you not perceive it? He possesses a certain allure, the charm of a mature man. I would wager he has a story to tell. Charm? I fail to see it, however. I concede that he is indeed not unattractive, Li Yuxin admitted, casting another puzzled glance at Yi Lingtian in the distance. What do you know of aesthetics? Your eyes only discern your little darling. By the way, did you not claim that your beau would return after a year or two abroad? Yet, you have been back for 3 years now. Why is he still absent? Could he be deceiving you? Su Shaoqing inquired while continuing to eat. No, he would never deceive me. I firmly believe in him. He stated that he needed to complete a particular investment project before returning, and I expect he will be back by the end of this year, Li Yuxin asserted resolutely. Chapter 009 Torment. Well, I hope so, Su Shaoqing nodded, choosing not to pursue the matter further. After having dinner together, Su Shaoqing and Li Yuxin parted ways, as both had worked the following day and lacked the inclination to continue their evening out. As Yi Lingtian followed Li Yuxin into the car, just as he was about to start the engine, Li Yuxin abruptly said, Yi Lingtian, how about this? There's a building across from our community where I can arrange for you to have an apartment. I'll ensure it's on a good floor, one from which you can see my place entirely. That way, if anything happens on my end, you can notice it immediately. What do you think? Upon hearing Li Yuxin's suggestion, Yi Lingtian's face remained devoid of expression as he continued to start the car. After a prolonged silence, Li Yuxin, feeling irritated, asked, Are you going to say something or not? Miss Li, I have already addressed this matter several times. I will reiterate, your father has employed me to ensure your safety, and the course of action I take is dictated by him. My relationship with your father is a professional one, and the decisions made are not for me to determine. Thus, even if you were to inquire 100 times, it would yield the same result, Yi Lingtian stated flatly. Yi Lingtian, I sincerely appreciate your help in the elevator earlier. Regardless of the circumstances, you have indeed aided me, and I, Li Yuxin, am not one to lack gratitude. However, let us speak plainly. Do you truly believe I need a bodyguard? Do you honestly think I require your protection? I am 27 years old. Throughout these 27 years, I have grown without anyone shadowing me for constant protection. Moreover, I am no longer a child. I am a normal person who needs freedom and personal space. Although you claim you can disregard everything, you are still human, not a stone. Having you follow me constantly is bothersome to me. I feel as if I am being monitored all day long. Do you think I can find joy in that? Of course, I won't dwell on this further since it is my father's arrangement, and he cares for me. I can tolerate that. However, how can you expect me to endure living in the same house with a stranger? It is not a matter of distrust. To be frank, I do not trust you. We have known each other for less than 6 hours, and our conversations have amounted to fewer than 20 sentences. Furthermore, I must confess that my impression of you is not particularly favorable. I could never agree to you residing in my home, and I believe I am not alone in this sentiment. Every woman would feel the same. Li Yuxin finally lost her temper, having discussed this issue with Yi Lingtian numerous times, even pleading with him at one point. Yet, he remained unyielding, which only fueled her frustration. While Yi Lingtian seemed oblivious to her anger, maintaining his focus on the road, his expression unchanged. I know what you are implying, that this matter is of no concern to you, and as long as I obtain my father's consent, you will comply immediately, correct? However, I do not wish to approach my father about this. He is quite stubborn, and once he has made a decision, it is nearly impossible to change his mind. I do not want to provoke him over something so trivial. In the past, when I insisted on studying abroad against his wishes, it caused him great distress. Subsequently, he arranged numerous blind dates for me, all of which I declined, further aggravating him. I realize I have been selfish, neglecting his feelings, so this time, I do not wish to upset him again over something so minor. Do you understand? What I am asking of you is not much. I only request that you refrain from staying at my house at night. In fact, I have made considerable concessions. I have not forced you to leave or deliberately put you in a difficult position. Why can't you take a step back? Even if you do not stay at my place, my father would remain unaware, and should he discover the truth one day, you could simply explain it to him. I am confident he would not hold you accountable. As a man, you may not grasp this, but for a woman, suddenly sharing a confined space with a completely unfamiliar man can be terrifying. I must confess, I could never manage to sleep under those circumstances. Li Yuxin spoke in a near hysterical tone. Lingtian remained silent for a long while before finally saying, I will agree to your request. I will take you home, and I will not enter your house, you can rest assured. Lingtian's nonchalant response left Li Yuxin momentarily stunned. She had not anticipated that the resolute Lingtian would acquiesce so easily. It took her a moment to process his words before she replied, Thank you. I apologize for the hurtful things I said earlier. I hope you can forgive me. I was simply caught up in the heat of the moment. It's fine, Lingtian replied coolly, continuing to drive without turning to face her. The car entered an upscale villa community, and the security guard, recognizing the familiar vehicle and license plate, allowed them passage without question. Following Li Yuxin's directions, Lingtian successfully drove into the courtyard of a villa. After letting Li Yuxin exit the car, he proceeded into the garage. I want to come in, but I must ask, is there anyone else at your home, perhaps a housekeeper? Lingtian inquired as he handed the car keys to Li Yuxin. No, it's just me. I prefer independence and dislike having others care for me, so I have no servants. It's just me living here. As you have seen, the property has excellent security measures in place. Strangers cannot enter. Additionally, I have a fence and a large iron gate. Once I close it at night, no one can come in, so you can rest assured. Thank you, Lingtian. I hope you won't mention this to my father. I do not want him to think I am being willful or rebellious and become upset, nor do I wish to cause him unnecessary worry. Li Yuxin expressed her gratitude to Lingtian. All right, you may go inside. Remember to lock the door behind you. Here is my phone number. If anything arises, feel free to call or text me. I will handle the gate outside, so you need not concern yourself with that. I will be here promptly to pick you up in the morning, Lingtian stated, nodding slightly. Chapter 010 Cohabitation. Thank you very much. Rest assured, I will cover your daily transportation expenses. According to the agreement you made with my father, you are not required to bear these costs. Since you are incurring this additional expenditure to assist me, it is only fitting that I take responsibility for it. After a moment of contemplation, Li Yuxin replied. No need for that, you should return now, Lingtian responded in a calm tone, adding, I will watch you enter. Please switch the living room light on and off 3 times once you are inside, so that I may ensure your safety. All right, Li Yuxin nodded, then proceeded inside, retrieving her keys to unlock the door. True to Lingtian's instructions, she turned the living room light on and off 3 times before securely locking the door. Moments later, she heard the sound of the iron gate closing. It was merely latched, not locked. Li Yuxin ascended to her bedroom on the 2nd floor, placed her bag down, and drew back the curtains to glance at the courtyard. Beneath the dim light, there was no sign of Lingtian. Moreover, the iron gate was firmly shut. A smile crept onto her face as she mused. Who would have thought that such a stoic individual would possess a kind-hearted side? Quite rare indeed. Soon after, Li Yuxin entered the bathroom for a shower, then spent some time watching television and browsing the internet before turning off the lights and retiring for the night. Around 3 in the morning, Li Yuxin suddenly awoke and, still groggy, made her way to the restroom. After attending to her physiological needs and washing her hands, she was about to return to bed when she instinctively pulled back the curtain to inspect the courtyard. This was a manifestation of the insecurity felt by a girl living alone, a habit of checking her surroundings to ensure her safety. The courtyard remained silent, unchanged, and the iron gate was securely closed. Just as Li Yuxin turned to head back to her slumber, she sensed something amiss and drew back the curtain once more. Indeed, there lay a figure on the bench in the gazebo of the small garden, and to her astonishment, it was none other than Lingtian. Li Yuxin's eyes widened in disbelief. She could hardly fathom that Lingtian had not returned home but instead chose to sleep in the gazebo. A wave of emotion washed over her, but it was quickly overshadowed by indignation at his stubbornness. She could hardly believe that such an inflexible person existed in the world. Without pausing to don a jacket, she descended the stairs in her nightgown and flung open the door, rushing outside. Yi Lingtian, deep in slumber, was abruptly stirred by the sound of footsteps. Instinctively, he opened his eyes, recognizing that the sound originated from the house, and upon discerning the unmistakable shuffle of slippers, he understood the situation. He sat up and retrieved a pack of 5 yuan cigarettes from his pocket, lighting one. Fuming, Li Yuxin dashed outside, intent on rousing Yi Lingtian. However, when she reached the small garden, she found him already awake, sitting there, smoking and gazing at her. "Good morning," Yi Lingtian nodded slightly, offering a subdued greeting. "Good morning? Have you even glanced at the time, Yi Lingtian? What on earth are you thinking? Did you not promise me you wouldn't linger here at night? What is this all about?" Li Yuxin's cheeks puffed in frustration. "I only promised you that I would never step one foot inside your house." "This does not count as being inside," Yi Lingtian replied, exhaling a puff of smoke. The acrid smoke filled the air, causing Li Yuxin to cough uncontrollably. In exasperation, she shouted, "Could you refrain from smoking? It is the most basic courtesy and respect to avoid smoking in the presence of a lady. Do you not realize this?" "I apologize," Yi Lingtian replied coolly, then stood up and stepped a few paces away, leaning against the gazebo's pillar, turning his back to her as he continued to smoke. "So you rushed out here just to inform me not to smoke in front of you? Now I understand. I won't smoke around you again. You may return to your slumber." "Sleep, Yi Lingtian. I truly cannot comprehend what goes on in that mind of yours, or perhaps your mind is simply malfunctioning. Setting aside the discomfort of sleeping on this stone slab, while it may not be winter, the temperature is still low. Aren't you afraid of getting cold sleeping out here all night? What if something were to happen to you? Why subject yourself to such torment? I know you made a promise to my father and signed an agreement to have me protect you 24 hours a day. However, I have already stated that the security measures in this community are quite robust, and I have multiple doors in and out of my place. Furthermore, there are surveillance cameras outside the community, including at my entrance. Therefore, as long as I remain indoors, the likelihood of any unforeseen incidents is virtually non-existent. You could easily return home for a good night's sleep. If you're still concerned, you can return in the morning." "Why would you choose to sleep on this stone rather than a comfortable bed? Can't you be a little more adaptable? Can't your mind find a different perspective?" Li Yuxin fumed, and after expressing her thoughts, she felt a chill and instinctively wrapped her arms around herself. "All right, I understand. Please go back. If you truly wish to continue this discussion, you might want to return and put on something warmer first," Yi Lingtian replied at a measured pace, glancing at her. "That is my concern, Yi Lingtian. Hurry back to bed. Do you hear me? Must you drive me to the brink of madness before you are satisfied?" Li Yuxin's frustration reached a boiling point at his indifferent demeanor. "Thank you for your concern, but it is entirely unnecessary. There is no need for you to be so upset. Allow me to explain my reasoning. First, your father has informed you that I was once a soldier. For a soldier, promises and responsibilities hold greater importance than life itself. My commitment to protect you around the clock and ensure you face no threats is my duty. You may consider me old-fashioned and rigid, but these are my principles. Secondly, for me, sleeping here is akin to sleeping on a bed. I once spent an entire month immobile in a muddy pit, surviving solely on compressed biscuits and nutrient solutions. Hence, I am accustomed to sleeping outdoors. Lastly, I agree with your sentiment that sharing a space with a young lady is inherently inappropriate. It is inconvenient for both of us, thus, residing here is preferable to staying inside. That is my explanation. Regardless of whether you agree or disagree, I have spoken my piece. You may return to your slumber now," Yi Lingtian stated matter-of-factly. Chapter 011. Upstairs and downstairs. Upon hearing Yi Lingtian's words, Li Yuxin's eyes widened once more, utterly perplexed about the veracity of his sensational claims. However, she firmly believed in his assertion that his promise and responsibility outweighed his very life. From her interactions with him that day, it was evident that he was a man of principles, to the point of being excessively rigid. "Enough, Yi Lingtian, I concede defeat. I admit you are my nemesis. You may reside here, with you on the lower floor and me on the upper, but there is one condition you must adhere to. You absolutely cannot step foot on the second floor," Li Yuxin said, her voice tinged with exhaustion and resignation after much contemplation. "Thank you, but that is unnecessary. I have my own way of working. I shall not intrude upon your life, nor shall you concern yourself with mine," Yi Lingtian replied coolly before turning to leave. "Yi Lingtian, please do not incessantly test my limits. I sleep in a spacious bed above while you are below in a pavilion. If I were unaware, it would be one thing, but now that I am, how can I find peace of mind? How can I bear this? Must you torment me in this manner? Go inside and sleep immediately, otherwise, I will call my father to have you dismissed. If he refuses, I will threaten him with my life." "This feeling is nothing short of unbearable," Li Yuxin erupted in anger. While Yi Lingtian paused, pondering her words, then nodded and said, "I shall retrieve my luggage from the garage." As she watched him enter the garage, tears nearly brimmed in Li Yuxin's eyes. She had never felt so aggrieved. Although Lingtian had not mistreated her, the entire day had been fraught with discomfort and torment. She found herself utterly powerless against his actions, an overwhelming sense of grievance weighing heavily on her heart, which inexplicably grew into resentment towards him. Deep down, she understood that his actions were merely to accommodate her. It was her reluctance that led him to choose the pavilion in the garden to sleep, all while remaining true to his principles. Lingtian entered the house, carrying his military canvas bag, with Li Yuxin trailing behind him. "Which room shall I take?" he inquired as he reached the living room, turning to face her. "Choose whichever you like. There are 2 bedrooms downstairs, fully furnished, but remember, you are absolutely forbidden from ascending the stairs, or else," Li Yuxin warned, only for Lingtian to promptly enter one of the bedrooms, disregarding her words. Li Yuxin seethed at his blatant impoliteness, unable to fathom why, in her case, the employer seemed to heed the bodyguard's commands, while it should be the other way around. Reflecting on her day spent with Lingtian, she realized she had been completely led by him. Frustrated, she shot him a glare before retreating upstairs to her room, locking the door behind her. Whether it was the commotion that had robbed her of sleep or the anxiety of having an unfamiliar man downstairs, she found herself wide awake, her mind racing. The mere thought of a stranger lurking below sent shivers down her spine. After rummaging through her drawer, she retrieved a pair of scissors and concealed them beneath her pillow, which offered her a modicum of calm, yet sleep remained elusive. She strained to listen for any sounds from downstairs, hoping to catch the faintest hint of footsteps. Yet, aside from the noise she had made while ascending, the silence was deafening. Ultimately, after enduring a night rife with insecurity and anxiety, Li Yuxin succumbed to slumber. When the alarm rang the next morning at 7, she groggily awoke, rubbed her eyes, and recalled the presence of Lingtian in her home. Instantly alert, she checked her attire and examined the door, relieved to find nothing amiss. Rising from bed, she drew back the curtains of her floor-to-ceiling windows to embrace the first light of dawn. As she stretched, she caught sight of a figure in the courtyard performing push-ups. It could only be Lingtian, clad in camouflage pants and a white tank top. He executed his exercise with remarkable speed and precision, his body a testament to strength and discipline. Li Yuxin was astonished. How could anyone perform push-ups with such rapidity and perfection? The muscular definition in his arms was striking, his physique was undeniably impressive, exuding a strength that was not the exaggerated result of gym training but rather a natural, harmonious build. Involuntarily, she began counting the push-ups he completed, matching his rhythm, and after half an hour, he finally rose from the ground. Li Yuxin stared in disbelief. In that nearly hour-long span, he had accomplished close to 2,000 push-ups. 2,000 push-ups, how unfathomable! At least, Li Yuxin had never heard of such a feat. Was he even human? For Li Yuxin, this was akin to an absurd fairy tale, yet for Lingtian, it was merely a part of his daily regimen, akin to elderly ladies practicing Tai Chi or dancing in the park each morning. It was worth noting that he and his comrades had been hand-picked from the most elite soldiers across various military districts, subjected to rigorous training until only the top 10 remained, an undeniable testament to their extraordinary capabilities. When Li Yuxin finally descended after freshening up and dressing, she found Lingtian already seated at the dining table, consuming buns and fried dough sticks. "Still warm," he remarked, gesturing towards the 2 buns set aside for her as she entered. "How can you eat this in the morning? It's unsanitary and lacking in nutrition." Li Yuxin frowned, opening the refrigerator to retrieve milk and bread before joining him at the table. "How many slices would you like?" "Thank you, but no. I am not accustomed to it," Lingtian replied nonchalantly, proceeding to devour the buns he had intended for her. "I will take the car out and wait for you outside," he stated after finishing his meal, then walked out without further ado. Chapter 012 of The Guardian of Flowers. Lingtian drove Li Yuxin to her workplace. Upon entering the lobby of the office building, before they could even step into the elevator, they heard someone calling out Li Yuxin's name. "Yuxin, you finally arrived. I've been waiting for you for quite a while." Both Lingtian and Li Yuxin turned around to see a man approaching with a cigar in hand and a broad smile on his face. From his attire and demeanor, it was evident that he was a spoiled rich kid. While Lingtian noticed a fleeting glimpse of disdain in Li Yuxin's eyes, though it was momentary, it did not escape his notice. "Young Master Lu, hello. What brings you here?" Li Yuxin greeted the so-called Young Master Lu with a smile. While Lingtian found it rather peculiar that the title Young Master was still in use these days. "Dear Yuxin, please do not refer to me as Young Master Lu. They may call me that, but you should call me Brother Yuhao instead," Lu Yuhao said, slowly making his way beside Li Yuxin. "I specifically came to see you today. Look, I hope you like this." As he spoke, Lu Yuhao produced a bouquet of roses from within his clothing, prompting Lingtian to wonder what he had concealed in his attire. Li Yuxin was momentarily stunned upon seeing the flowers, and after a lengthy pause, she finally managed to respond with a smile. Young Master Lu, I'm uncertain what this signifies. Do you really not know what it means? Should I spell it out for you, Yuxin? I am enamored with you. From the very first moment I laid eyes on you, I was captivated. You must know, I dream of you every night, envisioning our romance and the day we wed, Lu Yuao shamelessly declared. Li Yuxin could no longer conceal her evident disgust, and promptly replied, Young Master Lu, they say that dreams often reflect the opposite, hence, you ought not to take them to heart. You are a talented young man, and I truly do not believe I am worthy of you. I am certain that Mayor Lu would not approve of this, would he? Therefore, I cannot accept these flowers. Young Master Lu, I am in a hurry to get to work, so I shall not linger. Perhaps another day, my father and I will visit Mayor Lu to extend our apologies. Excuse me. After speaking, Li Yuxin turned to enter the elevator, but her hand was suddenly seized by Lu Yuhao. Yuxin, this is rather inconsiderate of you, is it not? I have been pursuing you for quite some time. You are well aware of my affections to. I have never earnestly courted a woman before, Yuxin. You must understand, if you were to wed me, it would bring significant benefits to your Sanyuan Group. You know this, and your father knows it too, Lu Yuhao said, glaring at Li Yuxin with palpable irritation. Li Yuxin struggled to free herself from Lu Yuhao's grip, but as a woman, she lacked the strength to break free from his hold. Mr. Lu, please release me, this is inappropriate conduct in public, Lingtian interjected, stepping forward to stand before Lu Yuhao. And who might you be? This is none of your concern. If you wish to avoid trouble, I suggest you step aside. Li Yuxin, the women I set my sights on have never eluded me. I have been pursuing you for 3 whole months, yet you have not permitted me to hold your hand even once. I understand you may not share my feelings, but it does not matter. Today, you will accompany me to dinner with my friends, so I may save face, otherwise, you know well the consequences of crossing me. Your Sanyuan Group may find its business quite challenging, Lu Yuao threatened, dragging Li Yuxin along. Let go of me, if you do not release me, I shall call security, Li Yuxin exclaimed in distress. Security? Even if you call the police, it will be of no use. In Donghai City, as long as I, Lu Yuao, wish to do something, no one dares to intervene. Today, you will come with me, whether you like it or not, Lu Yuao insisted, pulling Li Yuxin towards the exit. At that moment, Lu Yuao suddenly felt an iron grip on his wrist, which held Li Yuxin's hand. The strength was overwhelming, causing him to release her immediately. Mr. Lu, why make things difficult for a woman? Lingtian remarked coolly, loosening his grip. He then turned to Li Yuxin and said, You may proceed. He positioned himself directly between Li Yuxin and Lu Yuhao. Li Yuxin, who is he? Lu Yuhao inquired, flexing his numb hand in frustration. He is an employee of our company, my assistant. I apologize, young Master Lu, but I truly have matters to attend to today. Next time, I will personally visit Mayor Lu with my father to offer our apologies, Li Yuxin stated, preparing to enter the elevator. Li Yuxin, are you really going to leave just like that? A mere apology for hitting me, have you considered the repercussions? You instructed your man to strike me, what do you think would happen if I informed my father? Lu Yuhao sneered. Li Yuxin was infuriated. This has nothing to do with her. It is solely my doing. I found it quite displeasing to see a man holding a woman's hand in public, and I merely wish to teach you a lesson. That if you think I was wrong to strike you, that is your prerogative, Lingtian replied, turning to face Lu Yuhao with indifference. Are you looking for death? Lu Yuhao exclaimed, lunging to slap Lingtian across the face. However, before his hand could reach its target, Lingtian grasped it firmly. I advise you to keep your language clean. After all, you are a young master of a prominent family, Lingtian said, glaring at Lu Yuhao, his anger palpable. He would not tolerate anyone insulting his mother. Aware that Lu Yuhao was likely the son of a mayor, he wished to avoid trouble for himself and the Sanyuan Group, so he suppressed his fury, speaking coldly before releasing Lu Yuhao's hand. How dare you insult my mother? What is it to you? If you have the guts, strike me. You think you can intimidate me? Li Yuxin, fire him at once, or I will ensure your entire Sanyuan Group faces closure, believe it. Lu Yuhao boasted arrogantly, though he dared not make a move against Lingtian, fully aware that he was no match for the towering figure. Repeat what you just said, Lingtian demanded, narrowing his gaze at Lu Yuhao. What? Did you not hear me? I'll say it again, I insulted your mother. Are you satisfied now, happy? Lu Yuhao laughed mockingly, but his laughter was cut short by a sharp pain across his face, followed by a dazzling array of lights. Lingtian delivered a resounding slap to Lu Yuhao, the force causing him to spit blood, leaving 5 distinct fingerprints on his face. Afterward, Lingtian seized Lu Yuhao by the throat, lifting him off the ground, and glared into his eyes. Apologize to me. Lu Yuao struggled to breathe, utterly immobilized, and upon meeting Yi Lingtian's murderous gaze, he was nearly terrified into submission, hastily uttering an apology, though the grip on his throat rendered him only capable of a hoarse whisper. Chapter 13 Yi the Guardian of Flowers, Part 2, Get Lost. With that, Yi Lingtian extended his hand and tossed Lu Yuao to the ground as if discarding refuse. At that moment, a crowd had gathered, primarily consisting of individuals who worked in the building. After uttering his words, Yi Lingtian turned on his heel and entered the elevator. Li Yuxin glanced at Yi Lingtian and then at Lu Yuao, utterly at a loss for what to do. Finally, with a determined bite of her lip, she stepped into the elevator, choosing to disregard Lu Yuao's fate. The elevator was packed with people, most of whom had witnessed the earlier scene. They regarded Yi Lingtian with a mix of curiosity and trepidation, none daring to stand close to him. Li Yuxin stole several glances at Yi Lingtian, seemingly with words on the tip of her tongue, her eyes brimming with anxiety. However, the crowd's presence compelled her to remain silent. Upon arriving at the company, just as Li Yuxin intended to speak, Yi Lingtian cut her off, saying, "No matter what happens later, you must not concern yourself with me. Focus on your own responsibilities. Remember, this matter is solely my doing and has nothing to do with you or your company, the Sanyuan Group. Nothing to do with me. You expect me to ignore this? Do you have any idea what the consequences could be? Do you realize who that man is? He is the son of the vice mayor of DH City, and Lu Yuao is a vindictive little man? He will make you pay dearly," Li Yuxin exclaimed, her frustration evident. "Make me pay dearly? I think not. I have already stated that this matter does not involve you or the Sanyuan Group. Regardless of what happens to me, you must not inquire further," Yi Lingtian replied, turning to face Li Yuxin before striding directly to his desk. He opened his computer, lit a cigarette, and began to peruse the news as if nothing had transpired. "Just go, please, just leave. I'm begging you to get out of Donghai City for a while, and once things settle, you can return. I will give you money. Just hurry and buy a ticket to leave," Li Yuxin suggested after a moment of contemplation. "Don T, you have work to attend to. I have already made it clear that this situation has nothing to do with you, and remember, I am not your bodyguard, I am merely your assistant. I am going out for a smoke." Yi Lingtian shot Li Yuxin a sharp look before turning to exit, leaving her alone in the office. "This fool is going to get himself killed," Li Yuxin muttered as she watched Yi Lingtian walk away, before resigning herself to returning to her office. Yi Lingtian stood at the door, smoking a cigarette, and only re-entered after Li Yuxin had gone back into her office. He pulled out his phone and called Yi Shuang. "Hello, brother," came Yi Shuang's sweet voice as soon as the call connected. "Yi Shuang, how are you? Did you sleep well last night? Do you feel any discomfort?" Yi Lingtian inquired with concern. "I'm fine, brother, please don't worry about me. The doctor told me that I can undergo the surgery next Monday." "But brother, I'm a bit scared. What if the surgery doesn't go well? Will I die if it fails?" Yi Shuang asked anxiously. "Don't say such things. A kidney transplant is merely a minor procedure, akin to an appendectomy. The real issue is not the surgery itself but rather the kidney source. We already have a donor, so you need not worry, understand? Please cooperate with the doctors. I may not have time to be there for your surgery next Monday, but you must stay strong, alright? Once I finish this work, I will come to see you," Yi Lingtian reassured her before hanging up. While he was still smoking his second cigarette, he heard commotion outside. After a moment's thought, he stood up and knocked on Li Yuxin's door, then pushed it open and stood at the threshold, saying, "The police have arrived. I will go with them. I merely struck someone. At worst, it will result in a few days of detention and a fine. You need not concern yourselves with this matter. Don't let my conflict with the Lu family jeopardize your business. After all, harmonious relations foster prosperity. I apologize, but I may be absent for a few days. Please stay safe and avoid going out. I'm leaving now." With that, Yi Lingtian turned and departed, casually shutting the door behind him. Li Yuxin was still pondering Yi Lingtian's words when he had already vanished from sight. He walked to the front desk, where, as he had anticipated, several police officers were already present, inquiring at the reception. Yi Lingtian approached them directly, stating, "There is no need to search further. I am the one you're looking for. I will accompany you." "Is this the person in question?" the lead officer asked a colleague behind him. "Tall, short hair, around 30 years old. Yes, that should be him." The officer scrutinized Yi Lingtian and nodded. "Cuff him and take him away," the lead officer commanded coldly, fixing Yi Lingtian with a steely gaze. As two younger officers prepared to restrain Yi Lingtian, he deftly evaded their grasp. "There is no need for handcuffs. Since I've come forward voluntarily, I have no intention of fleeing. If I wanted to run, I would have done so already." "Let us proceed," Yi Lingtian replied calmly. "Oh, so you think you can dictate terms? Be compliant," one of the younger officers retorted arrogantly. "Enough, just take him away. Let us not create a scene here. We can discuss it elsewhere," the lead officer said coldly, turning to exit. Yi Lingtian followed the officers downstairs and got into the police vehicle. Li Yuxin, having taken some time to process Yi Lingtian's departure, hastily set aside her tasks and rushed outside. Just as she reached the entrance, Huang Ling came running towards her, panic etched on her face, and they nearly collided. President Li, it's bad news, Assistant Yi has been taken away by the police, Huang Ling exclaimed urgently. He has already been taken, Li Yuxin asked, alarmed. Yes, what has Assistant Yi done, Huang Ling inquired, her curiosity piqued. Li Yuxin paused, then shook her head. It's nothing serious, he is just going to assist in an investigation now. Don't make a fuss about it, inform those who know to keep quiet. Anyone who cannot control their tongue should resign. After issuing her orders, Li Yuxin returned to her office. Despite her attempts to dismiss the situation, she couldn't shake the feeling that something was amiss. Based on her understanding of Lu Yuao, he would not let this matter rest easily. Although Yi Lingtian insisted that this incident was unrelated to her, Li Yuxin was far from naive. She recognized that Yi Lingtian had acted out of concern for her by confronting Lu Yuao. While she was furious at Yi Lingtian's impulsiveness, believing this was something that could have been endured without escalating, she also felt a sense of responsibility since he had been drawn into this conflict on her behalf. After a moment of deliberation, Li Yuxin picked up her phone and dialed her father. Chapter 014 Retribution. Yi Lingtian was escorted into a police car, remaining silent throughout the journey, ultimately alighting directly at a police station. He cooperated fully, making his way into the precinct without hesitation. Soon after, he was taken into an interrogation room, accompanied by the 3 officers who had brought him, who then closed the door behind them. Handcuff him, commanded the older officer in a nonchalant tone. Is it really necessary to cuff me? I'll confess, I was the one who struck him, and I accept my guilt, Yi Lingtian stated calmly, glancing at them. Do you think this police station is your personal domain? You believe you can decide whether or not to be restrained? You are being charged with aggravated assault and attempted murder. You are a suspect in a homicide case, therefore, cuff him and place leg irons on him as well, one of the older officers retorted, his eyes glinting ominously. Wait a moment, we need to clarify a few things. Aggravated assault seems excessive. He only sustained minor injuries. As for attempted murder, that is utterly unfounded. When have I ever attempted to kill anyone? Although you are officers, your actions must be substantiated by evidence. I was merely involved in a brawl. There are surveillance cameras in the building, and you can review the footage. The other party initiated the confrontation. You can only detain me for a few days at most, and I am willing to compensate for his medical expenses, Yi Lingtian replied, furrowing his brow slightly. We will gather the evidence. You need not concern yourself with that now. Tell us in detail your motive for the assault and the events that transpired. Of course, if you choose not to speak, signing a statement will suffice. We will have your motive and the particulars of the incident documented, the elder officer instructed one of the younger officers. Once the latter exited, Yi Lingtian smirked coldly and remarked, You are planning to fabricate evidence to condemn me, aren't you? Fabricate? Our evidence is irrefutable, there is no question of forgery here. Handcuff him, you will be the one to handle the heavy lifting. The higher-ups have instructed us to be particularly severe with him, so do not go easy on him, the elder officer replied with a chilling smile, directing another officer accordingly. As the younger officer approached with handcuffs, Yi Lingtian evaded him swiftly and stated icily, Listen, gentlemen, one should practice mercy. Do not force someone into a corner. Leaving a path for others is tantamount to leaving a path for oneself. Such audacity to evade, the younger officer seethed, incensed by Yi Lingtian's ease in avoiding him. He drew a baton and swung it at Yi Lingtian, who again dodged effortlessly. Some matters are sufficient as they are, they should not be pursued further. I was merely engaged in a fight. If you strike me again, do not expect me to remain courteous, Yi Lingtian asserted calmly, eyeing the young officer. Are you threatening me? Open your eyes and recognize where you are. I want to see how long you can continue to evade, the younger officer retorted, brandishing his baton once more. Meanwhile, the elder officer observed the exchange with an amused expression, akin to watching an entertaining performance. After several evasions, Yi Lingtian could no longer restrain himself. He swiftly turned, seizing the baton from the younger officer's grasp, and executed a maneuver that brought the officer to his knees, pinning him against the table. The officer squirmed and struggled to escape, but he was no match for Yi Lingtian's strength. No matter how hard he tried, he could not break free. What exactly do you intend to achieve? Yi Lingtian sneered, releasing the officer's wrist and pushing him aside. Well, congratulations, you've just added another charge to your list. Assaulting a police officer. Your charges now include attempted murder causing grievous bodily harm, obstruction, and now assaulting an officer. The evidence is undeniable. You could even face the death penalty. The elder officer laughed heartily, rising from his seat. He then produced a gun from his waistband, aiming it directly at Yi Lingtian's head, sneering, It seems you have some skills, but no matter how quick you are, you cannot outrun a bullet. Test me, and I might just shoot you. Claiming you attempted to seize my firearm, I assure you, I would face no repercussions. Care to take that chance? While the average person would have been terrified at the sight of a gun pointed at their forehead, Yi Lingtian remained unfazed, merely furrowing his brow before coldly stating, You'd best lower that weapon. I have no fondness for being threatened at gunpoint, particularly not with a firearm pressed against my head. Chapter 015 of the police station. Ah, what a fearless individual you are. Do you truly believe I would hesitate to put a bullet through your skull? Just a single shot, and a neat little hole would adorn your head. Shall we put it to the test? The officer chuckled heartily. While Lingtian furrowed his brow once more, then swiftly seized the officer's gun-wielding hand, twisting it at the wrist. With a deft motion, he snatched the firearm as it fell from the officer's grasp and raised it, pressing the cold metal against the officer's forehead. This entire sequence of action seemed to stretch on, yet it transpired in less than a second. The officer, bewildered, felt a sharp pain in his wrist before realizing the gun had slipped from his hold, only to be met with the intimidating barrel now aimed at his own head, a stark reversal of roles from but a moment ago. I have made it abundantly clear that I detest having a gun pointed at me. It is an exceedingly perilous game, do you not agree? Lingtian spoke with an icy demeanor. He continued, perhaps you genuinely forgot, or merely did not know, that before firing this type of weapon, one must disengage the safety, much like so. As he spoke, he released the safety on the gun and applied pressure, slowly forcing the barrel against the officer's head. Though the officer had exuded bravado just moments earlier, he now trembled, his legs quaking and sweat beading on his brow. Brother, please lower the weapon, this is no jest. If it discharges, it would spell murder of a police officer. The older officer's voice quivered with urgency. Murder a police officer, so be it. Did you not assert that I am already guilty of attempted murder, causing grievous bodily harm, resisting arrest, and assaulting an officer? Given such charges, whether I add murder to the list is of little consequence, would you not agree? Lingtian retorted with a cold smirk. At that moment, Lingtian suddenly turned to the young officer, who was attempting to stealthily crawl toward the exit. If you wish to avoid an unsightly hole in your head, I suggest you return and crouch with your hands atop your head. The young officer froze in fear, promptly reversing his course and complying. Being merely an auxiliary officer, he had some connections and was eager to secure a permanent position, which explained his fervent efforts today. Brother, I understand your grievances, but you cannot hold us accountable. We are merely following orders. Even if it were not me, another would have acted in the same manner. This situation bears no relation to us, and I have no inkling of whom you have offended to warrant such treatment, the officer pleaded, kneeling before Lingtian, his voice nearly breaking. Is this how you, the people's police, treat the populace? Some risk their lives at the borders to safeguard our nation's security, yet you relish in a secure environment while oppressing the common folk. Individuals like you deserve to be punished 100-fold. Lingtian exclaimed, his anger palpable. Please spare me. I shall never dare again. The officer nearly soiled himself in terror. Now, tell me, who orchestrated this affair? Lingtian inquired, his tone icy. It was our director. I have heard it was the chief himself who instructed him, the officer stammered. The chief, you say? That would be the chief of your district's public security bureau, correct? Very well, do you possess the chief's contact number? Lingtian probed. I do not, I can scarcely even catch a glimpse of him, the officer replied candidly. Is that so? Since you are unable to reach your chief, you have become expendable, Lingtian stated coldly. Please, while I cannot contact our chief directly, I can call the office, I can ensure you speak with him, truly, the officer implored desperately. Very well then, attempt to do so. Should I fail to connect with your chief, I shall have no choice but to send you on your way, Lingtian replied indifferently with trembling hands. The officer dialed the number, urgently relaying that there was a pressing matter requiring the chief's immediate attention. After what felt like an eternity, he finally said, Director Su, there is someone here who wishes to speak with you. Handing the phone to Lingtian seated at the interrogation table, Lingtian held the gun to the kneeling officer's head, while the young officer, compliant and fearful, squatted in the corner with his hands atop his head. Lingtian took the phone and said directly, Is this the chief? Greetings. Who are you? What is your purpose in contacting me? The chief's voice resonated with authority. You should know precisely who I am. Not long ago, someone reached out to you, instructing you to apprehend a certain individual at the Sanyuan Group and to arrange for my conviction. Apologies, but I am that individual, Lingtian replied calmly. Preposterous. If you continue to make such harassing calls, I will have you arrested for obstructing justice, the chief retorted, momentarily taken aback. Whether it constitutes obstruction of justice is a matter for later discussion. Currently, I have 2 of your officers detained, and their weapons are in my possession. Chief, do you still wish to converse? Lingtian inquired with a hint of amusement. What do you intend to do? I warn you not to act rashly, if you harm a police officer, you will find yourself with no escape. The chief's voice trembled with shock. I fear not death, but I dread the thought of your demise should I perish. Allow me to be frank, Chief, I am merely an ordinary employee at a company, wishing to live a quiet life, yet, someone is determined to eliminate me, and you know well who that is. I have no desire to oppose the police, provided you leave me be. My name is Lingtian. You may verify my records following my enlistment. My file is largely blank, containing scant details. You, with your years of service, should comprehend the implications of such emptiness. I do not wish to escalate matters, doing so would be detrimental to both of us. If the relevant parties intervene, you will find it challenging to justify my arrest. Would you not agree? Lingtian stated coolly. After a prolonged silence, the chief finally responded, What is it you desire? Chapter 016 Intimidation. I do not wish to impose upon you, nor do I desire to be put in a difficult position myself. I hope this matter fades away like a fleeting dream, leaving no trace of its occurrence. I entered the police station through its doors alone, and I shall depart in the same manner. Furthermore, I must remind you, esteemed director, that the information I have just shared is to remain confidential. Should it be disclosed, you, as a minor director, would find yourself in a predicament beyond your capacity to handle. Do you comprehend my implication? Lingtian spoke with a calm demeanor. Very well, you may leave now. Please hand your phone to this officer, and I trust you will not cause any trouble for our personnel, the director replied after a considerable pause. Thank you, Lingtian said, passing his phone to the officer. He then picked up the gun in his possession and swiftly disassembled it into several components, discarding the pieces onto the table before rising to leave. He had no concerns regarding whether this so-called director would believe his words. The director would certainly investigate his background. His existence was shrouded in secrecy, and even after his discharge, his file would contain little information. For someone of his caliber, the records would likely be sparse, especially during his years of military service. Ordinary individuals might not grasp the significance of this, but a police chief would certainly be aware that he was not someone to be trifled with. How could they ascertain whether he was indeed discharged? Naturally, if they concluded that he was deceiving them, they would undoubtedly detain him again, and at that point, it would not merely be a matter of assaulting an officer. Nevertheless, Lingtian was confident that this director would not dare dismiss him, for he bore the weight of his own guilt. In truth, Lingtian too was taking a gamble, as he found himself with no other recourse. He had once been formidable, but that was in the past. Upon returning to the city, he recognized his insignificance, merely a common citizen that he had been enduring quietly, yet his patience did not stem from fear. Having faced death, there was little left for him to dread. Those who have brushed against mortality often find themselves indifferent to the trivialities of life. He simply wished to avoid trouble. However, some matters were beyond his control, and trouble sought him out instead. Fortunately, this time his gamble paid off. After striding confidently out of the police station, no one pursued him. He understood that the police chief was intimidated, for few dared to confront an officer with a weapon, and even fewer had an unblemished record. Upon returning to the company after a bus ride, Lingtian was met with surprise from Huang Ling, who was astonished to see him back. Where did General Li go? Lingtian inquired upon finding Li Yuxin's office empty and returning to ask Huang Ling. I'm not sure. Shortly after the police took you away, she hurriedly left, saying she had some matters to attend to. I don't know where she went, Huang Ling pondered before responding. Lingtian speculated briefly and then requested Li Yuxin's phone number from Huang Ling before stepping outside. In the elevator, Lingtian dialed Li Yuxin's number. Hello? Li Yuxin answered in a formal tone, unaware of who was calling as she did not possess Lingtian's number. Where are you? I am coming to find you, Lingtian stated matter-of-factly. Who are you? Lingtian, where are you? Li Yuxin initially failed to recognize his voice, but her surprise soon followed. I'm at the company. You got out? They released you? Li Yuxin could hardly believe her ears. Yes, they merely asked me to provide a statement, gave me a lecture, and then let me go, Lingtian replied nonchalantly. Really, you're not deceiving me, are you? Li Yuxin asked, her eyes widening with disbelief. Indeed, it was merely a minor scuffle. Where are you? I'll come find you, Lingtian said, wishing to divert the conversation from the troubling topic. I'm at the police station with Lawyer Wang. Wait a moment, Li Yuxin paused, then Lingtian heard her say, Lawyer Wang, there's no need for further negotiations. He has been released, let us leave. Lingtian, you needn't come here, I'll head over shortly, Li Yuxin concluded before hanging up. Lingtian stood momentarily stunned, then exited the elevator, had a cigarette at the entrance, and returned to the office, behaving as though nothing had occurred. This time his online browsing was not for news, but rather to research information regarding kidney transplant surgeries. The operation concerning Yi Shuang weighed heavily on his mind. Despite advancements in medical science, the online statistics indicated that the likelihood of complete recovery post-surgery was not particularly high. With a sigh, Lingtian acknowledged his limitations. He was but a man, not a deity, and some matters were beyond his control. Before long, he noticed Li Yuxin entering the office. Observing Lingtian's composed demeanor, she felt a surge of irritation and directed him, "Come to my office." Before stepping inside, Lingtian glanced at Li Yuxin, closed the page he had been perusing, and followed her into the office. "What's the matter?" Lingtian inquired upon entering. "How did you get out?" Li Yuxin asked directly. "They released me," Lingtian replied calmly. "Nonsense. If it were that simple, I wouldn't have been running around, nor would my father have had to pull strings," Li Yuxin retorted, her tone sharp. She continued, "Do you know what they said? They claimed you were charged with attempted murder. Lawyer Wang and I went to the police station to bail you out, but they wouldn't even let us see you, stating you were a serious criminal. Clearly, Lu Yuhao was behind this. If you say they simply educated you and let you go, I cannot accept that." Lingtian smiled faintly, then countered, "What do you think happened then?" How am I to know how you got out?" You didn't escape from there, did you?" Li Yuxin's eyes widened in disbelief. "Do you think that's plausible?" Lingtian asked, somewhat exasperated. Li Yuxin paused, then realized how absurd her thoughts were. Escaping from a police station was indeed implausible. "Don't overthink it. It's possible that your father's connections helped. Please thank him for me, and thank you as well," Lingtian said with a serene demeanor. Li Yuxin contemplated his words. Perhaps this was the only reasonable explanation. "No need for that. You faced this ordeal for my sake, so helping you is only right. Just be more cautious in the future," Li Yuxin gently advised. "Understood, I shall be more prudent," Lingtian nodded before turning to leave. Chapter 017 Teacher Su Shaoqing Mayor Lu. The situation is generally as follows. I apologize, but the identity of the other party may indeed be rather suspicious, which is why I dared not act rashly. Hence, I have come to personally seek your guidance on how we should proceed." The director of the District Public Security Bureau went directly to Vice Mayor Lu's office to report face-to-face the events he encountered today. "You insolent fool! My son is a reckless fool, but you, at your age, are equally foolish. While he cavorts irresponsibly, are you complicit in his folly with the power bestowed upon you by the state? What is this, a blatant disregard for the law? You wish to label a simple brawl as attempted murder. Do you still acknowledge the party's discipline and the law of the land?" Fortunately, nothing grave occurred. Had it escalated, you would have been the first to flee, and I would be implicated as well. Let me be frank, if someone were to point a gun at you, that would be the very embodiment of officials provoking the populace. Mayor Lu, upon hearing this, was infuriated and continued, "I am telling you now, you are henceforth forbidden from having any dealings with my reckless son. Regardless of his requests, you are to disregard him. Do not think that by aiding him, I will owe you a favor. On the contrary, I shall despise you." This ends here. He brought this upon himself. Furthermore, it is best that this matter does not escalate. Ensure that all parties in the know remain silent. If it becomes public, it will incite unnecessary panic in society. Do you understand? Now leave, and remember my words today. When you find yourself idle, reflect on the badge of authority upon your chest. Remember, you are a public servant of the state, not a mere enforcer for an individual. Once the director of the District Public Security Bureau departed, Mayor Lu took out his phone and called his son. "Lu Yuhao, I do not care where you are. Return home immediately. I expect to see you within half an hour." In the afternoon, Lingtian received a call from Yi Shuang. "Brother, do you have any free time this afternoon?" Yi Shuang asked cautiously. "What's the matter? Has something happened?" Lingtian inquired, a hint of anxiety in his voice. "No, it's not a big deal. Our teacher and classmates have come to the hospital to see me, and our teacher expressed a desire to meet my family. I was wondering if you might be available this afternoon. If not, it's perfectly all right. I can tell the teacher," Yi Shuang said, her words somewhat contradictory, yet her intention was clear. She hoped Lingtian would visit. After pondering for a moment, Lingtian replied, "All right, I will request leave. I will head to the hospital shortly." After hanging up, he lit a cigarette. He was a principled individual. Having accepted this responsibility, he intended to execute it flawlessly, ensuring that personal matters did not interfere with his obligations. However, he felt compelled to acquiesce to his sister's request. After some thought, Lingtian approached Huang Ling's desk and inquired, "Secretary Huang, could you check on General Manager Li's schedule for this afternoon?" General Manager Li has a meeting this afternoon, with heads from various departments and hotel managers in attendance, Huang Ling responded after reviewing the schedule. Nodding in acknowledgement, Yi Lingtian thanked her and departed, making his way directly to Li Yuxin's office. "Miss Li, I would like to request leave. I have a matter at home that requires my attention this afternoon. However, I shall return swiftly, in time for your meeting." Li Yuxin frowned slightly before responding, "Do as you wish, your absence is not a concern. However, please address me as General Manager Li in the office, not Miss Li. This is a workplace." Yi Lingtian nodded, refraining from further comment as he exited. To be candid, although Yi Lingtian had been by her side for the entire day, and much had transpired, Li Yuxin still felt quite uncomfortable with the presence of this man, which only served to heighten her irritation. Thus, the longer he lingered, the more she found herself resenting him. After waiting a moment for Li Yuxin to leave for her meeting, Yi Lingtian descended the stairs and took a bus directly to the hospital. Upon entering the ward, he noticed several individuals standing there. "Yi Shuang," Yi Lingtian called as he approached her. "Brother, you're here, let me introduce you. This is our homeroom teacher and our department counselor, Teacher Su," Yi Shuang said, gesturing toward the others. However, Yi Lingtian barely heard her introductions, as he was taken aback to see that the teacher in question was none other than Su Shaoqing, with whom he had dined the previous day. "Miss Su?" Yi Lingtian, they both exclaimed simultaneously in surprise. You two know each other?" Yi Shuang asked, looking curiously at Yi Lingtian and Su Shaoqing. "We've met once," Yi Lingtian replied nonchalantly. "I am good friends with your brother." "We had dinner together just yesterday," Su Shaoqing remarked, shooting Yi Lingtian a glance before turning back to Yi Shuang. "I never imagined the world to be so small. You are Yi Shuang's brother. How did I not connect the dots? You both share the surname Yi." Su Shaoqing continued. While Yi Lingtian offered a faint smile, finding her reasoning rather tenuous. After all, there were countless individuals with the surname Yi, and it was unreasonable to presume that all were interconnected. "I also did not realize you were Yi Shuang's teacher," Yi Lingtian acknowledged with a nod. "Now, to discuss serious matters, I have come today for two reasons. First, to visit Yi Shuang, and second, our school and student council, considering Yi Shuang's family circumstances and her condition, have organized a fundraising event. This is the president of our student council, and we have brought the funds raised to personally deliver to her family. In total, we have collected 58,000 yuan. While it is still far from covering Yi Shuang's treatment costs, it is a gesture of our goodwill," Su Shaoqing explained, gesturing for the student council president to present a large envelope to Yi Lingtian, evidently filled with money. Yi Lingtian did not take the envelope, instead looking at it and saying, "I am deeply grateful for the concern and assistance from all the students and teachers for Yi Shuang, and I extend my thanks to all the kind-hearted individuals. I bow to you all." After bowing slightly, he continued, "However, I cannot accept this money." "Why refuse it?" Su Shaoqing asked, her eyes widening in disbelief. "The purpose of this donation is to assist with Yi Shuang's medical expenses. However, I have already managed to gather sufficient funds. Although our family is not well off and we face financial constraints, the funds for Yi Shuang's treatment are adequate. Therefore, I cannot accept this money. Please take it back and offer it to those who are in greater need," Yi Lingtian stated calmly. Chapter 018 Teacher Su. Yi Lingtian, come out, I have something to discuss with you. Su Shaoqing glanced around before Yi Lingtian, taking the initiative, stepped outside. "Classmates, please take your seats for the moment." Yi Lingtian acknowledged another student with a nod and followed Su Shaoqing out. "Teacher Su, what is it?" Yi Lingtian inquired as he reached the staircase alongside Su Shaoqing. "Why won't you accept it? Are you foolish or what? Even if you have already gathered the funds for Yi Shuang's treatment, don't you still need money? What about Yi Shuang's tuition for the next semester? And her living expenses, not to mention future nutritional costs? This is no trivial amount, even if you can earn it. Is there such a thing as too much money? This donation is not something you stole or robbed. It is the heartfelt intention of your teachers and classmates. Why refuse it?" Su Shaoqing said, her voice tinged with frustration. "Thank you for your kindness, Teacher Su, but I truly cannot accept this money. Yi Shuang is my sister, and with our parents no longer with us, I am her guardian. It is both my duty and my right. I am capable and have the means to support Yi Shuang. I do not wish to, nor do I need to, rely on others' assistance. Moreover, I have successfully raised the full amount for her treatment, thus I have even less reason to accept this donation. I genuinely appreciate the heartfelt intentions of the teachers and classmates." However, Yi Lingtian replied calmly. "It's no wonder Yuxin said you're as dense as wood. You really are a hard-headed individual, refusing money even when it's right in front of you. Have you truly gathered the funds for your treatment? Don't deceive me, this is not a small sum. From what I've learned, it must be at least several 100,000, where on earth could you find such an amount? I am aware of your family circumstances. Since Yi Shuang enrolled, I have been her teacher. I visited your home once to assist Yi Shuang in applying for a hardship scholarship. I heard from Yi Shuang that you were in the military. Even if you have been discharged now, I doubt you have much money, right, Yi Lingtian? You cannot prioritize your pride over your sister's well-being, Su Shaoqing insisted, clearly unconvinced that Yi Lingtian had managed to gather the necessary funds for Yi Shuang's medical expenses. Thank you, Teacher Su. I assure you, I have indeed secured the necessary funds for Yi Shuang's treatment, totaling 500,000. I have already paid the hospital for this surgery, over 200,000, and I have also prepared the additional 20 or so thousand required for her follow-up care. Teacher Su, regardless of whether I accept this donation, I wholeheartedly accept the sentiments behind it, and I will inform Yi Shuang so she can learn to be grateful, Yi Lingtian stated earnestly. You're not deceiving me? This concerns Yi Shuang's life, Su Shaoqing asked uncertainly, fully aware of Yi Shuang's family situation, and 500,000 is indeed no small sum. Yi Lingtian smiled helplessly and said, Teacher Su, let me be candid with you. I signed a contract with Li Yuxin's father, to work as her bodyguard for a year, earning 500,000. Li trusts me, which is why he advanced me the entire amount. That is how I have managed to fund Yi Shuang's treatment. She is my sister, the most important person in my life. Her life is far more valuable than my own, and I would never joke about such matters. As for the future, I am confident in my ability to support her through college. While I may not be able to provide her with a lavish lifestyle, I have the means to ensure our basic needs are met. Thank you, Teacher Su. That is indeed the best outcome, but I still hope you will reconsider accepting this donation. Having more money is always beneficial. At the very least, it can help ensure Yi Shuang receives adequate nutrition. Additionally, your annual salary of 500,000 suggests you currently have no other income. If all that goes to the hospital, what will you two siblings live on? Su Shaoqing continued to persuade Yi Lingtian. There will always be a solution. My actions stem from my character. I aim to teach Yi Shuang to be an independent and self-reliant young woman. When faced with challenges, she should first consider how to resolve them herself, rather than seeking help from others. If it is something she can manage on her own, she should resolutely refrain from asking for assistance, Yi Lingtian asserted with conviction. Upon hearing Yi Lingtian's words, Su Shaoqing was momentarily taken aback, then nodded, conceding, all right, I won't press the matter further. Just as Yuxin described you, you are a stubborn individual, and no amount of persuasion will change your mind. I yield. Once again, thank you, Teacher Su, for your concern for Yi Shuang, Yi Lingtian expressed sincerely. There is no need for thanks. This is my duty as a teacher. I have a special bond with Yi Shuang. I truly like her and have always regarded her as my own sister. However, there is one issue you must address. She is currently a patient, and it is unacceptable for her to be alone in the hospital without someone by her side, Su Shaoqing asked once more. This is a challenging situation. I need to work, and my job demands that I cannot dedicate every hour of the day to her care. She is not a child anymore. She is nearly 20 years old and should learn to be independent and take care of herself. I only hope this surgery is successful, Yi Lingtian sighed. It will be, you can rest assured, Su Shaoqing nodded in agreement, then added, if you truly refuse this donation, I will have the student council donate the funds to the Red Cross. Thank you, Teacher Su. I have matters to attend to and cannot linger too long, so I will take my leave. Please extend my gratitude to the school's administration, Yi Lingtian said earnestly, turning to depart. Once the students had left, Su Shaoqing did not exit but instead sat beside Yi Shuang's hospital bed. Producing some fruit she had purchased, she peeled a banana and offered it to Yi Shuang. Thank you, teacher, Yi Shuang expressed her gratitude. There is no need to thank me. I have always regarded you as my sister. I apologize for not knowing about your mother's passing or that you were alone in the hospital, which is why I haven't visited you these past few days, Su Shaoqing said, her voice tinged with guilt. No, teacher, I am truly grateful to you. Please do not blame my brother, he simply has the temperament. He does not disdain the money, he just dislikes accepting help from others. Indeed, I understand he must have endured considerable hardships to earn the money for my treatment. During the initial period of my illness, when I heard the surgery would cost hundreds of thousands, he sat with me in the hospital night after night without sleep, spending entire nights on a chair, smoking pack after pack. I have no idea how he managed to obtain that sum, and he would not tell me. I genuinely worried that he might do something reckless for my sake, Yi Shuang said, tears welling in her eyes as she spoke. Chapter 019 Sister Yi Shuang, do not worry about your brother, he is employed at the Sanyuan Group and is merely preoccupied with work, which is why he has not had the opportunity to accompany you to the hospital. Please do not misinterpret his absence, Su Shaoqing hastily reassured Yi Shuang upon hearing this. Teacher Su, how do you know my brother? Yi Shuang finally voiced her lingering curiosity. Ah, it is quite simple. Your brother's employer, the general manager of the company where he works, is a dear friend of mine. I met your brother during a dinner outing with him. Now, why don't you share a bit about your brother with me? Su Shaoqing inquired, her curiosity piqued, especially since she had felt an inexplicable fascination towards Yi Lingtian from the very first moment they met. She was convinced that he was an extraordinary man, someone with a compelling story. Thus, she yearned to peel back the layers of his persona, much like unwrapping an onion, to uncover the tales hidden within his heart. Well, my brother and I have not spent much time together. He left to serve in the military when I was just 10 years old, and it wasn't until this year that he returned. I have not seen him in a decade, Yi Shuang reflected thoughtfully. Did your brother drop out of school after junior high? Su Shaoqing asked, somewhat astonished. Yes, while he was an excellent student, our family situation was dire. My father passed away early, and my mother was left to support us alone. At that time, we simply could not afford to continue funding his education, so he dropped out after junior high, Yi Shuang explained. In order to earn money for my tuition, he began working at a construction site right after junior high. Then, at the age of 18, he joined the military and has not returned since. However, every month, he diligently sends back his entire salary, which is how I was able to attend university, she continued. It is all because of me. If it weren't for my sake, he could have continued his studies or found a good job, perhaps even settled down and started a family by now. Although he never expressed it, I know he did not leave the military by coincidence. He must have requested to return because our mother passed away, and he wanted to come back to care for me. I owe him so much. Yi Shuang spoke through tears, no longer the naive girl she once was. She was nearly 20 and had come to understand many truths about life. Upon hearing Yi Shuang's heartfelt words, Su Shaoqing felt a swell of emotion. She had never imagined that Yi Lingtian had endured such hardships, which only deepened her intrigue towards him. Just as Su Shaoqing was reflecting on this, her phone rang. Upon checking, she saw it was a call from Li Yuxin. Hello, President Li, how may I assist you? Su Shaoqing teased. Assist me? You jest, I need to discuss something with you, Li Yuxin retorted. What could possibly require a discussion? Please, enlighten me, Su Shaoqing asked. Why don't you come stay at my place tonight and keep me company? Li Yuxin stated directly. Stay at your house? Goodness, I wouldn't dream of it. I am accustomed to living in an apartment. Your villa would be far too daunting for me. A house so large with just 1 or 2 inhabitants feels rather eerie. Now, tell me, what on earth has happened that necessitates my presence? If you don't clarify, I won't be going. Is it haunted or something? Su Shaoqing said as she exited the hospital room. If there are ghosts, you're the one haunting me. My father insists on having Yi Lingtian shadow me 24 hours a day. As a young woman, how can I feel at ease with a man in the house? I lack any sense of security and cannot even sleep soundly at night. I beg you, please stay with me, Li Yuxin pleaded. Are you worried that Yi Lingtian might sneak into your bed while you sleep? Su Shaoqing burst into laughter at Li Yuxin's reasoning. Is it too much to ask for you not to laugh? It is not that I fear him, but I simply feel uneasy. I cannot sleep well. Wouldn't you feel the same? So, will you come or not? Li Yuxin could hardly find the words to express her feelings. My dear lady, if you're frightened, just summon me. What if this is a den of wolves? You could be in peril, and I'd be dragged into it as well. Let me make it clear, I am a pure maiden, and should anything untoward happen, how would you compensate me? Su Shaoqing jested as she stepped onto the balcony. Why don't you just go away? What do you mean you're not like me? Am I not pure? Li Yuxin exclaimed, exasperated. You spent 3 years in America with that charming fellow, and you expect me to believe nothing happened? Su Shaoqing continued to tease. Believe what you will, but let us focus on the matter at hand and not divert. Are you coming or not? Li Yuxin, realizing she could not win the argument, resorted to issuing commands. Of course I'll come. If anything happens, I'd rather be the one to suffer the consequences, Su Shaoqing replied with a smile. At last, you've spoken reasonably, Li Yuxin said, visibly relieved. I mean, if you ruin Yi Lingtian for me, I would regret it immensely. He is the most handsome man I have ever encountered. Should you spoil him, I would truly be left in tears. Su Shaoqing laughed heartily. Su Shaoqing, I'm done arguing with you. Let us go out for dinner after work. Li Yuxin, genuinely annoyed, concluded the call. Staring at the hung-up phone, Su Shaoqing paused for a moment before bursting into laughter. This woman was truly incorrigible. After work, Yi Lingtian drove Li Yuxin out. Not long after they set off, he frequently glanced in the rearview mirror before suddenly making a sharp turn into a narrow alley. What are you doing, Yi Lingtian? Where are you headed? Li Yuxin exclaimed, startled by his sudden maneuver. It was nearly dark, and the alley was already sparsely populated. Why Lingtian's south decision to drive in there was enough to instill fear in her. You need not concern yourself. Just sit back and relax, Lingtian replied, unfazed, as he continued navigating the narrow alley. The alley was barely wider than the car itself, a place where most would never dare to drive. Yet, Lingtian not only entered but did so at an alarming speed. In no time, they emerged from the alley onto another main road. Lingtian, what on earth are you doing? Are you attempting to perform stunts in my car? Do you even know how much this vehicle costs? What if it gets scratched? What if someone suddenly appears in the alley? Li Yuxin was genuinely furious. There's a car following us. It has been tailing us since we left the company, Lingtian stated calmly. Following us? Li Yuxin gasped at his revelation, quickly turning to look behind her. Chapter 20 Pursuit. There's no need to look anymore. We've already shaken them off, Lingtian continued. Have you watched too many cop dramas? Following us? That is highly improbable. Perhaps they are merely traveling in the same direction as us, Li Yuxin pondered aloud. It is impossible they are just coincidentally following. During this time, I must have made several false turns, signaling as if I were about to change lanes. Each time, that vehicle followed suit, only to revert back to the original path when I did. If this is mere coincidence, the odds are slimmer than winning the lottery, Lingtian replied coldly. Why are they following us? Li Yuxin asked, momentarily taken aback. I don't know, but we ought to remain vigilant. Being followed is hardly a good omen, Lingtian stated nonchalantly, before parking the car in front of a buffet restaurant. This was the agreed meeting place for Li Yuxin and Su Shaoqing. Although they could have arrived in a shorter time, Lingtian had deliberately taken a longer route, consuming considerable time. Feeling unsettled by Lingtian's warning about being followed, Li Yuxin stepped out of the car, still somewhat anxious, glancing around. Let us go inside, those people have long been left behind. I took a detour specifically to ensure that, Lingtian reassured her, noting her nervousness. Upon hearing this, Li Yuxin finally relaxed and entered the restaurant. Inside the buffet, Su Shaoqing sat alone on a sofa in the lounge, engrossed in her phone. Upon seeing Li Yuxin enter, she expressed her discontent. I must ask, Miss Yuxin, must you always keep me waiting when you invite me to dine? Do you have any idea how unpleasant it is to sit here watching others eat? Lingtian approached, nodding at Su Shaoqing, and greeted, Teacher Xu. Li Yuxin found it curious that Lingtian's address toward Su Shaoqing had suddenly changed, but she refrained from questioning it and proceeded further inside. The two women took plates to gather their desired fare, while Lingtian casually selected a few items, seating himself at a nearby table beside the two women. Why Lingtian, why are you sitting alone over there? Su Shaoqing inquired. You two carry on with your conversation. It makes no difference to me whether I sit here or there, Lingtian replied indifferently. As a man, he had little desire to intrude upon their feminine discussions. Pay no mind to him, he wouldn't know how to engage in conversation even if he tried, Li Yuxin remarked, glancing at Lingtian before speaking to Su Shaoqing. What do you wish to discuss? Are you afraid he would overhear? Are you planning to talk about him or perhaps about your little Junjun? Su Shaoqing teased. Besides, what is there to discuss with a sourpuss like you? You enjoy your meal at your leisure. I'm off to chat with some handsome fellows. With that, Su Shaoqing carried her plate directly to Lingtian's table. Su Shaoqing's unexpected move caught Li Yuxin off guard, prompting her to exclaim, Su Shaoqing, you. Seeing Su Shaoqing join him, Lingtian was somewhat surprised but soon returned to his meal. Did you serve 10 years in the military? Su Shaoqing queried. Why Lingtian looked at her quizzically and nodded, acknowledging her question. By all accounts, serving 10 years would classify you as a volunteer, not a conscript. It is unlikely you would be discharged involuntarily. What prompted your sudden departure? Su Shaoqing pressed. Why Lingtian hesitated momentarily before responding. I made a mistake while in the army and received a reprimand, which led to my discharge. What kind of mistake? Su Shaoqing persisted, embodying the spirit of relentless inquiry. Why Lingtian raised his gaze to Su Shaoqing, smiled slightly, and continued eating, providing a non-answer. Meanwhile, Li Yuxin glared at Su Shaoqing, angered by her perceived betrayal. You might as well return to your seat, her glare could pierce through steel, Lingtian commented while chewing. Forget her, she invited me to her home tonight. Do you know why? Su Shaoqing ignored Li Yuxin and continued her conversation with Lingtian. I have no idea, Lingtian replied nonchalantly. She is afraid that you might sneak into her bed in the middle of the night and do something untoward, so she asked me to keep her company. Su Shaoqing candidly divulged Li Yuxin's concerns. Lingtian smiled slightly at this but offered no response. How rare it is. I've seen you smile twice today. Su Shaoqing laughed heartily. Alright, Teacher Su, I've finished my meal. Excuse me for a moment, Lingtian announced as he stood, revealing an empty plate. Finished already? Su Shaoqing exclaimed, wide-eyed. She hadn't even touched her own food. I'm accustomed to it, Lingtian replied, then departed. Su Shaoqing, feeling helpless, returned to Li Yuxin's side with her plate. What brings you back? Weren't you off to chat with some handsome fellows? What happened? Did you hit a wall? Li Yuxin grumbled, who said that, "We were having a delightful conversation. Do you know what we were discussing? I told him you were afraid he might do something bad to you at night, which is why I'm here to keep you company," Su Shaoqing said while eating. "What, Su Shaoqing, did you really say that?" Li Yuxin's eyes widened in disbelief. "Indeed, I did. Do you know what he said?" Su Shaoqing continued. "What did he say?" Li Yuxin's interest peaked. "He claimed he had no interest in you whatsoever. Even if you were to strip bare before him, he wouldn't be swayed. He is only interested in beauties like me, asserting that I'm far more attractive than you, exclaiming that I possess both beauty and grace." Su Shaoqing fabricated the tale. "Keep spinning your yarns. He is such a blockhead that he barely speaks 10 words a day. If he truly conversed with you that much, it would be astonishing," Li Yuxin retorted, aware of Su Shaoqing's embellishments. "I must say, Su Shaoqing, I've noticed something peculiar about you these past few days. Why are you so interested in Lingtian? Why are you so eager to curry favor? You're a university professor, a highly educated individual, nurturing minds. Can't you maintain a bit of decorum, and being ignored by him, don't you find that embarrassing?" Li Yuxin continued her admonishment. "Who said I was being ignored? We were enjoying a good chat. He merely had to excuse himself to the restroom," Su Shaoqing rationalized, seeking an escape. "Keep telling yourself that, haven't you noticed him sitting there?" Li Yuxin chuckled. Chapter 021 Teacher Su Shaoqing, Part 5, "By the way, I need your insight on something that has been troubling me all day. I just can't seem to grasp the underlying issue," Li Yuxin pondered aloud to Su Shaoqing. "What is it?" "It sounds rather peculiar," Su Shaoqing inquired with curiosity. "This morning, as I was heading to work, that Lu gentleman, whom I've mentioned before, the son of the deputy mayor, suddenly appeared before me, clutching a bouquet of flowers. This individual pays me a visit at the office every couple of days. Typically, he behaves tolerably, uttering some rather blatant remarks, which I managed to evade. However, today he seemed almost deranged, refusing to let go of me. I was utterly terrified, you cannot imagine. Yet, I hesitated to summon security. After all, he is the son of a deputy mayor, and I could hardly afford to offend him. In our line of work, the last thing we desire is to antagonize the scions of high-ranking officials." Eventually, Lingtian emerged, and Li Yuxin gradually recounted the events to Su Shaoqing, detailing everything from the beginning to the end. "I simply cannot comprehend why father has leveraged significant connections to no avail. My lawyer, Mr. Wang, and I waited at the police station, yet they wouldn't even allow us to see him. Yet, he managed to waltz out effortlessly, claiming that the police merely reprimanded him before releasing him. Does that seem reasonable to you? What baffles me the most is how remarkably calm the day has been since then. No one has sought him out again." I later called my father to inquire about the matter, and he too found it rather strange, as he had not heard of anyone assisting him. If someone had indeed lent a hand, it would have been impossible for my father not to be informed, right? Thus, I remain utterly perplexed by this situation, Li Yuxin continued. Su Shaoqing was taken aback by this revelation, yet upon hearing the outcome, she felt a sense of relief and remarked, "What is there to ponder? It is evident that he must have devised a way to extricate himself. As for the method, I cannot say. Impossible. What could he possibly do? He is merely a bodyguard. I have heard that prior to serving as my bodyguard, he was a security guard at a warehouse. What means does he possess? If my father could not devise a solution, how could he?" Li Yuxin asserted firmly. "Miss Li, I must point out that you seem to have adopted a rather superficial perspective lately, viewing others through a tinted lens. Is it that your wealth has led you to look down upon those less fortunate than yourself? What is wrong with being a security guard?" Su Shaoqing expressed her discontent. "That is not my intention at all. I absolutely do not look down on him. I am merely stating a fact," Li Yuxin quickly clarified. "This situation is quite evident. Since neither you nor your father could effect any change, it must be that he found a solution on his own. This is a logical deduction that even a child could make. I am genuinely curious about the means he employed to secure his release," Su Shaoqing said, glancing towards Lingtian. As the two women engaged in their conversation, they leisurely enjoyed their meal, while Lingtian finished an entire half-pack of cigarettes before they were done. Li Yuxin approached the front desk to settle the bill, handing over cash for the three of them. "Miss, the gentleman who accompanied you has already settled his bill. However, he only paid for himself. Your meals remain unpaid," the receptionist added, perhaps surprised by such behavior from a man. Upon hearing that Lingtian had paid for himself, Li Yuxin's eyes widened in disbelief, and she shook her head in exasperation. "Now you see, that is the man you find intriguing. Quite embarrassing." As she paid the bill, she exited, with Lingtian waiting at the door. Upon seeing Li Yuxin and Su Shaoqing emerge, he drove the car out. "Lingtian, you paid for your meal? Did I not mention that I would be covering your living expenses from now on? You need not pay," Li Yuxin remarked, somewhat displeased. The contract does not stipulate that, and besides, I am unaccustomed to having a woman pay for my meals, Lingtian replied nonchalantly. Yes, you may be unaccustomed, but what about me? While you may merely be my bodyguard, our relationship is professional, yet others are unaware of this. How do you suppose they perceive me? Do you not think this is quite embarrassing for me? If you insist on paying, you should cover the entire bill. It is rather undignified for a man to dine with two women and then pay only for himself. You may not care about losing face, but I find it quite mortifying, Li Yuxin said with irritation, her straightforward nature compelling her to voice her feelings, even as Su Shaoqing attempted to intervene. Understood, Lingtian replied indifferently. Li Yuxin was left speechless by his dismissive response. She had never encountered such a frugal man before. The journey was silent as Lingtian drove directly to the villa. Just as Li Yuxin retrieved her keys to open the door, Lingtian suddenly called out to her, "Wait a moment." He approached the door and crouched down, examining the area beneath it closely. At that moment, the two women noticed a small piece of transparent tape inconspicuously affixed to the bottom of the door, one end stuck to the door itself and the other to the frame, remarkably subtle, and nearly impossible to detect without keen observation. Lingtian inspected it carefully before tearing off the tape and discarding it to the side. "What are you doing? Your methods are quite peculiar," Li Yuxin said irritably, continuing to unlock the door. "From now on, ensure you check this area each time you open the door. I place a small piece of transparent tape here daily. If the door has been opened, the tape will be loose. If it remains affixed, it indicates that no one has entered during your absence. Should you find the tape loosened, proceed with caution, for there may be someone with ulterior motives inside," Lingtian explained calmly before stepping inside. Upon hearing his clarification, both women suddenly understood, especially Li Yuxin, who realized that Lingtian was not merely acting erratically but was implementing a fundamental security measure. "I believe it is you who is rather peculiar. This tactic is rather ingenious. I shall adopt it as well." Su Shaoqing laughed heartily at Li Yuxin's embarrassed demeanor as she followed Lingtian inside, leaving Li Yuxin fuming at the door. Chapter 022 Teacher Su Shaoqing, Part 6. Upon entering the house, Lingtian conducted a thorough inspection of the premises. Satisfied that there were no issues, he retreated into his modest bedroom, closing the door behind him. The atmosphere was undeniably awkward. Both Li Yuxin and Lingtian felt a sense of discomfort being alone with a young woman in the same house. "Let us go upstairs," Li Yuxin called out to Su Shaoqing, who was lounging on the sofa. "Why go upstairs so early? Let's watch some television," Su Shaoqing replied, disregarding Li Yuxin's suggestion and turning on the TV. "Suit yourself. I'll head up for a shower," Li Yuxin said before ascending the stairs. As Su Shaoqing sat on the sofa watching television, her attention drifted towards the closed door of Lingtian's room. After pondering for a moment, she approached and knocked gently. "Why, Lingtian, may I come in?" "Come in," Lingtian replied nonchalantly upon recognizing her voice. Su Shaoqing pushed the door open and found Lingtian seated on the outdoor balcony of his bedroom, smoking a cigarette. "What is on your mind?" Su Shaoqing inquired as she approached him. "Nothing much, please, have a seat," Lingtian said. Noticing the lack of additional chairs in the room, he stood up and offered his chair to Su Shaoqing, opting to perch himself on the balcony railing. "You worried about Yi Shuang's surgery, aren't you?" Su Shaoqing asked, making herself comfortable in the chair he had relinquished. "Of course, the doctors have scheduled her surgery for next Monday. It is only a few days away. This procedure carries risks, and no one can guarantee its success," Lingtian replied, lighting another cigarette. "Don't fret too much. While it's prudent to heed the doctor's words, one shouldn't take them entirely at face value. They often present the most dire scenarios before surgery, but deep down, they usually possess a fair degree of confidence. Moreover, I believe that fate will look kindly upon a lovely and clever girl like Yi Shuang," Su Shaoqing reassured him. "Thank you, I hope you're right," Lingtian said with a faint smile. "By the way, you haven't mentioned to Yi Shuang that you're acting as a bodyguard for Yuxin, have you?" Su Shaoqing continued. "No," Lingtian shook his head. "Why not? Yi Shuang is genuinely concerned about you. She is unaware of your situation and fears you might resort to something unseemly to raise money for her treatment," Su Shaoqing asked with curiosity. Lingtian paused, taking a couple of puffs from his cigarette before responding. "There is no need to burden her with that knowledge. It is my duty to gather funds for her treatment, education, and living expenses. While being a bodyguard is indeed a profession, it is not viewed as particularly respectable. I don't want her to feel indebted to me because I'm working in that capacity. She needs to focus on maintaining her mental well-being and preparing for the surgery." "And what about you? Do you feel that being a bodyguard is beneath you?" Su Shaoqing immediately probed. "You bear a resemblance to a gossip journalist with your pointed questions," Lingtian chuckled, glancing at Su Shaoqing. "I am merely a veteran, a middle school graduate with no qualifications or skills, and I've hardly engaged with this world. I am content to have a job that supports me and allows me to assist Yi Shuang with her medical needs." Did you leave the military voluntarily or was it mandated by your unit? Su Shaoqing inquired further. Yi Lingtian regarded her with curiosity, responding lightly, does it make a difference? While the outcome might be the same, it holds significant implications for Yi Shuang, Su Shaoqing replied, momentarily taken aback by her own inquisitiveness. To her, it makes no difference. I am her brother, and with our parents absent, it is my responsibility to care for and raise her, regardless of whether my departure from the military was voluntary or not, Yi Lingtian stated matter-of-factly. Do you have a girlfriend? Su Shaoqing suddenly asked, her curiosity piqued when she caught Yi Lingtian's bewildered gaze, her cheeks flushed, and she stammered, don't misunderstand, I'm simply inquiring about your situation, as it is important for Yi Shuang. No, Yi Lingtian replied succinctly, offering no elaboration. Today, Yi Shuang shared a great deal with me about herself, your family, and you. She feels a sense of indebtedness towards you, believing that had it not been for her, you might not have left the military and could have settled down with a family by now. That is why I asked, Su Shaoqing explained, providing context for her earlier questions. Yi Lingtian was momentarily taken aback by this revelation, gazing outside without a word. I've considered that your line of work is quite demanding, leaving you little time to accompany Yi Shuang. Hence, I'll make an effort to visit her at the hospital daily. It's not ideal for a young girl to spend her days alone in a hospital without any company, especially with such a significant surgery approaching. She must be feeling anxious during this time and would benefit from someone providing her with comfort and encouragement. What do you think? Su Shaoqing suggested, observing Yi Lingtian. Yi Lingtian looked at Su Shaoqing, momentarily at a loss for words. He then stepped down from the railing and earnestly said, thank you, Teacher Su. He was not one to articulate his thoughts well or engage in excessive conversation, but he recognized the truth in Su Shaoqing's words. Yi Shuang indeed required companionship during this challenging period, and since he had accepted this job, he had to fulfill his responsibilities and could not afford to visit Yi Shuang himself, making Su Shaoqing's offer impossible to decline. This is merely my duty. Yi Shuang is my student, and caring for her is part of my responsibility as a teacher. Besides, I've always regarded her as a younger sister. You may not know this, but Yi Shuang has consistently been a class leader, assisting me with numerous tasks. By the way, could you refrain from calling me Teacher Su? While we maintain a teacher-parent relationship, we should also be considered friends by now, don't you think? Referring to me as Teacher Su feels too distant. Su Shaoqing expressed her discontent. What should I call you then? Yi Lingtian pondered. Just call me by my name, Su Shaoqing, or simply Shaoqing will do, she replied. Chapter 023 is Sympathy, Part 1. Upon hearing this, Yi Lingtian felt somewhat embarrassed and chuckled, saying, I shall address you as Teacher Shaoqing. I ask you, Su Shaoqing, are you here this evening to accompany me or him? At that moment, Li Yuxin, having just finished washing her hair, approached the door of Yi Lingtian, drying her hair and casting an unhappy glance towards Su Shaoqing. Su Shaoqing, taken aback by Li Yuxin's words, awkwardly glanced at Yi Lingtian before following Li Yuxin out. Once the two women had exited, Yi Lingtian remained seated on the balcony, lost in thought. He felt a profound worry gnawing at him, anxious for Yi Shuang's surgery and its potential success. In the past, on the battlefield, everything had been under his control, even the lives of his adversaries. Yet this time was different. Yi Shuang's life lay in the hands of the doctors, and all he could do was fret. This feeling of helplessness was one he despised deeply. After smoking a few cigarettes and contemplating for nearly an hour, Yi Lingtian rose, retrieved a change of clothes, and headed to the bathroom. While he was bathing, Su Shaoqing happened to finish her shower on the second floor. As she entered Li Yuxin's bedroom, she spotted Li Yuxin on the phone, hastily retreating to the balcony to continue her conversation. Observing this, Su Shaoqing mischievously followed her to the balcony, pressing her ear against the phone to listen. I'm not saying any more, just focus on your work. I need to get some sleep. Remember to take care of yourself, Li Yuxin urged before hanging up. Take care of yourself, my dear. Goodness, miss, it's merely a romance. Must you be so saccharine? You're making my teeth ache, Su Shaoqing teased, adopting a playful tone. Li Yuxin's face flushed at Su Shaoqing's words, and she retorted, mind your own business. So, when does your little Junjun plan to return? Is he still saying he'll come back only after completing his current project? Su Shaoqing inquired as she settled onto the bed. Well, this project is crucial for him. If he succeeds, he stands to gain a substantial sum, and more importantly, it would elevate his reputation within the industry. When he returns, he will be able to secure an even better job, Li Yuxin explained. Come now, miss, that's clearly an excuse. If he truly loved you and genuinely wished to be with you, would he be so concerned about these matters? Besides, once he comes back to marry you, isn't your family's vast enterprise enough for him to indulge in? Honestly, for people like you, speaking of money is merely a pretext, Su Shaoqing retorted dismissively. He is not that sort of person, and I have not disclosed my family's situation to him. He is unaware of our wealth. So please, do not perceive him as someone who is vain, Li Yuxin said, her annoyance palpable. Alright, I concede, I shouldn't speak ill of your little Junjun. But tell me, miss, how old are you this year? You have already waited for him for 3 years. If he remains in America, how many more years can you endure waiting? Even if he does return, by then, you might have lost your youthful allure. Will he still desire you? A woman, when faced with love, can become utterly foolish, and you, my dear, are currently a complete simpleton. Su Shaoqing continued her admonishment. I have faith in him. He would never deceive me, Li Yuxin asserted resolutely. Fine, I shall pretend I said nothing, Su Shaoqing replied, losing interest in the topic. Just then, the sound of the large iron gate echoed outside. Accustomed to solitude, Li Yuxin rushed out to see that it was Lingtian closing the gate. You, at times, truly lack appreciation, constantly finding fault with others, especially Lingtian. Look at him, he earns a bodyguard's salary yet fulfills the roles of bodyguard, chauffeur, and now even gatekeeper. You are capitalizing on a great deal, Su Shaoqing remarked, emerging at some point and addressing Li Yuxin as she observed Lingtian. To each their own, I understand he harbors no ill intentions, and today he did assist me in some way. However, I cannot bring myself to like him. Truth be told, I find him quite disagreeable. This man is rigid, dull, perpetually morose, lacking a sense of humor is one thing, but he scarcely utters 2 words. Spending time with someone like him feels akin to being accompanied by a zombie. Moreover, he is exceedingly stingy. Do you realize my father pays him a generous salary, 500,000 a year, a sum most white-collar workers do not even receive. Yet, look at him, aside from the suit I persuaded him to buy, what else can he present? His shoes are worn, the collar of his white shirt is yellowed, and I cannot fathom how many years old his clothes are. He possesses no sense of quality of life, and he smokes as well. Furthermore, you witnessed the dining situation today. Even though our relationship is strictly professional, I am a woman, and he is a man. How much could a meal possibly cost? He refuses to allow anyone to pay for him, insisting on footing the bill himself, yet, if he pays, he should cover the entire cost. I have never encountered a man who insists on paying only for his own meal when dining together. He is truly a rarity in my life, Li Yuxin lamented. In summary, this man epitomizes a combination of stinginess, rigidity, and an obsession with saving face. I truly do not understand how my father found such a peculiar bodyguard. Li Yuxin shook her head in exasperation. After listening to Li Yuxin's words, Su Shaoqing appeared astonished, her mouth agape as she stared at Li Yuxin. Do you truly hold such an opinion of him? This is not a matter of opinion. He is undeniably that type of person. Have you not noticed, Su Shaoqing? I genuinely question your judgment. I cannot fathom what it is about him that captures your interest. I have yet to find anything worthy of admiration in him, Li Yuxin expressed with a hint of disdain. Yuxin, perhaps you have misjudged him. I assure you, he is not the person you described. He may indeed be frugal, but there is a rationale behind it. Allow me to share a story, and perhaps you will come to understand why he is so tight-fisted. Su Shaoqing began slowly. Chapter 024 A Sympathy, Part 2. Ah, a story, what on earth are you talking about? Li Yuxin was utterly bewildered by Su Shaoqing's words, yet she discerned that Su Shaoqing was not jesting, for her expression was grave. There was a boy whose father was a laborer and whose mother was unemployed. He had a younger sister, 8 years his junior. When he turned 10, his father passed away from illness, leaving the family without its sole breadwinner. At that time, he was merely 10, and his sister only 2. To support the household, his mother toiled from dawn until dusk, juggling 2 jobs. Initially, he excelled academically, but due to the dire poverty they faced, upon graduating from junior high, he chose to drop out to ensure his young sister could attend school and to alleviate his mother's burdens. At 16, he took on arduous labor at a construction site. By 18, he enlisted in the army. For a decade, he sent every meager paycheck home to support his sister's education and the family's needs. When he turned 28, tragedy struck again. His mother passed away. He was likely engaged in a mission and could not even bid her a final farewell. Concerned for his sister, who was now alone, he relinquished a promising military career, applied for discharge, and returned home to care for her. Lacking education or vocational skills, he found work as a security guard to support his sister, who was attending university. Then, misfortune struck once more. His sister was diagnosed with severe uremia and required a kidney transplant. The total cost for the surgery and subsequent treatment amounted to 500,000 yuan. Left with no alternatives, he began seeking funds. Eventually, he applied for a position as a bodyguard, where he negotiated a salary of 500,000 for a year. He is, in fact, a man of considerable pride, possessing a strong sense of dignity. He would never stoop to being a bodyguard, subservient to others and at the mercy of their whims, unless it were absolutely necessary for his sister's health. Su Shaoqing spoke slowly, much of the information gleaned from Yi Xuan, while some was her own conjecture. Nevertheless, her account closely mirrored the truth. After listening to Su Xiaoqing's narrative, Li Yuxin was astounded and asked with wide eyes, "The person you are describing is Yi Lingtian?" "Indeed, that is him. When you call him stingy, it's not that he is miserly, he genuinely has no money. During his time in the army, he sent all his earnings home. After his discharge, his sister fell ill. The 500,000 yuan he received from your father was intended for her treatment, not a reflection of his stinginess, but rather an indication of his financial plight. As I mentioned earlier, he is a man of immense pride, with a robust sense of self-worth. If it were not for dire circumstances, he would never agree to be your bodyguard, subject to your commands. When you said the payment was solely from him, it stemmed from his pride, and the fact that he pays only for himself is because he truly lacks funds," Su Xiaoqing continued. "How do you know all this so well? Did he tell you?" Li Yuxin inquired, astonished. Su Xiaoqing shook her head. "You mentioned he is a block of wood. Do you think he would share such personal matters with others? All this information was relayed to me by his sister." "His sister? You know her?" Li Yuxin was even more taken aback. "Yes, not only do I know her, but we share a good rapport. She is a student in my class, and I serve as her homeroom teacher and counselor. Today, when I went to the hospital to deliver the donations we collected for her, I encountered him, and that is how I learned the truth. You see, we raised over 50,000 yuan in total. I organized this initiative through the student council, hoping to provide some assistance to their family, as I had learned of their struggles long ago. However, when I offered him the money today, he refused, insisting I take it back and give it to someone more in need, claiming that since he had already secured funds for his sister's treatment, he could not accept further aid. He expressed that he did not wish to rely on others for help, nor did he desire pity or sympathy. He aspired for his sister to become an independent person. 50,000 yuan is not a trivial sum. Anyone else would likely have accepted it without a second thought, but he did not. If you were to label him stingy, I'd argue that he is remarkably generous in his refusal, turning down over 50,000 yuan without so much as a blink." Su Xiaoqing sat on the bed, speaking slowly. Truth be told, her words not only captivated Li Yuxin but also drew her into the narrative. Listening to Su Xiaoqing, Li Yuxin was indeed taken aback. She found it difficult to reconcile the Yi Lingtian described by Su Xiaoqing with the one she encountered downstairs. While she struggled to believe it, Su Xiaoqing's account seemed credible. She had no reason to fabricate such a tale. Moreover, Li Yuxin recalled the incident when she bought clothes for Yi Lingtian, spending over 10,000 yuan, and he had insisted on returning the money to her. This demeanor resonated with Su Xiaoqing's description of his refusal of the donation, leaving her with no choice but to accept the truth of the matter. Has his sister's illness been treated?" After a prolonged silence, Li Yuxin finally posed the question to Su Xiaoqing. "Not yet. The surgery is scheduled for next Monday. I made a point to inquire with the doctor today. Upon learning I was a teacher, the doctor candidly shared that the surgery's success is not a significant concern, as the procedure is quite advanced. However, the critical issue lies with the kidney donor. Although the matches have all been confirmed, whether the transplant will be accepted by the patient's body without rejection is uncertain. Essentially, it comes down to luck. It is truly unfair. Yi Shuang is only 20 years old, a bright and clever young lady. If her illness remains untreated, it would be an immense tragedy." At this point, Su Xiaoqing couldn't help but sigh. Li Yuxin nodded in agreement. "If that is the case, his life has indeed been quite tragic. I will apologize to him tomorrow. I should not have spoken so harshly today." Chapter 025 A Sympathy, Part 3. To be honest, Yuxin, this is the first time in my life that I have found myself so intrigued by a man. He feels to me like a gift box wrapped in countless layers. The tighter the wrapping, the more I yearn to uncover what lies within, Su Xiaoqing mused languidly. "You can't possibly be falling for him, can you?" Li Yuxin exclaimed, her eyes wide with astonishment as she regarded Su Xiaoqing. "Don't be ridiculous. It's not so easy for me to fall in love with someone. It's just that he is entirely different from the men I have encountered before, completely unique, which piques my curiosity. Let me be clear, it is curiosity, not love, do you understand? This is entirely different from your feelings for your little Jinjun. Furthermore, I feel a particular sympathy for him, though I am certain he does not require my pity." Su Xiaoqing paused momentarily before continuing. "I see this as a rather ominous sign. Isn't it said that love often begins with curiosity? You ought to be cautious." Li Yuxin laughed heartily. "If you keep laughing at me, I will inform your father about you and little Jinjun, and I will relish in witnessing the outcome," Su Xiaoqing retorted, her irritation palpable. Please. I beg you, I was wrong, can't we let this go?" Li Yuxin immediately pleaded. The following morning, Yi Lingtian rose early once more, driving the two women to work. He first dropped Su Xiaoqing off at Donghai University before returning to the company with Li Yuxin. As the day unfolded, Lingtian found himself with little to occupy his time, spending the hours engrossed in the news. When quitting time arrived, he descended with Li Yuxin. The vehicle was parked in the underground garage, and the elevator took them directly to the second basement level. Due to the throng of people leaving work, Li Yuxin adhered to Lingtian's advice and delayed her departure by half an hour. The parking lot was dimly lit, inhabited only by a few scattered vehicles, with scarcely anyone around. As Lingtian and Li Yuxin approached the car, they were suddenly confronted by a group of 5 or 6 men wielding iron rods and knives, led by a bald man with a prominent scar on his face, exuding a menacing aura. Upon witnessing this scene, Li Yuxin instinctively stepped behind Lingtian, a primal reaction of a woman in fear. "Hey there, not bad at all. You managed to slip away yesterday, but you can't escape the temple if the monk is after you. Why aren't you running today?" the bald man sneered, his expression predatory as he regarded Lingtian and Li Yuxin. The bald man and his companions slowly advanced toward them, and Lingtian extended his arm, shielding Li Yuxin behind him as he began to retreat. "What do you want?" I'll call the police." Li Yuxin stammered, panic evident in her voice. "Call the police, go ahead, but if you dare, I'll sever your hand right here," the bald man retorted menacingly, causing Li Yuxin to shrink back further behind Lingtian. "You are here for me, not her." "Let her go first, I will stay behind," Lingtian declared, positioning himself protectively in front of Li Yuxin as he spoke to the bald man. "Let her go, so she can alert the authorities? You'd better behave, kid. Orders are for you to lose a hand, and we're taking this girl with us. We don't have time to waste, so tell us, will you sever your own hand or shall we do it?" the bald man brandished his knife threateningly. "Let her leave. I assure you she won't call the police. After she departs, I will willingly give you my hand," Lingtian proposed after a moment of contemplation. "You've lost your mind," Li Yuxin exclaimed incredulously, her eyes wide with disbelief at Lingtian's suggestion. "Refusing to drink the toast leads to a punishment drink. Boys, let us wrap this up quickly before anyone arrives. Cut off his hand, take the girl, and then we'll lay low for a while. The money we were promised will allow us to live splendidly for some time. Let us get to work." The bald man glared at Lingtian, rallying his companions. As the group of 4 or 5 men with their weapons advanced toward Lingtian, he turned to Li Yuxin, instructing, "Remember, crouch in the corner and don't move. It's best not to look either. Rest assured, you will be safe with me." I'll call the police," Li Yuxin insisted, tugging at Lingtian's clothing. "There's no time for that. Crouch down." Lingtian shouted as the men drew closer. Startled by his fierce gaze, Li Yuxin immediately complied, crouching in the corner. "Remember, no matter what happens, stay here and do not move," Lingtian reiterated firmly before turning to face the armed assailants, charging toward them instead of fleeing. "Don't!" Li Yuxin screamed in terror, forgetting about calling the police in her fright. What unfolded next was a dramatic spectacle. While Lingtian, unarmed, lunged at the group with the speed of a leopard attacking a herd of wildebeest. He leaped into the air, delivering a breathtaking 360-degree kick that struck the foremost thug with yellow hair squarely in the face, sending him flying 3 to 4 meters away, incapacitated on the ground. After executing this maneuver, Lingtian swiftly maneuvered to the left, narrowly avoiding a descending blade that could have severely injured him. Seizing the wrist of the attacker wielding the knife, he pulled the man closer while delivering a powerful knee strike to his abdomen. In a fluid motion, he twisted the man's arm, wresting the knife from his grip. Of the assailant crumpled to the ground, clutching his stomach in agony. The bald man, observing Lingtian's prowess, was struck with fear. It was evident that this man was no ordinary opponent, and he realized that his group might truly be no match for him. With a plan forming in his mind, the bald man's gaze shifted to Li Yuxin, crouched in the corner, and he stealthily approached her, intent on subduing her. Capturing her would ensure they could easily overpower Lingtian. While Lingtian, undeterred by the threats posed by the men, felt only trepidation regarding Li Yuxin's safety. Therefore, he had deliberately retreated to the corner, allowing her to crouch there while he engaged the attackers, striving to keep the confrontation as far from her as possible. Only in this manner could he ensure her safety and fight with abandon. Having already taken down 2 of his adversaries, Lingtian used the knife he had just acquired to block an incoming strike, countering with a powerful kick that sent another assailant sprawling. At this moment, the remaining 2 men hesitated, fear etched on their faces as they stood before Lingtian, unwilling to make a move. Suddenly, a cry of alarm escaped Li Yuxin's lips as she shouted, "Ah!" Turning to investigate, Lingtian discovered that the bald man had stealthily approached Li Yuxin while he was preoccupied, prompting her to scream in terror from the corner. Chapter 026 Sympathy, Part 4. Lingtian, disregarding the myriad of concerns, dashed forward. Just as the bald man reached out to seize Li Yuxin, Lingtian sprinted over, lifted his foot, and forcefully brought it down upon the outstretched hand of the bald man. A piercing cry of pain escaped the man's lips as his entire arm swung limply from his shoulder, clearly indicating that the bone was broken. With a swift kick, Lingtian sent the bald man flying. Turning his gaze, the remaining two individuals exchanged fearful glances and immediately fled. However, Lingtian was relentless in his pursuit. In the blink of an eye, he caught up to them, easily toppling them to the ground, rendering them utterly incapacitated. The altercation had lasted no more than a couple of minutes, transforming the situation entirely. The once aggressive thugs now lay scattered on the ground, most of them writhing in pain, some motionless with blood trickling from their mouths. Throughout this chaos, Li Yuxin observed everything, her initial trepidation morphing into disbelief as she witnessed Lingtian's prowess. From fearing that he would perish in this confrontation to seeing him approach, she could not help but feel an involuntary dread towards him. In her mind, Lingtian had become akin to a devil. "Are you all right? Did you sustain any injuries?" Lingtian inquired as he approached her. "And no. How about you?" Li Yuxin stammered, her voice quivering. "I am unscathed." "As long as you are fine, that is what matters," Lingtian replied calmly. "What about these people, will they die?" Li Yuxin asked, her eyes wide with fear as she gazed at the fallen. "They're not in critical condition. They won't perish, but they may have to stay in the hospital for a month or two," Lingtian remarked after surveying the injured. He was confident in the control he had maintained over his strength, having shown mercy. He was aware of the law, employing only his fists and feet, using the knife merely for defense. Had he been in the military dealing with enemies, these individuals would not be writhing on the ground but rather lifeless. "Quickly call for an ambulance. If someone dies, it will be a predicament." Li Yuxin snapped back to reality, hastily pulling out her phone. After a moment's thought, she added, "Perhaps we should report this to the police first." Lingtian nodded in agreement, and Li Yuxin proceeded to call the authorities. "Who are these people? Why did they attempt to kill me?" Li Yuxin questioned. "I do not know," Lingtian replied, shaking his head. Li Yuxin herself seemed uncertain about how he could possibly know. In truth, Lingtian had his suspicions. It was highly likely that this incident had been orchestrated by that young Master Lu. If it was indeed an adversary of Li Sanyuan's who sent them, it was evident that they would not have targeted him directly. The demand to sever her hand clearly indicated a desire for revenge, and aside from the young Master Lu from the previous day, Lingtian could not fathom who else might harbor such animosity. However, these were merely conjectures on Lingtian's part, lacking any concrete evidence, thus he chose not to disclose them to Li Yuxin. Before long, police cars arrived, unmistakably of a higher echelon than the local precinct, as Li Yuxin had already recounted the events during her call. Accompanying the police were two ambulances, which immediately began transporting the injured individuals. Numerous armed officers disembarked from the police vehicles, their demeanor suggesting skepticism regarding Li Yuxin's account. Upon their arrival, they swiftly aimed their weapons at Li Yuxin and Lingtian, encircling them. What are you doing?" Li Yuxin exclaimed, startled by the officers' actions. At that moment, a young woman clad in a police uniform entered, her beauty striking against her youthful appearance, likely not yet 30. Lingtian was taken aback by her allure, standing nearly 1.7 meters tall. As she approached, the officers with weapons stepped aside to allow her passage. "Who reported this incident?" the female officer inquired, her gaze primarily fixed on Lingtian. "I did. I am the one who called," Li Yuxin quickly responded. "And who was responsible for injuring these individuals?" the officer continued, her focus now on Lingtian. "I was," Lingtian replied nonchalantly. "Anyone else?" the officer pressed further. "Just myself," Lingtian said, furrowing his brow slightly. "Just you? Are you refusing to tell the truth? Take these two into custody for further questioning," the officer ordered without hesitation. "Wait, what are you doing? We are the victims. I called the police. Why are you arresting us?" Li Yuxin protested, sensing the situation was amiss. "You claim to be victims? If so, why are you standing here while everyone else lies incapacitated? I suspect you are involved in gang violence. Take them away," the officer declared firmly. "I will file a complaint against you." Li Yuxin fumed, nearly beside herself with rage, but Lingtian interjected, "Let us address this later." Subsequently, the two were escorted into a police vehicle, ultimately arriving at the police station. Lingtian and Li Yuxin were separated and taken into different rooms for interrogation. Lingtian had already endured questioning the previous day, but this time it was with the Criminal Investigation Unit instead of the local precinct. He had scarcely settled into his seat when two officers prepared to commence the interrogation. Suddenly, the door swung open, and the female officer entered. The two officers quickly rose, respectfully greeting her. "Officer Li, carry on with your duties elsewhere." I will handle this personally, the woman, referred to as Officer Li, commanded. Taking a seat at the desk opposite Yi Lingtian, she fixed her gaze upon him and asked, "Name?" "Yi Lingtian," he replied slowly. "Gender," the officer continued. Yi Lingtian hesitated for a moment before responding, "Male." "Age?" 28, he answered patiently. "Now, tell me how many accomplices you have, their names, addresses, and why you engaged in this brawl. Be clear," Officer Li stated coldly, her eyes locked onto Yi Lingtian. "I do not comprehend your inquiries." "I was the one who injured them. Only I and the girl you brought along were present at the scene of the confrontation arose because they sought to harm us," Yi Lingtian asserted calmly. "Do you believe this is a game? You expect us to believe that you single-handedly incapacitated so many individuals, that you could overpower 6 or 7 armed men without sustaining a scratch? You best come clean. You know the policy: confess for leniency, resist for severity. Do not force us to employ measures against you," Officer Li said, slamming her hand upon the table, her gaze fierce as she scrutinized Yi Lingtian. Chapter 027 Sympathy, Part 5. "I care not whether you believe me. I speak nothing but the truth," Yi Lingtian stated with a calm demeanor. "It appears that a little pressure is necessary for you to comprehend the gravity of your situation," the female officer retorted, her anger palpable. As she rose from her seat, a nearby policeman called her over, handing her a stack of documents. "Captain Li, there seems to be something amiss with the files." "What is it?" she inquired. "His records have been entirely blank from 10 years ago until now," another officer pointed out, gesturing to the documents. Furrowing her brow, the female officer hastily took the files to scrutinize them, ultimately turning to Yi Lingtian with a questioning gaze. "What is the meaning of this? Why have your records been void for the past decade? Speak candidly, what have you been doing all this time?" "I apologize, but I cannot provide an answer to that question. The records were not registered by me, and inquiring about their absence will yield no results. You may consult the individual responsible for my documentation," Yi Lingtian replied indifferently. "Are you still being obstinate?" the female officer exclaimed, standing up and removing her jacket, followed by her hat, revealing her sleek, jet-black bob. Truth be told, she was strikingly beautiful, and her short hair accentuated her professional demeanor. "Captain Li, please, reconsider. You've only recently faced disciplinary action for assaulting a suspect, and that sanction has yet to be lifted," the nearby officer interjected urgently, witnessing her rising agitation. "This is none of your concern. Leave now. I command you not to enter without my permission. Do you understand? Depart," the female officer ordered, then continued, "How can one conduct an interrogation without employing certain measures, regulations? Those are mere trivialities. Hurry and close the door. I intend to see whether he will confess." The other officer could only shake his head in resignation as he exited, offering a final warning, "Captain Li, I've disabled the surveillance here. Just remember to temper your actions. It's best not to leave any visible injuries." "I understand. Enough with the chatter. Shut the door," she retorted impatiently. As the officer departed, the female officer turned back to Yi Lingtian. "I shall ask you one last time. Will you speak voluntarily, or must I compel you?" "I have made myself abundantly clear. I am an employee of the Sanyuan Group. The young woman you brought in with me is my employer. After work, we went to the garage to retrieve our vehicle, only to encounter this group," Yi Lingtian reiterated patiently. "They brandished knives intending to harm us, thus I acted in necessary self-defense. After the altercation, the girl contacted the authorities, and we awaited your arrival without disturbing the scene. You may verify this. Furthermore, it is implausible that the parking lot lacks surveillance cameras. You can retrieve the footage, which will confirm the veracity of my account. Should there be cameras at that location, why would I need you to tell me? Listen here, if you confess now, it may reflect positively during trial. Should you choose to resist, the consequences will be yours to bear. I shall grant you one final opportunity. Disclose the identities and number of your accomplices, where they are located, and their names," the female officer demanded, her face turning a shade of green with fury. "Since you refuse to believe me, there is little more to discuss," Yi Lingtian replied coolly, pulling a cigarette from his pocket and lighting it for a puff. "Do you think this is an appropriate place for smoking?" "Extinguish that immediately," the female officer shouted in outrage at his nonchalance. "Officer, whether I speak the truth can be verified by comparing my account with that of the girl. But if you still harbor doubts, you may meticulously examine the parking lot's footage. While we may have been in a blind spot, surely other areas were monitored. If others were indeed present, they would have been captured elsewhere, correct?" Yi Lingtian said, exuding a sense of resignation, before discarding his cigarette onto the ground and extinguishing it. "So, you assert that you single-handedly confronted 6 armed individuals?" the female officer inquired with a mocking smile. Indeed, Yi Lingtian responded flatly. Very well, rise, she commanded, stepping aside and beckoning him with her hand. Did you not claim to be capable of defeating 6 armed assailants while remaining unscathed? I was the fighting champion during my time at the police academy, and I am the runner-up in the National Police Women's Combat Division. I dare say I cannot best 6 armed opponents with nothing but my bare hands. Come, let us spar. Should you manage to best me, I will accept your words as truth. However, I must stipulate that this is merely a contest, a friendly exchange where the fates shall decide our outcomes. Yi Lingtian regarded her with bemusement, then replied, I do not engage in violence against women. You. The female officer, incensed by his dismissive remark, could no longer contain herself. With a swift motion, she executed a side kick aimed at his head. Her speed was indeed impressive, catching Yi Lingtian off guard. He quickly stood, raising his arm to block her kick. Enough, officer, he said, a hint of irritation creeping into his tone as he lowered his arm. Ah, you possess some skill after all. You've clearly trained very well. Let us continue, she said, her interest piqued as she launched a punch towards him. Yi Lingtian attempted to speak, but the officer's fist was upon him in an instant. Being a trained professional, her speed was remarkable, and he had to retreat quickly to evade her strike. However, as he sidestepped, another punch followed, leaving him no choice but to grasp her fist tightly just inches from his face. The female officer was taken aback. She had unwavering confidence in her speed and strength, yet, her punch had been effortlessly intercepted and captured mid-flight, revealing that his speed and power far surpassed her own, reaching an extraordinary level. Chapter 028, The First Confrontation, Part 1, You are no match for me, and I have no intention of harming a woman, nor do I wish to escalate matters by injuring a police officer. Please desist, Yi Lingtian stated calmly. Is that so? Why don't you prove it by defeating me first? The female officer, infuriated by Yi Lingtian's dismissive demeanor, launched a series of unreserved strikes with both fists and legs. Previously, she had assumed Yi Lingtian was an ordinary individual, hence her restrained approach, but her anger now overwhelmed her caution. Yi Lingtian continuously defended and evaded, moving agilely around the room. Why aren't you retaliating? Do you look down on me? She shouted furiously as she struck. I do not wish to harm you, we bear no animosity, please, cease your attack, Yi Lingtian replied, now irked. Fine, let us see if you dare to strike back, the female officer thought, interpreting Yi Lingtian's restraint as contempt, prompting her to intensify her assault. Gradually, Yi Lingtian found it increasingly difficult to withstand her fierce onslaught. In a swift motion, he seized one of her hands, followed by the other, and executed a sweeping kick that caught her foot. As her balance faltered, he controlled her arms, pinning her upper body against the table before them. The female officer was no ordinary person. In terms of combat skills, she was quite proficient. However, while she practiced martial arts, Yi Lingtian was trained in lethal techniques, placing their abilities on entirely different levels. Enough, if you continue like this, I will not hold back any longer. Yi Lingtian pressed her firmly against the table, their positions uncomfortably intimate, resembling a scenario where she lay upon the table with him hovering above her. Yi Lingtian could feel the warmth and resilience of her body, as well as her distinctly feminine features. Despite knowing the inappropriateness of the situation, he had little choice. He understood that if he released her, this woman, now akin to a wild beast, would undoubtedly attack once more. I warn you, let go. The female officer, aware of Yi Lingtian's firm grip, found herself utterly immobilized. Although she was a police officer with a slight propensity for violence and considerable combat skills, she remained a woman, and being pinned down so intimately by a man was a source of profound humiliation, as if she were being forcefully subdued. Her eyes blazed with fury as she glared at Yi Lingtian. I mean, you no offense, I am left with no choice, you know this to be true. I can release you, but I ask that you adhere to proper procedures. Otherwise, I will genuinely retaliate, Yi Lingtian replied coldly, preparing to release her when, suddenly, the door swung open. At the entrance stood the aforementioned officer alongside Li Yuxin, as well as a bespectacled man, the lawyer from Sanyuan Group, Attorney Wang. The trio, upon witnessing the scene, stood momentarily dumbfounded, as the positioning of the two within the room was exceedingly suggestive, resembling the female officer lying on the table with Yi Lingtian hovering over her. As the door opened, both Yi Lingtian and the female officer instinctively turned their gazes towards the entrance. Realizing they were being scrutinized, they quickly reacted. Yi Lingtian immediately released her and stepped back. The female officer's mind went blank, and it was only after Yi Lingtian let her go that she comprehended the situation. Her cheeks flushing red, she drew her weapon, shouting, I will kill you. Just as she disengaged the safety and aimed at Yi Lingtian, the officer, terrified, rushed forward to seize her gun, exclaiming to Attorney Wang, you need to take him away quickly. The investigation has cleared you, you have no further involvement, leave now. Yi Lingtian, momentarily stunned, then proceeded to exit, joining Li Yuxin and attorney Wang as they departed the police station. "Why are you stopping me?" "Let go, I want to kill him," the female officer protested, forcefully pushing away the officer who restrained her. "Li, I implore you, cease this commotion and holster your weapon." The individual who just arrived is a well-known lawyer from Sanyuan Group. "If he chooses to pursue this matter, your earlier act of drawing a gun could have serious consequences. This is no trivial matter," the officer urged. Upon hearing this, the female officer calmed slightly, muttering, "Next time, I won't let him get away." As she spoke, she holstered her weapon and glared at the officer, demanding, "Why did you let him go?" "Li, we had no choice. We reviewed the surveillance footage from the parking lot, and indeed, it was only Yi Lingtian and Li Yuxin present there. The group with weapons entered the parking lot earlier that afternoon, and their identities have been verified. They are all known criminals, including 2 fugitives, notorious in the southern district. The evidence is overwhelmingly clear, and with the lawyer's presence, the statements of both parties align perfectly. We had no grounds to detain him," the officer explained, his expression one of frustration. "Nonsense! How could there be no one else? He single-handedly subdued 6 armed criminals without sustaining a scratch, and he was accompanied by a woman. How is that even possible? Use your brain and think," the female officer scolded vehemently. "It is indeed improbable, but all evidence indicates that it is the truth. Perhaps he is exceptionally skilled. After all, didn't he just manage to subdue you as well?" the officer suggested tentatively. "Say that again?" The female officer glared at him with a murderous intensity. This was the greatest humiliation of her life, being pinned down by a man, utterly powerless, and to have it witnessed by so many was unbearable. "I said nothing. I have seen nothing." "Li, I must go to the hospital to take statements from those individuals," the officer stammered, realizing he had touched a nerve, and hastily made his exit. Chapter 029 of the First Confrontation, Part 2, Yi Lingtian, "I must avenge this grudge," the female officer declared fiercely, her fists clenched tightly. Subsequently, she resumed her examination of Yi Lingtian's credentials, having come to a profound belief that these 6 individuals had indeed been vanquished by him. The recent encounter had illuminated the stark reality in her mind. She was woefully outmatched by Yi Lingtian. His prowess was unfathomably deep, so much so that even after their prolonged engagement, she remained oblivious to the full extent of his capabilities. She pondered, if it came to a direct confrontation, she might swiftly find herself subdued or even killed within mere seconds. The thought sent a chill down Officer Li Yan's spine. Who on earth is he? How can he be so formidable? Li Yan mused aloud, desperately attempting to glean insights about Yi Lingtian from his combat style. Alas, he had never struck at her directly, merely evading her attacks. The final move had merely been a simple act of restraint, leaving her unable to discern whether he hailed from martial arts circles or military combat training. Determined to uncover Yi Lingtian's true identity, she turned to his file, only to find it exceedingly pristine. Every record pertained to his life before the age of 18, while his activities post-18 remained a complete enigma, devoid of any documentation whatsoever. Why? Why is this the case? Why is there a decade's worth of records entirely absent? Li Yan furrowed her brow tightly, utterly perplexed. At the entrance of the police station, Yi Lingtian parted ways with lawyer Wang and then entered a taxi with Li Yuxin. Did they give you any trouble?" Li Yuxin hesitantly inquired, feeling a strange unfamiliarity with Yi Lingtian in this moment, as he no longer resembled the naive figure she once knew. "No, they merely asked questions," Yi Lingtian replied nonchalantly. "Yi Lingtian, let me treat you to a meal." "This time, it is a formal invitation," Li Yuxin stated after a moment's contemplation. "Why?" "Because you saved me today, thank you, and I apologize for my previous behavior towards you," she endeavored to articulate her sentiments. "You needn't thank me. It is simply part of my duty," Yi Lingtian responded flatly. "Nevertheless, I should express my gratitude. Had it not been for you today, I cannot fathom the consequences," Li Yuxin confessed, still shaken by the day's events. "I intend to discover who is behind this. Tomorrow, I will have lawyer Wang return to the police station to review their testimonies and ascertain who sought to harm me. There will be no resolution. These individuals are clearly just thugs, the sort who thrive in the underbelly of society. Someone must have paid them to ensure their silence regarding their employer. I doubt they will divulge anything," Yi Lingtian remarked indifferently. Li Yuxin was taken aback by his reply, yet she nodded in agreement. "Moreover, this situation may not solely be aimed at you. It could also be targeting me," Yi Lingtian added in a calm tone, observing the surprise in Li Yuxin's eyes, yet he opted not to elaborate further. "Perhaps you should visit your sister in the hospital," Li Yuxin suggested as they continued their conversation. Lingtian regarded her with surprise, then recalled that Shui Xiaoqing might have mentioned it. He shook his head and replied, "There is no point, I am not a doctor, and my presence would be of little use." "Are you worried about me?" "It is alright, those individuals were just apprehended, so they won't come back. If you truly feel uneasy, I can accompany you to the hospital, that should alleviate your concerns," Li Yuxin offered, recognizing his apprehension. After a moment of silence, Lingtian finally said, "Thank you." The taxi drove directly to the hospital, where Lingtian and Li Yuxin disembarked and entered the building. Upon entering the ward, Lingtian was taken aback to find Shui Xiaoqing seated beside Yi Shuang, engaged in conversation. "Teacher Shui, why are you still here so late?" Lingtian inquired. "Brother," Yi Shuang exclaimed with delight upon seeing him. "I had no plans for the evening, so I decided to keep Yi Shuang company." "Oh, Miss Li, what a surprise to see you here," Shui Xiaoqing remarked upon noticing Li Yuxin trailing behind Lingtian. "Is this hospital owned by your family, permitting only you to visit?" Li Yuxin retorted playfully. "Welcome, welcome. I wholeheartedly embrace your presence." Shui Xiaoqing responded with a smile. "Brother, who is this?" Yi Shuang asked, her curiosity piqued as she looked at Li Yuxin. "This is my boss from work, General Manager Li. I heard you were unwell, so I came to see you," Lingtian said, uncertain how to phrase it, yet he spoke half-truthfully. "Oh, I understand now, Teacher Shui mentioned she is friends with your boss, so I presume General Manager Li is her acquaintance." "It's a pleasure to meet you, General Manager Li," Yi Shuang exclaimed, laughing heartily. "You must be Yi Shuang, what a beautiful young lady you are. Please, call me Li Yuxin, General Manager is too formal." "Just refer to me as sister," Li Yuxin replied, unable to resist the charm of the sweet-natured Yi Shuang. "Sister Yuxin, you are the most beautiful woman I have ever seen," Yi Shuang exclaimed. Hey, young lady, what are you saying? Your teacher is still here, are you suggesting I am less attractive than her?" Shui Xiaoqing feigned indignation as she addressed Yi Shuang. "Both of you are stunning, Teacher Shui and Sister Yuxin are the most beautiful women I have ever encountered," Yi Shuang quickly amended her statement. "Now that's more like it," Shui Xiaoqing said, her expression softening slightly. "Alright, you two siblings can chat. Yuxin, please step outside with me for a moment, I need to settle a score with you." With a wink, Shui Xiaoqing exited with Li Yuxin, leaving Lingtian and Yi Shuang alone in the ward. "Brother, is Sister Yuxin truly your boss? Wow, she is such a young and beautiful executive," Yi Shuang remarked with envy. "How are you feeling today, have you experienced any unusual symptoms?" Lingtian inquired with genuine concern for Yi Shuang, disregarding her inquisitive remarks. Chapter 030 of the First Encounter, Part 3, I say, what brings you here? Su Xiaoqing inquired as she pulled Li Yuxin outside onto the balcony. "Why shouldn't I come, after all, I am the boss. It is quite normal for a boss to check on the family of an employee, isn't it? Didn't Lingtian just explain it that way?" Li Yuxin replied, exuding an air of self-evidence. "Oh, spare me. You are the epitome of a nefarious capitalist, do you truly possess such benevolence?" Su Xiaoqing regarded Li Yuxin with skepticism. "You are the capitalist here, I heard about Lingtian's situation from you yesterday, which is why I wanted him to come and see his sister. However, you know how rigid he can be, had I not come, he certainly would not have a hence, I had no choice but to visit the hospital." Li Yuxin expressed her resignation. "Indeed, it seems you are a capitalist with a touch of humanity," Su Xiaoqing jested, playfully patting Li Yuxin on the shoulder. "Enough about me. I am curious about your presence here," Li Yuxin countered, turning the inquiry back to Su Xiaoqing. "I am here to see my student, a far more legitimate reason than yours," Su Xiaoqing replied with a chuckle. "Your student is still here at this hour?" "I suspect you are not preparing to be a teacher but rather to become a sister-in-law," Li Yuxin remarked, bursting into laughter. Su Xiaoqing was momentarily taken aback, only to realize the implication, her cheeks flushing as she playfully pinched Li Yuxin. Alright, I surrender." "Is that not sufficient?" Li Yuxin exclaimed, raising a white flag in mock defeat. "Let us be on our way." Just then, Lingtian emerged from the hospital room and approached Li Yuxin. "That was quick. Aren't you going to spend more time talking with your sister?" Li Yuxin queried, a hint of curiosity in her gaze. "I am not particularly skilled in conversation," Lingtian replied nonchalantly, then turned to Su Xiaoqing and said, "Thank you, Teacher Su, for taking care of Yi Shuang. It is evident that her spirits have improved today. Is your gratitude merely verbal, or do you have any actions to accompany it?" Su Shaoqing asked playfully, her eyes sparkling with mischief. Actions? How about I treat you to a meal? Lingtian pondered for a moment before responding. A meal, how mundane, I can manage that on my own, Su Shaoqing dismissed with a shake of her head. Then, how should I express my gratitude? Lingtian smiled, acknowledging Su Shaoqing's jest. I have yet to determine that. I will let you know when I do, just remember that you owe me a promise, Su Shaoqing concluded thoughtfully. While Lingtian paused for a moment before nodding in agreement. Upon returning to Li Yuxin's home, both she and Lingtian adhered to their unspoken arrangements. After arriving, Lingtian took a shower and retreated to his bedroom, remaining there, while Li Yuxin stayed upstairs, hardly making her way down. The awkwardness of a man and woman, unfamiliar to each other, cohabitating under the same roof was palpable. Seated on the balcony, Lingtian retrieved an old, yellowed photograph from his canvas. It was a family portrait featuring a middle-aged couple, a young boy, and a small child cradled in their arms. The couple were Lingtian's parents, the young boy was he himself, and the small child was Yi Shuang. While Lingtian vividly remembered that this photograph was taken when he was 9 years old, with Yi Shuang just 1 year old. Tragically, it was the very year after this photograph was taken that his father passed away, making this their family's sole remaining portrait. Once a happy family of 4, now only he and his sister, Yi Shuang, remained. As Lingtian gazed at the photograph, suddenly, the lights in the room extinguished, followed by a piercing scream emanating from upstairs. Li Yuxin's voice. In an instant, Lingtian sprang from his chair, instinctively sensing that Li Yuxin was in danger. The tactic of cutting off power before an assault was a common one. Grabbing his somewhat antiquated mobile phone, he dashed upstairs, utilizing the faint light from his device, careful to make no sound. Hearing Li Yuxin's cries helped him ascertain her approximate location. Though he had never ventured upstairs before, he navigated towards Li Yuxin's vicinity guided by the dim light. A series of clattering noises erupted from behind a door, and Lingtian's instincts told him that a struggle was occurring within. He stealthily approached the door, cautiously pressing the doorknob, only to discover that it was locked from the inside. Frowning, he heard another clatter from within. Something had fallen to the ground. At that moment, Lingtian could not afford to hesitate. He stepped back, then leapt forward, delivering a powerful kick to the door lock. The door swung open, and like a bolt of lightning, he rushed inside, illuminating the space with his phone's feeble light, searching for Li Yuxin and any unseen adversaries. As he raised the phone to cast light upon the room, his eyes fell upon a woman, with no other figures in sight. Lifting his gaze, he met Li Yuxin's wide-eyed, dazed expression. Lingtian was momentarily stunned, utterly bewildered by the situation. Li Yuxin stood frozen, her mind racing to comprehend the unfolding events she had been bathing when, suddenly, the lights went out, plunging her into darkness. Startled, she instinctively let out a few screams. In the pitch blackness, she knocked over several items in her frantic search for a towel. Just as her fingers grazed the fabric, a loud crash echoed as the door swung open, and a faint beam of light accompanied a swift figure that approached her. Lingtian. Her mind was blank, unable to process the whirlwind of events that had transpired, leaving her utterly disoriented. At that moment, it was not only she who was dazed, Lingtian too found himself in a state of confusion, his thoughts a complete void. Chapter 031 Accident, Part 1. The moment of bewilderment between the two lingered for nearly several seconds, until Li Yuxin suddenly let out a piercing scream, hurriedly covering her body's most vulnerable areas with her hands as she crouched down, frantically exclaiming, What are you doing? Lingtian, startled by Li Yuxin's shriek, quickly turned around and said, I'm sorry, I didn't know you were bathing. I only heard your scream and thought something had happened, which is why I barged in. Even the usually composed Lingtian felt a tinge of panic, for this was indeed his first encounter of such a nature. While he had witnessed death many times, he had never seen a woman's body before. Get out! Li Yuxin shouted, tears streaming down her face. If a moment ago she had been in a daze, she was now fully alert and on the brink of hysteria. I'm sorry, I didn't mean to, Lingtian said, turning his back to her. He wished to explain further, but was interrupted once again by Li Yuxin's frantic voice. I said, get out. Li Yuxin was truly at the verge of a breakdown, her tears flowing uncontrollably. Lingtian, taken aback, fell silent for a moment before responding, all right. He then stepped outside, preparing to close the damaged door behind him. Hand me your phone, Li Yuxin called out once more. Okay, Lingtian replied, momentarily stunned, as he turned and handed his phone to Li Yuxin. Once she took it, he closed the door and exited. He did not stray far, leaning against the wall near the door and lighting a cigarette. Encountering such a situation was far from his intention. He had previously assured Li Sanyuan in her presence and had also personally guaranteed Li Yuxin that he would never do anything to harm her. He distinctly recalled stating that he would not gaze upon what he should not see, nor listen to what he should not hear, and had even expressed that he would never step upstairs. Yet now, the reality was that he had not only ascended the staircase but had also burst into the bathroom, catching sight of Li Yuxin's form. Yi Lingtian understood what this meant for a young woman. Although it was unintentional, the fact remained that he had indeed inflicted harm upon her, leading to profound feelings of guilt and regret. He lamented his lack of composure that evening, unable to comprehend why he had acted so impulsively. It was all a series of coincidences. Earlier that afternoon, an unsettling event had occurred, compounded by the power outage and Li Yuxin's scream. Most alarming to Yi Lingtian was the sound of objects being overturned, which convinced him that Li Yuxin was in peril. As he leaned against the wall, smoking slowly, he was not typically a man prone to regret, yet at this moment, he found himself wishing he had exercised more restraint. Just as he was finishing his cigarette, the door swung open, and Li Yuxin emerged holding her phone. Under the light, it was evident that she had donned a nightgown. "I'm sorry, the power suddenly went out, and upon hearing your scream, I thought you were in trouble. When I heard things falling inside, I feared you had been attacked, so I broke in. I didn't mean to." Yi Lingtian attempted to explain once more. Before he could finish, Li Yuxin abruptly raised her hand and delivered a resounding slap across his face, leaving 5 vivid red imprints upon his skin, visible in the light. "Get out!" Li Yuxin gritted her teeth, her eyes brimming with tears. Yi Lingtian was momentarily taken aback, then nodded in acknowledgement, saying, "All right, thank you." He then slowly descended the stairs, leaving his phone behind for Li Yuxin to use as a flashlight. As he made his way down, he lit another cigarette. In truth, he had anticipated Li Yuxin's reaction the moment she raised her hand. While to an ordinary observer, her speed might have seemed swift, to Yi Lingtian, it was painfully slow. He could have easily evaded or blocked the blow, yet he chose not to, deliberately allowing her to strike him. But he understood her anger, her humiliation, and he too felt a profound sense of guilt and regret. Navigating the darkness down the stairs, Yi Lingtian opened the door to survey the outside, noticing that the neighboring houses were illuminated, while only his was shrouded in darkness. After a moment's thought, he approached the power switch located beside the door, lifted the cover, and, as expected, found the circuit breaker had tripped. After deliberation, he flipped the switch back on instantly. All the lights flickered to life. Yi Lingtian couldn't help but chuckle at the absurdity of the situation. It was merely a tripped circuit breaker that had caused such a commotion. Entering his bedroom, he stood on the balcony, lighting a cigarette. After a few puffs, he discarded the butt and was about to turn off the lights and prepare for bed when a knock sounded at the door. Before he could respond, the door swung open to reveal Li Yuxin, her expression dark, her eyes still puffy and red. She tossed her phone onto the bed before turning and striding out. Yi Lingtian yearned to call out to her, to say something, but ultimately refrained. The following morning, he rose early as usual. After a session of exercise, he ventured out to procure breakfast, awaiting Li Yuxin's descent. When Li Yuxin finally emerged, she glanced at Yi Lingtian but proceeded to prepare a cup of milk and nibble on some bread, before grabbing her bag and walking out. Noticing her departure, Yi Lingtian followed suit. Their car remained at the office, so they took a taxi to work. Throughout the ride, silence enveloped them, with only the driver engaging in incessant chatter about traffic congestion and the severity of air pollution, topics of concern for the common people yet beyond their control, leaving only grumbling in its wake. Upon entering the office, Li Yuxin headed straight to her office without uttering a single word to Yi Lingtian. In the afternoon, Secretary Huang Ling emerged from Li Yuxin's office and approached Yi Lingtian, saying, "Assistant Yi, the general manager has called for you." Yi Lingtian paused momentarily, then nodded and pushed open the door to Li Yuxin's office. "What is it?" he inquired casually. "Just now, Lawyer Wang called me. He visited the police station today, and there are some developments regarding yesterday's case. Those patients in the hospital have confessed they were indeed instructed by someone, but the individuals below do not know who was behind it. The leader, that bald man, is aware of who orchestrated it but insists he acted alone in attacking us, denying any external influence." Li Yuxin elaborated slowly. Chapter 032 The Unexpected, Part 2. Yi Lingtian nodded and replied, "I understand. This was to be expected." After uttering these words, he turned to leave, but was halted by Li Yuxin's voice. "Yi Lingtian, I present you with 2 choices. The first option is for you to depart. I will seek out my father to discuss matters. I will not hold you accountable for your breach of contract, nor will I demand a refund. From this moment forth, we shall have no further connections. The second option is that, starting today, under no circumstances are you to set foot upstairs again. Should you violate this stipulation, I will pursue your breach of contract as outlined in our agreement." Yi Lingtian glanced at Li Yuxin, nodded, and reiterated, "I understand. Furthermore, concerning last night's incident, I wish for no one else in this world to ever learn of it. Yi Lingtian, if I discover that you have divulged this matter to anyone, I will not hesitate to end your life." "Understood," Yi Lingtian replied before exiting Li Yuxin's office. Once he departed, Li Yuxin's eyes brimmed with tears once more. Frankly, she had harbored an unfavorable impression of Yi Lingtian from the outset. However, after hearing Su Xiaoqing's account of him and reflecting on the incident from the previous afternoon, her attitude towards Yi Lingtian had significantly softened, leading her to dislike him less. Yet, the events of last night had marred her perspective anew. Although Li Yuxin acknowledged that Yi Lingtian had not acted with malice, and believed his assertion that he had rushed in out of concern for her safety, the fact remained that he had seen her body, a transgression of monumental significance for her. Being a young woman, she had never allowed any man, not even her boyfriend in America, to behold her in such a manner. Every woman harbors aspirations and convictions, one of which is to bestow her most cherished first experience to the man she loves, including the visual aspect of that experience. Yet, Li Yuxin felt that her first time had been irreparably tarnished by Yi Lingtian's gaze. The humiliation of having her modesty laid bare to him was profound, and as a result, her feelings towards him plummeted to new depths. Her loathing had escalated into outright hatred. She had resolved to confront her father that day, determined to extricate Yi Lingtian from her life. However, upon waking that morning, her anger had subsided somewhat, and she found herself unable to follow through with her initial plan, leading to her offering Yi Lingtian the two choices. The options she provided were, in essence, the same. She knew he would undoubtedly opt for the second. This was the extent of Li Yuxin's tolerance, and she despised herself for being incapable of being resolute. If he could spy on her bathing today, what might he do tomorrow? The thought was too distressing to pursue. Returning to his desk, Yi Lingtian chuckled at the peculiar nature of women. It was Friday, a day that signaled 2 days of respite for Li Yuxin, while for Yi Lingtian, every day remained a workday until the completion of his year-long contract with Li Sanyuan. Since the events of the previous night, Li Yuxin had not uttered a single word to Yi Lingtian. Apart from a few terse exchanges in the office, she remained preoccupied with the turmoil of last night, and women, by nature, are prone to holding grudges. On Saturday morning, Yi Lingtian rose early, while Li Yuxin slept in late. I have made plans with Xiaoqing to go shopping. You may accompany us or not, but if you do, please maintain your distance, Li Yuxin stated before stepping outside. Upon hearing her words, Yi Lingtian could only smile helplessly before following her out. He drove her to the shopping mall and parked the car. Just as he secured the vehicle, Su Xiaoqing appeared with her shopping bags. Teacher Su, Yi Lingtian greeted her with a nod. Yi Lingtian, are you here to accompany our general manager Li on her shopping excursion, or is it me you are here to accompany? Su Xiaoqing inquired with a playful smile. Yi Lingtian chuckled softly but remained silent. Are you not going to shop? Let us go, Li Yuxin interjected, clearly annoyed by the lively exchange between Su Xiaoqing and Yi Lingtian, and she strode into the mall ahead of them. Accompanying women on shopping trips was a first for Yi Lingtian, yet he adhered to the unspoken agreement between him and Li Yuxin, maintaining a respectful distance behind the two women, not wishing to intrude upon their outing. Hey, Miss Li, you seem a bit off today. What's wrong? Did you have a spat with your little Junjun, or is it that time of the month? As the two women browsed different clothing stores, Su Xiaoqing probed Li Yuxin. You're the one who's about to experience that, Li Yuxin retorted sharply. My apologies. Mine is indeed due, but honestly, you seem to be exhibiting symptoms more indicative of your own monthly cycle. Pray tell, what is causing your ire? Su Xiaoqing laughed heartily. Nothing of consequence, it's best you don't concern yourself with it. Even if there were, it pertains to work. Li Yuxin deflected the topic. Indeed, her mood had soured, primarily due to the events with Yi Lingtian from the previous night. Few women would remain in high spirits after such an encounter. Ah, women, you are far too strong-willed. You are defying the very will of God in your creation, and thus you suffer. So, Su Xiaoqing sighed, shaking her head. What do you mean by that? Li Yuxin questioned, perplexed by Su Xiaoqing's seemingly nonsensical statement. When God created humanity, he bestowed men with robust physiques while granting women the ability to bear children and a delicate sensibility. This delineates the roles of men and women. Men are meant to battle the elements for survival, while women primarily tend to familial duties. You are now inverting this order, dedicating your entire being to your career. How can you not find this existence torturous? Women are inherently meant to thrive in love and companionship, Su Xiaoqing articulated with conviction. Why should women not work or pursue careers? In what way are women inferior to men? Li Yuxin challenged, her spirit ignited. All right, self-proclaimed feminist. I shall say no more. Let us now engage in activities befitting women. Shopping, shall we? Su Xiaoqing promptly surrendered. Chapter 033 Unexpected, Part 3. The two women began to browse various boutiques, most of which showcased clothing and handbags. Yi Lingtian, possessing a keen sense of self-awareness, trailed behind at a distance. Whenever the women entered a store, he would linger at the entrance, ensuring he remained within sight of them. Yi Lingtian, come here quickly. Suddenly, he heard Su Xiaoqing's voice calling out to him from inside a boutique while he stood beside a trash bin, smoking. Assuming something was amiss, he promptly extinguished his cigarette and hurried inside the store. "What's the matter?" Lingtian inquired as he stepped in. "Do you think this outfit looks good?" Su Shaoqing asked, holding up a garment from a rack. Lingtian hesitated momentarily and replied dismissively, "It looks nice." "Really, is it truly nice?" Su Shaoqing pressed for confirmation. "Yes," he nodded slightly. "I think it looks good too. Wait for me, I'm going to try it on, and you can give me your opinion," she said cheerfully before heading into the fitting room with the outfit. Lingtian stood somewhat speechlessly in the women's clothing boutique. At that moment, Li Yuxin turned her head and shot Lingtian a disdainful glance before continuing her own selection of clothes. Lingtian understood that Li Yuxin harbored a deep-seated animosity towards him at present, so he remained silent, and still, not long after, he noticed Li Yuxin also entering a fitting room with an outfit in hand. Moments later, Su Shaoqing emerged, adorned in a new attire that was undeniably beautiful. Coupled with her already stunning appearance, the combination was indeed captivating. Su Shaoqing twirled in front of Lingtian and asked, "What do you think?" "Is it pretty?" "Pretty," Lingtian affirmed with a nod. "Miss, your boyfriend truly has an eye for fashion. That outfit looks even better on you than on our model," the sales assistant approached with a smile. "Wait a moment, did you just say he is my what?" Su Shaoqing interrupted the sales assistant, her curiosity piqued. "Your boyfriend, isn't he?" the sales assistant inquired nervously, fearing she had misspoken. Indeed. You have a keen eye, don't you think we make quite the pair?" Su Shaoqing beamed as she stepped closer to Lingtian, wrapping her arms around his, addressing the sales assistant. Yes, a match made in heaven, truly a stunning couple," the sales assistant quickly agreed. "Is that so, darling? Since they've said so many flattering things, don't you think you ought to buy me this outfit?" Su Shaoqing playfully coaxed, clinging to Lingtian's arm. While Lingtian felt a slight bead of sweat form, awkwardly smiling without uttering a word. "What are you two doing?" At that moment, Li Yuxin emerged from the fitting room and immediately noticed the intimate display between Su Shaoqing and Lingtian, her brow furrowed in disapproval. "Trying on clothes, what else? They say we are a match made in heaven, don't you think so, a handsome man and a beautiful woman, right?" Su Shaoqing replied, still clinging to Lingtian's arm as she addressed Li Yuxin. "Su Shaoqing, are you in heat or something?" Li Yuxin looked at her with disdain before turning back towards the fitting room. "Darling, do you think she is jealous?" Su Shaoqing turned to Lingtian with a grin. You both should continue trying on clothes. I'll wait outside." Lingtian, feeling the playful teasing from Su Shaoqing, awkwardly withdrew his arm from her embrace and exited the store. "Su Shaoqing, you really are something. How about I create an opportunity for you two tonight to get things done?" After they changed back into their clothes, Li Yuxin scolded Su Shaoqing with irritation. "Oh please, don't concern yourself with us. Even if we wanted to, we wouldn't need your help. With so many hotels and inns around, we could easily find a place, right?" Su Shaoqing chirped happily, handing the outfit to the sales assistant and stating, "I'll take this one, please wrap it up." "Certainly. And what about you, miss, how do you find this outfit?" The sales assistant turned to Li Yuxin. "No, it's quite unappealing. Su Shaoqing, I've realized you are just courting disaster," Li Yuxin retorted angrily. "Dear sister, when one encounters true love, one must possess the courage of a moth to the flame," Su Shaoqing continued, swiping her card. Noticing Li Yuxin's genuine anger, she quickly added, All right, I was just joking, but why are you so upset? Even if I really do like him, you shouldn't be this angry, right?" "You wouldn't be jealous, would you?" Su Shaoqing asked, eyeing Li Yuxin curiously. "Why don't you go die? If I were to be jealous, it would be over you, not him. I'll tell you, even if every man in the world perished, I wouldn't spare him a second glance, you lecherous scoundrel," Li Yuxin exploded, her words like a sudden eruption, directing her ire at Lingtian before storming out of the store without waiting for Su Shaoqing. Su Shaoqing watched in wide-eyed confusion as Li Yuxin swept past her, utterly bewildered by her sudden change in demeanor. Chapter 034 The Summit, Part 1, The shopping expedition came to an abrupt halt due to a careless jest made by Su Shaoqing. It is not to say that her humor was excessively bold, nor can it be claimed that Li Yuxin was overly sensitive. The two often exchanged such banter, yet Su Shaoqing remained oblivious to the tumultuous events transpiring between Li Yuxin and Lingtian. Li Yuxin harbored a deep-seated resentment towards Lingtian, and when Su Shaoqing inadvertently drew a parallel between their relationship, it rekindled the memory of that humiliating night, plunging her mood to its nadir, ultimately leading her to storm off. "What is going on today?" Su Shaoqing exclaimed as she dashed out in pursuit of Li Yuxin. Though she was unable to catch up with her, she did manage to intercept Yi Lingtian, who trailed behind. I don't know either, I'm sorry, Teacher Su, but I must be on my way, Yi Lingtian replied curtly, making no attempt to engage Su Shaoqing further before hastily departing after Li Yuxin, climbing into the car. Su Shaoqing was left behind, feeling utterly perplexed. However, this time, it was not Yi Lingtian at the wheel, but rather Li Yuxin herself. Upon entering the car, Yi Lingtian discovered that Li Yuxin was already seated in the driver's seat. With no alternative, he took the passenger seat. Hand me the car keys, Li Yuxin said coldly to Yi Lingtian. Aware of her anger, Yi Lingtian refrained from arguing and retrieved the keys from his pocket, handing them over to her. Li Yuxin started the engine but did not drive off immediately. Instead, she turned to Yi Lingtian and said, "Perhaps you should drive after all," as she unbuckled her seatbelt. Yi Lingtian nodded in agreement, opened the door, and stepped out to take over the driving. However, just as he closed the door, the car sped off, leaving him behind. Furrowing his brow, Yi Lingtian had not anticipated such a maneuver from Li Yuxin. After a moment's contemplation, he waved down a taxi and instructed the driver, "Follow that car ahead. I will pay you triple the fare." The driver, momentarily taken aback, quickly nodded and pressed the accelerator to pursue. And naturally, the taxi could not hope to match the performance of Li Yuxin's luxury vehicle, yet given the congested city streets, speed was limited. The driver's skill and familiarity with the roads far surpassed that of Li Yuxin, resulting in the taxi maintaining a close, albeit non-passing, proximity to her car. Yi Lingtian had no intention of overtaking. He merely wished to keep Li Yuxin within his sight. As Li Yuxin drove furiously through the city, a smoldering rage had been festering within her for several days, only ignited by Su Shaoqing's offhand remark. Eventually, they arrived at the base of Qingyang Mountain, where Li Yuxin navigated the winding road upward. Yi Lingtian, perplexed by her daytime excursion to the mountain, instructed the driver to follow closely behind. Qingyang Mountain, the highest peak within the East Sea urban area, is a popular recreational destination, frequented by many eager climbers each day. The car continued along the serpentine road until Li Yuxin entered a large parking lot situated halfway up the mountain. Vehicles were permitted only as far as this point, beyond which access was restricted. Yi Lingtian had the driver park at a distance from Li Yuxin, fulfilling his promise of triple payment before waiting for her to exit the vehicle before he, too, disembarked. "Young man, had a spat with your girlfriend," the taxi driver remarked kindly as Yi Lingtian stepped out. "I tell you, don't take such matters too seriously between couples. A man ought to swallow his pride. Women are made of water, tender-hearted. A few kind words can easily mend her mood." Yi Lingtian nodded, offering the driver a faint smile before turning to pursue the direction Li Yuxin had taken. For Yi Lingtian, trailing someone was a trivial endeavor. He kept a discreet distance behind Li Yuxin, close enough to discern her movements. In reality, following someone familiar necessitates a greater distance. The close surveillance often depicted in television dramas is mere folly. One cannot remain unnoticed at such proximity. As Yi Lingtian ambled along, puffing on a cigarette, Li Yuxin was resolutely trekking towards the mountain's summit. The path from the parking lot to the peak, though well constructed by the municipal government, still required at least 20 minutes of walking. Ultimately, Li Yuxin reached the summit, where a grand observation platform had been constructed, resembling a small park surrounded by railings and adorned with benches, allowing visitors to take in the panoramic views of the entire East Sea cityscape. The wind at the summit was brisk, causing even Yi Lingtian to feel a chill. Li Yuxin stood at the railing, gazing downwards, instinctively crossing her arms against the cold, yet Yi Lingtian did not approach. He remained at a respectful distance behind her. He surmised the source of her ire was undoubtedly linked to him. In truth, Li Yuxin had been in poor spirits for the past few days, a sentiment inexorably tied to the events of that fateful night. Thus, Yi Lingtian possessed the wisdom not to encroach upon her space. Her deliberate retreat to this solitary spot was a clear indication of her desire to avoid him, and he felt no need to provoke her further. What Yi Lingtian did not anticipate was that Li Yuxin would remain there for a full half-hour, motionless, save for her shift from standing to sitting on a nearby bench. Realizing the wind was indeed quite chilly and noting that Li Yuxin showed no signs of descending, he gradually approached her, removing his jacket and offering it to her. "The wind is strong up here. You should wear this," he urged gently. Chapter 035 of the Summit, Part 2. Li Yuxin was taken aback by the sudden sound of Yi Lingtian's voice. She quickly turned her head, only to see him holding out a piece of clothing, and she glared at him, demanding, "How did you know I was here? What are you doing here?" Yi Lingtian glanced at Li Yuxin and replied nonchalantly, "How I arrived and how I knew you were here is inconsequential. What matters is that if you do not put on some clothing, you are sure to catch a cold. Your skin is already covered in goosebumps." Upon hearing Yi Lingtian's words, Li Yuxin looked down at her exposed arms and indeed noticed the goosebumps forming. "Take your clothes away, I find it repulsive. Furthermore, I hope you will leave my sight. I came here to be alone and do not wish to see you," Li Yuxin declared with a hint of disdain. I understand that. In fact, if given a choice, I would prefer not to intrude upon your world. However, you perspired while climbing, and now, with the chill of the wind, your body temperature has dropped rapidly. Considering the already low temperature here and your scant attire, you have been standing for nearly half an hour. If you do not keep warm, I assure you, even if you descend now, you will certainly catch a cold. I hope you do not toy with your own health. The clothes are here. Whether you wear them is your choice. I shall continue to observe you without interruption. Lingtian placed his coat on the chair beside Li Yuxin, then turned and walked away, standing by the railing to gaze down. The view from this vantage point was indeed splendid. The entire city of Donghai lay beneath, and the once towering skyscrapers appeared diminutive from such heights. The bustling crowds resembled mere ants from this perspective. Perhaps, Lingtian mused, humanity truly is akin to ants. Li Yuxin was tempted to hurl Lingtian's clothing away, yet upon reflection, she recognized the wisdom in his words. Deep down, she understood that persisting in her current state would inevitably lead to illness, and the chill she felt was indeed uncomfortable. Ultimately, she picked up Lingtian's coat and draped it over herself, feeling a significant warmth envelop her simultaneously. A strong masculine scent emanated from the fabric, which she found unexpectedly pleasant. Lingtian perched on the railing, facing Li Yuxin while his back was turned to the sheer cliff that dropped over 1,000 meters below. This was a perilous position. A mere misstep could result in a fatal fall. However, for Lingtian, danger had long since become a familiar companion. That he was not seeking to appear daring, rather, he merely wished to maintain a view of Li Yuxin, just in case. After sitting for a while, Li Yuxin finally stood up and approached Lingtian, tossing his coat back to him with a murmured thank you before making her way down the mountain. Lingtian caught the coat with a slight smile and followed her descent. Those who frequently hike are aware that while ascending can be arduous, descending poses far greater risks, particularly for someone like Li Yuxin, who was wearing high heels. As Lingtian leisurely trailed behind her, he suddenly saw her stumble, her entire body lurching forward. Without hesitation, he dashed to her side. Li Yuxin took a few hurried steps, attempting to regain her balance, but ultimately failed, teetering dangerously on the steep incline. A fall here could lead to unimaginable consequences. Just as she was about to topple, she felt a pair of strong hands encircle her from behind. Turning her head, she found it was Lingtian. "Are you all right?" he inquired, discarding the cigarette but from his mouth. With Lingtian's arms around her, Li Yuxin felt her cheeks flush crimson. "My ankle, I twisted my ankle," she stammered, struggling to free herself from his embrace. However, as soon as her foot touched the ground, pain shot through her, drawing a pained groan from her lips. "Let us find somewhere to sit. I'll take a look at it," Lingtian suggested, guiding her to a nearby large rock where she could rest. He then crouched down to examine her ankle. "What are you doing?" Li Yuxin exclaimed, startled by his actions, retracting her foot defensively and eyeing him warily. "I'm going to check your ankle and massage it. If I don't, it will swell up immediately," Lingtian replied calmly, disregarding her protests as he placed her foot on his leg and gently removed her high heel. Li Yuxin was clad in stockings and a short skirt. Lingtian contemplated whether he should remove her stockings but noticed that they covered her entire thigh, making it rather impractical. As Lingtian handled her foot, Li Yuxin's face burned like an apple. She felt so bashful that she wished to vanish into the ground, yet she also recognized the pain in her ankle was severe. If it was not tended to, it might indeed swell into an unsightly mass. Lingtian examined her ankle through the sheer fabric of her stockings, then pressed his fingers gently around the area. "Is it here? Does it hurt?" Li Yuxin gritted her teeth and nodded, confirming it was indeed the source of her discomfort. "I'll massage it to improve blood flow, then you should apply some liniment when you return. You'll likely be fine by tomorrow, but you won't be able to walk today. In the future, take care. Wearing high heels while hiking is a recipe for injury," Lingtian advised, then began to gently knead her ankle with his palm. Chapter 036 The Summit, Part 3. As Lingtian's hand made contact with Li Yuxin's foot, she instinctively attempted to retract her leg, only to be firmly grasped by him. In that moment, Li Yuxin's entire demeanor stiffened, a result of her overwhelming tension. After all, it was the first time her body had been touched by a man in such a manner. While Lingtian gently began to massage her foot, causing her cheeks to flush crimson. She dared not meet his gaze, turning her face away and allowing him to continue his ministrations upon her foot, though her initial rigidity gradually gave way to relaxation. It was a Saturday, and the mountains were teeming with visitors, many of whom were young couples. Observing Lingtian's attentive care for Li Yuxin's foot, numerous girls could not help but pause, casting envious glances in her direction. Feeling the curious stares of passers-by, Li Yuxin was instantly engulfed in embarrassment, wishing for a crevice to hide herself away, disregarding the potential for her foot to become swollen like a bun. She withdrew her foot from Lingtian's lap, slipped it back into her shoe, and declared, all right, that's enough, let us head down the mountain. As she attempted to stand, pain shot through her foot, causing beads of sweat to form on her forehead. With a sense of helplessness, she sank back down. Lingtian, witnessing her struggle, chuckled softly and offered, let me carry you down. Absolutely not, I can walk on my own, Li Yuxin retorted, shooting him a glare. Lingtian nodded, then settled himself on a nearby rock, producing a cigarette from his pocket and lighting it. Very well, then you can walk down by yourself. Li Yuxin was momentarily at a loss for words, her anger directed at him. Yet Lingtian paid her no heed, calmly smoking his cigarette. Fine, if I must walk, then I shall, Li Yuxin muttered through clenched teeth, mustering her strength to rise once more. After a moment's thought, she discarded her high heels onto the ground, gritting her teeth against the pain as she limped down the mountain. Lingtian observed her awkward gait with a smirk, remaining seated and continuing to smoke until he finished his cigarette. Once done, he extinguished the butt and stood, retrieving Li Yuxin's discarded heels before leisurely following her descent. Upon reaching her side, he said nothing, instead lifting her effortlessly into his arms, eliciting a startled scream from Li Yuxin. Ignoring her protests, he held her tightly, one hand also grasping her high heels, and continued down the mountain. Release me, I do not require your assistance, do you hear me? Li Yuxin seethed, struggling to free herself from his grasp, though her efforts were negligible against his strength. Lingtian disregarded her outburst, resolutely carrying her towards the parking lot. Put me down, or I shall call the police and report you for abduction, she threatened, yet he remained unfazed, inciting her fury further, akin to striking a sponge, completely unyielding and frustrating. Realizing his indifference, Li Yuxin lost interest in continuing their verbal sparring, recognizing that this obstinate man would not relent or take her feelings into account. Burying her face deep within his embrace, she chose not to acknowledge the curious glances from onlookers, fully aware they likely perceived her and Lingtian as a couple. Eventually, they arrived at the parking lot, where Lingtian took the car keys from her hand, opened the door, and unceremoniously placed her in the passenger seat. He fastened her seatbelt and tossed her heels at her feet before seating himself in the driver's seat, starting the engine, and driving towards her home. Where are you taking me? Li Yuxin inquired icily. Home, did I mention I wish to return home? Are we following your plans or mine? Who is in charge here, you or I? Li Yuxin's frustration mounted. She loathed Lingtian's presumptuousness. She was not a woman who took kindly to being dictated to, not even by her father, let alone him. Lingtian paid her no mind, continuing to steer the vehicle towards her house. I command you to turn around, I am going to the office, she asserted angrily. It is Saturday, he replied nonchalantly. Does my schedule require your approval? Is it not permissible for me to work on a Saturday? Drive to the office this instant, I have unfinished business, she nearly whined, her tone bordering on petulance. Lingtian remained unresponsive, resolutely driving on. Lingtian, I warn you once more, turn around for the office, or I shall jump from the car. Do you believe me? Li Yuxin glared at him in fury. Li Yuxin, I advise you to remain seated and behave, take care of yourself at home and rest for a couple of days, or do not blame me for being unkind, he finally snapped, casting a cold glance in her direction. Confronted with his steely gaze, a flicker of fear crossed Li Yuxin's face, yet she stubbornly retorted, unkind, very well, I am curious to see how you intend to be unkind. You are welcome to try, he replied coolly. Being inherently strong-willed and obstinate, Li Yuxin only resisted harder at his threats, reaching for the door handle, genuinely contemplating jumping from the vehicle. With keen perception, Lingtian observed her intentions and swiftly remarked, the car is currently traveling at a modest speed of 60 miles per hour. While jumping may not result in fatality, for someone like you, untrained, it is quite feasible to fracture a leg. At best, you could leave your face scraped against the pavement, and I doubt even the finest plastic surgeon in Korea could restore it. If you wish to test your luck, by all means, proceed. Chapter 037 of the Summit, Part 4, Lingtian, let me make this clear, do not push me, even if it means my demise, I will not submit to your whims. Li Yuxin, fueled by her stubbornness, was unyielding, preparing to leap from the vehicle. You truly intend to turn back to the company? Very well, just wait a moment, I need to procure something, Lingtian replied, deftly steering the car into a narrow alley, eventually halting at a small hardware store. Please, wait for me, he instructed, removing the car key and stepping out before entering the shop. Li Yuxin paused, bewildered by Lingtian's sudden change in demeanor. After several minutes, he emerged carrying a bag, the contents concealed from her view. He returned to the car, driving to the alley's end, a desolate spot devoid of any passers-by. What are you planning to do? Why have you brought the car here? Li Yuxin sensed something amiss, her gaze filled with trepidation as she regarded Lingtian. Ignoring her, he parked the vehicle, exited with the bag, and approached her passenger side. Opening the door, he retrieved a bundle of ropes from the bag and declared, you mentioned wanting to jump from the car, let's see how you intend to do that. Lingtian, what are you doing? I implore you, do not act foolishly, or else." The sight of the rope sent a wave of fear through Li Yuxin. She was acutely aware of Yi Lingtian's formidable nature. "Or else what? Will you call the police?" "Do as you wish, Li Yuxin. Everyone has their limits, and I have my own temper. I promised your father I would safeguard you, which necessitates ensuring your safety. Your foot is severely injured, you must return home to apply medicine and rest. Whether you choose to report me or inform your father of my dismissal is entirely your affair. I will only fulfill my obligations." Yi Lingtian spoke with an air of indifference, proceeding to bind Li Yuxin without concern for her willingness. Understanding her temperament, he recognized her capacity for impulsive actions. "Yi Lingtian, you dare, you scoundrel, release me, or I shall end you." Li Yuxin struggled fiercely, yet she was no match for him. Within moments, her hands were securely bound, leaving her utterly spent. Tears streamed down her face, the humiliation far greater than before. In a fit of rage, she bit down on Yi Lingtian's arm, channeling all her hatred and indignation into that single act. Yi Lingtian grimaced but continued to secure her in the passenger seat, allowing her to nod his arm. As he sensed her grip loosening, he inquired, "Are you finished? Once you are, we shall return." After she released him, he closed the passenger door and took the driver's seat, reversing out of the alley and heading homeward. "Yi Lingtian, I will not forgive you. I shall have my revenge," Li Yuxin proclaimed, her eyes filled with venomous tears. It was not just a pampered heiress's pride at stake. Any ordinary girl, suddenly bound by a man, would find such humiliation maddening. "Suit yourself. I am merely acting in your best interest. If you neglect your injury and it swells, you could face serious consequences, and a hospital visit may become necessary," Yi Lingtian stated calmly. He parked in front of a pharmacy, hastily entering to purchase a bottle of ointment before continuing on. Gradually, Li Yuxin's energy to berate him waned as she leaned against the passenger seat, though her tears persisted, her gaze still seething with wrath. Upon arriving at the courtyard, Yi Lingtian opened the door and helped Li Yuxin from the passenger seat, though he did not release the ropes binding her hands and feet. He lifted her effortlessly onto his shoulder and carried her inside, placing her on the sofa. He crouched down to retrieve the ointment, beginning to apply it to her injured foot. Li Yuxin's eyes were swollen from tears, her spirit broken. She offered no resistance as Yi Lingtian tended to her. Consumed by hatred, she resolved that the moment he released her, she would call the authorities to have him arrested. Suddenly, her gaze caught something unusual. Yi Lingtian's arm appeared crimson. Upon closer inspection, she realized that the bloodied area corresponded to where she had bitten him, soaking through his shirt and staining even his outer jacket. "That, your arm," Li Yuxin stammered, her mouth agape. Yi Lingtian paused, glancing at his arm with a furrowed brow, but chose to ignore it, continuing to care for her foot. "You must go to the hospital at once, such blood loss could prove fatal," Li Yuxin urged, panic rising. "It is nothing serious," he replied nonchalantly, resuming his ministrations. Once he finished treating her foot, he began to gather the medical supplies, advising her, "Remember, for the next couple of days, avoid putting pressure on that foot. I will massage it again tonight, and if it is not swollen or painful by morning, you should be fine. Otherwise, a hospital visit will be in order. Do we have any bandages at home?" "I'm unsure, but I believe there is a first aid kit in the cabinet," Li Yuxin replied, gesturing with her chin since her hands remained bound. Yi Lingtian hesitated before untying her wrists and ankles, saying, "I apologize, it was never my intention to bind you, but your foot truly cannot be agitated." After releasing her, he walked to the cabinet she mentioned, retrieving the first aid kit. Upon opening it, he found antibiotics and bandages within. "Rest on the sofa, call for me if you need anything, but please refrain from moving," he instructed before carrying the kit into his bedroom. Chapter 038 Application of Medicine, Part 1. The more Li Yuxin pondered, the more she felt something was amiss. Reclining on the sofa, she reflected on the events of the day. Although she considered Yi Lingtian's act of binding her with rope rather excessive, upon further contemplation, she realized that she had been somewhat unreasonable, and indeed, Yi Lingtian's actions were ultimately for her own good. Recalling the moment she had bitten him, it seemed as though she had truly sunk her teeth into him with all her might, and this thought stirred a twinge of guilt within her. Thus, Li Yuxin mustered her strength to rise from the sofa and slowly made her way to Yi Lingtian's door. Pushing it open. As the door swung ajar, she was met with the sight of Yi Lingtian, bare-chested, poised to pour a bottle of penicillin onto the wounds on his arm. The area where she had bitten him was a gruesome tableau of blood and flesh, the bitten flesh nearly ready to fall away from his arm, while the surrounding tissue was swollen. The sight startled Li Yuxin. She had never fathomed that her bite could possess such force, nor could she imagine the pain he must be enduring. While Yi Lingtian gritted his teeth, preparing to apply the penicillin to his arm, when suddenly the door opened, and Li Yuxin entered. I apologize, but I have a bit of an injury on my arm. It would be difficult to treat it without removing my shirt. I hope you don't mind," he said, Feeling somewhat awkward about his bare torso in front of her, he hastily sprinkled the penicillin onto the wound. The moment the medication touched his injury, it could only be described with an advertisement slogan. It was agonizingly sharp. Even with Yi Lingtian's high threshold for pain, he involuntarily shuddered and clenched his teeth. "Stop that, you should hurry to the hospital." "I'm sorry, I didn't realize I had bitten you so hard," Li Yuxin exclaimed urgently. "It's all right, just a bit of penicillin and some gauze will suffice," Yi Lingtian replied nonchalantly, continuing to pour the penicillin onto the wound. "How would you know it's enough? Look at the severity of your injury. If it becomes infected, what then? Hurry, let us go to the hospital, or I'll call an ambulance," Li Yuxin insisted, preparing to hop off to grab her phone. "Really, it's unnecessary," Yi Lingtian said, quickly standing up to grasp her arm. "It's just a minor injury. I learned basic first aid in the military. A bit of penicillin and daily dressing changes will do in half a month. It will scab over and heal. You should lie down and rest. Try not to move. I can handle this myself, it won't take long." As he spoke, Yi Lingtian began to handle the gauze, biting one end while pulling the other with his hand, as one arm was incapacitated, making self-dressing a bit cumbersome. "I can help you with that. Just tell me what to do," Li Yuxin offered, hopping closer and taking the gauze from him. While Yi Lingtian paused, looking at her in disbelief. How could this girl, who had harbored such animosity towards him, suddenly be so kind? He nodded. "It's nothing complicated. I've already disinfected it with iodine. Just tear the gauze and wrap it around the wound, thank you." Li Yuxin nodded and began to wrap the gauze around the injury. Upon witnessing the horrific state of Yi Lingtian's arm, her heart ached, and she nearly burst into tears. Out of shame, trembling, she carefully bandaged his wound while asking, "Is it very painful?" "It would be hard to believe if I said it wasn't painful at all. There's a bit of discomfort, but it's manageable," Yi Lingtian replied calmly. "I'm sorry, I was beside myself with rage and lost all sense of proportion," Li Yuxin confessed, guilt washing over her. "It's all right," Yi Lingtian said softly. "What should we do now?" she inquired, having wrapped several layers of gauze, unsure of the next step. "Tie a knot or use tape, just make sure it's secure," he instructed. "Wait, I'll find some tape," she said, preparing to step out. "No need, a knot will suffice," he replied. By the time she turned back, Yi Lingtian had already used his mouth and hands to tear 2 strips of gauze, then proceeded to tie a knot securely around the bandaged area, giving it a firm tug to finalize the dressing. Seeing him pull tightly on the bandage, Li Yuxin involuntarily shivered, vividly imagining the pain he must be enduring. Yet Yi Lingtian appeared unaffected, promptly beginning to tidy up the contents of the medicine box. Suddenly, Li Yuxin found herself struck by the sheer masculinity of this man. Perhaps it was such men who could truly be deemed as real men. As she gazed at Yi Lingtian, her eyes inadvertently roamed over his entire upper torso. It was then that she widened her eyes in shock. Having previously observed him from a distance while he wore a tank top, she had failed to notice, and in her concern for his injured arm, she had overlooked it. Now, she realized that his entire upper body was marred by scars, some linear, others circular, almost covering his skin entirely. The sight was harrowing, leaving her utterly speechless. Once Yi Lingtian had organized the medicine box, he promptly reached for his shirt to put it on. After all, there was a woman present, and he felt that being bare-chested was rather inappropriate. As he was about to don his shirt, Li Yuxin suddenly asked, "What happened to those scars on your body?" Yi Lingtian was taken aback, instinctively lowering his gaze to inspect the marks on his skin. "Could you tell me how you acquired them?" she pressed again. Yi Lingtian hesitated, then lifted his head, remaining silent as he continued to dress. Once he had donned his shirt, he replied, "They are just mishaps, scrapes and bruises." "That's nonsense, just look at those scars. They must be from knives and bullets. What on earth do you do? Why do you have so many knife and gun wounds?" Li Yuxin interrupted, demanding an answer. Why Yi Lingtian was momentarily taken aback, standing still as he lit a cigarette and took a couple of puffs. Then, carrying the medicine box, he walked past her and out the door, saying, "You've been watching too many dramas, you've been brainwashed. In this world, knives and guns are a rarity. Where would I go to collect a body full of such wounds? You should return to your room and lie down. Don't move around, I'll come back this afternoon to apply medicine again." Chapter 039. Applying Medicine, Part 2. Observing Yi Lingtian's demeanor, Li Yuxin found herself momentarily entranced, staring blankly as he carried the medicine box back to its original spot in the living room. After a prolonged pause, she finally mustered the energy to bounce her way upstairs, realizing that her foot required a day or two of rest to heal properly. Walking on flat ground was manageable, but ascending the staircase proved quite inconvenient, particularly because any pressure on her injured foot elicited sharp pain. As Li Yuxin struggled to ascend a step, she suddenly felt someone embrace her from behind, lifting her off the ground. Startled, she turned her head to find it was indeed Yi Lingtian. He effortlessly scooped her up once more and began to carry her upstairs. "Put me down, I can manage on my own," Li Yuxin protested, wriggling in his grasp, but Lingtian remained silent, ignoring her pleas. "Could you at least lower me and assist me up?" she implored, her voice tinged with desperation. Yet, Lingtian continued to disregard her, carrying her straight to her bedroom door before gently setting her down. After releasing her, he turned and began to descend the stairs. "Lingtian," Li Yuxin called out just as he was about to leave. "What is it?" He halted and glanced back at her. "I understand that you are trying to help me, and I appreciate your intentions. However, I earnestly beg you to refrain from assuming what I need without my consent in the future. I am a woman, and every time you unceremoniously lift me without my agreement, do you comprehend the feelings of indignation and discomfort it stirs within me? This anguish surpasses the pain of my injury," she expressed, her voice trembling as she held back tears. "Were it not for your assistance, I could have easily reported you to the authorities. Do you realize that, I implore you, regardless of the circumstances, please maintain your distance from me? The boundaries between men and women should be respected, and furthermore, I have a boyfriend whom I love dearly. If he were to find out about this, how do you think he would feel?" Lingtian was taken aback for a moment before nodding in acknowledgement. "I understand, and I am truly sorry." With that, he turned and left. Once downstairs, Lingtian returned to his room, lit a cigarette, and slowly smoked it. He then entered the bathroom, shedding his shirt and gazing at the scars that marred his skin in the mirror, each scar a testament to a painful past, each one telling a story that would remain etched in his memory forever. Dressed once again, Lingtian returned to the living room, continuing to smoke on the balcony. He then called Yi Shuang to inquire about her well-being before heading out. Not long after he left, he returned carrying several plastic bags and proceeded directly to the kitchen. It was not until around noon that he emerged, bearing an array of dishes. While Lingtian made his way upstairs and knocked on Li Yuxin's door. "Come down for lunch, please take your time on the stairs," he called before turning to leave. Engrossed in her computer, Li Yuxin suddenly remembered it was mealtime. Upon hearing his voice, the thought that he had ordered takeout warmed her heart slightly. She hurried to open the door, only to find the hallway empty, accompanied only by the sound of footsteps descending the stairs. Furrowing her brow, she leaned against the wall, enduring the discomfort as she made her way downstairs. By the time Li Yuxin finally reached the dining table, she discovered Lingtian had already begun eating, with an additional set of cutlery laid out for her and a serving of food prepared. Struggling to take her seat, she surveyed the sumptuous spread before her: steamed fish, braised pork ribs, 2 vegetable dishes, and corn soup, and felt her appetite awaken. As she helped herself to the food, she inquired, "Did you order takeout or bring it back from a restaurant?" "I cooked it myself," Lingtian replied nonchalantly, continuing to eat without paying her much mind. After a moment, he added, "Tell me if it suits your taste. If you have any particular preferences, let me know for next time." "You made this?" Li Yuxin exclaimed, her eyes widening in disbelief. Lingtian nodded, continuing his meal. "How is it possible that a man like you can cook? This is utterly astonishing," she marveled, unable to conceal her surprise. After all, she herself could not cook, and for her, preparing a meal was the most daunting task imaginable, far more challenging than managing a publicly traded company. Nothing is inherently difficult. It is only a matter of whether you wish to undertake it, Lingtian replied calmly, marking the first time he and Li Yuxin engaged in a serene conversation. "Who taught you to cook?" Li Yuxin asked after tasting a bite. "It's really good, quite delicious, and reminiscent of the meals our previous housekeeper used to prepare." "I never expected this talent from you, Lingtian. I learned from my mother. When I was young, my parents worked and had little time to look after me, so I taught myself to cook. Later, when I joined the army, I didn't have much opportunity to cook anymore and became somewhat out of practice," he replied matter-of-factly. Reflecting on Lingtian's background and family history, Li Yuxin fell into a contemplative silence. Chapter 040 Applying Medicine, Part 3. If you have some time, you might as well learn to cook for yourself. If that proves too difficult, hiring a housekeeper is also an option. Eating out every day is neither hygienic nor healthy. Prolonged indulgence in such habits will lead to problems, Lingtian remarked, standing up and preparing to leave. "Aren't you going to eat?" Li Yuxin asked, astonished. "I'm full. I'm just stepping outside for a smoke." "You go ahead and eat. Once you're done, leave the dishes here, and I'll take care of them later," Lingtian replied nonchalantly as he lit a cigarette and exited. "What an odd person. He doesn't speak when treated poorly, nor does he respond when treated kindly," Li Yuxin muttered to herself with a frown, before turning her attention back to the dishes on the table and resuming her meal. It must be said that Lingtian's cooking was indeed more palatable than anything one might find outside. After smoking for a while, Lingtian returned to find that Li Yuxin had just finished her meal. He approached the table and began to clear away the dishes, feeling somewhat embarrassed. Li Yuxin reflected that Lingtian was merely her bodyguard, not a housekeeper. It was unreasonable for him to cook and clean for her. Moreover, the fact that he was a man intensified her discomfort. Had he been a woman, she might not have felt as awkward. "I'll handle it," Li Yuxin insisted, standing up. "Can you even walk?" Lingtian remarked, disregarding her suggestion and continuing to tidy up the tableware. His words left Li Yuxin momentarily speechless. She had meant well, yet Lingtian showed no appreciation. Growing somewhat irate, she retorted, "And what about you? Doesn't your hand hurt?" "It doesn't yet. If you wish to avoid burdening me, it would be best for you to head upstairs and lie down, minimizing movement." "Your recovery is the greatest aid you could offer me," Lingtian stated matter-of-factly before making his way into the kitchen. The next morning, as Lingtian engaged in physical exercise in the yard, he heard a knock at the iron gate. Rising, he approached the door and found Su Shaoqing standing outside, tugging at the gate's pull ring. "Good morning, Teacher Su," Lingtian greeted, glistening with sweat as he opened the door for her. "What on earth are you doing? Exercising or watering the flowers?" Su Shaoqing inquired, observing his drenched state with curiosity. "Just keeping busy, please, come in," he replied with a smile, turning to lead her into the house. "Has Yuxin gotten out of bed yet?" Su Shaoqing asked. "I'm not sure." "You can go upstairs and check," he suggested. "She mentioned she sprained her ankle yesterday. Is that true?" Su Shaoqing pressed. "Yes, she applied medicine to it. She should feel a bit better today, though the pain will linger. Complete recovery may take a day or two," Lingtian responded casually, preparing to head inside to fetch some clothes for a shower. "Wait, where are you going?" Su Shaoqing called out as he entered the house. "Me? I am going to take a shower." "Have breakfast first. I brought breakfast for both you and Yuxin. Eat before you shower. It'll get cold otherwise. I'll go upstairs to call Yuxin while you start eating," Su Shaoqing said, placing the breakfast she had brought on the table before heading upstairs. Lingtian glanced at the spread, then proceeded to the bathroom with his clothes. By the time he emerged, both women had yet to come downstairs. And men, after all, tend to shower quickly, especially since Lingtian only needed a brief rinse, which was undoubtedly simpler than the extensive morning routines women often undertake. Once he finished showering, he felt no hesitation in opening the breakfast Su Shaoqing had brought. The meal was varied, consisting of congee, steamed buns, as well as bread and milk. Knowing the bread and milk were intended for Su Shaoqing, he naturally chose the buns and congee to consume. Just as he had taken a few bites, he noticed Su Shaoqing guiding Li Yuxin down the stairs. Observing her gait, Lingtian concluded that she was indeed much improved since the previous day, and he resumed his breakfast. "I must ask, why on earth would you go hiking when you're in this condition? If you were determined to hike, at least prepare properly. Climbing in high heels is nothing short of self-sabotage. Just because Lingtian and I pretended to be a couple, does that mean you should indulge in such self-destructive behavior?" Su Shaoqing chided, arranging breakfast for Li Yuxin, who was certainly having the milk and bread. "Su Shaoqing, if you continue speaking to me like that, I will ask you to leave," Li Yuxin warned, her expression dark. All right, I'll keep quiet. I come running here to serve you, and you still don't appreciate it. How ungrateful of me." Su Shaoqing replied hastily before beginning to eat her breakfast. In the midst of their conversation, Su Shaoqing turned to Lingtian and asked, "Lingtian, are you going to the hospital tomorrow for Yi Shuang's surgery?" Lingtian paused momentarily before answering, "No, I won't be going." "Not going? Why not? What could possibly be more important than your sister's surgery?" Su Shaoqing's voice rose in frustration. "I'm not a doctor. My presence would be of little consequence," Lingtian stated matter-of-factly. "That's not the point. Whether you're a doctor or not is irrelevant. Even if you're not a physician, your presence would provide Yi Shuang with great comfort and reassurance. Surgery is a significant event. Let us be blunt, this procedure could determine whether Yi Shuang's life continues. Regardless of how pressing your other obligations may be, you should be by her side to offer her support," Su Shaoqing argued passionately, her agitation palpable. "Though Yi Shuang may not voice her fears, I can see that she is indeed frightened about the surgery tomorrow. She would undoubtedly appreciate your presence for comfort. You are her only family, the one she holds dear and relies upon. Lingtian, regardless of the circumstances, you must go to the hospital tomorrow. Do you hear me?" Su Shaoqing declared emphatically, placing her bowl of congee down with fervor, her emotions evident. This was the first time Lingtian had witnessed Su Shaoqing so incensed. To him, she had always embodied a lively, playful spirit, and this display of anger was a striking departure from her usual demeanor. "I'll decide when the time comes. I finished eating." "You both enjoy your meal," Lingtian replied calmly before standing up to leave. Honestly, what kind of person is he? His sister is facing such a crucial surgery tomorrow, and he won't even accompany her to the hospital. Is he even human? I initially thought he was incredibly devoted to her, as if he had signed a contract to ensure her well-being, but it turns out this was all an illusion. He clearly doesn't care about her welfare at all. I can't believe I misjudged him so completely. I've lost my appetite, Su Shaoqing vented angrily to Li Yuxin, casting her chopsticks onto the table in frustration, her displeasure unmistakable. Chapter 041 Translation 1. Upon hearing Su Shaoqing's words, Li Yuxin erupted into a fit of laughter, leaving Su Shaoqing utterly perplexed. What are you laughing at? Su Shaoqing inquired. Oh, it's nothing really. I just find it quite delightful to hear you criticize Yi Lingtian. If my memory serves me right, this is the first time you've spoken ill of him, isn't it? Haven't you always been his devoted fan? What prompted this sudden change of heart? Li Yuxin replied with evident amusement. I must admit, I misjudged him. I have never encountered such a brotherly figure, Su Shaoqing retorted, somewhat irked. Ah, my dear, you've misunderstood him this time. It's not that he doesn't care for his sister, rather, he's simply too stubborn and overly serious. He has work commitments, and he is bound to stay by my side 24 hours a day, so he genuinely lacks the time, Li Yuxin spoke candidly, taking a bite of her bread. Su Shaoqing pondered over Li Yuxin's words. As Su Shaoqing was leaving in the afternoon, Yi Lingtian caught up with her from behind, carrying a bag. Teacher Su, please wait a moment, he called out. What is it? Su Shaoqing asked. I wanted to inquire if you will be going to the hospital tomorrow, he said. Yes, I've cancelled 2 classes in the morning. Such a significant surgery requires someone to be by Yi Shuang's side, Su Shaoqing responded with a nod. Thank you, Teacher Su. I also have a favor to ask. This is Yi Shuang's favorite mango. I bought it while grocery shopping earlier. I'm uncertain if I'll have time to go to the hospital, so I would greatly appreciate it if you could deliver this to her. Thank you so much, Teacher Su, Yi Lingtian said earnestly. Su Shaoqing nodded, then asked, Are you really not going tomorrow? After a moment's hesitation, Yi Lingtian replied, I probably won't. Why must you be so stubborn? I just spoke with Yuxin, and she has already agreed to grant you the day off, Su Shaoqing said, exasperated. It's not merely a matter of whether she can grant me leave. My job inherently does not allow for time off, or furthermore, when one makes a promise, it is a commitment that must be honored, not taken lightly. Thank you, Teacher Su, I must return now, Yi Lingtian said coolly, turning back towards the house. Indeed, he is quite the stubborn one, Su Shaoqing muttered under her breath, watching his retreating figure. Has your injury healed? Li Yuxin asked Yi Lingtian the next day while they were on their way to work. It's already healed. When is your sister's surgery scheduled? Li Yuxin felt that being around Yi Lingtian was a trial, as he was the sort of person with whom meaningful conversation was elusive. I inquired at the hospital yesterday. They said it would be between 10 and 11 in the morning. You should take the day off and go to the hospital. Su was right, nothing is more important than your sister's surgery right now, and you ought to be there with her, Li Yuxin urged. There's no need. The hospital has doctors, and my presence would not be of any use, Yi Lingtian replied indifferently. Li Yuxin regarded him for a moment before saying, Suit yourself. Upon arriving at the company, Li Yuxin entered her office while Yi Lingtian sat in the reception area. They were separated by a mere wall, yet communication between them was scant. Suddenly, the door to Li Yuxin's office swung open, and she stepped out to instruct Huang Ling, who was outside. Huang Ling, please access the company's email. There's an urgent document from the French company heiress that needs to be translated immediately. Make haste. Li Yuxin commanded as she prepared to return. However, Huang Ling hurried in after her, saying, Managerly, the translator is on leave. On leave? When did she take leave? Li Yuxin asked, her brow furrowing. She requested leave last Friday to get married. You approved it yourself, Huang Ling replied hesitantly. I did? Yes, I recall. How long is her leave? You have the leave request, right? Check how long she'll be gone, Li Yuxin quickly instructed. Half a month, Huang Ling replied directly. Half a month? Why would she choose to marry at such a critical time? A few days earlier or later would have sufficed. Huang Ling, you must find someone proficient in French to translate this document as swiftly as possible. It is crucial for our partnership with heiress, and we cannot afford any mistakes, Li Yuxin insisted. Managerly, this might be quite difficult. If it were an English translator, I might have some leads, but a French translator is quite rare. I recall there are translation software programs available online. Should I use one of those? Huang Ling suggested. Nonsense. This is a contract document worth millions. can we rely on software for translation? If there are errors, who will bear the responsibility? Heiress, what you'll do: visit several universities in the city and find a French instructor. Offer them extra compensation to ensure they translate this document by the end of the workday today. Do you understand? Li Yuxin stated with gravity. But Manager Li, can we not extend the deadline? I am unfamiliar with these universities. I've never been to any of them and don't know anyone there. How can I possibly accomplish this task by the end of the day? Huang Ling lamented, her face drawn. If you cannot manage this, perhaps you should consider your position, Huang Ling. This is a multi-million contract, it must be done at all costs. If you succeed, I will personally sign off on your bonus, tripling it for you this month. Now hurry, time is of the essence. I am anxious as well, take the company driver to save time, Li Yuxin urged, clearly agitated. Manager Li, even if you offered me 10 times the bonus, I still couldn't complete this task. Why not just let me go now? Huang Ling mumbled, her head bowed. The task of navigating an unfamiliar university, locating a French instructor, securing their agreement to translate, and ensuring the document is completed by the end of the workday seemed nearly insurmountable. Li Yuxin found herself at a loss for words, taken aback by Huang Ling's response. Chapter 042 Translation, Part 2, Let me take a look, Lingtian suddenly exclaimed, rising from his seat in front of the computer where he had been watching the news beside the two individuals. You, Lingtian, I don't have time for jokes right now, this is no laughing matter, Li Yuxin retorted, her tone laced with irritation as she regarded him. Do I appear to be joking? Open your computer, I wish to see it, Lingtian asserted, stepping into Li Yuxin's office without hesitation. Why, Lingtian, this pertains to a contract worth several tens of millions. It requires a pure French translation. This is neither a brawl nor a test of strength, please do not complicate matters further, Li Yuxin said, her frustration evident. Director Li, since we currently have no alternative, why not allow him to give it a try? If he truly possesses the skill, that would be splendid, if not, we stand to lose nothing, correct? Huang Ling interjected, advocating for Lingtian. She genuinely hoped that he could translate, as it would save her from scouring the city for a French tutor and, moreover, spare her from the risk of dismissal. Just him, fluent in French, dream on. How many people in this city can claim to be proficient in French? He is merely a middle school graduate, Li Yuxin scoffed disdainfully at Huang Ling. His willingness to volunteer suggests he understands at least some of it. I observe that Assistant Yi does not strike me as the type to jest frivolously, perhaps we should let him have a go. It won't consume much time, after all, Huang Ling continued to persuade Li Yuxin. Ultimately, Li Yuxin acquiesced to Huang Ling's suggestion and followed Lingtian back to her office. Her agreement to let him try stemmed from her absolute lack of options. Deep down, she could not fathom any connection between Lingtian and the French language. In her mind, he belonged to the realm of pure martial prowess, and after witnessing his formidable strength, that notion had taken root within her. Please open that email you mentioned so I can review it, Lingtian said, taking a seat in Li Yuxin's chair. Why, Lingtian, I believe you when you say you know a bit of English, but this is French. While there are similarities between the two languages, they are fundamentally different. Please don't make a fool of yourself, Li Yuxin reiterated, convinced that Lingtian was merely playing around. Assistant Yi, allow me to assist you. Huang Ling quickly approached Lingtian, seizing the mouse to access the company's email and retrieve the document in question. She sincerely wished for Lingtian to indeed possess knowledge of French. Could you please provide me with a piece of paper and a pen? Thank you, Lingtian requested, glancing at the document on the screen before addressing Huang Ling again. Huang Ling promptly located a stack of paper and a pen on Li Yuxin's desk, presenting them respectfully before Lingtian. He examined them briefly before picking up the pen and began to write diligently on the paper, translating from the computer. Director Li, Assistant Yi truly knows French, Huang Ling exclaimed with delight as she observed Lingtian writing. Is that so? Could he be merely scribbling nonsense? Li Yuxin questioned, her certainty wavering as she approached Lingtian to get a closer look, though her skepticism about his ability to comprehend French lingered. Look, what he is translating pertains to our company and the details of these contracts, does it not? After a moment, Huang Ling pointed excitedly at the content Lingtian had written. Li Yuxin scrutinized the notes Lingtian was producing, her brow furrowing increasingly as she observed his meticulous translation. The notion that Lingtian could genuinely understand French was utterly bewildering to her. Having reviewed the material Lingtian had inscribed, Li Yuxin concluded that he was not fabricating the information, as his writing was coherent and directly related to both companies and the contract. Such content could not be conjured by an outsider. Moreover, Lingtian had never participated in any dealings of the company, so he could not possibly know the intricacies of their collaboration. The only explanation for his ability to produce such work was that Lingtian truly understood French and was indeed translating the document. Why, Lingtian, how did you come to know French? Li Yuxin inquired, her curiosity piqued. The revelation of his proficiency in French had completely upended her worldview, akin to witnessing the sun rise in the west or a sow climbing a tree. She could not fathom how someone like Lingtian, a mere martial artist with only a middle school education and a body marked by scars, could possess such command of French, and evidently to a remarkable degree. Regrettably, Lingtian paid no heed to Li Yuxin's question, continuing with the translation, as the document was lengthy and required considerable effort to complete. Directorly, let us take a seat over there and wait for Assistant Yi to finish his translation. We must not disturb him, Huang Ling suggested as she noticed Li Yuxin was about to pose another question. Li Yuxin hesitated, glancing at the focused Lingtian, and ultimately subdued her curiosity, joining Huang Ling on the sofa in his office. Honestly, how could he possibly know French? It defies belief, Li Yuxin lamented, still grappling with the perplexing issue, seeking Huang Ling's insight. I cannot say, perhaps only Assistant Yi can provide the answer. It is possible he learned it at a tutoring center or through self-study, Huang Ling speculated. Self-study? Tutoring center? Are you joking? Merely knowing a few phrases or being able to write a handful of vocabulary words is hardly sufficient. To translate commercial documents as he is doing requires a solid foundation. I assure you, even students majoring in French at foreign language institutes would struggle to perform at his level. Do you think he is just taking wild stabs in the dark or scribbling nonsense? Li Yuxin pressed Huang Ling further. Oh, directorly, perhaps you are overthinking this. Regardless of how Assistant Yi acquired his knowledge of French, as long as he can translate, that is what matters. Once he completes the translation, you can review it carefully to identify any discrepancies, as you are already familiar with the collaboration with the AI group and the contents of this document. If Assistant Yi is indeed fabricating it, you will discern that easily. 1 If he is not, it would indicate that Assistant Yi is genuinely proficient in French. Moreover, I believe that Assistant Yi is quite serious and rarely jokes around. I have never witnessed him engage in frivolity or pranks. It seems improbable that he would jest about this matter, especially considering that translating these pages by hand is no trivial task. I think you should place your trust in Assistant Yi, Huang Ling boldly expressed her thoughts. Chapter 043 Translation 3. It's not that I don't trust him, I'm not quite sure how to express it. Let's wait and see, once he's finished, we'll know. Li Yuxin found herself at a loss for words. Thus, she and Huang Ling sat together in the office, their attention riveted on Lingtian, who was intently focused on the computer screen, his hand perpetually scribbling on sheets of paper. After what felt like an eternity of about 10 minutes, Lingtian finally stood up, handing several sheets of paper to Li Yuxin while stating, "Everything is here." Li Yuxin gazed in astonishment at the papers he offered, glancing over them before looking back at him and asking, "Can you guarantee that your translation is flawless? This is a contract worth tens of millions, and there can be no room for error." "Believe it or not, it's up to you," Lingtian replied nonchalantly before walking out. What is with his attitude? Li Yuxin was quite displeased with Lingtian's demeanor. "How is the translation, Director Li? Are there any glaring mistakes?" Huang Ling promptly inquired. "I haven't examined it closely yet, but I doubt there will be significant errors. Even if there are issues, they should be minor. Moreover, this is merely a letter of intent from our company. We still need to scrutinize it." Huang Ling, please inform the senior management and legal team to convene in the office at 2 o'clock this afternoon to thoroughly review our company's draft. Li Yuxin instructed Huang Ling, and after she left, Li Yuxin sat down at the computer to carefully examine the document translated by Lingtian. It must be said that Lingtian's handwriting was exceptionally beautiful, clean, smooth, and imbued with a powerful vigor. Li Yuxin found it hard to believe that such elegant writing came from him. However, given Lingtian's proficiency in French, it was no surprise that he possessed such commendable penmanship. After diligently reviewing Lingtian's translation, Li Yuxin affirmed once more that he indeed understood French, and his command of the language was superior to that of the highly paid translator previously hired by the company. Contemplating in her office for a moment, she glanced at her watch, then picked up her bag and stepped outside, addressing Lingtian, who was engrossed in the computer. "Lingtian, I need to step out for a while. Please drive down and wait for me at the entrance." Lingtian paused momentarily, then nodded and followed her out. "Huang Ling, I have something to attend to. Call me if anything comes up," Li Yuxin instructed Huang Ling before heading downstairs. "Where to?" Lingtian asked as he drove. "To XX Hospital," Li Yuxin replied softly. Lingtian was taken aback, as that was the very hospital where Yixuan was located. "Don't look at me like that. You've done me a great favor, and I should return the gesture. I know you want to visit the hospital but are reluctant to let me out of your sight, so I will accompany you. Consider this my way of repaying you," Li Yuxin stated calmly. "Thank you," Lingtian said sincerely, though he held back further words. "Can you tell me how you became so proficient in French? Please don't take my curiosity amiss. I am aware of your general life experiences. You see, even those who graduate from prestigious universities struggle to translate a business document as fluently as you have, Li Yuxin ventured after a moment's hesitation. I taught myself. During my time in the military, I had the opportunity to self-study, Lingtian replied matter-of-factly. Self-taught? That seems implausible, Li Yuxin exclaimed, her eyes widening. She recalled her own frantic efforts to secure English tutoring from renowned teachers when preparing to study abroad, ultimately finding it arduous to barely pass the IELTS and TOEFL exams. The casual mention of self-study by Lingtian struck a chord of bittersweet nostalgia within her. In this world, there is only what you wish to do, nothing is truly beyond your reach. Many tasks that seem impossible can be accomplished with effort, and learning a language is merely a simple endeavor, Lingtian stated with a calm demeanor. He had no intention of boasting. He spoke from the heart. His command of French was not strictly self-taught but rather a component of the cultural education he received in training camp. In reality, he was proficient in several languages, including English and the language of the islands, among others. Their graduation requirements were far more stringent than societal language proficiency standards, though they received no formal certificates. Furthermore, they were required to study not only languages but also a myriad of unusual subjects. However, during their studies, Lingtian felt like just a soldier, questioning the practical utility of such knowledge. It was only during the execution of missions that he realized the importance of these skills, sometimes even surpassing brute strength. Indeed, as Lingtian mentioned, learning languages in training camp was one of the simplest tasks, trivial compared to other assessments. Lingtian, to be honest, I find myself seeing you in a new light, yet I increasingly struggle to understand you. What kind of person are you, really? Li Yuxin scrutinized him earnestly. I am quite simple, a veteran, orphaned, with a seriously ill sister, and living in modest circumstances, that is all, Lingtian replied with a measured tone. Chapter 044 Surgery, Part 1. Li Yuxin gazed at Lingtian, realizing that she would glean little from his lips, thus, she obediently returned to her seat, her attention drawn to the view outside the window. Suddenly, she was struck by the realization that, much like Su Xiaoqing, her curiosity towards Lingtian had intensified. The thought startled her. Upon arriving at the hospital, Li Yuxin insisted on purchasing a floral arrangement at the entrance, carrying it herself as she accompanied Lingtian into Yishuang's hospital room, where only Yishuang and Su Xiaoqing were present. Brother, you've come, Yishuang exclaimed upon spotting Lingtian. Her previously somber expression brightened instantly, revealing her eagerness for his presence. Hearing Yishuang's words, Su Xiaoqing turned around with alacrity. Upon seeing Lingtian and Li Yuxin enter, her mood lifted as well. She whispered to Lingtian, if you hadn't come today, no matter the reason, I would never forgive you. I've already concocted numerous excuses for your absence. You better think of a way to repay me. Yishuang, I wish you a successful surgery and a swift recovery, Li Yuxin said, placing the floral arrangement by Yishuang's bedside, smiling warmly at her. Thank you, beautiful sister, Yishuang replied sweetly. Yishuang, I've told you before, you are not to call her beautiful anymore. Do you understand? Su Xiaoqing feigned anger. Just go cry in the corner, Su Xiaoqing continued. Yishuang, listen to your sister. Don't be nervous, it's alright. The surgery is merely about administering anesthesia, after which you will drift into slumber. When you awaken, everything will be fine, and you won't even feel any pain. Li Yuxin displayed a hint of bravado before gently reassuring Yishuang by her bedside. Is it really true? But I'm still afraid, Yishuang inquired with trepidation, gazing at Li Yuxin. Fear is natural. I've undergone surgery once myself, and prior to it, I was exceedingly anxious. My hands trembled uncontrollably when the doctor wheeled me into the operating room. I couldn't even bear to open my eyes. However, after they administered the anesthesia, I was enveloped in oblivion. When I awoke, I found myself in the recovery room, and the surgery was already completed. Truly, there was nothing to worry about, Li Yuxin insisted, striving to soothe Yishuang's nerves. When is the surgery? Lingtian quietly asked Su Xiaoqing. The doctor just came by and mentioned it would commence shortly. Preparations for the patient are underway, and a nurse will be here soon. Yishuang is quite anxious and fearful. Not just her, even I am feeling jittery, my hands are trembling, Su Xiaoqing confessed, furrowing her brow as she spoke to Lingtian. It's alright. This is a hurdle we must all face, whether it ends in success or failure is left to fate. Teacher Su, I must express my gratitude to you for being by Yishuang's side during these trying times, Lingtian said solemnly. Don't mention it, I don't seek your thanks. My only wish is for Yishuang's surgery to be successful, Su Xiaoqing replied, her usual vivacity replaced by a somber demeanor, her eyes reddening. Li Yuxin continued to comfort Yishuang, and it was evident that her reassurances had significantly uplifted Yishuang's spirits. Brother, come here for a moment, Yishuang suddenly called to Lingtian. What is it? Lingtian inquired, stepping closer to her. Brother, I want to speak with you, Yishuang said earnestly, fixing her gaze on him. There is no need to say anything now. We can discuss it after your surgery. Have you completed all the preparations the doctor instructed? And remember what Mr.Li said just now, this is merely a minor procedure. Once you enter, you will receive anesthesia, rendering you unaware, unable to see or hear, and you won't feel a thing. It's just a matter of going in for a nap. Don't feel pressured or anxious, listen carefully, remember what I've always told you, will be strong, and never give up easily. This applies to everything in life, understand? Lingtian interrupted, gently tousling Yi Shuang's hair. Brother, I remember everything you've said, every piece of advice from you and mother is etched in my heart. However, brother, I am no longer a child. I am 20 years old. I am acutely aware of the nature of my illness and the risks involved in this surgery. Although you have instructed the doctors and nurses to withhold information from me, I have access to the internet and have researched extensively. I am all too aware of my condition, brother. I need to speak with you, as well as with teacher Su and sister Li, Yuxin said, her gaze shifting between Lingtian, Su Shaoqing, and Li Yuxin. Lingtian hesitated momentarily but ultimately complied, pulling up a chair to sit beside Yuxin's bed, while Li Yuxin and Su Shaoqing stood behind him. Brother, I understand that the chances of recovery from my illness are slim. In truth, I have long contemplated giving up. I do not wish to squander more money unnecessarily. Our family has always struggled financially, and you have sacrificed so much for me over the years. I do not want you to be burdened with lifelong debts because of me, nor do I wish for my illness to ruin your life. However, I know your character. If I were to forego treatment, you would never forgive yourself. Additionally, I have heeded your teachings, never give up until the very end. Thus, I have chosen to undergo treatment and accept this surgery. The likelihood of success is not high. Many patients either pass away during the procedure or suffer adverse reactions afterward. I do not know how fortunate I am to survive the surgery and achieve a cure. Therefore, I must express these sentiments now, for I fear that if I do not, I may never have the opportunity again, Yuxin articulated, her smile betraying the tears welling in her eyes. Lingtian sat there, lost in thought, his head bowed. Despite the sterile confines of the hospital room, he retrieved a cigarette from his pocket and lit it, disregarding Li Yuxin's evident distaste for smoking. Meanwhile, Li Yuxin and Su Shaoqing were oblivious to Lingtian's smoking, their eyes already brimming with tears, especially Su Shaoqing, who had discreetly dabbed at her eyes with tissues several times. Chapter 045, A Surgery, Part 2. Thank you, brother. After all these years, this is the first time I have uttered the word thank you to you, and it may very well be the last. Father passed away early, and mother toiled ceaselessly for the sake of us two children. Despite her relentless efforts to earn a living, she remained a woman, burdened with the responsibility of caring for us both, which meant our living conditions were always quite modest. I will forever remember the day I was 5. I saw others purchasing ice cream at the small shop in front of our building, and I persistently begged you for some, crying and throwing a tantrum, yet, you had not a single penny to your name. Eventually, in desperation, you secretly waited at the shop's entrance, and when the owner stepped away, you dashed inside the ice cream freezer to snatch one. Alas, before you could escape, the owner caught you and gave you a severe beating, locking you inside until mother returned that evening to settle the ice cream bill and retrieve you. Once home, you faced mother's wrath, beaten so badly that you were left bloodied. I recall you never offered a single defense, insisting only that it was your desire to have a taste. I know you have never engaged in such petty theft. Were it not for your love for me and your wish to see me enjoy ice cream, you would never have resorted to stealing. You were 13 that year. On my first day of first grade at the age of 7, you accompanied mother to see me off at my new school. While others carried shiny new backpacks, I bore a tattered one sewn from clothes that mother could no longer wear. After dropping me off, mother went to work, leaving you alone at home. I returned after just one class, and when you asked why I was back, I lamented that everyone else had new backpacks while I was stuck with this ugly one, and that everyone was mocking me. I declared that if I did not have a new backpack, I would not return to school. Upon hearing this, you instructed me to stay home quietly and wait for your return. I waited, and it was nearly dark when you finally came back, filthy and reeking, yet in your hands was a brand new backpack. Later, I learned that you had spent the entire day rummaging through a garbage dump, using the money from selling what you found to buy me that backpack. You were just 15 at the time. When I was 8 and you were 16, you graduated from middle school, but our circumstances grew increasingly dire that year. Mother fell ill, and she intended for me to take a year off from school to save money for you to attend high school, as you had performed remarkably well on your entrance exams, qualifying for the best high school in the city. However, you could not bear the thought of me dropping out or of mother laboring so hard. Thus, you resolutely decided to forego your education, insisting, despite mother's beatings, that you despised school and had no desire to attend. Yet I knew deep down that you loved reading and learning, merely wishing to spare me from the same fate. That year, I was 8 and you 16, and while I returned to school, you took a job as a laborer at a construction site in the eastern part of the city. I will never forget how every Friday evening, you would return home with several of my favorite mangoes and a few pounds of meat. The mangoes were for me, and the meat was for mother, who had never eaten a meal of meat for herself in all those years. You would hand over the food and money to us, only to leave again, and each time you returned, you bore injuries. You were just 16. Then, when you turned 18, you enlisted in the military and never returned. Yet, every month, you sent your salary back home. I could hardly imagine how mother and I would survive without your support. Without it, I would never have been able to continue my studies through to university. I recall the year I entered university, when you wrote to tell us that you had been promoted to colonel. I later made inquiries and discovered that a colonel is indeed a significant rank, comparable to that of a county magistrate. However, months earlier, you returned and claimed that you had reached the end of your service and retired. I later learned that you were lying. You held a leadership position in the army and could not have been forced to retire, nor were you a conscript. I knew that you had voluntarily left the military, sacrificing your own future to return and care for me. I am aware that you have taken a job as a security guard. On one occasion, I spotted your uniform, and I hired a car to follow you to the warehouse where you worked. I understood that you wished for me to remain oblivious, yet my heart ached. Brother, why do you do so much for me? Do you not realize that in doing so, you have sacrificed your entire life for my sake? I repeatedly told myself that I must study diligently and work hard, so that one day, when I succeed, I can provide for you, offer you a large house, a fine car, and a beautiful wife, and bless you with a chubby son. Yet, I now wonder if I will ever see that day. Brother, both you and mother feel a sense of guilt for bringing me into this world, believing you have wronged me. But you are mistaken. I have never felt wronged. On the contrary, I consider myself fortunate, for I have you and mother. If there is a next life, I hope to be your elder brother, and you can be my younger sister, allowing me to care for you, nurture you, and repay you for all the kindness you have shown me in this life. Brother, I love you. If I truly must leave this time, I hope you will not grieve. I wish for you to find happiness. I long to witness your wedding day and to see you become a father, yet I cannot be certain if I will live to see those moments. Brother, if I truly must depart, you must take good care of yourself, find a wonderful woman to marry and start a family. You must live a happy life. This is my greatest wish and also mother's last wish before she passed. She told me with her own lips that not seeing you marry and have children was her biggest regret in life. Did you hear that? Brother, you must promise me that after I am gone, you will no longer live for others but for yourself. Do you understand? Promise me that you will seek your own happiness. As Yi Shuang spoke, tears streamed down her face, and she finally looked at Yi Lingtian with a resolute gaze. Chapter 046 Surgery, Part 3. Yi Lingtian kept his head bowed, smoking a cigarette, yet it was evident that his hand trembled incessantly as he smoked. The burning tip had long since singed his skin, yet he remained oblivious to the pain, allowing the ember to scorch his hand until it finally extinguished. Behind him, Su Shaoqing and Li Yuxin were already in tears, desperately suppressing their sobs. Yi Shuang, since you are aware of the situation, I shall be candid with you. This surgery, even under the expertise of a physician, cannot guarantee a 100% success rate. Moreover, even should the surgery be deemed successful, there is no certainty that the new kidney will seamlessly integrate with your body. The chances of perfect compatibility are rather slim. I share this truth with you because I have faith in your strength, in your courage. Throughout the years, our family has weathered countless hardships and faced innumerable setbacks. As I once wrote to you, regardless of the challenges we encounter, we must confront them with bravery and resilience. Even if this surgery does not succeed and you are faced with the specter of death, I hope you will meet it with a smile rather than tears. I wish for you to emerge as a victor in life, not as a coward. I promise you, should misfortune befall us, I will not succumb to sorrow. I will strive to live well and seek my own happiness. Yi Lingtian raised his head, his eyes glistening with unshed tears, yet he spoke to Yi Shuang with unwavering determination. Upon hearing his words, Yi Shuang smiled softly, nodding at him. Brother, I will, even if death beckons, I shall face it with a smile. Truly, I feel a sense of fulfillment in my life. I have a complete family, a loving mother, and a devoted brother. I consider myself fortunate. After saying this, she turned to Su Shaoqing. Teacher Su, I have expressed my gratitude to you countless times, and beyond saying thank you, I am at a loss as to how else I may repay your kindness. Since my entry into your class at university, you have cared for me as though I were your own sister. During my illness, you have visited the hospital almost daily to keep me company. I am genuinely touched. What brings me the greatest joy is knowing that you are friends with my brother, and with Sister Li. Thank you for visiting me. Despite your position as my brother's superior, it is clear to me that you share a friendship with him. I do not know if I will survive this ordeal, so I wish to ask a favor of you both, if you would be so kind. Speak freely, Yi Shuang. Whatever we can do, we shall certainly endeavor to fulfill. Su Shaoqing replied, tears streaming down her face. Should, and I emphasize should, this surgery fail, I implore you to look after my brother. Our family has endured hardship from a young age, others have scorned us, and few wish to befriend us later. When my brother joined the army, even in his hometown, he found himself without friends apart from family. And now, with our mother gone, if I too were to depart, he would truly be alone in this city, with only the two of you as his friends. Though he appears mature and strong, it is but a facade. He is, in truth, quite fragile and deeply sentimental. I fear that should I not awaken, the blow to him would be insurmountable. I hope you can offer him solace in such a time. Furthermore, he lacks the ability to care for himself. He smokes excessively, especially when troubled, and often drinks to excess. I dread the thought of him spiraling into despair after my departure. Teacher Su, Sister Li, I beseech you to care for him. He may seem aloof and reserved, yet he is truly a kind-hearted individual. If one treats him with sincerity, he will reciprocate wholeheartedly. His entire life has been dedicated to this family and to me. I wish for him to live for himself after I am gone, to seek his own happiness. Please help him, for he is genuinely a wonderful man. Sometimes I ponder that if I were to marry in the future, I would wish for a partner akin to my brother. Yi Xuan concluded, a smile gracing her lips. As she spoke, Su Shaoqing and Li Yuxin broke down once more, their tears flowing freely. Bed 27, Yi Xuan, it's time for surgery. At that moment, several nurses entered, wheeling a hospital bed. Come, prepare yourself for the procedure. Wipe away your tears, and remember my words, no matter what, face it with a smile. We are warriors of life, not cowards, correct? Yi Lingtian stood up as the nurses entered, handing Yi Xuan a tissue. Yes, I will smile. I promise. Yi Xuan grasped Yi Lingtian's hand tightly, then extended her pinky to him. Let us make a pact. I promise to face everything with a smile, and you must promise me to take good care of yourself and to find happiness, alright? Yi Lingtian looked at her, forcing a smile as he linked his pinky with hers. Pinky swear, for 100 years, we shall not change. Yi Xuan exclaimed joyfully, reminiscent of her childhood when she would often seek such promises from him. I must go now, brother. Teacher Su, Sister Li, farewell. As the nurses assisted her onto the gurney, she waved cheerfully at Su Shaoqing and Li Yuxin. Yi Xuan, trust me, you will be alright. Both your brother and I will be waiting for you outside. You will be fine, do you understand? Su Shaoqing called after her as the gurney was wheeled away, with Li Yuxin following suit until they reached the surgical elevator. As the elevator doors closed, Su Shaoqing and Li Yuxin were once again overcome with tears. Yuxin, what a remarkable and understanding girl she is, having endured so much suffering in her life. Why, oh why, must fate be so cruel to her? If Yi Xuan's surgery does not succeed, I shall lose all faith in divine justice. Su Shaoqing exclaimed, her voice tinged with hysteria. Do not despair. It will succeed. She is indeed a wonderful girl, and Yi Lingtian is fortunate to have such an understanding sister. Li Yuxin responded, equally moved. Chapter 047, A Man's Tears Are Not Easily Shed, Part 1. As Li Yuxin and Su Shaoqing made their way back to the hospital room, they discovered Yi Lingtian still sitting alone with his back to the door, smoking by the bedside. The two exchanged glances, each capable of surmising the tumult of emotion swirling within him, yet neither knew how to offer him solace. Approaching Yi Lingtian, just as they were about to speak, they were taken aback to see his face drenched in tears. The sight of Yi Lingtian, a man usually perceived as stoic and unyielding, reduced to tears astounded both women, particularly Li Yuxin. In her eyes, he had always embodied the archetype of a rugged hero, unyielding even when she had inadvertently bitten a chunk of flesh from his hand, remaining unfazed as she applied iodine and smeared on antibiotic ointment, all without a flicker of discomfort. Yet, here was this ironclad figure, now weeping like a child, his face awash with sorrow. The two women, initially poised to comfort him, found themselves momentarily paralyzed, at a loss for words. Upon noticing their presence, Yi Lingtian took a tissue from the bedside, wiped his face, and then stood, offering them a faint smile as he said, "It's nothing, don't take the words of a child too seriously." Are you all right? Li Yuxin could not help but inquire. I'm fine, really, Yi Lingtian replied, then turned to Li Yuxin, I'd like to ask you for a favor. I wish to wait until the surgery is over before I leave. Please stay a little longer at the hospital. It shouldn't take too much time. Would that be alright? Of course, it's no trouble at all. I have a meeting at 2 o'clock this afternoon, but if the surgery isn't finished by then, I can postpone it until tomorrow. Regardless of anything, your sister's surgery takes precedence, Li Yuxin agreed without any argument. Thank you. Thank you both. Please, sit here for a while. I need to step outside for a moment, Yi Lingtian said, and with that, he lit a cigarette and walked out alone. What is he doing? Li Yuxin asked Su Shaoqing after Yi Lingtian had left. I don't know. Perhaps he just needs a moment of solitude. It's evident that his emotions are quite complex. I never imagined that a man like him could cry, Su Shaoqing mused, shaking her head. Should we go after him? What if he does something reckless? Li Yuxin expressed her concern. Yes, but let us keep our distance. He might genuinely want to be alone for a bit, Su Shaoqing suggested after a moment's thought. After deliberating, the two women hurriedly followed Yi Lingtian. Upon reaching the elevator, they saw him waiting for it. They crouched by the wall, and once Yi Lingtian had entered the elevator, they promptly pressed the button for another one to descend to the first floor. When they arrived on the ground floor, the elevator doors opened to reveal Yi Lingtian waiting for them at the entrance. Are you both leaving too? He inquired directly. In truth, he had noticed them lurking in the elevator lobby but chose not to mention it. We were just going to buy something, Su Shaoqing replied, feeling a bit embarrassed. Let us go together. I need to pick up a few things as well, Yi Lingtian replied nonchalantly, walking towards the hospital exit, with the two women quickly trailing behind. Honestly, you need not worry about me. I will be fine. Furthermore, I have faith that Yi Shuang will successfully undergo the surgery. She is my sister, a strong individual. I firmly believe that where there is will, there is a way. As long as one does not give up, failure is not an option. Yi Lingtian spoke as they walked. The two women exchanged glances, rendered speechless, feeling the immense confidence emanating from his words. What are you planning to buy? Su Shaoqing asked. I'm going to get some mangoes. Yi Shuang has loved them since childhood, but they aren't grown in our city, and they've always been rather expensive. We couldn't afford them when we were young, and even now, she hesitates to buy them. Over the years, unless I buy them for her, she never takes the initiative to indulge in mangoes, Yi Lingtian stated, his simple words laden with deep emotion, evoking a sense of poignancy in anyone who heard them. Perhaps it's best not to buy them. After the surgery, Yi Shuang won't be able to eat anything, and if she can, it will only be liquid food, Li Yuxin reminded him. Why Yi Lingtian paused, momentarily taken aback, then self-deprecatingly chuckled. Indeed, how could I overlook that? Nevertheless, I will still buy some. It's all I can do for her right now, as I can't provide any other form of support. All I can do is wait. His words were steeped in helplessness, reflecting his desire to do something for Yi Shuang but finding himself utterly powerless, confined to waiting for news. He had always been the one in control, orchestrating the circumstances around him. This sense of impotence was unbearable. He longed to take action, yet now, the only thing he could do was buy mangoes for Yi Shuang. Let us go together, Su Shaoqing urged as she tugged at Li Yuxin. Yi Lingtian nodded, and the trio proceeded to a fruit stall at the hospital entrance, where they purchased several pounds of mangoes, unsure of what to do next. The weight of anticipation was a heavy burden, akin to the anxiety felt while awaiting exam results, yet this was far more grave, a matter of life and death, not merely a score on a paper. The three of them arrived at the door of the operating room, which stood firmly closed, obscuring any view of the proceedings within. This atmosphere was stifling and oppressive, while Su Shaoqing, especially, paced anxiously back and forth, peering into the room now and then. Yi Lingtian remained composed, quietly seated on a chair by the operating room door, one hand clutching the mangoes, the other lighting cigarette after cigarette, until the corridor became shrouded in smoke. Yi Lingtian, may I ask you a question? Li Yuxin, seated beside him, had been watching him intently, and after much hesitation, she finally spoke. What is it? Yi Lingtian glanced at her, responding in a subdued tone. Hypothetically, if Yi Shuang, if her surgery were to fail, what would you do? Li Yuxin asked again, hesitating before broaching the delicate subject. Su Shaoqing was taken aback. She had not anticipated Li Yuxin would pose such a question. She wanted to slap Li Yuxin for her thoughtlessness. Why would she utter such foolishness at this critical moment? It was a classic case of opening a Pandora's box. I would earn money to purchase a large burial plot, so that she could rest alongside my mother and father. Being together as a family provides companionship. One would not feel lonely, Yi Lingtian replied, raising his head to gaze at the wall, his expression vacant. What Su Shaoqing had expected to be an outburst of anger turned out to be a calm declaration of his intentions. This tranquility sent shivers down her spine. She found it hard to fathom how someone could maintain such composure in such dire circumstances. The stark calmness baffled her, making her realize that the man she thought she knew so well was now an enigma, his inner thoughts veiled in uncertainty. Chapter 048, A Man's Tears Are Not Shed Lightly, Part 2. I wish to inquire about your future plans, Li Yuxin stated, momentarily taken aback by Yi Lingtian's response, before continuing her questioning. Me? Yi Lingtian glanced at Li Yuxin, then lit a cigarette, taking a couple of puffs. As the smoke enveloped him, he finally spoke, fulfill the one-year agreement with your father, and then, continue living. Living? Li Yuxin inquired, her expression a mixture of surprise and confusion. Yes, simply living, Yi Lingtian affirmed with a nod. The concept of living sent a shiver through Su Shaoqing and Li Yuxin. They could not fathom what Lingtian meant by this notion, yet they sensed from his demeanor that it was not an ordinary existence. Perhaps it was merely the most mundane of lives, and nevertheless, they found the way Lingtian articulated it to be peculiarly unsettling, though they could not quite articulate why. Thus, a profound silence enveloped the trio, as time slipped by unnoticed. The remnants of Lingtian's cigarette lay scattered on the ground, and only a solitary stick remained in his pocket. At that moment, the operating room door swung open, and a perspiring doctor emerged, removing his cap while gasping for breath. Lingtian, who had been quietly smoking, hastily discarded his cigarette and rushed to the doctor, exclaiming, "Doctor, how did it go? Was the surgery successful?" "The surgery was very successful, everything went smoothly," the doctor replied, still catching his breath. Upon hearing this news, Su Shaoqing burst into tears, while Lingtian grasped the doctor's hand, his voice trembling as he expressed, thank you, doctor." "No need for thanks, it is our duty. However, I must clarify that while the surgery went well, it does not guarantee the patient's recovery. If we liken it to a long journey, we have merely taken the first step of a 1,000-mile trek. What lies ahead will be a protracted battle, and no one can assure you of a complete recovery. However, if the new kidney can integrate with the patient's body without rejection, her life can be preserved. Whether other complications arise in the future remains uncertain," the doctor cautioned Lingtian. "What must be done to determine if the new kidney has integrated with her body?" Lingtian asked, urgency evident in his tone. "That will depend on the observation over the next few days. Initially, we must ensure there is no rejection response from the body. If the patient can begin urinating within the next few days, we can assess the degree of compatibility based on the volume of urine produced. If the compatibility is high, the patient may gradually regain her health within 2 weeks, potentially even recovering completely. Of course, this is the most optimistic scenario, and the actual outcome will depend on the forthcoming observations," the doctor explained before departing. "Thank you, doctor," Lingtian expressed his gratitude once more. Regardless of the circumstances, he could glean from the doctor's words that at least there was hope for Yishuang. Just then, a few nurses wheeled out a hospital bed, on which Yishuang lay, her complexion pale and several 4 bags attached to her. Her eyes were dazed yet still held a glimmer of light. Upon seeing Lingtian, Yishuang stammered, "Brother, I did it. Well done, I always believed you would succeed. Do not speak. You have received anesthesia and are weak. Rest now," Lingtian assured her, and after a soft acknowledgement, Yishuang succumbed to slumber. Why Yishuang was not returned to her original room but was instead transferred to the intensive care isolation unit, where family members were prohibited from entering without prior approval from the nursing staff. Access required disinfection and the donning of special attire, as the patients within were exceptionally fragile and susceptible to infection. Ideally, no one aside from medical personnel should enter or exit. Ultimately, Li Yuxin and Su Shaoqing were granted permission to enter the intensive care unit, while Lingtian returned to the doctor's office for an extended discussion. Essentially, Yishuang's prognosis hinged on the forthcoming day's urination patterns and the integration of her body with the new kidney. As long as her condition remained stable, her life would be deemed secure. When Lingtian emerged from the doctor's office, he found Li Yuxin and Su Shaoqing being ushered out of the intensive care unit by a nurse, who informed them that visits were no longer permitted that day. Lingtian glanced at the time. It was past 1 o'clock. Momentarily dazed, he realized he was quite hungry and suggested to Li Yuxin and Su Shaoqing, "Let us go have a meal together. I will treat you both to lunch today. I truly appreciate your presence. I can see that Yishuang is delighted to have you here." "Truth be told, what Yishuang cherishes most is your presence," Su Shaoqing remarked, gazing at Lingtian. Upon hearing this, Lingtian remained silent. Once they reached the hospital lobby, he addressed Li Yuxin and Su Shaoqing, saying, "Please wait a moment, the hospital just issued me a payment notification, and I need to deposit some funds for medical expenses. I'll be right back." Lingtian deposited 50,000 yuan into Yishuang's hospital account. Though he knew the sum would scarcely last a few days, the costs of staying in the intensive care unit were exorbitant. Each additional day incurred substantial expenses, and the duration of Yishuang's stay depended entirely on her recovery. At that moment, Lingtian was uncertain whether his funds would sustain Yishuang through her entire treatment. "Do you have enough money? If not, I can lend you some. Although I don't have much, I can spare a few thousand," Su Shaoqing offered upon Lingtian's return. "I have enough for now," Lingtian replied nonchalantly. Lingtian treated Li Yuxin and Su Shaoqing to a meal at a nearby restaurant. The trio did not indulge in an extravagant meal, yet it was far from meager. They hurriedly consumed their food, as Su Shaoqing needed to return to school for class, while Li Yuxin and Lingtian were eager to return to the office for an afternoon meeting. As they settled the bill, both Li Yuxin and Su Shaoqing attempted to pay in front of Lingtian, but this time he interjected, "I insist on treating you both. Consider it my gratitude." With that, Yi Lingtian calmly proceeded to pay, and the two women ceased their attempts to contest his generosity. Chapter 049 A Man's Tears Are Not Easily Shed, Part 3 Yi Lingtian, I wish to inquire about something. As the afternoon drew to a close, Li Yuxin summoned Yi Lingtian to her office, posing her question directly. Yi Lingtian nodded, signaling her to proceed. I would like to ascertain the extent of your proficiency in French. Specifically, how proficient are you in spoken French? Are you capable of providing simultaneous translation? Li Yuxin inquired candidly. Yi Lingtian was momentarily taken aback, then asked, what prompts such a question? Earlier today, our company's senior executives convened a meeting to deliberate on the conditions proposed by the Sanyuan Group. After careful consideration, we found them to be quite acceptable. As you are aware, I visited the group's headquarters to seek the leadership's opinion, which was also deemed feasible. Hence, I have decided to fly to Paris on Wednesday to negotiate a partnership with the Sanyuan Group. This marks our company's inaugural overseas 5-star hotel and represents our largest overseas investment to date, amounting to over 100 million. This venture is of paramount importance, both for our group and our company. Therefore, I am eager to secure this contract promptly. The issue at hand is that our usual French translator is unavailable, and I require someone who can not only translate text but also provide simultaneous interpretation. I must ask if you are capable of this. If so, I would like to enlist your assistance. After all, you will be accompanying me, correct? If you are able, we can save on personnel costs and alleviate the burden of finding a translator. Time is of the essence, and sourcing a simultaneous French translator on such short notice poses a significant challenge. Please consider whether you can manage this, Li Yuxin stated directly. Wednesday, you say? When is the flight? Yi Lingtian asked promptly. We depart tomorrow evening for Yukon, then fly directly to Paris the following morning. That if you feel confident in your abilities, I will have Huangling confirm the number of passengers and book the tickets. However, you must be certain, simultaneous translation demands a high level of proficiency, and this investment is crucial for me, so, Li Yuxin explained, only to be interrupted by Yi Lingtian. Let me do this. After work, I will visit Yixuang and discuss matters with the nurse. Additionally, I will make a payment to ensure there are no financial shortfalls, Yi Lingtian replied, then exited Li Yuxin's office. Wait, are you saying you can or cannot do it? Li Yuxin called after him, momentarily stunned as if Yi Lingtian had already answered her question. After work, Yi Lingtian drove to the hospital with Li Yuxin, but by then, the doctor had already left for the day, and the nurse refused to allow Yi Lingtian into the intensive care unit, stating he could only enter the following day. The payment window was also closed. Yi Lingtian politely approached the responsible nurse, requesting her assistance in caring for Yixuang and leaving his phone number for contact. Yi Lingtian, are you truly confident? Of course, I do not doubt your French skills. After this morning's translation, I have complete faith in your abilities. However, simultaneous translation differs greatly from written translation. It requires training to translate while speaking, which is quite challenging. If you lack absolute confidence, perhaps it would be wise to hire a professional translator. I certainly do not mean to cast any blame, Li Yuxin said, trailing off as she struggled to find the right words, feeling increasingly uncertain. In truth, her unease grew after Yi Lingtian left her office. This investment project was too significant, and Yi Lingtian, being self-taught, had never undertaken translation work before. Should this endeavor fail due to his inexperience, it would indeed be a grave mistake. Thus, Li Yuxin contemplated hiring a professional translator, ultimately harboring doubts about Yi Lingtian's capabilities. I understand your concerns, and there is no need for apologies. However, given that you are departing tomorrow, securing a translator on such short notice, especially a professional simultaneous interpreter, seems highly improbable. The schedules of senior-level professional French translators are typically quite tight, and without prior arrangements, it is challenging to coordinate. As for my ability to translate, I believe it should not pose a significant problem. When engaging with representatives from the other company, a direct discussion regarding cooperation is unlikely to commence immediately. There will be preliminary interactions. If I find myself struggling at that point, we can always engage someone else. Ideally, if the opposing group has a Chinese translator, that would be the best scenario. If not, you could request them to find a Chinese translator in Paris, or seek a long-term Chinese student from a local university to assist with translation, as some possess commendable French skills, Yi Lingtian stated calmly. Upon hearing Yi Lingtian's reasoning, Li Yuxin found it to be quite sensible. Realizing she had overcomplicated her thoughts for the first time, she recognized that Yi Lingtian was quite astute, contrary to his seemingly dull exterior. You make a valid point, she conceded with a nod. The following morning, Lingtian awaited Li Yuxin at the entrance, but upon her arrival, she immediately instructed, "We are not going to work this morning, let us visit the pedestrian street." Lingtian regarded her with curiosity but complied, driving toward the commercial district. In his experience, Li Yuxin was known for her relentless work ethic, making her decision to shop during work hours rather unusual. "This afternoon, we embark on our journey, so I have arranged for all individuals traveling to France, including myself, to take the morning off," Li Yuxin explained, sensing Lingtian's bewilderment. Lingtian acknowledged her with a simple choosing not to elaborate further upon parking. Li Yuxin strode directly into a high-end men's clothing store, while Lingtian trailed a few meters behind. He reasoned that she was likely selecting garments for her father or perhaps a friend. As he stood at the entrance, Li Yuxin suddenly called out, "Lingtian, come inside." Momentarily stunned, he complied and entered the store. Chapter 050 Journey to France, Part 1. As Lingtian entered, Li Yuxin presented him with a tailored suit, saying, "Please try this on." "Why?" Lingtian was taken aback and asked with curiosity. "Just try it on, no need for so many questions," Li Yuxin replied straightforwardly. Lingtian intended to say more, but the nearby sales assistant promptly interjected, "Sir, this way please, our fitting rooms are inside." Lingtian wanted to voice his thoughts to Li Yuxin, yet she had already turned away, walking off while saying, "Try the clothes first. If you have any questions, you can ask me later." "Sir, please," the sales assistant warmly urged once more. With no other option, Lingtian followed the sales assistant toward the fitting room. "Your girlfriend is truly wonderful to you," the sales assistant remarked as they walked. Lingtian was puzzled by the sales assistant's incessant chatter. The last time he was with Su Xiaoqing, they were assumed to be a couple, and now, being with Li Yuxin, he was again presumed to be in a romantic relationship. Was it only permissible for couples to shop for clothes together? "We are not in a romantic relationship, she is my boss," Lingtian stated calmly. The sales assistant was taken aback, quickly apologizing, "I'm so sorry, sir. I didn't mean to presume, it's fine, just hand me the clothes," Lingtian replied, taking the garments from the sales assistant and entering the fitting room. After trying them on, he stepped out. At the fitting room entrance, Li Yuxin was already waiting for him. "How does the fit feel, is it suitable?" Li Yuxin inquired. "I want to ask you, are you buying me these clothes?" Lingtian furrowed his brow and asked. "Yes, I know what you're about to say. Let me clarify today, I'm purchasing clothes for you due to work requirements. This has nothing to do with our personal relationship. Our trip to France is for a collaboration discussion with the Sanyuan Group. Whether you are my assistant or translator, your participation in all activities with the Sanyuan Group is essential. You are representing not just yourself but our entire company and group, therefore, your attire is significant. In business engagements, first impressions can determine success or failure. I'm bringing you here to prepare a couple of outfits for your stay in France. This is for work, and all expenses will be covered by the company. You may refuse, but if you do, you won't be able to accompany me to France. Alright, I've clarified everything. Does the outfit fit well?" Li Yuxin preemptively answered all of Lingtian's unspoken questions. Lingtian looked at Li Yuxin and nodded, "It fits nicely." "Excellent, miss, please find him another shirt, and select this suit in a different color as well, wrap it up," Li Yuxin instructed the sales assistant. "2 sets?" Lingtian frowned again. "I cannot ascertain how long our stay in France will be. It depends on the negotiation progress. It could be half a month. If it is indeed 2 weeks, would you not bathe at all? How much will that amount to?" Li Yuxin ignored Lingtian's protests and directly asked the sales assistant. "That totals 78,000, the sales assistant calculated swiftly. "Alright, please pack up the clothes he is wearing." "I will settle the payment," Li Yuxin said, retrieving her card and heading to the checkout. Lingtian frowned yet again, but ultimately changed back into his clothes and handed the garments to the sales assistant. He found it uncomfortable to accept items that belonged to someone else. After purchasing the clothes, Li Yuxin took Lingtian to buy shoes, which were also of high quality and considerable value. "Now, let us go to the hospital. You should visit your sister and add more funds to her medical card. After lunch, we'll head to the office for a meeting before going to the airport," Li Yuxin stated once they exited the mall. Lingtian simply nodded, saying nothing as he drove to the hospital. He queued to deposit 100,000 into Yi Shuang's medical card before proceeding to the intensive care unit, marking his first time entering. Upon entering, Yi Shuang was awake but appeared quite weak, connected to multiple foredrips, her lips dry. Seeing Lingtian, Yi Shuang smiled, her voice hoarse as she called out, "Brother. How are you feeling, Yi Shuang?" Lingtian asked as he approached her bedside. "I'm okay, just a bit hungry," Yi Shuang replied. "Hungry?" Unfortunately, the doctor said you can't eat yet. Hang in there, I believe you will manage, alright? Lingtian encouraged her, adding, Yi Shuang, I'm going on a business trip to France with Ms. Li this afternoon, and I may not be able to visit for a while. However, I will call the doctor daily to check on your condition. Most importantly, you must remain strong and persistent, understand? I hope when I return from France, I will see a vibrant and lively Yi Shuang, alright? Lingtian said as he sat beside her bed. After spending some time with Yi Shuang, Lingtian stepped out and sought out her doctor to inquire about her condition. After learning that Yi Shuang's status was stable and everything was normal, he felt considerably relieved and exited the hospital alongside Li Yuxin. They found a place to have a meal, and after dining, Lingtian and Li Yuxin drove back home, where they packed their respective luggage. Compared to Li Yuxin's large suitcase, Lingtian's belongings were rather minimal, just a military canvas bag containing a couple of essential items and 2 outfits. Although Li Yuxin disapproved of the canvas bag Lingtian carried, she refrained from commenting. Following Li Yuxin's instructions, Lingtian drove her to the group's headquarters. After she attended a meeting there, they returned to the company, where Li Yuxin gathered the staff for another meeting. By the time Li Yuxin emerged from the conference room, it was nearly time to clock out. Subsequently, Lingtian and Li Yuxin descended together, boarded a business vehicle, and all those traveling to France joined them. Aside from Lingtian, Li Yuxin, and Huang Ling, there were 4 other individuals, 2 men and 2 women. Once everyone was on board, they headed directly to the airport. Chapter 051 Journey to France, Part 2. Shortly after arriving at the airport, they boarded a direct flight to the Guangdong-Hong Kong region. They would spend the night there before catching an early flight to Paris the following morning. On the plane, an air of silence enveloped the cabin. Lingtian sat with 2 colleagues from the company, with whom he was not well acquainted, and they likewise had little familiarity with him. Thus, each was lost in their own thoughts, and before long, they had arrived in Guangdong, Hong Kong. Upon disembarking, the group hailed a taxi that took them directly to the hotel they had previously booked. There were a total of 7 individuals, 3 men and 4 women. The accommodations included a single suite for Li Yuxin, while the others comprised 4 standard double rooms. As Lingtian was the assistant, he occupied one of the rooms alone, a courtesy extended to him by Huang Ling. Given that their flight was scheduled for 4 o'clock the next morning, the group opted to remain indoors and retired early for the night. At 3 a.m., Huang Ling began rousing everyone from their slumber and they once again boarded the pre-arranged taxi to the airport. After navigating through the intricate security procedures, they boarded the flight bound for Paris. Is this your first time abroad? Li Yuxin inquired of Lingtian, but received no response. Once we arrive in France, if time permits, it would be worthwhile to explore. France is a nation steeped in romance and history, surely deserving of a visit. This is my first trip to France as well, she continued, speaking to herself. While Lingtian nodded in acknowledgement. Indeed. Are you concerned about Yi Shuang's illness? Li Yuxin turned to glance at Lingtian and inquired. Somewhat, he admitted. Li Yuxin nodded thoughtfully before continuing. I am uncertain how to comfort you, yet I believe that good people ultimately receive their due reward. Yi Shuang is a kind and lovely girl. I trust that fate will look favorably upon her. Perhaps, by the time you return from France, she will have fully recovered. Maybe I should not have summoned you to France at this time. You ought to be by her side, for your presence would undoubtedly aid her recovery. Lingtian shook his head and replied, No, I have my responsibilities. Each individual has their own mission and duty. She is my sister, and I am obligated to care for her, even to nurture her. However, having accepted your remuneration, which is akin to a lifeline, I am duty-bound to protect you. The struggles in the realm of commerce can be equally ruthless and devoid of scruples. Compared to warfare, the conflicts here are far more clandestine. Your father is a sagacious man. Having exerted such effort to ensure my protection, there must be a reason behind it. Why did he never mention hiring a bodyguard for you in your childhood, yet feels the necessity to do so now? You must trust him, and I must trust him even more. Therefore, regardless of your location, I must remain by your side to safeguard you. It is better to be cautious than to regret later. We must both exercise vigilance. As for Yi Shuang, my father instilled in me from a young age that whether one is a man or a woman, the most crucial traits are courage and resilience. Only by embodying these virtues can one rise as a victor in life. This is how I was raised, and I have imparted the same lessons to Yi Shuang. I firmly believe she is a strong girl. Irrespective of my presence, she will navigate this challenge with fortitude. After all, I cannot remain by her side for eternity. Life is something she must ultimately face on her own, and no one can undertake that for her. Li Yuxin pondered Lingtian's words, and after a moment's reflection, she nodded, saying, Your bond as siblings is truly touching. It is rare to find a brother who embodies such qualities. Each person's values differ, some cherish wealth, others fame, while some pursue freedom. I, however, am a person who places the utmost importance on emotions. A former superior once told me that being overly sentimental might be my greatest vulnerability in life. He said that if I were to die one day, it would likely be due to matters of the heart. Perhaps he is right, I suppose, Lingtian mused, recalling his old supervisor's words with a self-deprecating smile. Die, what nonsense is that? Is there something wrong with being sentimental? Can it truly lead to one's demise? A person devoid of emotions is but a hollow shell, akin to a machine. What significance does that hold? Li Yuxin retorted, indignant at Lingtian's superior's remarks. At times, it is necessary for one to adopt a mechanical demeanor. But let us not dwell on that. We have a considerable journey ahead to Paris. You should rest, Lingtian suggested, interrupting her. Li Yuxin nodded and closed her eyes, but moments later, turned to Lingtian and said, I've been meaning to ask, has your injury healed? I have yet to formally apologize to you. It's nothing, I have fully recovered. What is there to apologize for? I bound you, you bit me. We are even now. I have not said sorry to you, nor should you to me, Lingtian replied nonchalantly. Li Yuxin nodded again and added, I find myself unable to sleep at the moment. Would you keep me company with conversation? Silence makes this journey quite arduous. Speak freely, I am listening, Lingtian responded, keeping his eyes closed. Actually, hearing about your relationship with Yi Shuang has evoked a multitude of emotions within me. You may be unaware, but I spent the previous night in turmoil, my mind consumed with your dialogues. I truly struggle to fathom the life you both experienced growing up. It has prompted me to reflect on my own life, realizing how I have failed to cherish what I have. In a manner akin to your experience, I lost my mother to cancer when I was 12. However, unlike your circumstances, I was raised in affluence, never needing to worry about financial matters. Following my mother's passing, my father became exceedingly compliant with my every whim, yet I remained discontent. I harbored resentment towards him, blaming him for my mother's death, which led me to rebel against him. Whatever he suggested, I would resolutely oppose, yet he always acquiesced to my demands. Many times, I would find him alone in his room, weeping over my mother's photograph. When I turned 17, he introduced a woman to me, instructing me to call her auntie. I understood his intentions to marry her, and she treated me kindly. However, after she departed, I held a knife to my throat, declaring that if he dared to marry her or betray my mother's memory, I would take my own life before him. From that moment on, he never pursued a relationship with another woman. For many years, he lived in solitude, at times appearing quite lonely. Eventually, I began to understand that things were not as I had perceived. A couple of years ago, I urged him to find someone new, but he merely sighed with a smile, stating that having me was sufficient. I have caused him immense sorrow throughout my life. Yi Shuang once remarked that I have ruined my own life because of her, and I fear that my father has similarly squandered his life due to me. Reflecting on this reveals the depth of my unfilial conduct, Li Yuxin sighed, her voice heavy with emotion. Chapter 052 Journey to France, Part 3, You are overthinking it. Your father has never contemplated the concepts of sacrifice and gain when it comes to you. His devotion to you is instinctual, a primal bond of blood. Your well-being equates to his own happiness, much like when he arranged for me to be your bodyguard. His foremost concern was you, not himself. Are you about to head to France to discuss the collaboration? I imagine the pressure is quite substantial, Lingtian inquired softly of Li Yuxin. Why do you ask? Li Yuxin responded with a hint of curiosity. Typically, you wouldn't express such sentimental thoughts, especially towards me. I suspect it's the immense pressure you feel regarding your imminent trip to France, Lingtian remarked with a faint smile. Perhaps you are correct. This collaboration is crucial, not only for our company but for the entire group. Most importantly, I am solely responsible for this significant project. It would be disingenuous to claim I am not anxious. It involves several billion in investments and encompasses our group's entire overseas expansion strategy, which cannot afford any missteps. I am aware that this is your father's deliberate attempt to train me. He is weary and wishes for me to take over the group's affairs promptly. However, the group is not solely his domain. Although he is the chairman, there exists a board of directors, and with so many directors, I must demonstrate exceptional capabilities to gain their approval for such a position. This opportunity has been meticulously arranged by my father, and I do not wish to disappoint him, Li Yuxin sighed. Believe in yourself, you are capable. During my time in the military, one of my instructors often told us that in this world, determination can indeed conquer all. As long as you exert effort, nothing is truly unattainable, Lingtian encouraged. Let me share a simple example. When I first joined the military, I faced a 5-kilometer cross-country run without any added weight. At that moment, I thought it was inhumane. Could an ordinary person truly accomplish such a task? Running 5 kilometers without a break seemed nearly impossible, akin to a marathon, yet, eventually, I succeeded. I progressed from being among the last in my class to securing the first position. Then came the 10-kilometer run, and ultimately, we ended up carrying 40 kilograms while running 30 kilometers daily. Occasionally, we would even endure a 50-kilometer speed race. After I consistently finished those 50 kilometers in first place, I would reminisce about my initial despair during that first 5-kilometer run. This solidified my belief that with effort, nothing is impossible. The only criterion for judgment is whether you truly tried. Trust in yourself. Confidence is paramount. If you do not believe in yourself, how can you expect others to believe in you? Keep pushing forward. After absorbing Ni Lingtian's words, Li Yuxin paused for a considerable time before finally smiling gently at him. Thank you. I never imagined that you could be so articulate and comforting. It is hard to believe such profound insights could come from you. Yi Lingtian chuckled lightly. You might not be aware, but there is a unique position in our military known as political work. Above the regiment level, it's termed a political commissar, while below it, it's referred to as an instructor. In my small unit, we didn't have a separate instructor, so I assumed both roles, which included performing ideological work as part of my responsibilities. I never imagined you could be so eloquent and humorous. Why, then, do you often appear so serious and rigid? This way, we could converse like friends. Li Yuxin laughed at Yi Lingtian's words. Yi Lingtian smiled in response, remaining silent. He himself was unsure why he had spoken so much today. Perhaps it was due to the growing closeness between him and Li Yuxin. I have something for you to look over in advance, so you'll be prepared, and when it comes time for translation, you'll have a clearer understanding, Li Yuxin said, pulling a stack of documents from her bag and handing it to Yi Lingtian. This contains detailed information about our company's collaboration with Hire Company. There is a letter of intent from Sanyuan Group and a document outlining our company's negotiation limits. Please review it thoroughly to avoid any mistakes. Yi Lingtian accepted the documents, glancing through them and nodding. Yi Lingtian, upon our return from France, regardless of how well you perform, I will ensure the company awards you a bonus. After all, your translation of the Hire Company's letter of intent during that crisis was a significant contribution. Of course, if you excel in this translation task, the bonus will undoubtedly be much larger. It is not that I am stingy, it's simply the nature of the company. It operates on principles of profit, and thus, everything follows certain rules without room for excessive sentiment. Moreover, with Yi Shuang's illness uncertain in duration, the longer it drags on, the more expenses accumulate. I'm not sure if that 500,000 will suffice until she recovers, so you could certainly use this money. I do not want the money. If you insist on giving me money, then you should find someone else for this translation, Yi Lingtian replied coldly after hearing Li Yuxin's words. Why not? Are you out of your mind? Others would covet what you are rejecting. This is not charity. It's what you rightfully deserve. You have contributed to the company, indirectly generating profits, and it is entirely reasonable for the company to reward you for your efforts. Does this hurt your pride? Li Yuxin retorted, increasingly frustrated. My translation of that document was not for the company, it was for you. I agreed to translate this time as a favor to you, as a friend, in gratitude for your concern for Yi Shuang. In any case, none of this is about profit, and I do not wish for any financial entanglements to complicate matters, Yi Lingtian stated with a hint of coldness. Money is indeed a valuable commodity. No one can do without it. There are some funds I desire and some I do not. I understand that your intentions are for my benefit, and I am not ungrateful. I appreciate your kindness. As for the financial matters concerning Yi Shuang, you need not worry, I am capable and will ensure she is never left wanting. Once again, I must say, whether it's you or Teacher Su, your care and concern for her deeply touches me, but I do not wish for you to pity her, nor do I want your pity for myself, Yi Lingtian declared resolutely. Chapter 053 A Journey to France, Part 4. After hearing Yi Lingtian's words, Li Yuxin was profoundly shocked, her heart a tumult of emotions as she stared blankly at him. Eventually, she nodded and said, I'm sorry, I understand now. In response to her words, Yi Lingtian, rarely, smiled at her and replied, let me review these materials. You should rest for a while. I will wake you when it's time. Li Yuxin nodded and obediently closed her eyes. Why Yi Lingtian's words had a significant impact on Li Yuxin. Initially, she was filled with anger, believing that Yi Lingtian was stubbornly unyielding, as she had done everything in her power to assist him, yet he remained ungrateful. However, when he expressed that he did not want her to pity the siblings, she was taken aback. She had never considered that she was pitying Yi Lingtian and Yi Shuang. She had always thought she was merely offering help, yet, upon hearing the word pity, her heart skipped a beat. While she genuinely cared for Yi Shuang and Yi Lingtian, beneath that concern lay an element of pity for their plight, which prompted her desire to assist them. Yes, this assistance was an act of kindness, a noble intention, but one might argue it bordered on charity, for both concepts are inherently intertwined. As this realization dawned upon her, Li Yuxin comprehended Yi Lingtian's perspective. The anger that had once consumed her dissipated entirely, and not only Yi Lingtian, but even she herself would find it challenging to accept such generosity if their positions were reversed. Moreover, Lingtian's statement, "I do all this not for money, but simply to help you," deeply moved Li Yuxin. Having spent considerable time in an environment where material desires reign supreme, particularly in a profit-driven corporate world, she had not heard such a pure sentiment in quite some time. Indeed, emotions are emotions. They should not be entangled with profit, nor should they be equated. Li Yuxin reflected silently with her eyes closed. Unbeknownst to Lingtian, his simple words had stirred profound ripples within Li Yuxin's heart. He picked up the documents she had handed him, perusing them one by one. After a few minutes, he closed the file and also shut his eyes, gradually drifting into slumber. The flight from Guangdong, Hong Kong to Paris lasted over 10 hours. Li Yuxin managed only a few hours of sleep and found it impossible to rest further. Aside from reviewing the materials, she spent most of her time conversing with Lingtian, though regrettably, engaging him in conversation was not particularly enjoyable, as he was more inclined to listen than speak. After a long flight, the airplane finally landed on Parisian soil at noon local time. Upon disembarking, Li Yuxin, wearing a pair of sunglasses, exuded an unspoken elegance and intellect. After leaving the airport, they hailed a taxi and proceeded to the hotel they had previously booked. Naturally, whether hailing a cab or checking into the hotel, a few simple phrases in English sufficed, rendering Lingtian's role as an impromptu translator unnecessary. As everyone struggled with jet lag, fatigue quickly set in. After lunch, they all retired to their rooms for rest. Lingtian, despite not being affected by jet lag, joined them. Whether it was intentional or accidental on Huang Ling's part, Lingtian found himself assigned a luxurious suite, adjacent to Li Yuxin's room. This arrangement puzzled many, including Lingtian himself, as it was uncommon for even the most prestigious companies, let alone a visiting president, to allocate a 5-star hotel suite for a bodyguard. Later, he learned that this was a specific instruction from Li Sanyuan, emphasizing that Lingtian should always be near Li Yuxin. Since she was certainly to occupy a suite, regardless of her extravagance, it symbolized the company's strength, and Lingtian benefited from this arrangement, residing in a luxurious suite as well, given that suites typically bordered each other. For Lingtian, the distinction between a simple standard room and a luxurious suite was inconsequential. However, he did not oppose the prospect of sleeping in greater comfort. The others were housed on different floors, leaving only Lingtian and Li Yuxin on the same level. After ensuring Li Yuxin had entered her room, he glanced around, particularly noting the numerous cameras discreetly positioned in the hotel corridor, before he felt secure enough to enter his own room and collapse onto the bed, swiftly falling asleep. Lingtian was unaware of how long he had slept when he was suddenly roused by a knock at the door. He sprang up from the bed and peered through the peephole, just in time to see Li Yuxin knocking on his door. "What is it?" Lingtian inquired as he opened the door. "I can't sleep." "Do you have a moment? If you do, would you accompany me for a stroll around Paris?" Li Yuxin asked him. Lingtian nodded and replied, "Just a moment, let me wash my face." Li Yuxin patiently waited at the door, and soon Lingtian emerged, and they descended the stairs together. "Where do you plan to go?" Lingtian asked her. "I don't know, just to explore a bit. Our meeting with the Sanyuan Group is scheduled for tomorrow, so afterward, I probably won't have the time or inclination to wander around. It's not every day one visits Paris, and I would feel regretful not to see anything. I'd like to visit some famous landmarks, such as Notre Dame Cathedral, the Arc de Triomphe, and the Eiffel Tower." Li Yuxin replied casually, then added, "Actually, I'm feeling a bit anxious, so I thought a walk might help ease my mind." Lingtian nodded in understanding. They reached the lobby, where they hailed a taxi, and Lingtian spoke to the driver in fluent, authentic Parisian French, instructing him to take them to the Eiffel Tower. As the driver navigated towards their destination, he cast astonished glances at Lingtian in the rearview mirror, intrigued by how this Oriental man spoke such impeccable French with a genuine Parisian accent. It was akin to encountering a European in a city like Yen, only for him to speak with a local dialect that seemed entirely natural, prompting anyone to steal a few extra glances in curiosity. "Why does this driver keep looking at us through the rearview mirror? Is he suspicious, or do Parisians find foreigners so fascinating?" Li Yuxin could not help but ask Lingtian, noticing the driver repeatedly glancing back. Lingtian chuckled softly and replied nonchalantly, "Perhaps it's admiration for an Oriental beauty." Li Yuxin looked at him in mild surprise, then smiled and said, "I didn't know you could be so charming with your words." Lingtian was momentarily taken aback, realizing he had not intended to tease or compliment Li Yuxin. He was merely speaking the truth. However, he chose not to elaborate, simply offering a faint smile and allowing the conversation to drift into silence. Chapter 054 A Journey to France, Part 5. The taxi ultimately came to a halt beside the Eiffel Tower. The two disembarked and approached the iconic structure. Li Yuxin gazed up at the towering iron edifice with earnest contemplation before remarking, "Is this really the Eiffel Tower? It doesn't seem particularly remarkable." In response to Li Yuxin's observation, Lingtian chuckled softly and replied, "At first glance, it may not appear extraordinary. However, at the time of its inception, it caused quite a stir. Moreover, for the French, this tower holds a significant meaning, embodying the unique sentiments of their nation." Li Yuxin nodded thoughtfully, casting her gaze around before turning to Lingtian with a hint of surprise. "Have you ever visited France? If you're interested, you can ascend to the top, but it requires a fee. Since we are here, we might as well take a look. The view of the entire Paris from above is splendid," Lingtian said, opting not to directly answer her question as he began to walk away. Their time spent at the Eiffel Tower was brief, as they soon ventured to Notre Dame Cathedral and the Louvre, albeit merely skimming the surface of each location. "They say this is the city of art, yet why do I feel so little in return?" Li Yuxin expressed her disappointment. Lingtian replied nonchalantly, "Your expectations are rather lofty. It is akin to expecting a foreigner, after visiting the Forbidden City and the Great Wall, to not only appreciate the architectural beauty but also to grasp the profound national sentiments and historical weight they encapsulate. This is indeed unrealistic for us foreigners. These renowned structures are often merely spectacles, and most visitors share your sentiments. Now, let's find something to eat." "Lingtian, confess honestly, have you been here before?" Li Yuxin scrutinized him intently. "Let me take you to a restaurant that serves authentic and flavorful Parisian cuisine." "Come along," Lingtian said, hailing a taxi as he spoke. Li Yuxin regarded Lingtian with curiosity before following him into the vehicle. "This meal is on me," Lingtian declared as they entered the restaurant, seamlessly ordering in fluent French. He then smiled at Li Yuxin. "Lingtian, you must tell me, have you truly been to France, and for a considerable duration? It seems your command of French is impressive, and you appear to be quite familiar with Paris." "If you claim you haven't been here, I would find it utterly unbelievable," Li Yuxin probed further. "Indeed, I have been here for about a month," Lingtian replied, gazing out at the brightly lit streets of Paris. "What brought you here? Studying? Traveling? No, you have always been in the military, right? How did you manage to come here?" Li Yuxin pondered, utterly perplexed by the circumstances. "For work, you could say it was a business trip," Lingtian responded with a hint of detachment. Upon hearing this seemingly implausible explanation, Li Yuxin remained filled with suspicion, yet she sensed that Lingtian was reluctant to divulge more. Being an astute woman, she was not one to pry excessively, so despite her multitude of questions, she refrained from pressing him further. "Are you still feeling anxious? Do you feel any better?" Lingtian inquired as he accepted the dishes from the waiter and began to eat. Li Yuxin looked up at him and replied, "I wouldn't say I'm anxious, but I do feel quite a bit of pressure. Let me share a story with you. Perhaps it isn't the most suitable topic for dinner conversation, but I believe you might find it worthwhile. This is a tale from when I was around 13 or 14. My family was impoverished, with 2 children attending school. Despite my mother's tireless efforts, she could scarcely support the entire household, especially as she was merely a factory worker. To supplement our income, I resorted to scavenging. The dump was not far from our home, just a half-hour walk away. Every day after school, I would go there. However, I was not alone in this endeavor. Many elderly individuals were also present. The garbage truck would arrive at a fixed time each day, signaling the moment we all scrambled for discarded treasures. As the truck emptied its load, we would rush forward like we had been injected with adrenaline, seizing anything that could potentially hold value. At that time, I was quite small, and consequently, I could never compete with the others. Each time, they would gather more than I, and my earnings were insufficient even to buy a single ice cream for Yeshan, let alone improve our dire situation. Each visit heightened my internal pressure, and I would silently vow before the truck's arrival to gather more this time, hoping to bring home vegetables to enhance our meals. Yet, the greater the pressure I placed upon myself, the more tense I became. In my haste, I often overlooked valuable items, while those more robust would seize them first. Eventually, I began bringing a flashlight, knowing that later trucks arrived with fewer people to compete against, allowing me to gather more. Once I discovered this strategy, my daytime scavenging became less burdensome. I could leisurely sift through the refuse, and to my surprise, I found that I collected far more valuable items than I had during the frantic rush, as I was no longer under pressure. With a calm mindset, I could discern better and not miss out on valuable finds. Of course, what I experienced bears no comparison to your current situation. I merely wish to convey that you should not impose such heavy burdens upon yourself. Relax and adjust your mindset. Approaching your work with a sense of ease is far more advantageous than being overly tense. Lingtian spoke slowly as he continued to eat. Having listened to his narrative, Li Yuxin regarded Lingtian with newfound admiration. The impact of his story resonated with her, not merely for the lesson it conveyed, but for Lingtian's unwavering resilience and candor. He spoke without shame of his past, and this openness allowed Li Yuxin to gain a deeper understanding of the man before her. Little did Lingtian know that his intention to alleviate her stress through his story would lead to unexpected revelations within her heart. Chapter 055 Intoxication. Thank you. I understand your meaning. I truly appreciate it. Li Yuxin nodded as she spoke to Lingtian. No need for thanks. I have finished my meal. I will step outside for a smoke and wait for you there, Lingtian replied, rising from his seat and making his way to the service counter to settle the bill before exiting. Li Yuxin gazed at Lingtian, who stood at the entrance, lost in thought for a moment, then smiled to herself, murmuring, "This wooden figure isn't as unpleasant as I initially thought." After their meal, the two returned to the hotel. The following morning, Huang Ling arrived at Lingtian's door, knocking gently. Afterward, the trio enjoyed breakfast together and then hailed a taxi to the AIR company. Upon reviewing the materials, Lingtian gained a substantial understanding of AIR company, which is a family-run enterprise and a venerable name in the French hotel industry, boasting considerable prestige and strength. The collaboration between Sanyuan Group and AIR company aims to leverage AIR Group's renown and influence to penetrate the French and European markets. Lingtian, please give AIR company a call to schedule an appointment with their general manager. Just let them know we have arrived, Li Yuxin instructed. Lingtian nodded. In truth, he had already made several such calls, maintaining communication with AIR company over the past few days, as he was the only one among them fluent in French. The three of them proceeded to AIR company based on the provided address. While Lingtian dutifully assumed the roles of translator and protector, standing steadfastly behind Li Yuxin to offer support and interpretation. The day was merely a preliminary discussion, a chance for the leaders of both parties to meet, exchange pleasantries, and articulate their thoughts and boundaries regarding the collaboration. In reality, both parties' intentions had long been established. Otherwise, Li Yuxin and her companions would not have journeyed all the way to Paris. The substantive discussions regarding the project and contract signing were set to commence the following day. The French are known for their romanticism and warmth. After nearly 2 hours of dialogue, the general manager of AIR company invited Li Yuxin and her entourage to an evening reception specially arranged for them. Naturally, Li Yuxin could not decline. As the three emerged, Li Yuxin exhaled deeply and remarked to Lingtian in the elevator, "Thank you, Lingtian, your French is excellent. Without your assistance, I truly would not have known how to navigate this situation. I had my doubts about you, and I even sent Huang Ling to Paris to find a professional translator. I apologize." Lingtian smiled lightly, already aware of her sentiments. "There's no need to worry," he replied nonchalantly. "Regardless, I owe you an apology. You extended genuine help while I was skeptical. I feel somewhat small-minded for that, and I hope you can forgive me. Let us put this matter aside for now. I will strive to change." The evening reception might pose a challenge. "I have a congenital issue where I cannot hold my liquor. One drink and I am inebriated. However, I cannot refuse such an occasion. I truly do not know how to handle it tonight," Li Yuxin expressed with a hint of frustration. "Typically, they serve red wine, which is not overly potent. A small amount should not lead to intoxication," Lingtian replied calmly. "Let us hope so. Huang Ling, please notify the others to dress formally for tonight's event. Although it may not be a high-profile gathering, it is a gesture of goodwill, and as partners, we must express our due respect. Foreigners appreciate such customs, much like our own traditions of dining as a sign of respect. Additionally, you will accompany me tonight. Please drink a bit more and engage in conversation on my behalf, so I do not overindulge," Li Yuxin sighed. The evening reception was relatively modest, being merely a simple gathering between the two companies. Unlike domestic drinking customs, where drinks are downed in rapid succession, the purpose of such receptions is primarily to foster communication, understanding, and rapport. Most attendees mingle, holding their glasses while engaging in conversation. However, a problem arose among the 7 individuals from the Huangshe company. Only Lingtian spoke French, while many from AIR Group attended, and ample wine was prepared, but only one translator was present. Consequently, the result was that the members from Huangshe company entertained themselves, while those from AIR Group did the same, with only Li Yuxin and a few senior executives from AIR engaged in conversation. Li Yuxin's initial intention was sound. She hoped to allow others to speak more, thereby reducing her need to converse and drink excessively. Yet, she overlooked the existence of this issue. Ultimately, she found herself continuously drinking, and before the reception concluded, her face was flushed. Lingtian observed her and frowned. It was evident that she truly could not handle alcohol. "Are you all right?" Lingtian inquired softly. I feel a bit dizzy, I may have overindulged. Ye Lingtian, could you please inform the general manager of our company that I need to return to the hotel? Also, let Huang Ling know that it would be impolite for our team to leave while the reception is still ongoing. I genuinely cannot continue, Li Yuxin said, clutching Yi Lingtian for support. Yi Lingtian nodded, helping her to a chair before greeting the senior executives from AIR and briefing Huang Ling. He then assisted Li Yuxin out of the hotel. My head is spinning. I really cannot go on. Find a place. I think I might be sick, Li Yuxin urgently stated. While Yi Lingtian paused, this was the elevator, and vomiting here would be utterly embarrassing. Observing Li Yuxin's distress, he quickly removed his jacket. However, before he could fully take it off, Li Yuxin succumbed and vomited, splattering her own elegant attire. While Yi Lingtian hastily used his jacket to catch her vomit, and seeing the state of her dress, he had no choice but to wipe it clean with his coat until it appeared presentable from a distance. Only then did he help Li Yuxin out of the elevator, hailing a taxi to return to the hotel. Chapter 056 Intoxication, Part 2. Although the clothing had been cleaned, it was a pity for Yi Lingtian's expensive coat, and the foul odor emanating from Li Yuxin was truly unbearable, causing the taxi driver to grumble incessantly. Ultimately, it was only after Yi Lingtian agreed to pay him extra that the driver relented, a testament to the commonality shared between foreign friends and our compatriots. In the vehicle, Li Yuxin could no longer maintain her composure, succumbing to drowsiness and collapsing onto Yi Lingtian's shoulder, sound asleep. Upon arriving at the hotel, Yi Lingtian had no choice but to carry Li Yuxin upstairs. He opened the door to her room and gently laid her on the bed. Initially intending to leave, he was overwhelmed by the unpleasant scent emanating from her, as his own attire had long since become disheveled. After hesitating for a considerable time, Yi Lingtian eventually lit a cigarette, and with resolve, he removed Li Yuxin's outer garment, though he restricted himself to only that. Once her coat was off, he covered her with a blanket, ensuring her comfort during sleep. Of course, Yi Lingtian was not oblivious. Throughout this process, he undoubtedly glimpsed more than he should have, and as a perfectly normal man, he certainly experienced some reactions, though those details need not be elaborated upon. Having arranged everything, Yi Lingtian contemplated leaving, but at that moment, Li Yuxin, in a daze, called out for water. Leaning closer, he realized her request, and he hastily fetched a glass of water for her. However, given her condition, she was unable to drink on her own, compelling him to lift her once again and pour the water into her mouth. Only when she seemed to settle into a more tranquil slumber did he finally arrange her comfortably. Observing Li Yuxin, who now appeared as innocent as a child in her sleep, Yi Lingtian chuckled softly. He had witnessed drunkenness before, but never had he encountered someone who could become so inebriated from merely a modest amount of red wine. Reflecting on the experiences he had shared with Li Yuxin over the past days, he shook his head. Their relationship seemed to oscillate between friendship and enmity, often resembling adversaries rather than allies. In the end, a smile crept onto his lips once more. After this episode, Yi Lingtian dared not leave, opting to sit on the sofa in the outer lounge, smoking a cigarette. It was prudent to remain close in case Li Yuxin required water or needed assistance with anything else. As he smoked, he drew back the heavy curtains of the expansive floor-to-ceiling window, gazing out at the twinkling lights of the Parisian streets, lost in contemplation. Meanwhile, Li Yuxin stirred awake, her head throbbing painfully. Struggling to rise from the bed, she surveyed her surroundings and recognized the familiar hotel room. However, her gaze fell upon her own clothing discarded on the floor, alongside a man's garment, which left her momentarily stunned. As the unpleasant odor filled the room, she furrowed her brow, and then memories of the previous night began to resurface. The recollection of having vomited on Yi Lingtian in the elevator was faint, but everything that followed was a blank. Realizing this, Li Yuxin quickly lifted the blanket to inspect her body, and upon discovering her clothing had been removed, she froze once more. Though she still wore some attire underneath, it was hardly any different from being fully unclothed. Moreover, the presence of the man's clothing on the floor, unmistakably belonging to Yi Lingtian, left little room for doubt in her mind. Tears streamed down her face uncontrollably as she sat on the bed, lost in thought, unaware of how much time had passed. Finally, enduring the sharp pain in her head, she rose and made her way to the bathroom. Just a few steps in, Yi Lingtian, who had been sleeping on the sofa, awakened, his alertness intact even in slumber. He sat up and entered the bedroom, where he found Li Yuxin clad only in her undergarments, their eyes locked, both momentarily taken aback, especially Yi Lingtian upon witnessing the tears streaming down her face. He immediately turned away, exiting while closing the door behind him, murmuring, "I'm sorry." Li Yuxin glared at him with eyes filled with rage before retreating to the bathroom, donning a hotel bathrobe and fastening it securely around her before emerging into the living room. There, she found Yi Lingtian seated on the sofa, smoking. Upon seeing her, he casually inquired, "Feeling better? If you're alright, you might want to head to the restaurant for something to eat. It should help. I'll be on my way." With that, he prepared to leave, feeling uncomfortable with her current state of dress. Li Yuxin regarded him with a frosty demeanor, remaining silent until he stood up, at which point she extended her hand, poised to strike him. Lingtian swiftly grasped her wrist, his expression equally cold as he questioned, "What are you doing? Have you lost your mind?" "What am I doing? You should be asking yourself that, Lingtian. I trusted you, treated you as a friend these past few days, and you turn out to be a beast," Li Yuxin exclaimed, tears pouring down her cheeks. Releasing her wrist, Lingtian frowned, pressing her for clarity. "Clarify your words." "Clarify? How much clearer can it be?" She glared at him icily before tearing open her bathrobe, standing before him in a scant three-piece outfit, demanding, "Is this clear enough for you? Tell me, what happened?" "I apologize, you were intoxicated, and your clothing became soiled, so I removed your outer garment. I had no ulterior motives. If you believe my actions were wrong, that is entirely your prerogative," Lingtian replied with a calm demeanor, turning to exit. "Prerogative? Is it your casualness or mine, I ask you? After removing my clothing, what did you do?" Li Yuxin retorted with a mocking laugh. "Afterward, I poured you a glass of water. You slept peacefully, while I rested outside. As I've stated before, you can always report me to the authorities," Lingtian responded coolly, moving toward the door. Chapter 057 Intoxication, Part 3, "What is the explanation for the clothes you left on the floor?" Li Yuxin continued her inquiry. "You vomited. Then why were you sleeping in my room? How do you justify that? Don't you have a room of your own?" Li Yuxin pressed on. "Worried you might need water. If you feel I have violated you in any way, I urge you to report it to the police immediately and gather evidence," Lingtian replied calmly before opening the door and stepping outside. Once Lingtian left, Li Yuxin found herself momentarily bewildered. She struggled to comprehend why she, the aggrieved party, felt so perplexed by Lingtian's apparent anger. This was not how the script was supposed to unfold. Sitting dazed on the sofa, her initial fury and sense of injustice dissipated in an instant, leaving her feeling inexplicably confused. As Li Yuxin sat there, she reflected on Lingtian's words and strained to recall the fragmented memories of the previous night. Though her recollections were scant, it appeared that Lingtian had not been deceitful. After a brief moment of contemplation, she hurried back to the bedroom to conduct a thorough check. Lifting the covers, examining the sheets, she found no traces left behind, and she felt no discomfort in her own body. If Lingtian had indeed done anything to her, she would certainly have sensed it. Additionally, Li Yuxin noticed Lingtian's coat discarded on the floor. Indeed, only the coat remained, with no other garments in sight, and it was soiled and emitted an unpleasant odor. She also discovered a cup placed by the bedside. All these details seemed to corroborate Lingtian's account, leaving no room for doubt. Recalling the gestures Lingtian had made for her the previous night, coupled with her recent treatment of him, Li Yuxin felt a flush of embarrassment wash over her, overwhelmed by shame. She was at a loss as to how to face Lingtian now. Could it be that I have wronged him? Even if he did not harm me, at the very least, he removed my outer garment. Does that not constitute an offense? She sought to rationalize her feelings, firm in her conviction, yet guilt swiftly crept back in, leaving her feeling remorseful towards Lingtian once more. Speechless, Li Yuxin resolved to hastily retreat to the bathroom for a long soak, her emotions now more tumultuous than when she had believed that Lingtian had wronged her. It was simply impossible for Lingtian to have been entirely unperturbed. Even the most serene of souls would feel vexed in such circumstances. After all, he had lent her assistance only to be met with ingratitude, a situation truly disheartening. Lingtian returned to his room for a smoke before entering the bathroom, where he turned on the shower and began to wash. Showering had become his ritual over the years. Soaking in a tub was not suited to his temperament, and he always preferred cold water, regardless of the occasion. After finishing her bath, Li Yuxin donned her clothes and approached Lingtian's door, her heart heavy with contrition. She knocked gently but received no response. She knocked again, waited for a spell, and still, there was silence. Fidgeting with the doorknob, she found it unlocked and stepped inside. Upon entering, she discovered the living room was empty. Looking around, she softly called out Lingtian's name, yet received no reply. As she ventured toward the bedroom, she murmured, "Where could he have gone? Surely he hasn't truly stormed off in anger." No sooner had she spoken than the bathroom door swung open, revealing Lingtian emerging, bare and towel in hand, drying his hair. Their eyes locked, and both froze momentarily, before Li Yuxin let out a high-pitched scream and bolted from Lingtian's room as if being pursued. Unbeknownst to Li Yuxin, when she had knocked, Lingtian was in the midst of his shower. The sound of running water and the exceptional soundproofing of the five-star hotel bathroom rendered him completely unaware of her presence. Like a fugitive, Li Yuxin dashed back to her own room, frantically closing and locking the door behind her. Her cheeks burned crimson as she sat on the sofa, overwhelmed by an inexplicable mix of embarrassment and agitation, the image of her unexpected encounter with Lingtian replaying in her mind. making her wish she could vanish entirely. In a state of distress, she poured herself a glass of water and drank deeply, only to fill another glass. Regret enveloped her. She lamented her desire to apologize to Lingtian, her decision to enter his room, and her choice to walk into the bedroom. Given a knife at that moment, she might have considered taking drastic measures. From the moment Lingtian saw Li Yuxin standing before him until her hasty exit, his agile mind failed to register the situation. Despite having faced and overcome many formidable foes, this was a first for him. It was only after Li Yuxin fled that he felt the heat rise to his cheeks, his usually unflappable demeanor giving way to a rare sense of shyness. If his former comrades or adversaries were to witness this, they would surely be left in a state of disbelief. While Lingtian's feelings mirrored Li Yuxin's, hastily, he donned his clothes, motivated by the lingering odor of vomit that had clung to him from the previous night. While he bore no aversion to the scent, having endured far worse and far less pleasant circumstances, he had to work later and could not afford to leave with that smell clinging to him. Thus, he resolved to wash up like many men. In the privacy of his hotel room, he shed his clothing completely to shower and emerged equally unclad to dress. This was the norm, save for the fact that he had neglected to lock the door, never imagining that Li Yuxin would enter uninvited. Once dressed, Lingtian lit a cigarette to calm himself, glanced at the time, and stepped out to knock on Li Yuxin's door, calling, "Let's go down for breakfast. You still have to visit our company later." Chapter 058. Cooperation, Part 1. Upon hearing Lingtian's voice outside, Li Yuxin, who was still in a state of bewilderment, suddenly felt a surge of anxiety. She was so tense that she found herself at a loss for what to do, her breathing becoming shallow. She was uncertain whether to step outside or remain hidden, whether to respond to Lingtian or remain silent. The mere thought of facing him filled her with dread, and even before seeing him, she felt an overwhelming sense of embarrassment. Lingtian knocked twice more on the door, and seeing no sign of movement from within, he turned to leave. Just as he did, the door opened, revealing Li Yuxin, her cheeks flushed with a deep crimson. As soon as Lingtian turned to face her, her face reddened even further. She cast her gaze downward, too shy to meet his eyes, quietly closing the door behind her as she stepped outside. Lingtian, regarding today's incident. I am truly sorry, but please, I beg you, do not speak of it to anyone. I implore you. Li Yuxin hesitated, but ultimately halted her steps and, still looking down, spoke to him, too afraid to raise her eyes to meet his. Lingtian was momentarily taken aback, and upon comprehending her meaning, he couldn't help but chuckle lightly. Shouldn't that be something I say to you? Upon hearing his laughter and the teasing tone of his words, Li Yuxin could no longer contain herself. Already feeling flustered, his words ignited her frustration. Lingtian, what do you mean by that? Don't think you're so remarkable. I assure you, I did not intend for today's events to unfold as they did. I knocked several times, and when you didn't answer, I entered, for the door was unlocked. Do you think I wanted to see you? You are not as impressive as you believe. I found it so repulsive that I wished I could gouge my own eyes out after witnessing you. Li Yuxin confronted him with fierce indignation. While Lingtian was once again taken aback, utterly perplexed by how swiftly this woman's mood could shift. I ask you, why did you emerge from the shower without any clothes? You are nothing but a rogue, a scoundrel. Did you deliberately flaunt yourself before me upon seeing me enter? You are nothing more than an exhibitionist, a complete pervert. Li Yuxin continued her tirade, still unsatisfied. I closed the door and showered in the privacy of my own room. Why would I need to dress before stepping out? Who am I dressing for? It was just me. What difference does it make if I am clothed or not? You intruded into my room without my permission. It is not I who am lacking in manners. Furthermore, I am the one who was seen. The victim here is I, not you. Those words should come from my lips. Moreover, if I had intended to expose myself to you, what benefit would I gain from such an act? I hope you refrain from twisting the facts. This was merely an accident that I have not dwelled upon, so please, do not hold it against me. Besides, I have seen you once, and now you have seen me once. Last time, it was in darkness, yet this time, you have viewed me in broad daylight for quite a while. The one at a disadvantage is me, however. I believe we are even now. You owe me nothing, and I owe you nothing. Let us move on, shall we? Let us go have breakfast, and from now on, let this matter be forgotten. Lingtian found the situation rather amusing and spoke lightly, beginning to walk away, a smile involuntarily gracing his lips. He suddenly perceived that Li Yuxin was, in fact, quite endearing. Lingtian, if you dare to utter a single word about what transpired last time, I swear I will kill you. He heard her voice roar, almost unrecognizable in its fury, as he rounded the corner. The negotiations on the first day were primarily limited to Li Yuxin and the general manager of our company. It was essential for the two of them to establish the overarching direction of their cooperation before the finer details could be discussed by their subordinates. After breakfast, Lingtian, along with Li Yuxin and Huang Ling, proceeded to the conference room of IR Company. After a brief wait, Lavelle and his secretary entered, accompanied by a man with yellow skin, clearly a translator. In this era, finding a European or African with a good command of Chinese was a challenging endeavor. However, it was not particularly difficult to locate a Chinese individual proficient in English, French, or German. The reason is well known: the Chinese language is inherently more complex than that of many other nations. Given its rich historical and cultural legacy spanning 5,000 years, mastering Chinese is an arduous task, and even native speakers often hesitate to claim complete fluency. Once seated, Lingtian positioned himself beside Li Yuxin, diligently fulfilling his role as a translator. Esteemed MS.Li, I would like to once again extend a warm welcome on behalf of IR Company to you and your staff. We approach this collaboration with the utmost sincerity and hope for a pleasant partnership between our two companies, Lavelle stated as he settled into his chair. As Lavelle spoke, Lingtian leaned slightly towards Li Yuxin, softly translating his words for her. Thank you, Mr. Lavelle, for your generous hospitality. My colleagues and I feel truly honored. Paris is such a romantic and beautiful city. I find it utterly delightful. I believe that investing in such a splendid and enchanting place is undoubtedly a thrilling venture, and our group has high expectations and confidence regarding this collaboration with your esteemed company. I am certain that partnering with a company of your caliber and reputation will yield a promising future for our project, Li Yuxin replied with a smile after hearing Lingtian's translation. Having studied in the United States for several years, Li Yuxin was well acquainted with the Western approach to communication and conducted herself in a very Western manner today. Had she been addressing a fellow Chinese, her demeanor would have been entirely different. The other translator also leaned in to convey Lavelle's words, and the presence of two translators greatly facilitated the process, significantly reducing the workload. At least they only needed to translate the other party's words without the necessity of relaying their own statements back and forth, which could indeed be exhausting. I share your sentiments. Let us commence our work. Firstly, I would like to discuss the nature of our collaboration and the equity distribution of the new company. I have outlined this in my previous email to your company, and today we shall delve into this matter in detail, Lavelle said with a smile. Chapter 059 Cooperation, Part 2. Very well, Mr. Lavelle. We have reviewed the documents you provided, and I find myself largely satisfied and willing to accept most of the contents. However, I believe there are certain disparities in our perspectives on some issues. I would like to hear your thoughts once more regarding the equity distribution, Li Yuxin proclaimed, instantly regaining her composure as a formidable woman, addressing Mr. Lavelle with both dignity and courtesy. Our stance remains unchanged. Based on a total investment of 100 million in the new company, our firm, L Company, will contribute 20 million. In addition, we will provide the brand influence, public relations, and talent from L Company, which collectively amounts to 40 million. Considering local protectionism, I suggest that L Company holds a 50% stake, which seems quite reasonable, Lavelle stated with utmost seriousness. No, Mr. Lavelle, I find your demands excessively high. Setting aside whether your soft powers, such as brand influence, truly equate to 40 million, I cannot concur with your proposed equity distribution. You seek to invest 20 million for a 50% stake, while we invest 80 million yet receive only a 50% stake in return. This arrangement is simply untenable, Li Yuxin countered. Moreover, regarding the value of the soft powers you provide, I believe it is prudent to engage a professional firm for a proper assessment. This would render the situation more equitable. What do you think? Li Yuxin promptly shook her head. I have no objections to that. However, MS.Li, you must understand that a professional institution can only ascertain the actual existing value. The indirect profits that our collaboration could yield for your Sanyuan Group are something we both comprehend. Otherwise, you would not be pursuing a partnership with L Company. I believe if you intend to enter the French hotel industry, there is no better choice than collaborating with us, Lavelle asserted. Even if your Sanyuan Group were to invest 100 million independently, it would not yield the same benefits as partnering with us. You cannot be unaware of this. From this standpoint alone, I find my proposed distribution quite rational. Upon careful calculation, you will realize that it is a mutually beneficial arrangement. To invest 20 million while claiming a 50% stake is the conclusion reached by our senior management after thorough deliberation. This is our bottom line and is unlikely to change. I trust that you, MS.Li, will come to accept this, Lavelle stated with resolute determination. Mr. Lavelle, your demands are simply too extreme. According to our requirements and development strategy, Sanyuan Group must possess an absolute majority in the new company, meaning we need to hold at least 50 of the shares. I am willing to accept a distribution where we invest 80 million and you invest 20 million, but my proposal is for Sanyuan Group to hold 70 of the shares while you retain 30, Li Yuxin asserted. I believe it reasonable to allocate 10 of the shares for the soft powers you provide. We have already engaged a professional assessment firm to evaluate their value, and I suspect that even if we consult another firm, the results will not vary significantly, she argued vigorously. Lavelle shook his head after hearing her response, then remarked, Ms. Li, we simply cannot accept your proposed distribution. The 20 million for a 50 stake is our bottom line. AL company is genuinely eager to collaborate with you, and I hope you can reciprocate with the same level of sincerity. At this moment, I fail to see any indication of your goodwill. Mr. Lavelle, we have traveled great distances from China to France. If we were not here with sincere intentions, one might as well assume I was here merely for leisure. And I must say, our company does not appear to be a particularly appealing vacation destination, especially when compared to your renowned vineyards and the romantic allure of France, she retorted. Thus, Mr. Lavelle, I am willing to make a concession. Let us maintain our investment of 80 million, and I personally propose to relinquish 3 of the shares to your company, resulting in a distribution of 67 for us and 33 for you. I believe this adjustment should adequately demonstrate my sincerity, and I similarly hope your company will exhibit a commitment to this collaboration, Li Yuxin offered, slightly yielding. Once again, Lavelle shook his head and replied, Ms. Li, we simply cannot accept this distribution. I have another meeting to attend, so let us temporarily conclude our discussion for this morning. As I mentioned, if you are unable to agree to our proposed equitable distribution, I will have to express my regret. In the meantime, I wish you an enjoyable time in Paris, until this afternoon. With that, Lavelle rose and exited. Mr. Lavelle, Mr. Lavelle. Upon witnessing Lavelle's abrupt departure, Li Yuxin panicked and hurriedly called out, preparing to chase after him. It was understandable for her to be so flustered. This project was of utmost importance to her, and she needed to ensure its success. As Li Yuxin was about to pursue Lavelle, her hand was grasped by Yi Lingtian. What are you doing, Yi Lingtian? Let go of me, I must hurry after him, or he will leave, she exclaimed, anxiously shaking off his grip. He won't leave, he's merely putting on an act, Yi Lingtian replied nonchalantly. What, are you joking, Yi Lingtian? This is hardly the time for levity. Come, let us go to Mr. Lavelle's office and continue our discussion, Li Yuxin declared, shaking off Yi Lingtian's hand as she proceeded toward the exit. What do you intend to discuss with him? To accept his offer of a 20 million investment for a 50 stake? Yi Lingtian inquired. Absolutely not, that is out of the question. Our bottom line is clear, we can invest more, but we must possess a majority stake, which means we need to retain absolute decision-making authority in this new company. Therefore, we must secure at least 55 of the shares, Li Yuxin responded. Did you not hear him? If you do not agree to his proposed distribution, then all discussions are off the table. I can assure you that if you go to his office now, he will only become more resolute in his stance, with no room for compromise. Thus, if you pursue him now, regardless of the outcome, you will emerge as the loser, Yi Lingtian stated calmly. Chapter 060 A Cooperation, Part 3, I am aware of that. In the past, when I approached him, I was undoubtedly in a passive position. However, the reality is that we find ourselves in a state of passivity. It is our desire to penetrate the French market and subsequently venture into Europe. As he mentioned earlier, if I am to enter the hotel industry in France, collaborating with them is our optimal choice. We have no alternative, and this inherently places us at a disadvantage. I intend to speak with him again, hoping that they might slightly lower their demands. If this project can succeed, then any additional effort will be worthwhile, Li Yuxin declared resolutely. After listening, Yi Lingtian shook his head and replied, while effort is commendable and indeed necessary, it is essential to have a plan in place before undertaking any action. Even if you were to approach him now, the outcome would likely be no different. Since he mentioned the afternoon, let us proceed then. After all, whether you approach him now or later, the result will remain unchanged. Huanling, you may return. Li Yuxin, come along, I shall take you to a place where we can savor authentic French red wine. Yi Lingtian, I beg you not to complicate matters further. I am hardly in the mood for wine at the moment, Li Yuxin said, frazzled. She felt as though today was a particularly ill-fated day, where nothing seemed to go her way. You should return for now, and refrain from discussing today's events with others, Yi Lingtian instructed Huanling, disregarding Li Yuxin's distress. Huanling nodded, glancing at Li Yuxin. Seeing no objections from her, she took her belongings and departed from our company. If you truly do not wish to go, I invite you for a cup of coffee downstairs. Discussing these matters here feels rather inappropriate, Yi Lingtian remarked calmly, leading the way down the stairs. Li Yuxin felt an overwhelming sense of agitation. Prior to this encounter, she had been brimming with confidence, but now, the inflexible stance of our company was disheartening, an unprecedented situation since her employment began. The harsh reality was that their Sanyuan Group desperately needed to facilitate this cooperation, as it was pivotal to the future development of the entire group. This sense of frustration and helplessness left her feeling utterly dejected. Casting a glance at Yi Lingtian's departing figure, she ultimately chose to follow in his footsteps. The pair entered a CAF located at the corner of the ground floor, settling into a spot by the glass window. Yi Lingtian ordered 2 cups without inquiring about Li Yuxin's preference. Have a drink. Logically speaking, the coffee made by Westerners should surpass that of our domestic offerings, given their extensive history with the beverage, Yi Lingtian said nonchalantly, yet he refrained from partaking himself. Li Yuxin, feeling irritable, sipped a bit, but her dismal mood rendered the drink tasteless. She glanced at Yi Lingtian and asked, "Why aren't you drinking?" "I am not fond of coffee. I prefer tea over it," Yi Lingtian replied coolly. "Then why did you even order?" Li Yuxin retorted, somewhat exasperated. "Is it not customary to drink coffee upon entering a CAF, even if one does not wish to indulge? It is only fitting to order a cup for appearances, much like Lavelle, who, despite yearning to secure this cooperation, must feign disinterest for the sake of the company," Yi Lingtian elaborated, stirring his coffee slowly. "What do you mean? Are you suggesting that Lavelle is being deliberate?" Li Yuxin inquired, looking up at Yi Lingtian. "Absolutely, you must have noticed it as well. It's just that you have lost your composure, focusing solely on your own perspective rather than considering his. If Lavelle were truly disinterested in this collaboration, why would he exert such effort in negotiations? Why would he invite you for a face-to-face discussion? He even went so far as to arrange a soiree for your benefit. Do not assume that a Western soiree is as casual and simplistic as a meal shared among our Chinese counterparts. You should be aware of this from your studies in the United States. Therefore, if Lavelle is not a person who enjoys creating unnecessary complications, then he is merely acting," Yi Lingtian continued calmly. "Are you implying that he is intentionally employing a strategy of feigned indifference, waiting for me to plead with him so he can raise his demands?" Li Yuxin furrowed her brow. "What do you think?" "In truth, you have already discerned this," Yi Lingtian observed, glancing at Li Yuxin. "Of course, I have recognized it. The issue is that we are currently more eager to collaborate than they are. Without our Sanyuan Group, they could easily seek out another consortium willing to invest $100 million and eager to enter the European hotel market. Our only viable option for penetrating the French hotel industry remains their group. Consequently, the degree of our mutual dependence grants them leverage to dictate terms, leaving us in a position of passivity. However, I am surprised by how resolutely Lavelle has stood his ground, offering 50% equity and refusing to budge. This predicament leaves me in a quandary. Apart from attempting to persuade him further, I truly cannot think of a better approach," Li Yuxin sighed, shaking her head. "Actually, there is a way," Yi Lingtian said, continuing to stir his coffee. "What is it?" "Play the long game. If Lavelle intends to employ a strategy of feigned indifference, then you may do the same. Remember, this concept of feigned indifference is rooted in Sun Tzu's art of war. There is no reason you cannot outmaneuver him, is there?" "What do you mean?" "I don't quite understand," Li Yuxin replied, her brow knitted in confusion. "Meet with Lavelle this afternoon to discuss this matter further. Remember, if he does not yield, neither should you. The likely outcome will be an unsatisfactory conclusion. When you depart, inform our company that you intend to visit France for a few days of leisure. Subsequently, instruct Huanling to take the others back to the country ahead of you. You may take this opportunity to relax and explore various places in France, treating it as a vacation. If all goes as anticipated, within 5 days, Lavelle will certainly seek you out. Once he does, the power dynamic will shift back into your favor," Yi Lingtian stated matter-of-factly. "On what basis do you conclude that Lavelle will indeed seek me out? What we possess is merely capital, and there are countless entities with capital at their disposal. Moreover, on an international scale, our Sanyuan Group is but an obscure little company. Their choices are abundant. The only factors we have to attract Lavelle are our concessions and a modicum of my personal goodwill. If we concede too much, I risk losing not only goodwill but also the project itself, a consequence I cannot afford," Li Yuxin replied, shaking her head. Chapter 061 Cooperation, Part 4. "It is precisely because I anticipated your thoughts that Lavelle dared to engage in this game of feigned restraint. The principle of knowing both oneself and one's adversary is essential for achieving victory in 100 battles. Lavelle evidently possesses a profound understanding of your triad group, which has led him to adopt this strategy to maximize benefits for his company. Conversely, are you well acquainted with the ale company?" Yi Lingtian smiled as he spoke. "Of course, I am well aware. Do you think our company is a mere trifling venture? Would I even contemplate collaborating on such a substantial project without a thorough understanding of the opposing company? The information I shared with you previously was merely a brief overview of Ale Company. In fact, I have a substantial stack of detailed data on Ale Company in my office. Our extensive knowledge of Ale Company is precisely why we recognize that if we are to position France as our gateway into Europe, we must collaborate with Ale Company, even if it entails some loss of profit, Li Yuxin retorted, casting a sidelong glance at Yi Lingtian. And what about this? Yi Lingtian inquired, producing a document from his pocket and handing it to Li Yuxin. What is this? Li Yuxin asked, perplexed as she gazed upon the French document. This contains Ale Company's operational data and summary report for the first half of the year, Yi Lingtian replied nonchalantly. What? How is that possible? Where did you obtain such confidential information? Is this authentic? Li Yuxin's eyes widened in astonishment. I took it from Laville's desk, he stated. Ah, when did this happen? When did you visit Laville's office? You've taking someone else's belongings is illegal. This is a matter of commercial confidentiality. Li Yuxin exclaimed, her disbelief apparent. On the first day we visited Laville's office to meet him, he was reviewing this document. Upon noticing our arrival, he promptly closed it and tucked it away among other papers. I glanced at it and thought it might prove useful, so I took it, Yi Lingtian explained. Do not worry. Aside from you, no one will know I took it this afternoon. When you visit Laville's office, I will return it, and no one will be the wiser. My act of taking it is inconsequential. What truly matters is the content within, he added with indifference. For him, such actions were trivial. If he could remove a document from Laville's desk without anyone noticing, he could certainly return it just as discreetly. What does it say? It's all in French. I cannot comprehend it, Li Yuxin admitted, somewhat embarrassed. The beginning consists of reports, various data, and charts, along with specialized terminology that I do not fully grasp. However, I can understand the concluding summary report. Essentially, it indicates that Ale Company has heavily invested in other industries over the past couple of years, but these sectors have yielded minimal returns, and some are even incurring losses, resulting in a state of low profitability for the entire company. Furthermore, they are currently facing financial strain. Thus, their future development strategy must prioritize escaping this nearly untenable situation, enhancing profitability and financial health by focusing their efforts on their traditional strength in the hotel industry. They plan to open 2 to 3 new 5-star hotels within this year. Given their financial constraints, they should seek partners for joint development, leveraging existing resources to create mutual benefits. Of course, there are numerous technical terms that I do not fully understand, but that is the gist of it. From this summary report, it is evident that Ale Company finds itself in dire straits. They must expand their operations in the hotel sector to bolster profitability and ensure the company's viability. Lacking sufficient funds, they are seeking collaborators, offering their existing assets, such as what you refer to as soft power and resources, in exchange for benefits. Hence, Ale Company is likely in greater need of this collaboration than your Triad Group. Even if this partnership does not materialize, your group stands to lose little. At worst, you remain stagnant. In contrast, Ale Group faces a grave challenge. Therefore, if Laville truly intends to engage in a game of feigned restraint, he is not your equal. Of course, these are merely my conjectures as an outsider. I am not well versed in your economic and corporate management practices. You must determine the specifics of your course of action, Yi Lingtian said, gazing steadily at Li Yuxin. After listening to Yi Lingtian's words, Li Yuxin's face was marked with astonishment as she repeatedly examined the document in her hands, yet, as she could not comprehend the French text, she eventually sat in contemplative silence. I will call my father to hear his thoughts. Making a decision on such a significant matter is truly challenging, Li Yuxin finally declared after much deliberation. That is acceptable, but I believe it is best for you to make the decision yourself. Regardless of the outcome, it is imperative that you take ownership of this decision. For your father, the fact that you are managing this substantial project independently is far more significant than its success. Do not forget the purpose behind entrusting you with such a large undertaking, Yi Lingtian stated gently, reminding her of her responsibilities. Li Yuxin paused, then nodded thoughtfully. You are right, but this matter is of extreme importance. While this intelligence is crucial, we cannot guarantee that Laville genuinely desires to collaborate with us, nor do we know his limits. If we decide to proceed as you suggest, the repercussions could lead to the total collapse of this partnership. Indeed, should this plan succeed, it could yield substantial benefits for our company. Even a mere 5% increase in shares could potentially result in profits reaching millions. The stakes of failure and the allure of high-stakes gambling are both significant. I must ponder this thoroughly. You should indeed take your time to reflect. For now, sit quietly and contemplate. I have not touched this cup of coffee. You may have it so it does not go to waste. I will step outside for a smoke while you think, Yi Lingtian said, nodding before making his exit. Li Yuxin remained alone in the CAF for over an hour, finally emerging with a radiant smile as she approached Yi Lingtian. I have made my decision. I have chosen to take the gamble and act as you suggested. Upon hearing her resolve, Lingtian displayed no surprise, simply nodding in acknowledgement. Chapter 062 Collaboration, Part 5. Do you not wish to inquire why I have chosen to take a gamble rather than conservatively seek him out to finalize this project smoothly? Li Yuxin asked, her curiosity piqued as she looked at Lingtian. Regardless of whether you have resolved to take a risk or, as you say, opted for caution, you undoubtedly possess your own rationale. I am but an outsider. As a friend or subordinate, I have done my utmost to assist you. How you ponder these matters is entirely your prerogative. Should you wish to share, you shall. Should you choose to remain silent, my inquiries will yield no revelations. Let us return to the hotel for now, Lingtian replied matter-of-factly. I have conducted a numerical analysis comparing the risk and returns of taking a gamble against the benefits of a more conservative approach. My conclusion is that this risk is one worth taking, though this is merely an objective assessment. Business decisions cannot rely solely on numbers, Li Yuxin articulated. I have contemplated this deeply. Being still youthful, I ought to be a bit more audacious. The time for conservatism can wait until I am past 40. Moreover, your support has instilled confidence in me, and I choose to place my trust in you. I have realized that each time I doubted you, I was proven wrong. Thus, this time, I choose to believe in you, she added with a smile. I am merely an outsider. You should rely on your own judgment, Lingtian replied with a calm demeanor. I have stated that this decision was made after extensive consideration. Once I have chosen, I shall not retreat, for that is my character. Lingtian, should this endeavor prove successful, you shall be the greatest contributor to this trip to France, and I will petition the group to commend you, Li Yuxin declared, her gaze fixed on him. Lingtian shook his head and responded, I am not an employee of your company, and I have done nothing worthy of commendation. Instead, let us simply share a meal together, on your personal account. Very well. I shall treat you to a grand feast, the finest meal possible, Li Yuxin cheerfully replied, speaking as if success was already within their grasp. In the afternoon, after Li Yuxin and Lingtian had rested at the hotel, they proceeded to Lavelle's company, entering his office directly. Ms. Li, how have you come to consider our proposal? I trust you will surprise me with a delightful response. Lavelle greeted her with evident enthusiasm. I regret to inform you, Mr. Lavelle, that although our company is eager to collaborate with yours, the terms you have presented are simply unacceptable to us. I convened a video conference upon returning to the hotel, and after deliberation, we have decided to take a step back to demonstrate our sincerity. Our bottom line is that our Sanyuan Group will invest in the new company under the name of our royal company, contributing $80 million for a 65% stake. This is the furthest we can go, Li Yuxin stated with a smile. That is indeed unfortunate. The conditions you propose diverge too greatly from what we can accept. If your company stands firm on this, we must express our regrets, Lavelle replied, his demeanor nonchalant, which elicited a flicker of anxiety and doubt in Li Yuxin. That is quite all right, Mr. Lavelle. We have a saying in China: business is not about righteousness but rather about the transaction. Even if we cannot reach an agreement, it has been a pleasure to meet you, a gentleman of such elegance. My journey to France will not be in vain. Additionally, since I am here, I intend to explore the beauty of this romantic country. Regardless, I extend my gratitude to you and your company for your warm hospitality. Should you ever find yourselves in China, please do not hesitate to inform me. I would be delighted to return the favor, Li Yuxin said resolutely, maintaining her smile. After absorbing Li Yuxin's words, Lavelle appeared momentarily taken aback and asked, Are you departing, Ms. Li? No, as I mentioned, having traveled such a distance to France, I must take the opportunity to enjoy and explore this charming country. Our employees will leave this evening, but I plan to stay for a few more days. Once again, thank you for your generous hospitality, Mr. Lavelle. If your company has any new projects in need of partners, Sanyuan Group remains sincerely interested. Until we meet again, Mr. Lavelle, Li Yuxin concluded, extending her hand to him. Ah, yes, goodbye, Lavelle stammered, shaking her hand with some trepidation. Li Yuxin smiled at Lavelle one last time before exiting his office alongside Lingtian. I noticed Lavelle's surprise and unease. I believe your intuition may indeed be correct. My confidence is growing, she exclaimed, her demeanor shifting from that of a strong businesswoman to a giddy girl. Let us truly enjoy our time in France. It feels like a business trip turned vacation, a delightful prospect. Since taking over the company, I have not had the chance to travel, so this is quite fortuitous. Lingtian observed her transformation and chuckled, following her lead. Upon returning to the hotel, Li Yuxin summoned all employees for a meeting. The agenda was to announce the breakdown of negotiations and instruct Huangling to book the earliest return tickets for everyone, while she and Lingtian would remain. In truth, having witnessed Lavelle's slip, Li Yuxin had gained considerable confidence in the plan. Nevertheless, to maintain the facade, she conducted everything as if it were genuine. For such a significant project, the cost of a few plane tickets was negligible. As a result, the group, clearly there merely to observe, endured a lengthy flight to Paris, spent a few days in the hotel, attended a single social event, and then promptly returned home. If all went as expected, they would soon return to Paris once more. While international business trips might seem enviable to outsiders, for the Sanyuan Group, this particular journey held little allure. That evening, the group boarded their rented vehicle to the airport, and Li Yuxin, displaying her genuine regard for her employees, personally went to see them off. This gesture moved everyone, regardless of whether it was merely for show, as it revealed her appreciation for her staff. Lingtian knew well that Li Yuxin was not one to engage in theatrics. Chapter 063 Collaboration, Part 6, Let us depart as well, Li Yuxin remarked to Lingtian once everyone had entered the airport. Alright, Lingtian nodded in agreement, but just as he was about to turn and hail a taxi, Li Yuxin stopped him. Where do you think you're going? I meant that we should leave, not merely to travel. Since we are already at the airport, let us purchase our tickets and go, she insisted. Ah? Lingtian widened his eyes and responded, it's already evening. If we are to leave, we should do so tomorrow. I have no desire to return to the hotel. Staying there amidst the city only heightens my sense of pressure, Li Yuxin replied. I long to visit Provence. I have read the novel Provence by the British author Mel, and I find this place to be enchanting. I always dreamed of visiting, and I had thought this trip would confine me to Paris. I never imagined I would have the opportunity to experience it. I checked earlier, and it seems this is the perfect time to witness the lavender in full bloom. Let us first purchase our tickets and depart early tomorrow. You must at least return to the hotel to collect your luggage and take a refreshing shower, allowing yourself a good night's rest to rejuvenate for tomorrow's journey. You have been under immense stress these past few days, so it would be wise to grant yourself a night of relaxation before venturing out, Lingtian advised with a gentle smile, remaining non-committal. Very well, you are right. In truth, I am at my most anxious right now. However, I prefer not to dwell on it. I fear the potential outcomes and loathe the waiting period for those results. That is why I wish to hasten to Provence, hoping that once there, I can forget all my work-related concerns. Li Yuxin sighed heavily. The pressure you feel is self-imposed. If your heart does not find peace, then no matter where you go, you will remain unable to liberate yourself. Come, let us procure tomorrow's tickets, Lingtian said calmly, leading Li Yuxin directly to the airport to buy their tickets. The following morning, Li Yuxin and Lingtian set off for Provence. Upon their arrival, Li Yuxin became utterly entranced, as if she were a true tourist in France, reveling in the breathtaking scenery and immersing herself in the beauty of the surroundings. That evening, Li Yuxin published a post on her Weibo, in which she expressed, Provence is not merely a geographical name, it embodies a lifestyle that is simple, carefree, and leisurely. It signifies a state of mind, where one observes the blooming and withering of flowers in the garden with tranquility, indifferent to the ebb and flow of life, while leisurely watching the clouds drift across the sky. If travel aims to liberate one from the shackles of daily life, then Provence will allow you to forget everything. Provence possesses an extraordinary charm. Its weather is capricious, gentle breezes caress the land, wild sea winds sweep through, the terrain is undulating, vast plains stretch endlessly, steep peaks rise dramatically, lonely canyons and desolate castles stand solemnly, while winding mountains and vibrant cities coexist, showcasing a myriad of enchanting scenes. During July and August, the lavender blossoms in the breeze, the vibrant colors adorn the lush valleys, and the subtly spicy fragrance mingles with the scent of sun-dried grass, creating an unforgettable essence of southern France. Provence, a place one wishes never to leave, even if it is simply to sit quietly on the grass and watch the lavender sway in the wind, observing the clouds as they come and go. At least, that is how I feel. From this, one can perceive how blissful Li Yuxin's 2 days in Provence had been. However, good times are often fleeting. On the third morning, Li Yuxin received a call from Lavelle, who required a translator, and Lingtian answered the phone. I am the translator. This is the mobile phone of Ms. Li Yuxin, she is currently beside me, please feel free to speak, Lingtian stated directly. Dear MS.Li, greetings. After several discussions among our company's executives, we have unanimously decided that, considering your company's sincerity regarding this project, as well as your company's strength and your personal charisma, we are inclined to participate in this project initiated by your company. I believe we should arrange another meeting to discuss the possibilities of collaboration, Lavelle conveyed. Alright, please inform him that I will visit him tomorrow, Li Yuxin quickly responded after hearing Lingtian's translation. Lingtian paused momentarily and then addressed Lavelle. Mr. Lavelle, I must sincerely apologize, but our group has already cancelled this project. It is possible that the group's leadership is in search of new partners. I am currently on vacation in Provence and am not fully aware of the company's status. However, after reporting the project's failure to the headquarters a few days ago, the group has officially announced its cancellation. Therefore, I regret to inform you, Mr. Lavelle, that I still have 3 days of vacation left. Once it concludes, I will reach out to the company to inquire whether this project is still ongoing, and if so, I will report back to the leadership. I see. Very well, I apologize for troubling Ms. Li. However, MS.Li, our ale group is genuinely eager to collaborate with you, and you are well aware that partnering with us is your best option. Therefore, I kindly ask you to reconsider this matter thoroughly, Lavelle continued. What did he say? Li Yuxin, still in the dark, wondered why Lingtian had translated such a lengthy message from her few words. I understand your company's sincerity and recognize that collaborating with your firm is indeed our best choice. However, the conditions you propose are simply unacceptable to us. The bottom line established by our group is an investment of 80 million for 65% equity. This is non-negotiable. Beyond that, I lack the authority to agree. Thus, I must once again express my regret. Of course, once my vacation concludes and I return home, I will relay your intentions to my superiors. Lingtian spoke directly to Lavelle without translating for Li Yuxin. Lingtian, what on earth are you doing? Please do not act recklessly. Li Yuxin exclaimed in alarm. While Lingtian gestured for her to be silent, then they heard Lavelle hesitating before saying, Ms. Li, regarding the distribution of shares, I believe we should have a thorough discussion. Over the past few days, I have convened several high-level meetings, and I too feel that the 50% share allocation principle proposed previously does not align with reality. Therefore, after these meetings, we believe we can make some concessions. Chapter 064. Collaboration, Part 7. Mr. Lavelle, let us speak candidly. After our last meeting, I genuinely failed to perceive your company's sincerity in collaborating on this project. Your offer of a 50% stake, devoid of any room for negotiation, strikes us as rather irresponsible and inconsistent with the norms of commercial engagement. Our group is actively seeking other partners in Europe, and I may soon engage with other companies, effectively filtering your collaboration from our agenda. Therefore, Mr. Lavelle, I must extend my apologies. Nevertheless, I find you to be an exceptionally refined gentleman, and it has been a pleasure to make your acquaintance. I have friends awaiting my arrival, so I shall take my leave of farewell. With that, Lingtian ended the call abruptly. Lingtian, what on earth are you doing? What nonsense are you spouting? What do you mean by that? As soon as the call was disconnected, Li Yuxin sprang to her feet, fueled by indignation. She had longed to confront Lingtian, even to snatch the phone from him, but her lack of proficiency in French rendered such an action futile, compelling her to endure and await the conclusion of his conversation. Lingtian glanced at Li Yuxin, placing her phone upon the table as he spoke. I informed him that your company no longer wishes to collaborate and that the partnership has been rescinded. We are now in pursuit of alternative collaborators, that is all. What, Lingtian, you. Upon hearing Lingtian's response, Li Yuxin trembled with rage, pointing an accusing finger at him, momentarily at a loss for words, her lips turning pale. Do not be alarmed. Rest assured, I harbor no intentions to harm you. I am assisting you. If all goes as anticipated, Lavelle should arrive in province to see you either this afternoon or tomorrow morning. Lingtian remarked, casting a casual glance at Li Yuxin. On what basis are you so certain? Li Yuxin shot him a cold stare. On the basis of speculation. When he approaches you, remember not to acquiesce too readily, feign reluctance, only relent when Lavelle agrees to a baseline of 65%. Lingtian stated, lighting a cigarette as he spoke. Lingtian, if Lavelle does not seek me out, I will hold you accountable. Li Yuxin glared at him before storming off in a huff. Throughout the afternoon, Li Yuxin remained indoors, stewing in her frustration. While Lingtian recognized that she was upset, not only at his presumptuousness but also anxious that the situation, which she had initially controlled, had devolved into an unwarranted gamble due to his actions. At least, that was her perspective. As evening approached, Li Yuxin hastily knocked on Lingtian's door, thrusting her phone into his hands. Hurry, answer the phone, it's Lavelle. Lingtian, if you speak out of turn again, I swear I will kill you. Lingtian disregarded her feeble threat and answered the call. Hello, Mr. Lavelle. Good day, Ms. Li. I have arrived in province, may I invite you to join me for dinner? Lingtian hesitated once more. I have no ulterior motives, I simply wish to share a meal with you. After all, we are friends, are we not? I specifically traveled from Paris to province. Do you not wish to honor this invitation? Very well, please provide the address. Ultimately, Lingtian acquiesced with surprising ease. Lingtian. This time, Li Yuxin was genuinely furious. This time, I did not act unilaterally, nor is there anything that requires translation. Lavelle has arrived in province and has extended an invitation for dinner, which I accepted on your behalf. It's as simple as that, we ought to be on our way. Yi Lingtian said nonchalantly. Yi Lingtian, regardless of the significance of the content, you must relay my words to him only after translating them for me. Remember, you are a translator, not a general manager. If issues arise, neither of us can afford the consequences. Li Yuxin retorted angrily, storming away. Yi Lingtian chuckled at her reaction before following suit. Yi Lingtian, how can you be so certain that Lavelle will come looking for me, and why is he in such a rush? Li Yuxin inquired as they sat in the car. Just a hunch. Do you take me for a child? Is this a matter that can be guessed? Since you are unwilling to share, I shall not press further. At times, I truly struggle to comprehend you. You are becoming increasingly enigmatic. You hardly resemble someone who joined the military after middle school. Instead, you appear to be a sage emerging from the depths of the mountains, shrouded in mystery. No one knows the extent of the secrets you harbor or the abilities concealed within you. When Su Shaoqing remarked that you were a man with stories, evoking curiosity akin to unraveling an unsolved mystery, I now find myself sharing that sentiment. Li Yuxin gazed at Yi Lingtian as she spoke. I am merely an ordinary person. If I were indeed a sage, I would not be working as a security guard. Yi Lingtian replied coolly. Your reasons for becoming a security guard elude me. With your impeccable command of French, you could easily lead a comfortable life, yet you choose to conceal your talents, opting instead for the role of a warehouse guard. This is precisely what baffles me about you. To be frank, I find your self-willed nature rather irksome. You do not possess the discernment to assess the situation. This is why I consider you a friend and refrain from holding it against you. Had you been in a different workplace, you would have long been dismissed by your superiors. Regardless of whether your actions are right or wrong, you must adhere to the established protocols and follow your leader's directives. A leader who lacks absolute control over their employees is destined to be a failure, as no leader can tolerate insubordination from their subordinates. You ought to grasp this principle. Li Yuxin continued. Yi Lingtian remained silent, yet her words stirred something within him. He had always aspired to seize control of his own destiny, which often led him to act independently. However, he had forgotten that he was no longer the soldier of the battlefield but merely an ordinary individual, stripped of any extraordinary prowess. Chapter 065 A Cooperation, Part 8. What is the matter? Did I say something wrong? I did not intend to lecture you. I merely wished to remind you, as a friend, that these are the rules of social life. Having entered society, you must integrate and adhere to its regulations, otherwise, you are destined to suffer significant setbacks, Li Yuxin remarked upon observing Yi Lingtian's silence. I understand, Yi Lingtian replied with a faint smile. Soon after, the two proceeded to the hotel where Lavelle was waiting. At the dining table, Lavelle and his translator were already in attendance. A sumptuous array of delicacies and fine wine adorned the table, and as soon as Li Yuxin and Yi Lingtian took their seats, Lavelle began to greet them warmly. Esteemed Ms. Li, I am profoundly grateful for your presence. These dishes are the most authentic delicacies from our Provence region in France. I hope you find them to your liking. Furthermore, this bottle of wine was personally brought from Paris. It is a rare vintage from my father's private collection, a non-commercial Lafite. Do savor it, Lavelle enthusiastically offered to Li Yuxin. I sincerely appreciate your generosity, Mr. Lavelle, and it is an honor. However, I must apologize, I truly cannot consume red wine. As you are aware, I became quite inebriated from just one glass last time. Therefore, I believe it would be best if my translator and friend, Yi Lingtian, were to partake on my behalf, Li Yuxin responded, somewhat apologetically. Oh, that is indeed regrettable. This wine is truly a treasure, akin to my father's prized possessions. Had I not intended it for your enjoyment today, my father would never have allowed me to part with it. Come, Amr.ye, do have a taste, Lavelle said with a smile, directing his attention to Yi Lingtian. Yi Lingtian nodded and lifted the wineglass to take a sip. How is it? Is the wine satisfactory? Very good, Yi Lingtian affirmed, though in truth, he was not particularly fond of red wine. While he could discern that it was indeed authentic Lafite, he still felt that it paled in comparison to the exquisite white wines of Huaxia. You can clearly appreciate fine wine, Mr. Yi. Let us raise a toast, Lavelle said cheerfully as he clinked glasses with Yi Lingtian. Mr. Lavelle, I suspect your invitation for dinner is not merely for the sake of dining, is it? Li Yuxin inquired, sensing that the pleasantries had reached their conclusion and it was time to discuss the matter at hand. Given that Lavelle had brought a translator, Yi Lingtian found himself considerably more at ease. Ms.Li, as I mentioned during our phone conversation, the primary purpose of my visit today revolves around this project. Our company is extremely interested in it and genuinely sincere, so I am here to continue discussing our potential collaboration. Lavelle began with a serious tone. After Yi Lingtian translated Lavelle's words into Li Yuxin's ear, he added, remember the strategy of feigned retreat. You can tell from Lavelle's tone that he is still putting on an act. I understand, Li Yuxin nodded, then addressed Lavelle. I must apologize, Mr. Lavelle, but I believe I have been quite clear over the phone. The terms your company has proposed are simply unacceptable to us, and thus, we have decided to retract our plans for collaboration. Our headquarters is now seeking alternative partners and preparing for independent development. While I would very much like to collaborate with your company, I find myself unable to alter the current circumstances entirely. As professional businessmen, we must prioritize our company's interests, and I trust you can appreciate my position, Mr. Lavelle. I understand, of course, however, ms.li, you ought to recognize that our company, heiress, holds a unique position and influence in the hotel industry throughout France. Partnering with us would be your best option, and I believe you should reconsider, as abandoning this opportunity would be a grave loss for you. I am fully aware that your Sanyuan Group seeks to leverage this project to unlock the doors to the entire European hotel industry. This is precisely why partnering with your group would be your optimal choice. In terms of brand influence and experience, you could gain invaluable insights from us, something no one else can provide. I believe you should not let such a remarkable opportunity slip away, Lavelle continued to persuade Li Yuxin. I understand all of this, or else I would not have brought so many people to Paris to meet you, Mr. Lavelle. However, the conditions your company has presented have led some of our shareholders to perceive a lack of sincerity from heiress, resulting in their decision to refuse further collaboration. To be frank, I personally believe the terms your company has proposed are excessively harsh. While we certainly have the intention to learn, we also seek to ensure profitability. Our investment in this venture is substantial, and we must obtain returns to justify our stakeholders' interests. We have our own bottom line, and the conditions your company has offered far exceed it. Thus, even though I wish to collaborate with you, I find myself constrained. I apologize, Mr. Lavelle. Li Yuxin was a remarkably astute woman, her intelligence on par with Lingtian's. However, her experience did not match his breadth. Moreover, as one embroiled in the situation, she was subject to emotional influences that clouded her judgment. I can understand that. Therefore, we convened an emergency meeting to discuss this matter. To demonstrate our sincerity regarding this project, we are willing to make some concessions. We can renegotiate the terms, Lavelle quickly replied. However, Mr. Lavelle, our group has already announced the cancellation of our cooperation plan with your company, and all the employees I brought for these discussions have returned to their home country. Li Yuxin began, but was interrupted by Lavelle. ms.li, as professional managers, we must recognize that as long as we can create maximum benefit for our companies, other matters become secondary, do they not? I firmly believe that if your company believes it can derive sufficient benefits from collaborating with us, no one will oppose a partnership with heiress, Lavelle asserted confidently. Very well, then, Mr. Lavelle, please articulate your current terms. Li Yuxin feigned a reluctant demeanor. We require a 45% stake, the other conditions remain unchanged. Ms.li, this is the greatest concession we can offer, Lavelle stated after taking a sip of wine. Chapter 066 Collaboration, Part 9. After listening to Lingtian's translation of his words, Li Yuxin smiled and said, Mr. Lavelle, you still have not demonstrated your sincerity. Fortunately, I did not report this matter to our group leadership in advance, or I would have faced their reprimand. What does that mean, Ms. Li? You must understand that our voluntary relinquishment of 5% of our shares represents a significant amount of capital. When measured against the subsequent profits, our concession is undeniably substantial, Lavelle replied, his brow furrowed. Mr. Lavelle, there are certain things that were difficult to articulate before, but I shall be forthright now. Our company has conducted a thorough investigation and assessment of your organization. The evaluation provided by a professional institution regarding your brand influence and the reputation of your services indicates that this new project could be valued between 15 to 18 million. To express our sincerity, we set the baseline at 20 million. Thus, considering the 20 million as a base, the total investment amounts to $120 million. Your company's contribution of 20 million, combined with our 20 million, totals 40 million, which should translate to 33.3% of the shares. Our investment of 80 million would therefore account for 66.7%. Considering that you are the host, we have a saying in Huaxia that respects the host. This is akin to acknowledging the proprietor. Therefore, we have made further concessions. The bottom line that our company has established is that we must hold at least 65% of the shares. This is the absolute limit of what we can accept. You are aware, Mr. Lavelle, that although I am the general manager of the partnership company and the chairman of Sanyuan Group is my father, we operate as a joint stock company. Such a significant decision is beyond my sole authority. We must heed the board of directors and provide all shareholders with an explanation. Mr. Lavelle, I am quite straightforward, so allow me to be candid. If your company can agree to our holding 65% of the shares, I shall immediately contact my group and request my father to convene the board once more to deliberate on this matter. If your company cannot comply, then there is no need for me to make that call. I hope my directness does not offend you. 65%? No, that is simply out of the question. This condition is excessively stringent, and we absolutely cannot accept it. Lavelle's face changed as he heard the translation, shaking his head vehemently. Then I can only express my regret, Lavelle. In truth, we have approached this with considerable goodwill. You must understand that under normal circumstances, if we were to prioritize investment, the appropriate share allocation would be between 67 to 68%. However, we have voluntarily conceded a few percentage points to demonstrate our sincerity. Furthermore, we are aware of the difficulties your company currently faces. As I understand it, your recent investments have led to losses, resulting in slim profits and cash flow challenges for your organization. You are in urgent need of partners to enhance investment in your traditional strengths within the hotel industry, and your urgency is palpable. We are cognizant of this situation, and unlike typical firms that take advantage of others' predicaments to further their own interests, we have willingly relinquished a portion of our benefits to you, which should sufficiently signal our sincerity. In contrast, your company has sought to exploit our desire to enter the European market, using France as a stepping stone for experience and market access. I have come here with my team in good faith, yet you have presented us with an unacceptable 50% figure. This has left me disheartened and has incensed the board members of our group, thereby eliminating any possibility of collaboration with you. Let me put it this way: we, the people of Huaxia, are not solely driven by profit as you Westerners might be. While we certainly value profit, our emotions can sometimes take precedence. Currently, our board perceives your company, as an unworthy partner. Even if you agree to my 65% condition, I cannot guarantee that I will manage to persuade them to partner with you. It will require considerable effort on my part to convince them. Mr. Lavelle, I have conveyed all I wish to say, and the decision now rests with you. Furthermore, I shall be returning to my country tomorrow morning, so if you genuinely wish to collaborate with us, I kindly ask for a prompt response. Li Yuxin stated with a composed and resolute demeanor. Upon her conclusion, Lingtian regarded Li Yuxin with surprise. Her eloquence was remarkable, filled with reason and poise, exuding a commanding presence. It appeared as though she had relinquished the final decision to Lavelle, yet in reality, she had left him no room for negotiation. This woman is far more complex than she appears, Lingtian thought to himself, genuinely impressed by Li Yuxin. After hearing her words, Lavelle's expression darkened, and he took several gulps of his drink before addressing Li Yuxin. Miss Li, the conditions you have proposed are indeed excessively stringent. I need to return and convene a meeting to discuss this further. Such a significant matter is not one I can resolve unilaterally. Might I ask you to remain here for a day or two longer? I can arrange for someone to accompany you around France. Li Yuxin shook her head gently. I apologize, Mr. Lavelle, but that is simply not feasible. In fact, according to our schedule, I should have returned with my staff several days ago. However, due to my personal admiration for Provence, I impulsively chose to extend my stay here for a few days. Tomorrow marks the final deadline set by my company. I must return then. My secretary has already booked my flight, so I am unable to remain here for a few more days. Nonetheless, I sincerely appreciate your kind offer, and should you visit Huaxia in the future, I will certainly extend my hospitality. Miss Li, please enjoy your meal. I will step outside to make a few calls. Grant me half an hour to an hour, and I will provide you with a definitive answer, Lavelle said with a serious expression. Please, take your time, Li Yuxin responded gracefully. Chapter 067 Collaboration, Part 10. After Lavelle concluded his remarks, he took the translator and departed, presumably to find a place to make a phone call and report back. The room was left with only Lingtian and Li Yuxin, along with the food laid out on the table. You surprised me today, Lingtian said nonchalantly while partaking in the food. What do you mean? Li Yuxin finally had the opportunity to focus on her meal. I was somewhat concerned that you might exhibit too much enthusiasm tonight. It would render our previous efforts futile. However, you performed exceptionally well, enough to astonish me. I even began to wonder if my involvement was somewhat intrusive, for I believe you could have excelled just as brilliantly without my intervention. Lingtian smiled at Li Yuxin. Are you praising me? That is quite a feat, considering how difficult it is for you, with your wooden demeanor, to utter more than a few words. I'm taken aback that you took the initiative to commend me today, Li Yuxin replied cheerfully. Then she added, but things are not quite as they seem. I am not foolish, however, even the strongest and most intelligent individuals can be swayed by pressure and emotion. I was overly eager to collaborate with your company and to see this project come to fruition, and the fear of failure weighed heavily on me. Consequently, I found myself unable to take the initiative and could only follow in their footsteps. Nevertheless, you instilled confidence in me, as you identified their weaknesses. Moreover, I have already acted upon your suggestions. You took calls without giving me a chance to prepare for a withdrawal, and since we have reached this point, I feel no pressure or lingering concerns. Regardless of whether this endeavor succeeds or fails, you have been an immense help to me, for which I am profoundly grateful. Go ahead and eat, Lingtian nodded and replied, choosing not to elaborate further. How is Yi Shuang's condition? Yesterday, Su Shaoqing called me, and I inquired about Yi Shuang. She mentioned that her situation is currently stable, but the doctors cannot yet confirm if it is a success. Has there been any improvement today? Li Yuxin asked Lingtian. She has begun to urinate independently, and the frequency is increasing daily. The doctor stated that this is a positive sign. Once she can urinate a normal amount each day without any side effects and her bodily functions stabilize, we can ascertain the complete success of the surgery, Lingtian replied calmly. I have faith that Yi Shuang will be fine. I apologize, Lingtian, I truly should not have called you here at this time. I feel rather cruel, Li Yuxin said with a hint of remorse. You previously stated that you are a professional manager, so you ought to prioritize the interests of the company. There is no need for further discourse. You know I am quite traditional. Unless you did not come, I would certainly follow. You are here for work, and so am I. Therefore, there is nothing more to discuss. Please eat something. I shall step outside for a smoke. After Lingtian finished speaking, he stood up and walked out. Since being with Li Yuxin, he had developed the habit of stepping away to smoke, as sitting next to a beautiful woman who disapproves of smoking is hardly an ideal situation. Lingtian stood at the door, smoking, which, while incongruous with the hotel's elegant and luxurious ambience, was of little concern to him, as he was not one to appreciate the arts. After nearly 2 hours of waiting, when Li Yuxin could no longer sit still inside, she emerged to join Lingtian in the lobby for coffee, just as Ravel hurriedly entered. I apologize, Ms. Li, for keeping you waiting, Ravel said, filled with regret. It's quite alright, since I promised to wait for you, I shall do so just as you Westerners, we Chinese also value our commitments, Li Yuxin replied with a slight smile. I understand. Thank you very much. Ms.Li, is there truly no room for negotiation on the terms you proposed? Ravel approached her with a despondent yet eager expression. Seeing Ravel's demeanor and tone, Li Yuxin felt a tremor of anxiety. She sensed that our company might not be able to accept the proposed terms. She thought to herself that if she continued to be inflexible, the outcome could lead to a complete breakdown in negotiations, a result she found difficult to accept. Thus, the pressure within her heart escalated. Mr. Ravel, there is truly no way forward. I have done my utmost. If your company cannot accept our terms, then we shall part ways. Thank you, Mr. Ravel. Li Yuxin stood up, extending her hand in preparation for a farewell handshake. Lingtian observed, understanding the immense willpower and courage it required for Li Yuxin to maintain this fate of entrapment and release until the end. Oh, no, Ms. Li, our company can accept the terms you've presented, but we have one condition, Ravel quickly interjected. What condition? Li Yuxin's heart raced with joy, though she maintained an air of calm. If we can only possess 35% of the shares, then our company can only provide $10 million. We hope that your Sanyuan Group can advance the remaining $10 million, which we will repay in installments over 5 years. Such a share allocation directly impacts our profits, and as you know, our company is currently facing financial constraints. We need to allocate more funds to areas that yield higher returns, and extracting $20 million from our already limited liquidity for this investment seems unwise, Ravel stated earnestly. Very well, but you will need to pay us interest at the prevailing bank rates. I can personally agree to this, but whether this proposal can be realized and whether our group will agree to collaborate with you, I must first seek approval. I can provide you with a definitive conclusion only after the board of directors convenes. However, rest assured, I will endeavor to persuade them to agree. Li Yuxin nodded. Then I extend my gratitude to you, Ms. Li. I am confident that you will secure their agreement. Ms.Li, I will be waiting for you in Paris, Ravel stated with conviction. Very well, I believe we will meet in Paris soon. Thank you for your warm hospitality tonight. Goodbye. Li Yuxin shook hands with Ravel before departing with Lingtian. As they exited the hotel and stepped into the taxi, Li Yuxin suddenly embraced Lingtian and burst into tears. Chapter 068 Success, Part 1. What is the matter? Lingtian asked, startled, as Li Yuxin suddenly embraced his shoulder, tears streaming down her face. Let me lean on you for a moment. I need to cry, Li Yuxin replied. Upon hearing her words, Lingtian felt it inappropriate to say anything further. He sat upright, though the driver in front kept casting curious glances at him, which made him feel somewhat uneasy. After a long while, Li Yuxin gradually ceased her tears and, feeling a bit embarrassed, sat up straight. Noticing that her tears had dampened his clothing, she apologized. "I'm so sorry for ruining your shirt." "It's quite all right. Do you feel a bit calmer now?" Lingtian asked gently. "Yes, much better. I was just so overwhelmed with joy earlier that I lost my composure," Li Yuxin admitted awkwardly. "We've arrived, let's get out," Lingtian said as the car came to a halt. Li Yuxin nodded and followed him into the building. "You have to return to Paris tomorrow, and I'm sure you have a lot of work to catch up on. Get some rest. Good night," Lingtian said at the door, then opened his own room. "Wait," Li Yuxin called out. "What is it?" Lingtian inquired. "I can't sleep just yet. Would you stay and chat with me?" Li Yuxin asked, surprised. Lingtian nonetheless nodded and entered her room with her. Once inside, Li Yuxin picked up the phone and dialed a number. Speaking in English, "Please send up a bottle of red wine, something good," before hanging up. "Why do you want wine?" Lingtian asked, perplexed. "I just want to have a little." "Come drink with me," Li Yuxin replied. "You can't handle alcohol, it's best you don't. Get some sleep and stop this," Lingtian said, frowning. "A little one tea hurt. I'm happy today, and even if I get drunk, it's alright, right? After all, we're in a hotel. If I get intoxicated, I can just collapse here. I really want to experience being drunk just this once," Li Yuxin insisted. While Lingtian found it hard to comprehend her current state. In his eyes, Li Yuxin was a woman of great self-discipline. Surely, the success of a project wouldn't lead her to such a state. However, he refrained from commenting, simply nodding. After all, he was merely a bodyguard and had no authority over her choices. Before long, a hotel attendant knocked on the door and wheeled in a cart bearing a bottle of red wine and several glasses. After Li Yuxin tipped the attendant, he exited. Li Yuxin poured a glass of wine and handed it to Lingtian, then took one for herself. She walked to the window, drawing back the curtains to gaze at the city lights, lost in thought. She clinked her glass with Lingtian's and took a sip, saying, "Thank you, Lingtian. I truly appreciate your help. Without you, I can't imagine how our trip to France would have turned out. You needed Ayer Corporation, and likewise, Ayer needed you. Both parties greatly valued and desired this project. It would have succeeded regardless of my involvement. The only difference would be in the distribution of benefits. With such a large company investing so much, your focus cannot merely be on the profit from this single project. You are concerned with the overarching development plan of your group. With us, I genuinely did not contribute much. Nevertheless, the project's success is indeed a cause for celebration," Lingtian replied nonchalantly, taking a sip of his wine. "Actually, you are mistaken. For both our corporation and myself, this is of immense significance. Successfully negotiating this project opens the doors to the European market for us. Our group will embark on a new trajectory, transforming from a domestic enterprise to an international conglomerate, elevating our status and reputation beyond comparison," Li Yuxin explained, taking another sip. "Moreover, the greater our share, the more leverage we possess. This new project will develop in the direction we envision, rather than conforming to Ayer's terms. This is crucial. Our group does not merely seek marginal profits but values each percentage of influence, which is vital for our entire European strategy. Thus, your assistance is invaluable to us," Li Yuxin continued. "For me personally, this is even more significant. Our group is named Sanyuan Group. Do you know why?" "Why is that?" Lingtian asked, perched on the windowsill as he lit a cigarette. Noticing Lingtian smoking, Li Yuxin said nothing this time. Instead, she walked over to the coffee table, retrieved an ashtray, and placed it beside him, then quietly opened a window. "My father is named Li Sanyuan, and my mother was Huang Sanmei, hence the name Sanyuan Group," Li Yuxin shared slowly. Lingtian nodded thoughtfully, remaining silent. "In fact, our family business began as a humble restaurant, with my mother as the owner. My father, a rural boy, moved to the city for work and learned to cook at my mother's restaurant, where they fell in love and married. Together, they poured their hearts into the business. It flourished, eventually becoming a catering company named Sanyuan Company, named after them both. However, my mother fell ill with cancer and passed away within 2 years. After her death, my father was heartbroken. Since my mother was the co-founder and the creative force behind the company, he devoted all his energy to it, working tirelessly. Gradually, the business expanded from solely catering to hotels, real estate, and retail, ultimately evolving into Sanyuan Group. However, what my father did not foresee was that as the company grew, it transformed from a singular business into a conglomerate, accumulating wealth but also necessitating financing and stock exchanges. Over time, it became a shareholding company with a board of directors. Although my father and I hold a majority of the shares, ensuring we retain significant influence, the company is no longer solely ours. This is the source of my father's greatest sorrow and regret. If given another chance, he would prefer not to have expanded the business to such an extent, wishing instead for it to remain solely ours, devoid of any external entanglements. For us, the company represents much more than just a business. It embodies my mother's legacy. Initially, it was her dream to grow the company into a multinational conglomerate. My father has spent his life striving to fulfill her unfinished aspirations. As Li Yuxin spoke, her eyes began to glisten with tears as she took a delicate sip of her wine. Lingtian listened intently, sensing the depth of her words. He nodded slowly and said, "I have great respect for your father. Since returning from the military, he has been the only person I truly admire." Lingtian spoke with sincerity, his respect evident. He loved my mother deeply. Even when he considered remarrying, it was primarily for my sake. I was young, and seeing me so heartbroken, he wished to provide me with a complete family, someone to care for me. I refused, and from that moment on, he never sought another partner, not even to this day. Li Yuxin reflected, gazing out the window, lost in thought. Chapter 069 Success, Part 2. Although the decision to venture into the European market was made by the board, in truth, apart from my father and me, no one else on the board supported this idea. They are far too conservative, only focused on maintaining stability within the domestic realm. Expanding abroad poses significant risks, yet the prospects are undeniably promising. Indeed, I confess that my father and I's determination to penetrate the European market is partly driven by personal motives, as we wish to fulfill my mother's aspirations. However, we are business people, and we would never trivialize the company that my mother painstakingly built. While we yearn to honor her wishes, our foremost priority is to safeguard the only legacy she has left in this world besides me. The plan to enter the European hotel industry is the result of extensive consultations with numerous experts and thorough on-site investigations. To this end, my father traveled across several key countries in Europe. We firmly believe that entering the European hotel market will exponentially increase our group's profits. To ensure the successful implementation of our European expansion plan, my father has alienated most of the board members, forcibly pushing this initiative forward. Many within the board harbor deep-seated grievances against him, and several are privately contemplating how to oust him from the chairman's position. I suspect that the individual who penned the threatening letter to my father is one of these shareholders. My father is unafraid of them. The company was founded by him, and as long as he is at the helm, no one dares to challenge him. However, he worries about whether I will be able to smoothly take over the reins of the group in the event that he is no longer around. After all, this group is the culmination of my mother and father's efforts, akin to their second child. From both a financial and emotional perspective, neither my father nor I could accept the prospect of this group falling into the hands of others. Furthermore, my father has gathered some intelligence indicating that certain individuals are preparing to undermine me once he steps down. Thus, he has entrusted me with this monumental plan, which is critical to the survival of the group, primarily to demonstrate my capabilities and establish my credibility, and secondarily, to provide me with experience. Should I succeed this time, it should alter some people's perceptions of me. Li Yuxin continued. Upon hearing Li Yuxin's extensive account, Lingtian began to comprehend why she felt on the verge of tears. It became evident that this woman was bearing an immense burden, which explained her anxiety and emotional turbulence during the negotiations with Air Company. For Li Yuxin, this was not merely a matter of professional success or failure, but rather a profound emotional struggle. I accomplished this project, and I did so exceptionally well. The group's projected outcome was 55%, while I negotiated 65%, a full 10 percentage points above expectations. I believe this success will silence many critics and significantly alleviate my father's pressure. Therefore, Lingtian, I genuinely thank you. You have enabled me to take another step forward on the path of my dreams. Li Yuxin expressed earnestly. There is no need to burden yourself so heavily. I believe that even if your mother were alive, she would not wish for you to endure such strain. Do not impose such great pressure upon yourself. I am confident that you will fulfill your mother's dreams, Lingtian remarked lightly after taking a sip of his drink. Thank you. I am truly delighted to have made a friend like you. I acknowledge that I have harbored many negative sentiments towards you in the past, and I hope you can forgive me, Li Yuxin said with a smile. Hearing her words, Lingtian couldn't help but smile as well. The man who was typically stoic had gradually become more talkative and expressive during his time spent with Li Yuxin, although he remained largely unaware of this transformation. You were only pretending to say that you would return to the headquarters to apply for something, weren't you? Lingtian, feeling somewhat uncomfortable discussing matters of emotions even if they pertain to friendship, shifted the topic. You saw through me? Indeed, before I came here, my father informed me that I only needed to report the progress to his secretary each day, with no need to consult him or seek his opinions. I am granted full authority over this matter, regardless of whether my decisions are right or wrong. He supports me. Since the board initially opposed this plan, there was no necessity to convene a board meeting regarding it. I stated this merely to continue applying pressure on Ravel. I suspect that someone as astute as Ravel can discern my little ruse, however, recognizing it is one thing, and daring to take risks is another. I firmly believe he is a wise individual who will not resort to any tricks, and tomorrow we shall successfully sign the relevant contracts, Li Yuxin said with a smile, raising her glass to clink with Yi Lingtian's. Yi Lingtian nodded, took a sip of his drink, and then lit a cigarette. Yi Lingtian, what is your dream? Li Yuxin suddenly inquired, her gaze fixed upon him. A dream? Yi Lingtian was momentarily taken aback, murmuring the word to himself. The concept of a dream was foreign to him, he had never contemplated it. Finally, he shook his head and replied, I have no dreams. Impossible, everyone has dreams. My dream is to fulfill my parents' wishes, manage the group well, and strengthen it into a globally recognized corporation. Additionally, I aspire to marry my significant other, creating a small family of our own and living happily together, Li Yuxin said, her face radiating sweetness, a slight blush evident, likely due to the effects of the alcohol. Dreams. Yi Lingtian muttered, then fell into deep contemplation before finally stating, my former dream was to serve my country and protect it. Now, my dream is to see Yi Shuang recover and live a life filled with happiness. Does that count as a dream? Li Yuxin gazed at him, momentarily lost in thought, before responding, truly, just as Yi Shuang said, you seem to have spent your entire life living for others. Have you never lived for yourself? I have always lived for myself, ever since I was young. I wish to become a soldier, to wield a gun and fight on the battlefield, to sacrifice myself for my country and be honored as a martyr. Thus, I resolutely enlisted. Though my mother did not oppose my decision and was quite supportive, I knew deep down that she was reluctant to let me go. On the surface, I enlisted to relieve the burden on my family, but in truth, I had my own selfish motives, for that was my dream. However, my departure meant that the last time my mother saw me would become our eternal farewell. I often wonder, had I not chosen to enlist, perhaps I could have cared for her at home, and she would not have had to endure such hardship, ultimately succumbing to illness due to overwork. I feel guilty for her suffering. My selfishness caused her pain. Therefore, I must treat Yi Shuang well, ensuring she lives a happy and joyful life, for that is the only way I can atone for my transgressions, Yi Lingtian slowly articulated after taking a deep drag from his cigarette. Chapter 070 Success, Part 3. Li Yuxin gazed at Yi Lingtian in silence for a prolonged moment before inquiring, do you have someone you love, I mean, a girlfriend? Yi Lingtian glanced at Li Yuxin, lit another cigarette, and stared out the window without responding. I mean no harm. I merely think you lead a rather burdensome life. You ought to embrace joy and learn to savor life. Li Yuxin felt she had misspoken and hurriedly added, perhaps you should consider embarking on a romantic relationship. Yet Yi Lingtian remained silent, continuing to look out the window. He then poured an entire bottle of red wine into his glass, tilted his head back, and drank it all in one go. Setting the glass down, he remarked to Li Yuxin, you're already flushed. It is best you refrain from drinking more. Excessive drinking is detrimental to your health. Get some rest. There are many tasks awaiting us tomorrow. After speaking, Yi Lingtian promptly exited Li Yuxin's room. As she watched him leave, an odd sensation enveloped Li Yuxin, her curiosity about this man intensifying. The following day was a bustling one for both Li Yuxin and Yi Lingtian as they hurried to Paris to sign a letter of intent with Lavelle and discuss the details of their collaboration. 2 days later, Huang Ling and her colleagues, who had returned to China, made their way back to Paris to engage in arduous negotiations with the AIER company. Ultimately, after a week, both parties signed the contract, and Li Yuxin, accompanied by her team, returned home. Their entire sojourn in France lasted a fortnight. Upon returning home, Yi Lingtian and Li Yuxin went directly to their residence. After taking a shower, Li Yuxin retired for the night, while Yi Lingtian inspected the house before hastily driving to the hospital to visit Yi Shuang. Yi Shuang was overjoyed to see Yi Lingtian. Her condition had improved, as she was now able to urinate normally, indicating the success of her kidney transplant. According to the doctor, once her bodily functions returned to normal, she would be able to leave the intensive care unit. When Yi Lingtian returned from the hospital, he found Li Yuxin already downstairs, engaged in conversation with Su Shaoqing on the sofa. It then dawned on him that it was Sunday, and Su Shaoqing was off work that day. Hello, Teacher Su, Yi Lingtian greeted with a smile. Oh, Yi the handsome, I must say, have you been so enraptured by our stunning beauty in France that you've completely forgotten about me? Su Shaoqing teased upon seeing Yi Lingtian. Su Shaoqing, must you always speak such nonsense? Li Yuxin chided, her cheeks flushed. I merely speak the truth. You spent half a month in France without even sending me a message or making a call, Su Shaoqing complained, Fixing her gaze on Yi Lingtian, feeling quite embarrassed, Yi Lingtian conceded that Su Shaoqing's words held merit, for he had indeed failed to contact her during their time away. What is the nature of your relationship? Li Yuxin began to jest with Su Shaoqing. Why should he have to message you while on a business trip to France? Have you two confirmed your romantic status? Must it be romance to warrant a call or message? Which law dictates that? Shouldn't friends reach out after such a lengthy absence? Su Shaoqing retorted. You two continue your banter. I shall take a shower, Yi Lingtian interjected, opting to withdraw from the women's playful exchange. Do you truly believe he speaks French proficiently and is as impressive as he claims? Once Yi Lingtian had stepped away, Su Shaoqing pulled Li Yuxin aside to ask. Would I deceive you? We didn't bring a translator to France, he was our sole interpreter. His French is indeed remarkable, though I find myself puzzled. When I asked him how he mastered the language, he mentioned he was self-taught. Moreover, when we were in Paris, he seemed remarkably familiar with the place. He only told me he had previously traveled to France for work. I thought he claimed to have been in the military all along. Is it possible to serve and travel abroad simultaneously? I truly can't fathom him. He keeps so much to himself, burdened with untold stories. I'm beginning to see your perspective. He is undoubtedly a man of intrigue, Li Yuxin whispered to Su Shaoqing as she watched Yi Lingtian's departing figure. The following morning, Li Yuxin attended a meeting at the company headquarters while Yi Lingtian sat outside the conference room, waiting. During that time, he encountered Li Sanyuan, who shook Yi Lingtian's hand and expressed a desire to treat him to a meal sometime. Yi Lingtian, there is something I wish to discuss with you. We achieved considerable success this time, and as a result, the company intends to reward all those involved in this endeavor. I have already submitted your name. You are the most significant contributor, and I will determine the standards. Once I return, I will prepare the necessary documentation for the company's approval. What do you think you might need? Li Yuxin inquired as they drove. Yi Lingtian furrowed his brow and replied, Have I not made myself abundantly clear? I do not require anything, and I am not an employee of your company. I understand, but from this moment onward, you are part of our company. The previous translator submitted her resignation a few days ago. She is pregnant and intends to become a full-time housewife. Therefore, the company wishes to hire you as the translator. There will be regular business dealings with France, and your proficiency in French is indispensable. Your salary will be equivalent to that of the former French translator, set at 10,000 yuan per month. This is not a reward for your contributions, it is merely a part-time position where you must fulfill all translation responsibilities. Regarding your reward, allow me to share my perspective. I realize you are resistant, but you must understand that although you assisted me on a personal basis, I did not undertake this work as an individual. I represented the company, your help benefited the company, and everyone is aware of your contributions during this collaboration. Our company maintains a clear policy of rewards and penalties. If your name is absent from the reward list, what will the other employees think? Furthermore, there are many eyes scrutinizing me from above, and I cannot afford to make a mistake that could be used against me. Thus, you must accept this reward. I harbor no pity for you. You assisted me, not the other way around. Your reward is entirely within the bounds of protocol. Do you understand? Additionally, I am not one to owe anyone favors, or I would be unable to sleep at night. Please do not put me in a difficult position. Li Yuxin conveyed her premeditated words to Yi Lingtian. After some contemplation, though he felt considerable reluctance, Yi Lingtian ultimately nodded and replied, Proceed as you see fit. I have no particular desires. Chapter 071 of The Faux Boyfriend, Part 1. According to the company's regulations, your efforts have salvaged approximately 10% for us. If we consider that in terms of $100 million, it amounts to $10 million. Therefore, the total reward this time is around 1 million, with your contribution being the most significant, which is why your bonus is approximately 300,000. I will have the finance department calculate the detailed figures, and all you need to do is complete the onboarding process with the HR department once you return. Li Yuxin calculated as she spoke. Is it really that much? Yi Lingtian's eyes widened in astonishment. I took into account that you might not accept too much, so I reduced it. The bonuses for the other employees who were with you will also be around 100,000. This has been unanimously approved by the board of directors, and this sum will be provided by the group, not our company. Considering the value created for the company, this amount is hardly excessive. If it were up to me, it would certainly be more, Li Yuxin elaborated. Yi Lingtian nodded, refraining from further comment. In truth, you need not overthink this. You are currently the company's translator, and your diligent efforts rightfully deserve compensation. As a friend, the assistance you have provided me transcends monetary value. You possess high aspirations, yet you must also recognize that Yi Shuang's illness requires financial resources. If you continue to refrain from working, what will happen when the 500,000 for her treatment runs out? Yi Shuang still needs ongoing treatment, as well as the means to live and attend school. These are considerations you must take into account. Focus on your work. Our company's benefits are quite favorable. If you perform well and achieve results, in addition to your regular salary, there are also substantial bonuses. Should you commit yourself to our company, with your capabilities, a promising future awaits you. Furthermore, as you are aware of my current situation, I truly need your assistance, Li Yuxin conveyed earnestly. Yi Lingtian nodded once more. Let us go, we are passing by the hospital, and I'll check on Yi Shuang, Li Yuxin said after glancing at Yi Lingtian. There's no need for that. You have many matters to attend to, and she is doing quite well at the moment, Yi Lingtian replied, somewhat surprised, yet polite. Don't forget, we are friends. Moreover, Yi Shuang has even referred to me as sister. It is only natural for a sister to visit her younger sibling. You have no grounds to refuse, do you? Let us go, it won't take much time, Li Yuxin smiled. With Li Yuxin's insistence, Yi Lingtian found himself unable to argue further. He nodded and drove towards the hospital. Upon arriving at the hospital, Li Yuxin approached the nurse and then entered the intensive care unit to visit Yi Shuang. While Yi Lingtian stood outside smoking a cigarette, just as he finished a cigarette, he heard someone calling his name. Yi Lingtian, what are you doing here? Aren't you supposed to be at work today? Looking up, he saw Su Xiaoqing approaching with her bag from the elevator. It was evident that Su Xiaoqing had come to see Yi Shuang, which warmed Yi Lingtian's heart once again. President Li is inside visiting Yi Shuang, so Yi Lingtian nodded in response. I understand now. You are merely accompanying her, right? I've told you before. Can you stop calling her President Li? Just call her Li Yuxin. I don't see you being so formal with her otherwise. Why the sudden formality around me? Su Xiaoqing teased as she sat beside Yi Lingtian. Thank you, Teacher Su. I truly appreciate your care for Yi Shuang during this time. I don't know how to express my gratitude. You've worked hard, Yi Lingtian said earnestly. Are you feeling moved, thinking of me as a celestial angel descended to earth? Have you been dazzled by the radiance I exude? Su Xiaoqing laughed heartily, and as Yi Lingtian was at a loss for words, she continued, Are you wondering how to repay me for my kindness? But I see you have nothing of value on you, except for your decent looks. How about you offer yourself in return? Yi Lingtian stared at Su Xiaoqing, wide-eyed. I'm just joking. You truly lack a sense of humor. Here's the thing, I spoke with the doctor a few days ago. He mentioned that Yi Shuang's recovery is progressing well but slowly. Therefore, it is conservatively estimated that her treatment may take longer than originally planned, meaning the initial budget of 500,000 might not suffice. You may need to consider how to address this. You need not worry too much, I merely want you to prepare yourself mentally. I understand you're short on funds, and if you find yourself in need later, you can borrow a little from me without interest. Just remember to return the principal, Su Xiaoqing said, patting Yi Lingtian on the shoulder. Upon hearing Su Xiaoqing's words, Yi Lingtian smiled. He had already learned of this situation yesterday from the doctor, which was also why he ultimately accepted the reward Li Yuxin had offered. Thank you. If I truly find myself lacking funds, I'll reach out to you, Yi Lingtian replied with a smile. Compared to Li Yuxin, Su Xiaoqing was much more straightforward and direct, making her words easier for Yi Lingtian to accept, as she was inherently a forthright person. Do you have time tonight? If so, I need a favor, Su Xiaoqing continued. Tonight, I might be tied up. You know my work obligations, Yi Lingtian said, feeling somewhat awkward. Forget it, it's pointless to discuss it with you. I'll just talk to that Li Yuxin directly, Su Xiaoqing said, visibly displeased. Which woman is gossiping behind my back? Just then, Li Yuxin emerged from the ward, glaring at Su Xiaoqing. Did you overhear that? I was speaking quite softly. You've arrived just in time. I need to ask you something. Can I borrow Yi Lingtian for the night? I'll return him to you afterward, alright? Su Xiaoqing directly addressed Li Yuxin. Upon hearing this, Li Yuxin widened her eyes at Su Xiaoqing, her thoughts racing. It wasn't that Li Yuxin was overthinking, rather, Su Xiaoqing's words were indeed ambiguous. Su Xiaoqing noticed Li Yuxin's shocked expression and immediately flushed, exclaiming, What are you thinking? Why is your mind so impure? I meant to ask Yi Lingtian to help me tonight. How does saying nothing make my thoughts impure? Besides, if your thoughts are not impure, how would you know mine are? It seems that your noble and virtuous identity as a teacher might not be as pure as you portray, Li Yuxin laughed heartily. Enough of your nonsense, just tell me, is it possible or not? Su Xiaoqing, feeling slightly embarrassed, quickly turned irate. Would I dare to say no? However, you must understand that this matter is not solely up to me. Even if I agree, he must be willing to help, Li Yuxin responded with a smile. Chapter 072 The Pretend Boyfriend, Part 2, How dare he refuse? Don't you agree, Yi Lingtian? Su Xiaoqing said with a beaming smile as she turned to Yi Lingtian. i.e. Lingtian glanced at Li Yuxin and Su Shaoqing, but before he could finish his sentence, Li Yuxin interrupted him. Go ahead, my father has called me back for dinner tonight. After that, you can take me to him, and you can find this woman in the meantime. Once you're done with your business, just come back to pick me up. Don't worry, I won't run off anywhere, and my father's place is absolutely safe. Li Yuxin saw through Yi Lingtian's thoughts and spoke directly. Alright, I'll give you a call tonight, Su Shaoqing said cheerfully to Yi Lingtian, then knocked on the door of the special care ward, which promptly opened. Wait, you don't need an appointment to go in? Li Yuxin said to Su Shaoqing, feeling quite discontented. See, looks dictate treatment. Let me tell you, I come here every day, and I've already become quite friendly with the nurses, so I can just knock and go in. There's no limit to how many times I can do that in a day. You, my dear General Manager Li, are quite far behind, Su Shaoqing said with pride, then closed the door behind her as she walked in. This woman is so full of herself, Li Yuxin chuckled as she scolded. Shall we go? Yi Lingtian smiled and said to Li Yuxin, and the two exited the hospital. In the afternoon, someone from the Human Resources Department came to find Yi Lingtian and completed his onboarding procedures. Clearly, Li Yuxin was unaware of the specific salary for translators, as the position listed a salary of 12,000 instead of 10,000. Of course, for a professional translator, this salary was neither particularly high nor low. Yi Lingtian, however, was indifferent given his current situation. He truly needed a stable job with a reliable income. Otherwise, he couldn't support his family, as that 500,000 was untouchable. Later that afternoon, Li Yuxin finished work early, and Yi Lingtian drove her to Li Sanyuan's home, located in a suburban villa area. This standalone villa was evidently much larger and more luxurious than the one where Li Yuxin lived, but for Li Sanyuan, this villa was of little value. After dropping Li Yuxin off at the door, Yi Lingtian drove back in her car while calling Su Shaoqing. Hello, Yi Lingtian, have you finished work? Su Shaoqing joyfully answered the phone. I'm currently driving. Where should I go to find you? Also, what exactly do you need my help with? Yi Lingtian asked as he parked the car by the roadside. When you arrive, you'll understand, just drive directly to Donghai University. Remember, head to the third research room in the economics department office building, enter through the main gate and drive straight in until you reach the last fork in the road. Turn right, and you'll see our economics department. Park in the lot in front of the office building. Our office is on the 4th floor. Also, don't forget to buy me a large bouquet of flowers, roses, the bigger, the better. Su Shaoqing instructed Yi Lingtian in detail. Why do I need to buy flowers? Yi Lingtian furrowed his brow in confusion. That's none of your concern. Just do as I say. I'll be waiting for you in my office. We're currently in a meeting, so I can't talk more. Just head straight to my office when you arrive, Su Shaoqing said before hanging up. Yi Lingtian felt utterly perplexed by Su Shaoqing's request, but since he had agreed, he couldn't refuse. He obediently drove towards Donghai University. Passing by a flower shop, he parked the car, entered, and said to the owner, "Please get me a bouquet of roses." "Sure. How many do you need? I'll wrap them up for you," the owner enthusiastically responded. "How many should I get? What's the maximum? Just make it a bit more," Yi Lingtian asked, feeling somewhat frustrated. "Let us go with 99. It symbolizes everlasting love. Your girlfriend will definitely be thrilled. Women, are always happier with more flowers," the owner said while starting to wrap them. "Alright then, 99 it is," Yi Lingtian replied without further discussion. However, once the bouquet was wrapped, Yi Lingtian felt disheartened. The 99 roses were enormous and cumbersome to carry, but since they were already wrapped, he couldn't back out now. After paying 600 yuan, Yi Lingtian got back into the car, drawing the curious gazes of passers-by as he continued on to Donghai University. Following Su Shaoqing's instructions, Yi Lingtian drove into Donghai University, proceeding straight until he reached the last fork, where he turned right and soon spotted an office building. After parking, he emerged with the large bouquet. At this moment, students and teachers were bustling about as classes had just ended. The sight of a well-dressed man arriving in a fine car while carrying such an enormous bouquet immediately attracted attention. Many students pointed at him as they walked by, and a few gossip-loving girls trailed behind him, curious to see which fortunate female teacher was being courted by this handsome rich heir. Yi Lingtian felt quite awkward under the scrutiny of so many eyes, questioning whether Su Shaoqing was intentionally putting him in this position. Nevertheless, he feigned calmness and entered the office building, making his way straight to the 4th floor. Along the way, he attracted even more curious glances, feeling as if he had become a spectacle at Donghai University. Finally locating the third research room, Yi Lingtian found the door ajar and walked in. It was a spacious office filled with cubicles, and about a dozen people were present. As soon as Yi Lingtian stepped inside, he captured everyone's attention. Feeling embarrassed under their gazes, he started searching for Su Shaoqing. Excuse me, sir, who are you looking for? A bespectacled female teacher asked, surprised yet curious. Hello, I'm looking for teacher Su Xiaoqing, Lingtian replied, noticing that Su Xiaoqing was not immediately visible. Just then, Su Xiaoqing entered through the door and exclaimed, Lingtian, what are you doing here? Why are you bringing such a huge bouquet? I told you not to bring it into the office. You could have just waited in the car, but thank you, the flowers are beautiful. Su Xiaoqing said, smiling brightly as she took the bouquet from Lingtian's hands. Lingtian's eyes widened in disbelief, completely baffled by her antics. Wow, I must say, Xiaoqing, you're truly oblivious to your fortune. If any handsome guy brought me such a grand bouquet to the office, I wouldn't hesitate to marry him, but you've kept this boyfriend of yours a well-guarded secret, a young female teacher remarked, a hint of envy in her voice. Chapter 073 of The Pretend Boyfriend, Part 3, Indeed, this is a momentous occasion for you, regardless of the circumstances, you must treat us to a meal, right, handsome? By the way, handsome, why not introduce yourself? Another female teacher chuckled as she addressed Lingtian. Lingtian felt a surge of confusion. He was utterly bewildered by the situation. Just then, he sensed a gentle kick from behind. It was Su Xiaoqing meeting her gaze. He could only smile and say, hello everyone, my name is Lingtian, and it is a pleasure to meet you all. Handsome, will you treat us to dinner tonight? If you fail to do so, we might not let you in when you come looking for Xiaoqing later, one of the teachers teased. Of course, I will treat you. Su Xiaoqing interjected before Lingtian could finish, casting a pointed look at him. All right, I will, Lingtian acquiesced, somewhat intimidated by Su Xiaoqing's authority. Xiaoqing, how about we dine together tonight? At that moment, a voice resonated from outside, abruptly halting the conversation within the office. Shortly thereafter, a bespectacled middle-aged man entered the room. Upon his arrival, the atmosphere shifted, everyone fell silent, casting peculiar glances at Su Xiaoqing and Lingtian. The man, upon noticing Su Xiaoqing holding flowers with Lingtian at her side, paused momentarily but managed to smile and say to Su Xiaoqing, Xiaoqing, shall we have dinner together tonight? I've reserved a table at Fuxiang Tower, they've recently changed chefs, and the food is quite delightful. I'm terribly sorry, Director Wang, but I've already made plans with my boyfriend to have dinner and watch a movie tonight, Su Xiaoqing quickly responded, wrapping her arm around Lingtian's. Director Wang furrowed his brow, casting a cold gaze at Su Xiaoqing and Lingtian, incredulously asking, your boyfriend, him, when did you suddenly acquire a boyfriend? We've only just established our relationship, Director. Allow me to introduce you, this is my boyfriend, Lingtian darling, this is our Director Wang, who has always been very considerate towards me, Su Xiaoqing said with a smile. Hello, my name is Lingtian. I hope to receive your guidance in the future, Lingtian stated, beginning to grasp the unfolding scenario, and extended his hand toward the so-called Director Wang. Su Xiaoqing, you have quite the audacity. Do you not realize where you are? This is a school, a place for education, not a venue for romantic entanglements and inappropriate relationships. As a teacher, you must uphold the bare minimum of professional ethics and not tarnish the sacred ground. Furthermore, we must not allow unsavory characters from society to infiltrate our institution. If any issues arise, no one will bear the consequences, Director Wang coldly admonished, ignoring Lingtian's outstretched hand. Excuse me, Director, are you implying that I am one of those unsavory characters? Are you suggesting that Xiaoqing and I are engaging in an inappropriate relationship? Lingtian retorted icily. I was referring to certain individuals without naming anyone specifically, yet everyone knows who I mean. Schools have their own regulations, this is a place of education, please conduct yourself accordingly, consider this a warning, such incidents must not recur. Director Wang's demeanor softened slightly upon meeting Lingtian's icy gaze, yet he retained an air of arrogance. Then I must inquire, Director, if I heard correctly, you just proposed to treat my girlfriend to dinner. What is your true intention? As a leader, is it appropriate to invite a female subordinate to dinner? Is there some ulterior motive behind your actions? Why, out of all the colleagues present, do you single out my girlfriend for dinner? Moreover, if it pertains to work, why not discuss it in the office instead of opting for a meal outside? My girlfriend is unmarried. As a leader, do you not think you should maintain decorum and avoid any appearance of impropriety? Director Wang, I reiterate that Su Xiaoqing is in a relationship. Please refrain from harboring any inappropriate thoughts towards her outside of professional necessity, or I shall report your attitude and mindset to the relevant authorities, Lingtian asserted firmly. What did you say? Are you threatening me? Director Wang's face flushed with anger. You are quite right, I am indeed threatening you, Lingtian replied coldly. Oh dear, Lingtian, what are you saying? I apologize, Director, he tends to speak without thinking. Please forgive him, he doesn't mean to target you specifically, Su Xiaoqing quickly interjected, feigning reproach towards Yi Lingtian while internally reveling in the drama. Su Xiaoqing, I never imagined that a person of your education and refinement would associate with someone so lacking in decorum. It truly saddens me on your behalf, Director Wang scoffed once more, then turned his gaze to Yi Lingtian. My relationship with Xiaoqing is one of mutual consent, I am simply here to see my girlfriend. I fail to see how my character is in question. However, I must ask you, Director, as a leader seemingly in your 30s, what is your motive in pursuing a woman in her 20s? What does that reveal about your character? I question whether someone with such base intentions is fit to hold a leadership position, or even to educate others. Director Wang, I now demand that you explain before all the teachers why you have been persistently pursuing my girlfriend. Is it not true that you have either invited her to dinner or suggested watching movies together? Can you elucidate this behavior? Yi Lingtian stepped forward, fixing a cold stare on Director Wang. Director Wang was rendered speechless, his face turning crimson, yet he struggled to respond. The entire office was aware of his inappropriate interest in Su Xiaoqing, but confronted directly by Yi Lingtian, he found himself at a loss for words. Enough, Lingtian, please stop. Director Wang's invitations were strictly for work. Our relationship is purely professional, Su Xiaoqing interjected. Sensing that the situation could escalate further, she stepped between the two men, smiling at Director Wang. Apologies, Director, he simply lacks tact. By the way, Director, Lingtian was planning to treat all our colleagues to dinner. Would you be available to join us? I have other matters to attend to, Director Wang replied curtly before turning and exiting the room. Wow, impressive, handsome, you were absolutely brilliant, I admire you. Indeed, Xiaoqing, your boyfriend is quite the force to be reckoned with. He managed to leave even the director speechless. Did you see how his face turned green with anger? It was utterly delightful. Once Director Wang departed, the office erupted into excitement, revealing just how repressed everyone had been. Everyone, please don't leave after work today. My boyfriend is treating us all to dinner, and attendance is mandatory, no exceptions. Let's go to Yipentang outside the school, I'll reserve a table, so hurry over. Su Xiaoqing exclaimed joyfully. With that, she intertwined her arm with Yi Lingtian, holding a large bouquet of flowers, and strutted out of the office with an air of pride. All right, the performance has concluded. There is no need to carry on like this. We are in a school, and it wouldn't reflect well if students saw us, Yi Lingtian remarked, feeling somewhat embarrassed by the attention. What is wrong? Is it unbecoming for teachers to date, marry, or have children? Honestly, what kind of logic is that? Su Xiaoqing shot back, still clinging to his arm. Chapter 074 of The Pretend Boyfriend, Part 4, We're not pretending, are we? I just helped you deceive your supervisor, Yi Lingtian remarked somewhat awkwardly as Su Xiaoqing clung to his arm. Who told you it was a ruse? Su Xiaoqing suddenly retorted. Ha? Yi Lingtian turned in surprise to face Su Xiaoqing. Did I ever claim it was a farce? When did I instruct you to masquerade as my boyfriend? Let me remind you, the flowers were purchased by you for me, and I explicitly stated you were my boyfriend, to which you wholeheartedly consented. Our colleagues in the office witnessed this. A man must uphold his word, once spoken, it is as irrevocable as water spilled on the ground. You cannot take matters of the heart lightly, Su Xiaoqing said earnestly, her gaze fixed on Yi Lingtian. All right, Teacher Su, please stop the antics, Yi Lingtian replied helplessly. Who is playing games here? I approach matters of the heart with utmost seriousness. I don't care for the details. What I know is that from this moment forth, you are my boyfriend. Furthermore, what were you calling me just now? You referred to me as Xiaoqing, yet now you revert to Teacher Xu. Is there something wrong with you? Must you incessantly address me as Teacher Su? Doesn't that feel awkward to you? Su Xiaoqing said, her irritation evident. Just now. I called you that to assist you in your act, Yi Lingtian said, exasperated. Did I request you to act? Why are you so frivolous when it comes to matters of the heart and life? Let me tell you, while one may indulge in reckless eating, one must not speak carelessly. Words once uttered cannot be retracted, they bear responsibility. Why, Yi Lingtian, have you ever stayed by your sister's side when she was ill? It has always been me by her side daily. If I have no merit, at least I have endured hardships. I ask this how you repay me. If you call me Teacher Su again, I will sever ties with you. Do you believe me? Quickly, call me Xiaoqing so I can hear it, Su Xiaoqing urged as they approached the car. Yi Lingtian looked at Su Xiaoqing, shook his head helplessly, smiled, and then opened the car door for her. Will you call me or not? If you refuse, I shall never visit the hospital again, and we will cut off all relations, Su Xiaoqing threatened. Su Xiaoqing, is that satisfactory? Yi Lingtian said resignedly. That sounds delightful. Fine, I suppose it will do, Su Xiaoqing replied with a grin. You certainly know how to stir up trouble, Yi Lingtian remarked, exasperated, before getting into the car. Are you truly upset? I was merely joking with you. You take life far too seriously. However, I genuinely appreciate your words to that tyrant earlier. They were truly gratifying and provided me with a sense of retribution, Su Shaoqing said cheerfully. Tyrant? Yi Lingtian was intrigued, having heard the term for the second time. His surname is Wang, and he has a perpetual scowl, treating everyone with disdain. If he is displeased, he readily chastises others. Doesn't that make him a tyrant? Su Shaoqing leaned back in her seat, explaining. So, what exactly am I here to perform today? What do you mean perform? We are enacting the tale of Liang Shanbo and Zhu Yingtai. This tyrant, the scoundrel you referred to, has been persistently pursuing me. As you mentioned, he either invites me to movies or meals, yet he is my superior. It is troublesome to refuse him. Having declined once, I cannot do so a second time. I am well aware of his ulterior motives, yet I cannot confront him directly. Moreover, he has not explicitly stated his intentions, so how can I refuse? Hence, I summoned you here. However, I must say, you are quite clever. Without any guidance from me, you managed to improvise remarkably well, exceeding my expectations. How did you deduce that I wanted you to perform for that old scoundrel? Su Shaoqing continued, still exhilarated. I was merely guessing. In the future, please inform me beforehand. I dislike being caught off guard, Yi Lingtian replied nonchalantly. You speak so lightly of it. Do you truly think I don't understand your character? If I had revealed my intentions beforehand, would you have come? You have a tendency to resist unless prompted with a scheme. I must caution you, the words we exchanged today must remain consistent. During our meal, you must maintain the act flawlessly. Do not let it slip, Su Shaoqing warned. Is that truly necessary? You are deceiving your supervisor, not your colleagues, Yi Lingtian furrowed his brow. Are you foolish? We see each other daily. If my colleagues discover our ruse, how could my supervisor remain oblivious? If he learns that I deceived him today, he would surely harbor resentment towards me. How could I continue working here? Su Shaoqing shot him a disapproving look. After considering her words, Yi Lingtian nodded and then inquired, will he make things difficult for you because of my actions today? Of course, he will create trouble. However, he won't take drastic measures against me, especially since I just spoke well of him, Su Shaoqing replied cunningly. While Yi Lingtian chuckled, Su Shaoqing indeed possessed a whimsical charm. Don't stray off course. Turn left upon exiting the school grounds and stop at the entrance of that Pintang restaurant. Remember, you promised to treat them to dinner, Su Shaoqing instructed as she noticed Yi Lingtian preparing to drive away. Yi Lingtian parked at the entrance of the so-called Pintang restaurant. Observing its upscale ambience, he smiled and remarked, you truly are generous. What does that have to do with me? Did I not clearly state that you would be treating? Su Shaoqing responded before alighting from the car and striding towards the restaurant. Yi Lingtian stood momentarily in disbelief before following her into the establishment with a wry smile. Today, you must perform splendidly and earn me some face. Those women, though not very old, are all married. The most infuriating is that one with glasses. She is 2 years my junior and already has a 3-year-old child. My goodness, I am the only single woman of advanced age in the office, and to make matters worse, I don't even have a boyfriend. They often refer to me as Miss Su the leftover. Do you have any idea how distressing that is? You must help me regain my dignity today. Not only do you need to treat me well, but you must also present yourself as a dashing, affluent gentleman, so they can envy me, Su Shaoqing instructed as they walked. Listening to Su Shaoqing's somewhat childish remarks, Yi Lingtian could only smile ruefully. Strangely, despite his usual disdain and lack of interest in such childlike games, he found himself unexpectedly enchanted by the experience. Had he truly changed? Yi Lingtian pondered within himself. Chapter 075 of The Pretend Boyfriend, Part 5. As they entered and settled into a private room, Su Shaoqing promptly began making phone calls. Before long, nearly all the teachers from Su Shaoqing's office had arrived. Once everyone was seated, they commenced with the ordering of dishes, a task entirely managed by Su Shaoqing. Mr.Ye, could you share how you came to know our dear Shaoqing? Inquired a bespectacled woman, her gaze fixed intently on Yi Lingtian. Yi Lingtian was momentarily taken aback, unsure of how to fabricate a response. He smiled awkwardly and replied, for this matter, it would be best to ask Shaoqing. Shaoqing, hurry up and tell us how you met this gentleman. Another female teacher nudged Su Shaoqing, urging her to speak. Well, I had a college classmate, and he just happens to be this gentleman's assistant. I often visited my classmate, and through those encounters, we got to know each other. Isn't that right, darling? Su Shaoqing concluded, wrapping her arm around Yi Lingtian's. Feeling a tad embarrassed, Yi Lingtian chuckled and affirmed, yes, indeed. Tell us, handsome, did you pursue our Xiaoqing, or did she pursue you? The bespectacled woman pressed further, her curiosity unabated. I was the one who pursued her, Yi Lingtian replied, glancing at Su Xiaoqing, who was giving him a pointed stare, compelling him to maintain his faade. Then do share how you managed to win over the most beautiful teacher in the finance department, she persisted. Well, that's a secret, not something I can discuss, Yi Lingtian stammered, feeling cornered by the question. Still not willing to share? You must tell us. The bespectacled woman began to rally the others. Yes, it's imperative that you share, the group chimed in merrily. Darling, just tell them we're all sisters here, not outsiders, right? Su Xiaoqing added, fanning the flames of curiosity. Yi Lingtian felt exasperated. It was evident that Su Xiaoqing was intentionally trying to put him in a difficult position. My sister was hospitalized, and I've been quite busy with work, so I haven't had much time to visit her. It was actually her who took care of me in the hospital, which made me quite moved, so I pursued her, Yi Lingtian improvised, crafting a half-true excuse. That sounds more like Xiaoqing pursuing you, someone remarked. Moved, you say? Do you love our Xiaoqing? Being moved and love are two entirely different matters, the playful banter continued. Yes, dear, do you truly love me? We've been together for quite some time, yet you've never expressed your love. In front of all these sisters, you must speak honestly, do you love me or not? Su Xiaoqing pressed, holding onto Yi Lingtian. Yi Lingtian felt a prickling sensation on the back of his neck and whispered in a tone only Su Xiaoqing could hear, What on earth are you doing? I am helping you, don't put me in an awkward position. It's fine, just speak up, they're not strangers, it's better if everyone hears, Su Xiaoqing replied, deliberately raising her voice. Indeed, our handsome gentleman seems shy. Come on, let us hear it. The laughter erupted among the women, causing Yi Lingtian's face to flush. Love, Yi Lingtian finally relented, feeling utterly cornered. As soon as the word left his lips, Su Xiaoqing's face lit up with a radiant smile, turning a lovely shade of crimson. Darling, I love you too, she beamed back at him. Shouldn't you two perform a little something before the dishes arrive? It's a tradition in our office, and you know it well, Xiaoqing, interjected a younger female teacher, her eyes sparkling with mischief. Within the office, with 7 or 8 women and only 2 men, the lively atmosphere was palpable. The 2 men sat back, chuckling as the women continued their playful teasing, proving the adage that 3 women can create a spectacle. What? Yi Lingtian asked Su Xiaoqing, bewildered, as he failed to grasp the office's peculiar tradition. Su Xiaoqing's cheeks flushed a deeper shade of red as she suddenly wrapped her arms around Yi Lingtian's neck and planted a kiss on his lips. Despite Yi Lingtian's quick reflexes, he was utterly unprepared for Su Xiaoqing's boldness. Before he could comprehend the situation, he was enveloped by her fragrant presence and felt her warm, moist lips against his. While Yi Lingtian's eyes widened in surprise, his mind momentarily blank. Yet, he noticed that Su Xiaoqing had her eyes closed. That fool, does he not know how to kiss, who kisses with their eyes wide open? Su Xiaoqing pouted, releasing Yi Lingtian and lowering her head in mock reproach, eliciting laughter from everyone present. At that moment, the door swung open, and the dishes began to arrive. Everyone, it's time to eat. Yi Lingtian announced, his face flushed, unbeknownst to him. How about you join everyone for a drink? Su Xiaoqing suggested. I still have to drive, so I think I'll pass, Yi Lingtian replied. I can drive. I have a license, Su Xiaoqing offered. While Yi Lingtian hesitated, glancing at the bottles of liquor on the table before finally nodding. Although he had a decent tolerance for alcohol, he rarely drank, especially not strong liquor, as it could severely impair one's cognitive abilities and reaction times, a strict rule during his military service. Xiaoqing, I'd like to raise a glass in place of alcohol to celebrate your departure from singlehood and to congratulate our office's last unmarried lady on finally finding a partner, he declared. I don't drink, can you help me with it? Su Xiaoqing replied, somewhat embarrassed. Well, all right, thank you. Yi Lingtian stood up, clinked glasses, and downed the drink. Cheers to your happiness, the others chimed. Mr. Yi, may you both grow old together and be blessed with children. They continued to toast. One by one, they raised their glasses, and soon, most of a bottle of liquor found its way into Yi Lingtian's stomach, while Su Xiaoqing's 2 male colleagues turned crimson, waving their hands in refusal as they became half-drunk. Ironically, Yi Lingtian, who had consumed the most, remained unaffected, sitting calmly. Waiter, the bill please, Su Xiaoqing called out as she noticed everyone had nearly finished eating. The waiter nodded and stepped out to retrieve the bill. Just then, Yi Lingtian felt Su Xiaoqing's hand sliding onto his leg, startling him, but he glanced down to find her discreetly handing him a large stack of 100 yuan bills. While Yi Lingtian looked at the money, said nothing, merely shook his head at Su Xiaoqing, and gently pushed her hand away. Chapter 076, The Pretend Boyfriend, Part 6. Su Xiaoqing glared at Yi Lingtian, yet he continued to ignore her, engrossed in his meal. This only heightened Su Xiaoqing's anxiety, prompting her to kick him with her foot, but Yi Lingtian remained unperturbed. "Excuse me, miss, your total is 1,420 yuan, the waiter announced, handing a bill to Su Xiaoqing. Just as she reached out to take it, Yi Lingtian snatched it away. "I didn't bring any cash, let us go downstairs to pay by card," Yi Lingtian declared, rising from his seat. He stood up amidst Su Xiaoqing's astonished gaze and followed the waiter downstairs. Having just completed the transaction, Yi Lingtian spotted Su Xiaoqing and her colleagues descending the stairs. With smiles exchanged, he bid farewell to everyone. Once they departed, he handed the car keys to Su Xiaoqing and settled into the passenger seat. "Yi Lingtian, what do you mean by this? Why won't you accept my money?" Su Xiaoqing demanded as she entered the car. "What's the matter? Didn't you previously say that I should treat your colleagues to dinner?" Yi Lingtian replied nonchalantly. "That was merely a jest. You're helping me out today by putting on this act." "How could I let you pay? I'll reimburse you when we get out of the car," Su Xiaoqing responded, visibly displeased. "How much have you spent on treats for Yi Shuang? I can cover that for you," Yi Lingtian joked, grinning. "Are you deliberately trying to provoke me?" Su Xiaoqing retorted, her irritation mounting. "Let us not dwell on this. I signed a contract with the royal company today, and I'll be working there from now on, earning a salary. So, I'm not short on money, you needn't worry about me. I've always been rather frugal and have never properly treated you to a meal. Consider this dinner as my treat. First, let us drive to pick up Li Yuxin. She just called me," Yi Lingtian said calmly. With Yi Lingtian's words, Su Xiaoqing felt it pointless to argue further and nodded in agreement. "Today, I realized that despite your usual reticence, you can be quite articulate when you want to be," Su Xiaoqing said cheerfully as she drove. Yi Lingtian chuckled but remained silent. "Are the things you said to me today mere platitudes, or were they sincere?" Su Xiaoqing suddenly inquired. "What?" Yi Lingtian responded, taken aback. "I mean when you said you loved me." "What's this? You won't deny your own words, will you?" Su Xiaoqing feigned anger. While Yi Lingtian widened his eyes and then laughed bitterly. "That was under duress, please don't take it to heart." "So, you're saying everything you said was a lie? You were deceiving me, correct?" Su Xiaoqing pressed firmly. While Yi Lingtian found himself at a loss for words, fully aware that Su Xiaoqing was teasing him but unsure how to respond. Finally, he said, "The first part was genuine. Since Yi Shuang fell ill, I haven't had the time to visit her at the hospital. You've been there, caring for her, and I genuinely appreciate that." "And what else?" Su Xiaoqing continued to probe. "What else? What do you mean?" Yi Lingtian asked, puzzled. "You mentioned that after saying that, you would start pursuing me. Now that you're moved, when do you plan to start courting me?" Su Xiaoqing stated seriously. Yi Lingtian chuckled, realizing that this girl had been waiting for him to say something. He smiled and said, "Stop joking around, focus on driving, the roads are quite congested at this hour." "Don't change the subject, Yi Lingtian. I've just discovered that you're a fraud, entirely irresponsible in matters of the heart. You professed your love for me earlier, and now you're backtracking," Su Xiaoqing retorted, fuming. "Enough of this. I've had a bit to drink. Mind if I roll down the window for a smoke?" Yi Lingtian sidestepped the topic. "Do as you wish, but let me make this clear, Yi Lingtian. While you might not take this seriously, I certainly do. Tell me honestly, do you truly harbor no feelings for me?" Su Xiaoqing pressed on. "Su Laosher, Yi Lingtian began, lighting a cigarette and taking a couple of puffs before continuing. "What did you just call me?" "Try saying that again," Su Xiaoqing demanded, her irritation resurfacing. Xiaoqing, you know I'm not very good at joking, so please, stop teasing me," Yi Lingtian pleaded, finding her jests increasingly difficult to bear. "When have I ever joked with you?" "I am being serious. Yi Lingtian, I consider myself a woman of beauty and intellect, though my personality may be a bit strong. I'm also a university lecturer, a well-educated woman. I can't fathom why you're always so evasive with me. Do you truly have no feelings for me?" Su Xiaoqing asked, somewhat dejected. "We're friends, I've never thought of anything beyond that," Yi Lingtian replied coolly. "What kind of nonsense is that? You're a man, I'm a woman, we're both unmarried. How can your first thought be friendship instead of romance? I refuse to believe that's the logic of a typical man." Upon hearing Su Shaoqing's words, Yi Lingtian laughed, and then she turned to him and asked, Yi Lingtian, what would you do if I said I liked you? What? Yi Lingtian's eyes widened, thinking he must have misheard. I said I like you. Did you not hear me? Su Shaoqing shot him a look before continuing to drive. This is getting out of hand, stop joking and concentrate on the road, Yi Lingtian replied, momentarily stunned, then gazed out the window. When have I ever joked with you? Now, Yi Lingtian was genuinely surprised. Alright, stop looking at me like that. I am not joking anymore, thank you for today, are you alright after drinking so much? Su Shaoqing said with a smile. I'm fine, really. You have quite the tolerance, those two cowards were terrified of you, Su Shaoqing boasted. I rarely drink, so my tolerance must be innate, Yi Lingtian admitted. You mentioned earlier that you started working at Yuxin's company. What is that about? Su Shaoqing inquired. Their translator resigned, so they asked me to take on the role part-time. I completed the onboarding process this afternoon, Yi Lingtian replied candidly. That's wonderful, and you'll be earning a salary, right? Keep it up and do well, Su Laoshi is rooting for you. Su Shaoqing said cheerfully, eliciting a smile from Yi Lingtian. Chapter 077 of The Pretend Boyfriend, Part 7, the two engaged in a casual conversation as the car arrived outside Li Yuxin's villa. Yi Lingtian made a phone call to Li Yuxin, and shortly thereafter, she emerged, got into the car, and upon noticing Su Shaoqing inside, curiously inquired, Shaoqing, what brings you here? Is that any way to speak? What's wrong with my presence, do you have an issue with it? Su Shaoqing retorted, visibly displeased. Alright, I admit my mistake in saying that, but you didn't bother to give me a call either, Li Yuxin replied. What would I call you for? Our little Tian had a drink and can't drive, so I had to be the one to chauffeur you around. Just relish the fact that you have a university lecturer playing the role of your driver. This kind of treatment is something even high-ranking officials would envy, Su Shaoqing said, steering the car while addressing Li Yuxin. Stop right there, did I hear you correctly? Your little Tian, my goodness, when did you become so nauseating? What on earth transpired between you two? Li Yuxin asked, her gaze shifting suspiciously between Su Shaoqing and Yi Lingtian in the front seat. Could you refrain from having such sordid thoughts? Nothing inappropriate happened between us, your mind is in the gutter if that's all you're thinking about, Su Shaoqing exclaimed, her cheeks flushing as she caught a glimpse of Li Yuxin's expression through the rearview mirror. I said nothing impure, yet somehow I'm the one with the sordid mind? If you're not thinking anything untoward, how would you know what I might be pondering? Be honest, what have you two been up to that has such romantic implications? Li Yuxin shot back, her eyes wide open. Yi Lingtian, self-aware, chose to remain silent, opting out of the conversation between the two women. Li Yuxin, I have a significant announcement to make. From this day forth, Yi Lingtian is officially my boyfriend, Su Shaoqing's boyfriend. So, do not entertain any notions regarding him from now on, understood? Su Shaoqing declared loudly as she drove. What, could you repeat that? Li Yuxin's eyes widened in disbelief. Isn't this shocking news? I shall repeat it for you. Yi Lingtian is my boyfriend, did you catch that? Su Shaoqing reiterated. Really? Li Yuxin asked again, seeking confirmation. Of course, this matter is not a fabrication. If you doubt me, you can ask Yi Lingtian himself. He brought me a large bouquet of flowers today, which you can see right beside you. Did you not notice? He even treated our entire office to a meal and explicitly declared his love for me. Do you think this could be made up? Isn't that right, my dear? Su Shaoqing sweetly addressed Yi Lingtian. Li Yuxin glanced down and indeed saw the grand bouquet beside her, immediately turning to Yi Lingtian with a question, is this true, Yi Lingtian? Don't heed her nonsense. She's just joking, Yi Lingtian replied nonchalantly, having become accustomed to their playful banter. What nonsense, Yi Lingtian, you must answer honestly in front of Yuxin. Did you or did you not give me these flowers? Yes, but, Yi Lingtian began, yet before he could finish, Su Shaoqing interrupted, but did you say you love me? Be truthful now. I did say that, but, Yi Lingtian nodded earnestly, but before he could articulate the rest, Su Shaoqing interjected once more. Then there you have it, you pursued me, confessed your feelings, and I accepted. It's as simple as that. Yuxin, wish your sister well. Su Shaoqing laughed heartily. Li Yuxin's eyes widened, leaving her speechless in the car, her thoughts a mystery to all. Why Yi Lingtian could only smile wryly, not taking the jest to heart, knowing Su Shaoqing's playful disposition. Upon arriving at Li Yuxin's home, Su Shaoqing, after exiting the car, turned to Li Yuxin and said, well, I suppose my duties as your driver are complete. You two should head inside to wash up and rest. I'll take my leave now. No way, it's too late for you to go anywhere, you're staying here tonight, I have questions for you, Li Yuxin said sternly, her expression darkening. Can't you wait until later to ask? I have classes early tomorrow, Su Shaoqing protested. Tomorrow, I'll drive you straight to school, come on, let us go inside, Li Yuxin insisted, pulling Su Shaoqing towards the door without further ado. Wait. I still have the flowers in the car. Su Shaoqing exclaimed, opening the door to retrieve the large bouquet. You're quite generous, aren't you? A bouquet this grand must have cost a pretty penny, Li Yuxin remarked, eyeing Lingtian with scrutiny before pushing Su Shaoqing further into the house. Lingtian could only shake his head in resignation, silently acknowledging Su Shaoqing's spirited nature. He obediently closed the door, ensuring everything was in order before stepping into the house. Upon entering, he found the first floor empty. Evidently, the two women had retreated to the second floor. While Lingtian settled into the living room, indulging in a smoke before heading to the bathroom to wash up. Su Shaoqing, you need to explain yourself, what on earth is going on? Li Yuxin pulled Su Shaoqing into her room, her tone serious. What is there to explain? I already told you everything earlier, Su Shaoqing retorted, rolling her eyes and waving the bouquet in front of Li Yuxin. What do you think, pretty, right? Are you feeling a bit envious? Envious, my foot. Su Shaoqing, are you out of your mind? Li Yuxin exclaimed, unfurling the flowers and scolding Su Shaoqing. Hey, you're a highly educated intellectual and now a company executive, you should maintain your decorum and avoid such vulgarities, Su Shaoqing admonished. I'm not in the mood for jokes. Tell me, did you truly agree to be Lingtian's girlfriend? Li Yuxin asked, taking a seat opposite Su Shaoqing, adopting an interrogative stance. Yes, he asked me to be his girlfriend, and I accepted. Isn't that perfectly normal, Li Yuxin? You should be happy for your best friend finding a boyfriend. Why the long face? Su Shaoqing replied, a hint of discontent in her voice. I have no happiness to offer. It seems to me you've lost your senses. Look at your situation, Lingtian's situation. You're a university graduate, a postgraduate, now a lecturer, and your father was once a vice president of a university and is now an academician at the Chinese Academy of Sciences. Your mother is also a highly educated professional in research. Just look at your family, it's quite impressive, to say the least. When it comes to finances, while not vast, you have enough to live comfortably for a lifetime. And what about Lingtian? What does he have? A high school dropout, a veteran with no parents, no home, no car, and not even a decent job. He was a security guard before becoming my bodyguard. From every perspective, personal qualities, future prospects, and family background, the disparity between you two is staggering. You re like a swan soaring through the skies, while he is likely not even a frog. Can he truly be worthy of you? Have you lost your mind? Li Yuxin exclaimed, visibly agitated. Chapter 078 of The Faux Boyfriend, Part 8, Li Yuxin, when did you become so materialistic and pragmatic? I can hardly recognize you anymore. By the way, I'm looking for a boyfriend, not recruiting employees for your company. Should I hang a sign that states a bachelor's degree is a prerequisite for dating? This reasoning is utterly illogical. In a romantic relationship, what matters is the feeling, everything else is secondary. As long as I like him, that suffices, Su Shaoqing scoffed at Li Yuxin's words. I told you, you have a wooden fish for a brain, yet you refuse to believe it. Your current infatuation is merely a fleeting whim. With such disparate family backgrounds and educational levels, do you truly think you can maintain a harmonious relationship over time? I'll tell you this. Within a month, you'll start to resent him. By then, you might have given him everything, and you'll regret it. Furthermore, I genuinely do not understand what you find appealing about him. What is it that attracts you to him? Is it simply that you claim he is a man with a story? Li Yuxin adopted an attitude of disdain. That's not it, there are numerous reasons. Liking someone is fundamentally a feeling. If you ask me to enumerate the reasons, I can't articulate them precisely, yet deep down, I know I like him. Do you understand the notion of love at first sight? Of course, if you insist, I will state a few points. Firstly, he is a man of emotions, loyalty, and responsibility, as evidenced by his treatment of his sister. I believe that a man's most admirable quality is his sense of responsibility. No amount of wealth can replace it. Secondly, he is not greedy, possesses integrity, and never engages in frivolity. When we organized a donation drive, although the contribution was modest, he refused to accept it, stating he didn't need charity and that he had the means to help his sister himself. Such powerful words, how many men in this world can uphold such a principle? Thirdly, he is not lecherous. You are a beauty, right? Has he ever acted inappropriately around you, despite spending so much time together? I consider myself somewhat attractive too. Have you ever seen him make a move on me? It is always I who initiate our conversations. Such men are rarer than national treasures. Only such men are dependable, do you understand? As for your assertions, they are nonsense. Ask yourself honestly, is Yi Lingtian truly a mediocre individual? Does he possess no redeeming qualities? Reflect on your interactions with him. Despite your considerable efforts to extricate him from the police station, he managed to do so effortlessly. And during your time in France, you, a professionally educated manager, were unable to achieve what he accomplished with ease. Is he really as incapable as you claim? I believe that if he truly wished to earn money, it would come easily to him. Moreover, do you genuinely believe he possesses only a middle school education? Thus, Yuxin, after toiling in the marketplace, your perspective has become increasingly shallow. This is not a good thing. Remember to change your outlook moving forward, understood? Su Shaoqing, sitting up, delivered a lesson to Li Yuxin. Li Yuxin had initially intended to persuade Su Shaoqing, yet she found herself receiving a lecture instead. Leaving her momentarily speechless, she longed to refute Su Shaoqing's points, but upon reflection, each statement seemed unassailable, resonating with truth. Furthermore, you know my character, Su Shaoqing. I would not spare a glance or utter a word to someone I deem unworthy, regardless of their wealth. If I genuinely like someone, even if they possess nothing, I would be more than happy to share a bridge with them. Humans are inherently emotional beings. Happiness cannot be derived merely from material wealth. For me, emotional connection surpasses material concerns. Love is love, with no ties to other factors. Besides, I am already 28, you have your little Jinjun in the States, and you are not in a hurry, but I am. If I do not embark on a romantic journey now, will I be able to marry before 30? Moreover, I merely stated that I like him and wish to engage in a relationship with him. Did I ever claim I wanted to marry him? Did I assert that we must be together forever? If one day I feel he is not suitable for me, we can part ways without it being such a grave matter. What era are we living in? How can a young woman like you, who has returned from studying in America and has been exposed to Western capitalist ideas, hold such rigid beliefs? I cannot be bothered with this. I am going to shower. Hand me my pajamas, Su Shaoqing declared. Reclining on the bed, Li Yuxin found herself at a loss for words, dutifully retrieving a set of pajamas from the wardrobe and handing them to Su Shaoqing. Once Su Shaoqing had gone to shower, Li Yuxin sat alone in the room, increasingly convinced that Su Shaoqing should not be with Yi Lingtian. With this thought, she descended the stairs and knocked on Yi Lingtian's door. Yi Lingtian was seated on his bed, engrossed in a book he had taken from the study, as he preferred reading to watching television in his spare time. Upon opening the door and seeing Li Yuxin, he said nothing, merely gesturing for her to sit. I will not sit, Yi Lingtian. I must ask you, do you truly like Shaoqing? Li Yuxin inquired seriously. Ha? Yi Lingtian was taken aback. I ask whether you like Shaoqing. Do you genuinely appreciate her as a person, or are you captivated by her family background and beauty? Are your intentions serious? Li Yuxin pressed further. Why? Yi Lingtian was thoroughly perplexed, furrowing his brow as he asked, why do you ask this? Why do I ask? Is this question so difficult to answer? Have you not contemplated these matters before, Yi Lingtian? Pursuing Shaoqing without considering these questions is rather immature. Is your approach to relationships so frivolous? Are you merely looking to toy with her, only to discard her afterwards? Isn't that the case? Yi Lingtian, I never imagined you could be such a scoundrel. I truly misjudged you. How unfortunate that Shaoqing holds you in such high regard, almost idolizing you. Li Yuxin suddenly erupted in anger. Chapter 079 of The Pretend Boyfriend, Part 9. Yi Lingtian observed the somewhat agitated demeanor of Li Yuxin and couldn't help but find it amusing, though predominantly, he felt a sense of frustration. Have you perhaps misunderstood something? Yi Lingtian inquired after a prolonged silence. Misunderstood? What does that have to do with misunderstanding? Shaoqing is my dearest friend. Although she is a highly educated university professor, she has a rather carefree personality, particularly concerning matters of the heart. I fear for her emotional well-being. Yi Lingtian, if your intention is merely to seek a girlfriend to alleviate your loneliness and indulge in some frivolous amusement, I implore you to sever ties with Shaoqing at once. She approaches relationships with utmost seriousness. While your intentions might be nothing more than a jest or a fleeting fancy, for her, it would be entirely different. She would undoubtedly invest her entire being into it. Moreover, to speak candidly, you do not deserve her. I do not mean this in a condescending manner, as I regard you as a friend. However, in terms of various aspects, you and she are not on the same level. The environments and experiences you both have encountered since childhood have shaped vastly different worldviews, which will inevitably lead to conflicts should you become involved. Thus, I believe you two are fundamentally incompatible. Yi Lingtian, reflect on this. Regardless of your sincerity, as a friend, I advise you to let go of Xiaoqing. There is no future for the two of you. Li Yuxin spoke earnestly. Ye Lingtian was unaware of when he had lit a cigarette, inhaling deeply as he listened to Li Yuxin's words. Once she finished, he slowly replied, "You are mistaken, there is nothing between me and Teacher Su, and I am not pursuing her." "What, you are not pursuing her? Then who sent that bouquet?" Li Yuxin exclaimed, her eyes wide with astonishment. "I did," Yi Lingtian replied with utmost honesty. "Yi Lingtian, I am not in the mood for jest. I am speaking to you with the utmost seriousness." Li Yuxin responded with indignation. "I am not joking, the one playing a prank is Teacher Su. Yes, I did send the flowers, but it was not of my own volition. She asked me to buy them. Initially, I had no idea what she intended with the flowers. The entire situation is merely a ruse, or rather, a joke that Teacher Su concocted for everyone." "What do you mean?" Li Yuxin was left utterly perplexed by Yi Lingtian's explanation. "This afternoon, I visited her school," and then Yi Lingtian recounted the events of the afternoon and evening to Li Yuxin. Before she could fully grasp the situation, he added, "Thus, Teacher Su was merely jesting with you. However, your words hold merit, and I appreciate your concern." "That insufferable woman is truly exasperating." Li Yuxin's face flushed crimson, and then, with a hint of guilt, she looked at Yi Lingtian and said, "I apologize for what I just said. I merely the situation caught me off guard, and I was too hasty, so I spoke without thinking." Li Yuxin struggled to find the right words to explain herself, realizing that her earlier remarks had indeed been rather harsh. "Not at all. You are entirely correct. In every conceivable aspect, I do not deserve Teacher Su, and therefore, I harbor no such aspirations. Teacher Su is a mentor to Yi Shuang and has treated her with great kindness, which I find commendable. I regard her as a friend and nothing more. Please do not misconstrue my intentions." Yi Lingtian replied calmly. "No, Yi Lingtian, that is not what I meant. I am not suggesting that you do not deserve Xiaoqing. I simply I don't even know how to explain it in any case. That was not my intention. I apologize for today. That insufferable woman, I will make her pay." After an extensive explanation that failed to clarify her stance, Li Yuxin felt her face grow heated and her neck redden. Ultimately, she turned on her heel and stormed out of Yi Lingtian's room, marching angrily upstairs. Yi Lingtian watched as Li Yuxin departed, slowly lighting another cigarette. Her earlier words still stung. Despite his composed demeanor and indifference towards life and death, some comments could deeply wound a man's pride. "Su Xiaoqing, come out, just wait until I get my hands on you," Li Yuxin shouted as she reached the bathroom door upstairs. "What is it? Why are you shouting? Have you lost your mind?" Su Xiaoqing emerged slowly, drying her hair, casting an incredulous glance at Li Yuxin. "Su Xiaoqing, you need to leave. Our friendship has reached its end. From this moment forward, we shall not cross paths again." Li Yuxin's anger flared further at Su Xiaoqing's nonchalant demeanor. "Have you taken leave of your senses? You insisted I come earlier, and now you want me to leave? Do you think I am at your beck and call like Yi Lingtian? I won't be leaving today," Su Xiaoqing replied, ignoring Li Yuxin's fury as she sauntered into Li Yuxin's bedroom. "I demand to know what is going on between you and Yi Lingtian." Li Yuxin interrogated Su Xiaoqing. "What do you mean, what is going on? Haven't I already told you, he is my boyfriend, and I am his girlfriend. We share a romantic relationship," Su Xiaoqing responded casually. "You are talking nonsense. Yi Lingtian has already told me that this is all a farce." "Su Xiaoqing, do you have any idea how much you have embarrassed me? Is this some sort of joke you can casually make? You wretched woman, I was genuinely concerned for you." Li Yuxin seethed. "He told you? What did he say?" Upon hearing this, Su Xiaoqing's interest was piqued, and she eagerly asked, "Does it matter what he said? What matters is how humiliated I felt because of your deception. I scolded Yi Lingtian, asserting that he was unworthy of you and advised him to leave you, and now, all of that was merely a joke. Never mind how Yi Lingtian views me. I feel like a complete fool." Li Yuxin vented her frustration. "Why do you blindly believe whatever he says? You don't trust my words. Tell me, what exactly did he say?" Su Xiaoqing continued to press. Li Yuxin paused for a moment before recounting her conversation with Yi Lingtian to Su Xiaoqing. Chapter 080 My Husband, Part 1. Li Yuxin, how can you utter such words? How can you claim he is unworthy of me? Is this something that a sophisticated, knowledgeable woman would say? Are you not aware of how hurtful your words are? Su Xiaoqing was also somewhat agitated. I merely spoke in haste out of concern, but now that the words have been said, what can I do?" "No, wait, I don't believe I was discussing this matter with you, was I, Su Xiaoqing? Tell me, is it amusing to deceive me, to toy with me, to treat me as a fool? After realizing her oversight, Li Yuxin inquired. When have I ever deceived you? I ask you, did I instruct Yi Lingtian to buy flowers for me? I merely asked him to purchase flowers. He could give them to anyone, why should they be for me? Furthermore, did I request him to pretend to be my boyfriend? I have never uttered such a thing, and it was he who declared his love for me. Did you not tell him that I am a serious woman? Thus, I took it seriously. Su Shaoqing argued vehemently. Su Shaoqing, are you still jesting at this juncture? Li Yuxin was genuinely angry this time. Alright, I was wrong. My apologies, Miss. It was merely a joke. Look at how exhausted you are from work, always wearing a stern expression. I tell you, women ought to smile more, otherwise, they age quickly. A bit of humor could lighten your life, wouldn't you agree? Su Shaoqing said with a chuckle. You may find it amusing, but do you realize how embarrassed I felt just now? I could have dug a hole and buried myself in it. Li Yuxin exclaimed indignantly. Well, you cannot blame me. You must hold yourself accountable. Who told you to confront Yi Lingtian and utter such harsh words? Thankfully, I am not romantically involved with him. Had I been, if you continued to meddle, I would truly resent you. Now that we live in an age of free love, if I genuinely liked him and you were to come between us, I would indeed harbor ill feelings towards you. Su Shaoqing said with a serious expression. Upon hearing Su Shaoqing's words, Li Yuxin was left speechless, seemingly realizing her misstep. I was only trying to protect you from potential hurt, Li Yuxin retorted, though lacking conviction. I appreciate your concern, but you should really consider how to apologize to Yi Lingtian, Su Shaoqing said with a gleeful expression, then lay back on the bed and asked Li Yuxin, did Yi Lingtian truly say he only sees me as a friend, having no other thoughts about me? Yes. Oh, look at you, it seems you genuinely hope he has feelings for you, don't you? Li Yuxin teased with a smile. As a woman, having more admirers signifies one's allure. For me, the more individuals who have feelings for me, the better. The more, the merrier, Su Shaoqing replied. Su Shaoqing, be honest with me, have you developed feelings for Yi Lingtian? Speak your heart, Li Yuxin inquired, now seated on the bed beside her. No, what nonsense are you spouting? Did you not already claim he is unworthy of me? How could I possibly like him? I was merely jesting. Today's incident was born out of necessity. Moreover, among my male friends, aside from a few colleagues in the office, the only unmarried one who could assist is Yi Lingtian. If I don't ask him, whom should I? Su Shaoqing quickly denied. I knew it, you, Miss Su, are too proud to notice how many talented young men have fallen at your feet without you batting an eye? How could you possibly be interested in Yi Lingtian? However, if we speak truthfully, Yi Lingtian is indeed quite remarkable. Any woman who marries him could very well find happiness, Li Yuxin remarked thoughtfully. Why not consider breaking up with that handsome fellow in America and pursue Yi Lingtian instead? Just think about it, a husband, driver, and bodyguard all rolled into one. It saves both money and trouble, and you would have genuine 24-hour protection. How wonderful would that be? It's worth contemplating, Su Shaoqing jested. How about you go away? If you keep joking about this, I will genuinely become furious, Li Yuxin said, visibly irked. The following day, Yi Lingtian first drove Su Shaoqing back to school before returning to the company with Li Yuxin. From this day forth, he officially became the French translator at Li Yuxin's company. However, the office atmosphere remained unchanged. Unlike his previous role of merely staring at a computer, he now had a plethora of tasks, given the extensive communication and translation required for the collaboration with the French company. On this very day, after finalizing the reward roster, the finance department successfully transferred the 30,000 yuan bonus to Yi Lingtian's account. Yi Lingtian's work transformed from idleness to busyness. However, regardless of how demanding his tasks became, his paramount focus remained on safeguarding Li Yuxin's safety. Wherever she went, he insisted on following closely behind, and if he could not finish his work, he would opt to bring it home and work late into the night. That day, before the end of working hours, Yi Lingtian was diligently seated at his desk when he suddenly heard someone approaching. Darling, you look incredibly handsome when you're focused on your work. Upon raising his head, Yi Lingtian found Su Shaoqing smiling brightly as she approached his desk. Yi Lingtian frowned slightly and replied, Su Laoshi, what brings you here? Is it not permissible for me to visit my boyfriend? Su Shaoqing replied with a grin. Please, Su Laoshi, this is the office. It wouldn't be good if someone overheard, Yi Lingtian said, feeling quite awkward at Su Shaoqing's familiarity. Oh, are you embarrassed that your colleagues might discover you have such a girlfriend? Have I ever made you feel ashamed? Is it my appearance, or perhaps I lack sufficient curves? Su Shaoqing continued unabashedly. Yi Lingtian struggled to process Su Shaoqing's bluntness and quickly responded, Su Laoshi, President Li is in her office. Don't give me that President Li nonsense. I'm not here to see her today, Su Shaoqing replied, slightly irritated. Then who are you here for? Yi Lingtian asked, bewildered. Did I not already mention, I came to see my boyfriend. Do you not know who he is? Would you like me to announce it to all the employees of your company? Su Shaoqing said with a laugh. Is there something you need from me? Yi Lingtian, having grown accustomed to Su Shaoqing's playful teasing, asked directly. Does this mean you are finally admitting that you are my boyfriend? Su Shaoqing asked, her smile widening. Yi Lingtian found himself at a loss for words, realizing that when it came to wordplay, he was no match for the sharp-witted Su Shaoqing. Chapter 081. My husband, Part 2. Alright, I won't tease you anymore. The reason I came today is to ask for your assistance. Su Shaoqing, finding Yi Lingtian's awkward demeanor rather endearing, smiled before speaking earnestly. Assistance, this time, what kind of help do you require? Yi Lingtian, having learned from his previous experience, was now more cautious. This evening, one of my colleagues is celebrating her birthday and has invited all our office colleagues and their families for dinner. Given that your last appearance effectively ended my single status, she insists that you must attend tonight. After careful consideration, I have already assured her of your presence, therefore, I am here to request that you accompany me for a complimentary meal. Surely, you can manage that? Su Shaoqing articulated slowly. Yi Lingtian's eyes widened. Su Shaoqing's message was crystal clear. She wanted him to once again pretend to be her boyfriend at dinner. Wait, I am not sure that's appropriate. Wouldn't attending once or twice create an unfavorable impression for you? Yi Lingtian replied somewhat evasively. What do you mean by that? Are you implying that now that you and I are closer, Su Shaoqing, will never find a husband? Let me remind you, after your grand display of affection at the office, everyone is already aware that you are my boyfriend. You can't just back out now. What would that do to my reputation? I constantly tell others how wonderful my boyfriend treats me. Are you suggesting I suddenly tell them you've dumped me? If that were the case, it would be better if you just took a knife to my heart. Su Shaoqing exclaimed, visibly upset. However, I really have no time tonight. I am a bodyguard and must ensure her safety. Yi Lingtian gestured towards Li Yuxin's office. Are you saying that as long as Li Yuxin confirms her safety, you will accompany me? Very well, I will go in and speak with her, Su Shaoqing declared, turning to push open the door to Li Yuxin's office. Shaoqing, what brings you here? Li Yuxin asked, astonished by Su Shaoqing's sudden appearance. I've come to offer you some advice, Su Shaoqing replied earnestly as she took a seat opposite Li Yuxin. Advice? About what? Li Yuxin queried, her brow furrowed in confusion. Consider this, your father has only you as his daughter, his sole family. Although he may not yet be frail, he is certainly advancing in age. What do elderly people fear the most? Above all, they dread solitude. They seek neither wealth nor fame. All they desire is the companionship of their children, even if it is just over a cup of tea or a simple meal. Thus, filial piety is not measured by extravagant gifts or lavish homes, but rather by the time spent sharing a meal with one's parents. It really is that simple, Su Shaoqing expounded, delivering her philosophical musings directly to Li Yuxin. Su Shaoqing's words left Li Yuxin momentarily speechless, and after a pause, she furrowed her brow and asked, what exactly are you trying to convey? I merely wish to inquire how long it has been since you last accompanied your father for a meal, Su Shaoqing replied. A meal? It has probably been about a month since I last did that, which was before my trip to France. However, I see my father regularly and we chat often, practically every day, Li Yuxin responded, perplexed. Seeing him is one thing, but your conversations typically revolve around work in the office, correct? This is not ideal. You should make an effort to spend more time at home with your father, sharing meals, as it is during mealtime that people are most relaxed and can truly connect on a deeper level, Su Shaoqing insisted. Is it really as significant as you suggest? Li Yuxin inquired, unable to suppress a laugh at Su Shaoqing's earnestness. Be serious. I have another crucial point to discuss, one I learned from a professional study which prompted me to come and share this with you. If it weren't important, would I have gone out of my way to visit? Trust me, you must prioritize filial duties while you can. Therefore, rather than waiting for a more opportune moment, tonight is the night to act. You should return home and have dinner with your father, Su Shaoqing planned for Li Yuxin. Tonight? I can't, I have obligations this evening and need to work on a report, Li Yuxin objected. Why can't you understand what I'm saying? I've already explained it, filial duties should take precedence. Work can be done at any time, but can you delay being filial? What could possibly be more important than that? It's settled then. It seems you'll be finishing up soon, so let Yi Lingtian drive you to your father's house for dinner, and he can pick you up afterward for a warm, heartfelt meal, Su Shaoqing smiled, insisting. Alright, but is there any scientific basis for what you're saying? Which scientist came up with this theory? Is it reliable? Li Yuxin questioned, her skepticism evident. Wait a moment, Su Shaoqing, I've known you for many years, are you really the type to concoct such schemes? Would you travel all this way just to tell me to spend more time with my father, especially insisting it must be tonight? If it were so urgent, a simple phone call would suffice. Why the dramatic visit? Just confess what your true intentions are, Li Yuxin challenged. Everything I've said is genuinely for your benefit. My sincerity is as clear as day. I came specifically to emphasize the importance of this matter. Additionally, I would like to borrow Yi Lingtian for the evening, just as before, and I assure you he will be returned to you by night's end, Su Shaoqing stated nonchalantly. Oh, so that's your true motive, is it? I was wondering why you were being so altruistic with your so-called theories. Just say you need Yi Lingtian tonight. Is it that he is reluctant, so you're pushing me toward my father's house to facilitate your plans? Your cunning is impressive, Su Shaoqing. After all these years of acquaintance, I've only just now realized how deviously clever you can be, Li Yuxin deduced. Please don't portray me in such a negative light. I admit it, you are right, I did come to seek Yi Lingtian's assistance. However, my advice about spending time with your father is sincere, and the study I mentioned is legitimate. You truly ought to make more of an effort to be with him, Su Shaoqing clarified with a smile. Chapter 082 My Husband, Part 3. Well, I am aware of that. However, if you wish for me to agree, you must reveal the purpose behind your invitation to Yi Lingtian. You aren't planning to have him masquerade as your boyfriend again, are you? Li Yuxin inquired, casting a skeptical glance at Su Shaoqing. Isn't that precisely why I call you exceptionally astute? Truly, you embody both beauty and intellect. This evening, a colleague from our office is celebrating their birthday and has graciously invited us all to dinner, insisting that we bring our family members. Since Yi Lingtian has already disclosed his identity in my office previously, it is only fitting that I take him along. I have no grounds to decline, thus, I must summon Yi Lingtian once more to play this role. You understand, it would be quite embarrassing for me not to bring him along, wouldn't it? Su Shaoqing explained with earnestness to Li Yuxin. When did you, Su Shaoqing, become someone so concerned with appearances? Shaoqing, I cannot shake the feeling that there is some ulterior motive behind your actions. Are you planning to turn this pretense into something more genuine with Yi Lingtian? Li Yuxin scrutinized Su Shaoqing with a furrowed brow. What are you insinuating? If I truly intended to pursue Yi Lingtian, would I concoct such a convoluted scheme? That would be utterly exhausting. If I had such intentions, with my charm, I could simply beckon him with a finger and he would comply without hesitation. Enough of this idle chatter. In our line of work, preserving one's reputation is paramount. Hurry back to your father's place after work. I am pressed for time, Su Shaoqing urged Li Yuxin. Is there really a need for such urgency? I haven't even finished my shift yet, Li Yuxin replied. You are the general manager. The rules here are dictated by you. When you choose to leave, who would dare to object? Now, be swift, Su Shaoqing insisted once more. All right, I shall go. Are you certain that Yi Lingtian has agreed to accompany you? Li Yuxin teased, smiling. Would he dare to refuse? He is one of the instigators and must take responsibility, Su Shaoqing remarked, pulling Li Yuxin along. Indeed, Yi Lingtian found himself unable to decline Su Shaoqing's request, primarily because he lacked the know-how to refuse. After escorting Li Yuxin to Li Sanyuan's residence, he proceeded with Su Shaoqing to the restaurant mentioned by her friend. Upon disembarking, Su Shaoqing tightly clasped Yi Lingtian's arm, leaning against him in an affectionate manner. Although Yi Lingtian was not accustomed to such intimacy, he endured it as they made their way into the restaurant together. As they pushed open the door to the private room, they were greeted by a bustling crowd. 2 large tables filled with people. The birthday celebrant, the vivacious bespectacled woman from before, was at the center of it all. Ah, our handsome couple has arrived. Let us all extend a warm welcome. A voice erupted as Su Shaoqing and Yi Lingtian entered, drawing the attention of everyone present. While Yi Lingtian felt a wave of embarrassment wash over him. He was not one to relish the spotlight. Given the choice, he would prefer to live a life of quiet anonymity. Su Shaoqing, naturally an extroverted individual and a striking beauty, had always been the center of attention in various social settings, and as a result, Yi Lingtian unwittingly became a focal point as well. This evening, as they were to bring their partners, the gathering was evenly split between men and women. Unlike the last event, which had been predominantly female, it appeared someone had proposed a division. One table for women, and another for men. Consequently, Yi Lingtian found himself the target for toasts, while the host took on a secondary role. While Yi Lingtian was not particularly well versed in the nuances of social etiquette and was unsure how to decline the numerous toasts, thus he found himself accepting one drink after another. Eventually, unable to bear it any longer, Su Shaoqing, who had been covertly observing from another table, rushed over to stand beside Lingtian and addressed the others, saying, "Is it really necessary to bully him like this? With so many people present, why single out my boyfriend for drinks? It's quite unfair. If you have the courage, make it one-on-one. This group effort is just not right." "Oh, it seems our beautiful Su was quite protective," a woman from the other table laughed heartily. "Of course. Wouldn't you feel distressed if your husband were to drink so much? I see through your intentions. You want to make him drunk and embarrass him, don't you? Here's a proposal. From now on, let us all share a bottle of liquor each, and then we can truly gauge our abilities. Excuse me, I'll be sitting here, otherwise, you lot will surely drink my husband under the table," Su Shaoqing declared, visibly annoyed, as she pulled a chair to sit beside Lingtian. "It's all right," Lingtian said, touched by her concern. "What's all right? It is evident they are ganging up on you. You are far too honest. When they toast you, you just drink. Can't you see they've plotted this together? Those two men were likely intimidated by you last time and have now enlisted the help of this larger crowd to overwhelm you," Su Shaoqing remarked bluntly, referencing the two male teachers from their previous encounter. Fortunately, everyone present was well aware of Su Shaoqing's character, and thus they merely laughed and continued to jest about the couple. With Su Shaoqing vigilantly by his side, no one dared to approach Lingtian for solo toasts any longer. Nonetheless, he still managed to consume a considerable amount that evening, at least 1.5 bottles of liquor on his own, astonishing everyone in attendance. Two men who had consumed only a little were already inebriated and had to be escorted home by their wives. Just when they thought the dinner had concluded, the bespectacled woman suggested they all go karaoke. Thus, everyone headed off to sing. "I think I'll pass on singing, perhaps I should just head home," Lingtian suggested, pulling Su Shaoqing aside. "Why wouldn't you join? How embarrassing would it be for me if you didn't come? Besides, it's a birthday celebration. They've invited us for dinner and karaoke as a courtesy. If you don't attend, how will I face them in the office later?" Su Shaoqing replied, her gaze stern as she looked at Lingtian. "But I can't sing," Lingtian mumbled awkwardly. "Really can't sing?" Su Shaoqing asked. "Truly, I can't." "Not to worry, just sit beside me, alright? Please, husband, I implore you." Su Shaoqing suddenly adopted a playful tone upon hearing her call him husband. Lingtian was taken aback, feeling a shiver run down his spine, and he had no choice but to relent. He obediently followed Su Shaoqing and the others to the KTV venue. "Will you please learn to be more astute in the future? Don't act like a fool and drink whenever someone toasts you. These people have ulterior motives. Do you think everyone is as sincere as you? Just look at how much you've consumed. Should I fetch you some hangover remedy to take beforehand? We might be drinking again at the KTV," Su Shaoqing chastised as they walked at the back of the group, her arm wrapped tightly around Lingtian's. "There's no need. I am fine for now, thank you," Lingtian replied politely. Chapter 083 My Husband, Part 4. "Thank you. Why are you thanking me? As your girlfriend, it is my duty to care for you. Do you understand? From now on, do not say thank you to me again, got it?" Su Shaoqing said to Lingtian with a hint of annoyance. Lingtian smiled helplessly, remaining silent as Su Shaoqing clung to him, leading him through the crowd towards the KTV. Upon entering the KTV, Lingtian quietly settled into a corner of the sofa, indifferent to the revelry around him. He held a bottle of beer in one hand and lit a cigarette, drinking and smoking alone. "Why aren't you going to sing?" Su Shaoqing approached and sat beside him, inquiring. Lingtian shook his head and replied, I don't know how to sing, I was born tone-deaf." "Is that true? It doesn't matter who goes to KTV without singing, even if you sing poorly, no one will mock you. It is just for fun, not a professional competition," Su Shaoqing encouraged him. "I'm not going. It's not about whether I can sing well or not, I simply cannot sing at all. You go ahead and sing." "I'll just enjoy listening to you all," Lingtian insisted, shaking his head once more, smiling at Su Shaoqing. "Alright then, I'll go sing," Su Shaoqing said, somewhat disappointed, and walked over to select a song. After she chose her song, Su Shaoqing sat waiting. When her turn arrived, she shouted, Mine, hand me the microphone." Once she had the microphone, she looked directly at Lingtian and declared, "This song is for our Mr. Yi." Upon hearing Su Shaoqing's candid words, everyone erupted into cheers and applause, while Lingtian stood there, astonished and awkward. The screen displayed the song title, Finally Waiting for You, and the crowd began to cheer once more. As Su Shaoqing started to sing, the room fell silent. When you reach a certain age, you will realize that living alone is truly arduous. Gradually, you begin to taste the bitterness of solitude. Time knocks on your pride, and after passing a certain crossroads, you will feel the number of those who stay up all night chatting with you dwindling. Tired of being chased by loneliness, you long to find someone who loves you, someone to whom you can entrust your life. As Su Shaoqing held the microphone and began to sing, it felt as though she enveloped the entire room in tranquility. Her voice was enchanting. Although Lingtian had never heard this song before and was unaware of the artist, he recognized that Su Shaoqing sang beautifully, with deep emotion resonating within her performance. He found himself captivated, for the song seemed to convey her feelings, making it particularly moving. It was the first time he had been so enchanted by someone else singing. How many can accompany me for a journey? How few are willing to walk through life with me? Whether it's unforgettable or not is of little significance. I simply wish to savor the flavor of love amidst the mundane. Finally waiting for you, I'm grateful I didn't give up. Happiness comes so sparingly, making it all the more precious. Finally waiting for you, almost missing you, meeting you at the prime of life. That's what makes it worthwhile. Finally waiting for you. Su Shaoqing continuously gazed at Lingtian as she sang passionately and melodiously. Everyone in the room was entranced by her voice, especially Lingtian, who felt deeply moved. He had always perceived Su Shaoqing as carefree and boisterous, yet through this song, he understood that she was not as carefree as she appeared. She too had her aspirations, her helplessness, and her vulnerabilities. As he looked into Su Shaoqing's eyes, Lingtian felt a moment of disorientation, sensing that her song was directed at him, only to dismiss the thought almost immediately. Just as Li Yuxin had said, he felt unworthy of Su Shaoqing. She could never find interest in someone as insignificant as him. This was all merely a jest to her. How many can accompany me for a journey? Su Shaoqing continued to sing. As she reached the end, Lingtian noticed that the corners of her eyes seemed to glisten with unshed tears, startling him. He pondered whether this song held special significance for her. Wonderful, wonderful! As soon as Su Shaoqing finished, the crowd erupted into fervent applause. Lingtian smiled at Su Shaoqing and joined in the clapping. Our handsome guy, our beautiful girl has sung a love song for you. Shouldn't you show some appreciation? A bespectacled girl called out, holding another microphone toward Lingtian. Lingtian was momentarily taken aback, then stood and lifted a bottle of beer from the table, tilting it back to drink deeply before saying to Su Shaoqing, "Thank you, that was lovely." Hey, who said you could drink?" the bespectacled girl shouted. Ha! Lingtian was momentarily confused. Sing a song. Our Shaoqing, a girl, has taken the initiative to sing a love song for you. Shouldn't you sing a song for her in return? The bespectacled girl insisted. I can't sing. I might as well just drink, Lingtian awkwardly replied. That one do, you must sing. If we girls can sing for you, you should sing a song for Shaoqing. Our little friend group will not stand for it otherwise, the bespectacled girl persisted. Enough, don't put him on the spot. He really can't sing, Su Shaoqing interjected, approaching the bespectacled girl. No way, he has to sing, this is non-negotiable. The crowd began to stir. Su Shaoqing looked at Lingtian, somewhat distressed, while he stood there, momentarily stunned. Finally, he picked up the microphone and said, I truly cannot sing, love songs are even more beyond my capability. I'll sing a song for everyone, but please forgive me if it's not good. I was born tone-deaf. As he finished speaking, the crowd erupted into cheers. The essence of karaoke was in the revelry, after all. Could you help me choose loyalty to the country? Besides the military songs, it's the only one I know how to sing? I can't select it myself, Lingtian whispered to Su Shaoqing. Thank you, I'm sorry to put you in such a difficult position, Su Shaoqing said, feeling guilty as she recognized how uncomfortable he was about singing. It's all right. Your friends are cheering for me because they appreciate me. Go ahead, Lingtian smiled as he took the microphone from Su Shaoqing. Su Shaoqing nodded and walked over to select loyalty to the country. As the music began to play, Lingtian straightened up in his seat, his demeanor suddenly serious. Su Shaoqing, who had been observing him, noticed that his gaze had transformed into something sharp and icy, almost exuding a sense of ferocity, yet intertwined with a hint of desolation and heroism. Chapter 084 On My Husband, Part 5, Smoke signals rise, gazing northward at the vast land, the dragon stirs, horses neigh, the sword's aura is as sharp as frost. My heart flows like the boundless yellow river. Who can withstand the tumult of 20 years? Hatred aims its long blade. How many loyal souls lie buried in foreign lands? What is the worth of 100 deaths in service to my homeland? Enduring sighs, with no words, my eyes brimmed with blood and tears, the hooves gallop southward, while gazes linger north, where the grass is green and yellow dusts the air. I wish to safeguard our territory and expand our borders, for our illustrious China deserves accolades from every corner. Lingtian stood there, singing, his voice not particularly melodious, even slightly off-key at times. Yet, it resonated with a deep, robust vigor, emanating a fierce and tragic aura that captivated all present. In that moment, though Lingtian merely stood and sang quietly, he resembled a towering mountain. From the very first note, Su Shaoqing was profoundly drawn to Lingtian, not by his voice but by the depth in his eyes. She understood that the eyes are the windows to the soul. They reveal one's innermost thoughts and feelings, unmasked by deceit. Through Yi Lingtian's gaze, Su Shaoqing perceived much. Even though she did not grasp what the song meant to him, she recognized that it encapsulated a unique sentiment, a deeply etched past in his heart. Yi Lingtian sang the song with utmost seriousness and solemnity. Upon finishing, he was momentarily taken aback by the applause that erupted around him. He smiled at the crowd, set down the microphone, and returned to the sofa. "You sang beautifully," Su Shaoqing remarked with a smile as he settled beside her. "Please don't mock me. Someone once said my singing sounded like a pig being slaughtered," Yi Lingtian replied, a hint of embarrassment in his tone. "Ultimately, singing is not merely about voice and technique, but about emotion. The voice and technique belong to professional singers, don't you agree?" Su Shaoqing countered with a smile. While Yi Lingtian paused, then chuckled softly, remaining silent. Just then, Su Shaoqing's phone rang. She glanced at it and stepped outside to take the call. Moments later, she returned and informed Yi Lingtian, "We must leave now." Yuxin called to remind me that she needs to return for work on a document tonight. Yi Lingtian nodded in acknowledgement, and after Su Shaoqing exchanged pleasantries with the bespectacled woman, they both exited together. "Yi Lingtian, may I ask you a question?" Su Shaoqing inquired as they strolled toward the dining area. "What is it?" Yi Lingtian lit a cigarette, accustomed to her linking her arm through his. "Do you have a girlfriend?" Su Shaoqing asked, her gaze fixed on him. "No," he replied succinctly. "How about an ex-girlfriend?" she pressed further. At her question, Yi Lingtian froze momentarily, his hand tremoring slightly as he held the cigarette. After a long pause, he replied softly, "No, I don't." "You've never been in a relationship at all?" Su Shaoqing asked in astonishment. "No," he answered directly. "What are your criteria for an ideal girlfriend? Have you ever imagined what your future partner would be like, perhaps a mature and composed woman, or a delicate and dependent girl?" Su Shaoqing queried relentlessly. "I've never thought about it," Yi Lingtian said, shaking his head helplessly, weary of her myriad questions. "How can you not have thought about it? Have you really never considered having a girlfriend?" Su Shaoqing asked, puzzled. "I truly haven't," Yi Lingtian admitted, somewhat embarrassed. "You are indeed an oddity," Su Shaoqing remarked, left speechless. "So what do you think of me?" "What?" Yi Lingtian asked, taken aback. "I mean, do you think I could meet your standards for a girlfriend?" she queried, still linked to his arm. Yi Lingtian regarded her curiously before responding. "Stop teasing, here, take the car keys, you should drive." He handed her the keys. "Hey, can you answer my question? Are you afraid your answer might hurt me?" "Don't worry, Su Shaoqing, am resilient enough to handle any blow," she insisted, pulling him to respond. With no choice but to look at her, Yi Lingtian replied, "I really haven't contemplated this matter. Moreover, I believe that feelings are not about right or wrong, or standards. When you meet the right person, it simply clicks. Now, let us not keep her waiting too long." He finished speaking and slid into the passenger seat. Su Shaoqing paused, then chuckled to herself. "You say you've never thought about it, yet you understand it better than anyone. What a reserved man you are." She softly scolded him, laughing as she took the driver's seat and started the car, heading toward Li Yuxin's father's home. "Could you share the story behind that song with me?" she asked while driving. "What? What do you mean, what?" "I am asking if you could tell me about the story behind loyalty to the nation, particularly in relation to you," Su Shaoqing queried, slightly annoyed. "What story could there be? It's just a song," Yi Lingtian replied dismissively. "Forget it, if you want to share, then never mind," Su Shaoqing said, already anticipating his reluctance, yet feeling disappointed nonetheless. "Actually, it doesn't signify much. Loyalty to the nation is a song my comrades and I enjoyed singing in the army. It simply reminded me of my time in the military and those brothers in arms," Yi Lingtian remarked, glancing at Su Shaoqing as he spoke softly. "You must have had a strong bond," Su Shaoqing observed, turning to look at him before asking, "Were you very close?" "Closer than biological brothers. On the battlefield, when you charge forward, you entrust your back completely to your comrades. That if you cannot trust them, your life hangs by a thread. Thus, the bond between comrades is as vital as life itself, perhaps even more so," Yi Lingtian replied, rolling down the window to smoke, reflecting on his words. "Have you ever been on the battlefield?" Su Shaoqing asked, astonished. The things Yi Lingtian spoke of felt utterly foreign to her, as if she were watching a film or listening to a mythical tale. Why Yi Lingtian fell silent, not responding to Su Shaoqing's question. Chapter 085 of My Husband, Part 6. A few days later, Yi Lingtian finally received some delightful news. Yi Shuang's condition had witnessed a decisive improvement. Her bodily functions were rapidly recovering, prompting the hospital to inform Yi Lingtian of her transfer back to a regular ward. The transition from the intensive care unit to a standard ward marked a significant turning point in Yi Shuang's health, indicating that her illness was no longer critical and only required follow-up treatment. Upon hearing this news, Lingtian could not help but shed tears. It had been several months since Yi Shuang was diagnosed with her ailment. Although he had consistently maintained a calm demeanor, his heart had never truly relaxed until this moment when the weight on his chest was finally lifted. Just after the doctor had called Yi Lingtian, he received a call from Su Shaoqing, who conveyed the same joyous news with even more enthusiasm than Yi Lingtian himself. "Yi Lingtian, accompany me to the mall quickly. I have a meeting at the group later," Li Yuxin said as she rushed out of her office. While Yi Lingtian nodded and followed Li Yuxin to her car, driving directly to the shopping center. Li Yuxin headed straight to a renowned watch store, where she meticulously selected a timepiece for an extended period. Finally, she presented a beautifully packaged watch to Yi Lingtian, stating, "Please take me back to the group for the meeting first, then could you run an errand for me? Send this package to the United States, heiress the address, in both Chinese and English. Remember, it must be sent via express delivery and should arrive as soon as possible. Inquire which courier service offers international shipping. I apologize for the inconvenience, but his birthday is in a fortnight. I initially planned to purchase it myself and send it this morning, but an unexpected meeting arose, and I cannot be absent. If it is not sent out today, I cannot guarantee it will arrive by his birthday. Therefore, I must trouble you with this," she elaborated. While Yi Lingtian was aware that the he she referred to was her boyfriend, Su Junjun, as mentioned by Su Shaoqing. He nodded and replied, "No problem, I will pick you up at the group after I send it." He then accepted the expensive watch and the address written on a piece of paper. "Cost is not an issue. You must ensure it arrives in the shortest time possible. Make them guarantee it will not exceed 2 weeks, or it will lose all significance," Li Yuxin emphasized once more in the car. "Understood," Yi Lingtian affirmed. "Also, ensure they package it carefully. It must not be damaged," she added. Observing Li Yuxin's unusually detailed instructions, Yi Lingtian realized her affectionate feelings for her boyfriend. He nodded again and dropped Li Yuxin off at the conference room for her meeting before returning to search for a courier service. Although numerous courier companies existed, few handled international deliveries. Of course, Huaxia Postal Service did offer international services, but unfortunately, Li Yuxin deemed them too slow. Driving around the bustling city of Donghai, Yi Lingtian managed to locate a courier company that specialized in international shipping after about an hour of searching. After a thorough inspection of the items and paperwork, he began filling out the forms, only to discover the true name of Li Yuxin's boyfriend, Su Jun. Once everything was settled, Yi Lingtian reiterated to the courier staff to ensure proper packaging and to guarantee delivery within 2 weeks. Noticing the time, it was evident that Li Yuxin's meeting would take quite a while to conclude. Seizing the opportunity, Yi Lingtian drove to the hospital, where he inquired outside the intensive care unit and learned that Yi Shuang had already been transferred back to a regular ward. He hurried to the ward, where he found Su Shaoqing sitting on the bed, feeding Yi Shuang mango slices. Witnessing this scene brought tears of gratitude to his eyes once more. "Ms. Su, you are here too," Yi Lingtian greeted with a smile as he approached. "Brother, you've arrived," Yi Shuang exclaimed with delight. "What did you just call me? Have you forgotten the promise you made?" Su Shaoqing said, feigning anger as she looked at Yi Lingtian. Taken aback, Yi Lingtian stammered, Shaoqing, what are you doing here?" "Brother, why do you keep asking that? You've been away, and if it weren't for sister-in-law's frequent company, I would have been utterly bored." "You should be more grateful to her, shouldn't you, sister-in-law?" Yi Shuang teased, pointing at Su Shaoqing with a smile. "Wait, what did you just call her, sister-in-law? What does that mean?" Yi Lingtian asked, his eyes widening in disbelief. "Oh, please stop pretending. You two have been keeping this from me all along." "I already knew," Yi Shuang replied, pulling out her phone to show 2 photos. "Look, our classmates posted pictures of you two on the school forum and social media. I recognized you immediately. I said, brother, how could you keep such a significant matter from me?" Yi Lingtian furrowed his brow as he examined the photos on the phone, one showing him entering the school office building with a large bouquet, and another of Su Shaoqing linking arms with him, both emerging from the building with the flowers, alongside numerous shots of them getting into a car. The comments were abundant, mostly lamenting the loss of a goddess and expressing sorrow, but there were also many well wishes. Seeing this, Yi Lingtian felt overwhelmed. He handed the phone back to Yi Shuang and said, "Yi Shuang, this is merely a misunderstanding." Before Yi Lingtian could finish, Yi Shuang interrupted, "Oh brother, what misunderstanding? The sister-in-law has already acknowledged it. As a grown man, you needn't feel embarrassed. Besides, the evidence is irrefutable. What, are you two planning to keep this a secret forever? I've already told everyone that this man is my brother, and they're all envious of me. You have no idea, sister-in-law is the most beautiful teacher at our school. Every time there's a class with her, students rush to get seats, otherwise, they can only stand by the window and listen. Most of them are not there for the lesson but to catch a glimpse of sister and law.so, just enjoy it. I am genuinely happy for you both, you brother, sister-in-law, I sincerely wish you happiness. Knowing you've found sister-in-law brings me peace, I believe our mother would be very pleased as well. Yi Shuang's joy was heartfelt, she had always hoped Yi Lingtian would find his own happiness. Now, not only had he found a girlfriend, but it was also the esteemed Su Shaoqing, whom she had always respected. One can only imagine how elated Yi Shuang felt. Why Yi Lingtian wanted to explain, but with both Yi Shuang and Su Shaoqing looking at him expectantly, he was at a loss for words. Ultimately, he could only say exasperatedly, I can't be bothered to explain. What did the doctor say? Chapter 086, My Husband, Part 7, the doctor has stated that Yi Shuang's recovery is progressing remarkably well. It can be definitively concluded that this surgery has been exceptionally successful. The new kidney is highly compatible with Yi Shuang's body, and thus far, there have been no signs of rejection or any side effects. If this continues, she should be able to be discharged and return home for recuperation in a fortnight. By the way, here is today's billing statement. The balance is quite low now, and payment may be required soon, Su Shaoqing remarked as she handed a document to Yi Lingtian. Yi Lingtian glanced at it, noting that after his previous payment of 100,000, there remained only a little over 300 in the account. After some calculations, he realized that the remaining sum from the initial 500,000 was dwindling. Without the recent reward of 300,000, Yi Shuang's illness would have been insurmountable. Brother, if funds are tight, I can opt for an early discharge. I feel perfectly fine now. Look, I can even get out of bed and walk. I am completely recovered and no longer require hospitalization, Yi Shuang hastily interjected upon seeing Yi Lingtian's expression. Silence, remain in bed and focus on your recovery. Financial matters do not concern you at this moment. Your sole responsibility is to recuperate, and getting well is the greatest assistance you can render to me, Yi Lingtian admonished her with a stern gaze. Seeing Yi Lingtian's irritation, Yi Shuang obediently settled back down on the bed. Yi Lingtian, please step outside with me, Su Shaoqing said, having observed Yi Lingtian intently, before leading him out of the ward. You must prioritize your health. You have improved significantly. It is imperative that you obey the doctors and Ms. Su, remaining in the hospital. If you act recklessly, all the effort and money we've expended will have been in vain. My work has become busier than ever, and I may have even less time to visit you. Should you require anything, please reach out to ms.xu.do. Not worry, brother. Finances are not an issue, Yi Lingtian gently reassured Yi Shuang, patting her head. Yes, brother, you truly ought to express your gratitude to sister-in-law. She has been by my side throughout my hospital stay, helping me bathe, wash my clothes, and bringing me delicious food. I can see that sister-in-law genuinely loves you. If she did not care for you, she would not have done so much for me. You should hasten to bring her home. Once I start earning, I shall repay your kindness, Yi Shuang earnestly conveyed to Yi Lingtian. Why Yi Lingtian was momentarily taken aback, hesitating before responding, I understand. Do not overthink it, focus on resting, I must take my leave. With that, he turned and exited, finding Su Shaoqing waiting for him in the corridor. They walked a few paces before Su Shaoqing produced a card from her bag and handed it to Yi Lingtian. What is this for? Yi Lingtian inquired, perplexed. I am lending you money. This card contains 200,000. It represents my savings accumulated over the years at work. What do you think? My income is quite substantial. Isn't it? I would rather lend it to you to earn some interest than let it sit idle, Su Shaoqing replied with a smile. Yi Lingtian shook his head, returning the card to her. Shaoqing, I am truly grateful, but I still have funds. I will seek your assistance when I am truly in need. To be candid, Yi Lingtian felt deeply moved by her willingness to offer such a significant sum so readily, especially as she framed it as a loan to safeguard his pride. You still have money? Where could that possibly be? I have been at the hospital daily, and I have seen the billing statements. I calculated that your 500,000 must be nearly exhausted by now. Considering your other living expenses, how can you still claim to have funds? Yi Lingtian, you cannot jest about Yi Shuang's illness. This is not the time to be concerned about pride. I am not pitying you, I am simply helping you. Helping and pitying are two distinct matters. We are friends, and it is only right that we assist one another, is it not? If you refuse this money, I will head to the payment counter myself, and I assure you, you will find it difficult to repay me, Su Shaoqing said, a hint of frustration evident in her tone. Seeing her agitated demeanor, Yi Lingtian chuckled softly and replied, You have misunderstood me. I fully comprehend the difference between charity and assistance. I have already stated that I will borrow from you when I am genuinely in need, but at present, I do have money. My recent trip to France yielded successful negotiations, resulting in an excellent outcome, and the company rewarded all participants with bonuses. I received 300,000 just a few days ago. I believe this should suffice to cover Yi Shuang's medical expenses. 300,000? My heavens, it seems I am somewhat of a wealthy individual after all. Having 200,000 in my account is already quite a lot, yet I find that I am the true impoverished one. Perhaps I am simply fretting over matters that do not concern me, Su Shaoqing lamented with a hint of discontent. Yi Lingtian smiled and responded, regardless, I am genuinely moved. Yi Shuang recently expressed her gratitude for your care during her hospitalization, washing her clothes, bringing her meals, and so forth. I am not eloquent with words, but please know that your kindness has left a significant impact on me. And then? Su Shaoqing prompted. What do you mean? Yi Lingtian inquired. Is that all? Have you developed feelings for me? Su Shaoqing teased playfully. Do not jest. By the way, why have you not clarified your relationship with Yi Shuang? It is rather awkward to be referred to as sister-in-law, Yi Lingtian responded, slightly flustered. How could I clarify? The entire school is now aware of our relationship, with photographs circulating wildly on campus networks and social media. How can I possibly explain? Furthermore, as a teacher, do you expect me to tell my students that I am pretending you are my boyfriend to ward off the director's advances? Su Shaoqing retorted, somewhat exasperated. Upon hearing her reasoning, Yi Lingtian found it quite reasonable and nodded in agreement. Moreover, I do not find the term sister-in-law to be awkward at all. In fact, I find it quite pleasant, far more appealing than MS. Su, she added. Upon hearing her final remark, Yi Lingtian felt a flush of embarrassment, pondering the illogical nature of her reasoning. Very well, Shaoqing, I must take my leave as it is about that time. Li Yuxin's meeting is likely concluding as well, and I need to return. There is no need for you to linger here. She is in good hands with the nurses, and she can now move about independently. I appreciate your efforts, Yi Lingtian said courteously. Chapter 087 On My Husband, Part 8. Alright, I understand, just drive carefully and take it slow. Su Shaoqing nodded in response. Goodbye then, Yi Lingtian said, turning to enter the elevator before settling the payment. After exiting the hospital, Yi Lingtian drove straight towards the Sanyuan Group. Watching him leave, Su Shaoqing smiled before stepping back into the ward. Sister-in-law, what were you and my brother discussing? Were you fretting over financial matters? If my brother truly lacks the funds, I won't seek treatment anymore. Honestly, I could manage at home with some medication. It's really not necessary for me to stay in the hospital. I genuinely do not wish for my brother to toil any further on my behalf. He has already spent so much on my medical expenses, Yi Shuang lamented. What are you thinking? Your brother has already told you not to worry about money. If you continue, he might genuinely get upset with you, Su Shaoqing admonished Yi Shuang. But I sincerely don't want him to struggle because of my illness. I understand your concerns, but you are underestimating your brother. To him, this amount is hardly a significant issue. Do you realize that? Really, a sister-in-law, please don't try to comfort me. I am not a child. Although my brother works at a company, he lacks a diploma and any specialized skills. How much could he possibly earn? You are greatly undervaluing your brother. Do you know what he does? He currently holds 2 positions. Have you heard of the Sanyuan Group? It is one of the leading conglomerates in Donghai City. The beautiful sister who visited you, Li Yuxin, is the daughter of the chairman of Sanyuan Group. She is also the general manager of the royal company under Sanyuan Group. Many high-end hotels in Donghai City are part of this company. Your brother is her assistant, earning an annual salary of 500,000. The funds for your surgery and treatment have come from this salary. Moreover, your brother also serves as a French translator for the company, earning around 15,000 monthly with bonuses. Remember when he traveled to France recently, he secured a project there, which earned him a bonus of 300,000. As for me, my salary may not be high, but I do have some savings. Therefore, you truly need not worry about finances. To put it in a popular phrase, we are not short of money. Focus on recuperating in the hospital. If you desire anything to eat, just let me know and I will procure it for you. Let us concentrate on getting you well and restoring your health. That would be the greatest assistance to your brother. The only thing your brother is currently concerned about is you, Su Shaoqing gently persuaded Yi Shuang. Is that really true? My brother earns so much. Wait, no, sister-in-law, you must be pulling my leg. Yi Shuang exclaimed, her eyes wide with astonishment. How could I deceive you? These are all words directly from your brother's mouth. I assure you, not a single word I just spoke is untrue. You can ask him when he returns, Su Shaoqing quickly reassured her. You claim my brother is a French translator, but he doesn't even know French. He probably can't even speak much English. He only graduated middle school, Yi Shuang retorted. Are you unaware of how your brother learned French? Su Shaoqing inquired curiously. I never knew my brother could speak French. Is it possible he really can? Indeed, not only does your brother understand French, but he is also quite proficient. When their company went to France for a project, he was the sole translator throughout, and he performed simultaneous translation. Do you know what that entails? It's akin to the interpreters we see on television translating for high-ranking officials. As soon as one party speaks, the interpreter must immediately convey the message. Just imagine how proficient your brother must be in French, Su Shaoqing explained, observing Yi Shuang with keen interest. Really, that is astonishing. How could that be possible? He joined the military right after middle school. How could he have mastered such excellent French? Yi Shuang was utterly taken aback. He told me he taught himself while in the military. He also mentioned he had been on assignments in Paris, France. However, I find it strange that there are business trips in the military, unless it's for high-ranking officials. By the way, has your brother ever disclosed which military unit he served in or what his role was? Su Shaoqing asked, eager to learn more about Yi Lingtian's past. He seems not to have mentioned it. However, I do find it quite peculiar. He once wrote to us stating he served in a special forces unit known for its high confidentiality, which often required him to travel. While on assignment, he was prohibited from making calls or sending messages. The personnel in that unit are not permitted to use mobile phones or electronic devices. Thus, he has only written to me all these years, and we could only reply through letters. Although he never specified which unit he belonged to, he did once mention he attained the rank of colonel, which I've heard is quite a prestigious position. Yi Shuang recalled every detail from the letters Yi Lingtian had sent her. Special forces? Colonel? Su Shaoqing seized on those key phrases, lost in contemplation. Why Yi Lingtian had only recently arrived at Sanyuan Group. After lingering outside the conference room for a moment, it opened, and Li Yuxin emerged, weary, clutching a stack of documents. Upon spotting Yi Lingtian waiting outside, she immediately asked, "How did it go? Was it sent out?" "Yes, it has been dispatched. Here is the receipt. Make sure to keep it safe. The insurance fee has been included, so if it gets lost or damaged, they will be responsible for the compensation." Yi Lingtian handed the delivery receipt to Li Yuxin. "Was it expedited? Can they guarantee it will arrive within half a month?" Li Yuxin questioned, still uneasy. "Yes, they mentioned that under normal circumstances, it would reach the recipient in about 10 days. I opted for express air service, although it is slightly more expensive," Yi Lingtian explained patiently. "That is good to hear. Thank you very much, Yi Lingtian," Li Yuxin replied with a cheerful smile. "No need," Yi Lingtian responded nonchalantly as they slowly made their way downstairs. "By the way, when you return, you might need to translate this material swiftly and send it to the Ayer company. Additionally, please contact them to see when they are available to send someone over to discuss the establishment of the new company. Once you are back, I will have Huang Ling provide you with the detailed materials. Please ensure these matters are attended to promptly. There are many differing opinions within the group, and we need to finalize the new company as quickly as possible. I apologize for the trouble," Li Yuxin added, returning to business as she handed a stack of documents to Yi Lingtian. Chapter 088 Li Yuxin's ex-boyfriend, Part 1, understood. Yi Lingtian replied mildly as he took a glance at the documents. After getting into the car, Li Yuxin inquired, "How is your sister doing? Is her condition improving?" "Yes, she is much better now. She has already been transferred from the intensive care unit." The doctor mentioned that if she remains stable during another half-month of hospital observation, she will be discharged. Yi Lingtian nodded affirmatively. "Really? That's wonderful. I'm so sorry. I've been quite busy lately and haven't had the chance to visit Yi Shuang," Li Yuxin expressed with a hint of regret. "No need to trouble yourself. She is doing quite well." Yi Lingtian responded politely before settling into the car. Indeed, as Li Yuxin had mentioned, Yi Lingtian's subsequent days were filled with busyness that he rushed through each day, overwhelmed with a plethora of matters requiring his attention at the Ayer company. Until the new company was fully established, he remained occupied. However, once the process for setting up the new company was finalized, his workload would naturally lessen. About a week passed, and one early morning, after completing his workout, Yi Lingtian spotted Li Yuxin descending from the upper floor, calling out to him, "Yi Lingtian, there is something I wish to discuss with you." Yi Lingtian glanced at her and asked, "What is it?" "I plan to visit the United States in a few days." Li Yuxin looked at him earnestly. Yi Lingtian paused momentarily before responding, "Is it for business or personal reasons?" "Personal," Li Yuxin replied, a slight blush creeping to her cheeks, as it was evident that by saying personal, she meant she intended to visit her boyfriend in the U.S. "Could you possibly keep this a secret and not inform my father?" Li Yuxin looked at him, her expression pleading. "That could prove difficult. If your father does not inquire, I certainly won't say anything. However, should he ask me, I can only provide an honest report." Yi Lingtian contemplated before responding. My father has been unaware of my relationship with Su Jun when I was in the country. He disapproved, and I secretly went to the U.S. to study that. He has no idea Su Jun has been in America, nor does he know about our relationship. So, could you please refrain from telling him? In a few days, it is Su Jun's birthday. You know, I haven't been back home in several years, and it has been 3 years since I last saw him. I miss him terribly. I've completed all my tasks, and with his birthday approaching, I've decided to take a few days to visit him and surprise him. Please, you must help me with this. Li Yuxin implored, her face a mask of desperation. I've said it before, if your father does not inquire, I won't speak. However, if he does ask, I am left with no choice. Yi Lingtian maintained his firm stance, noticing Li Yuxin furrowing her brows. He added, actually, you could tell your father that you need to travel to France for business. This way, he would not suspect anything and would not come to ask me where you have gone. Initially, Li Yuxin felt a surge of anger, but upon hearing Yi Lingtian's suggestion, her expression brightened. How could I have not thought of that? You're right, this is the peak time for communication with France for business purposes. It is entirely reasonable for me to travel there. Yes, I can leave a day early, and once I wrap up my tasks, I will head straight there. Thank you, Yi Lingtian. No need for thanks, Yi Lingtian nodded and then turned towards the restroom. However, there is one more thing. Li Yuxin called out as she watched him walk away. What is it? Yi Lingtian paused to ask. You know, I'm going to see my boyfriend, so it might not be convenient for you to accompany me. How about I let you take a few days off? You haven't had time to properly accompany your sister during her hospitalization, so this would be a good opportunity for you to spend time with her. Li Yuxin suggested somewhat shyly. Yi Lingtian frowned and replied, I cannot agree to that. If you insist on going alone, I will have no choice but to inform your father. If he consents, then all the better. Yi Lingtian, why must you be so stubborn? I know you are diligent, but you also understand that those who harbor ill intentions towards me are back home. Do you really think they have the means to act against me in the U.S.? You can drive me to the airport, and upon my return, you can pick me up. This way, I can happily meet my boyfriend and enjoy some quality time together, while you can have the leisure to accompany Yi Shuang in the hospital. It is a win-win situation. Li Yuxin persisted, trying to reason with him. I apologize, but my duty is to provide you with 24-hour protection. Therefore, I cannot allow you to travel alone to the United States, especially for such an extended period. While I will not intrude upon your time together, I assure you I will maintain a respectful distance. This is my bottom line. If you refuse, I will have no choice but to report to your father. Yi Lingtian stated calmly, before proceeding to the bathroom. Yi Lingtian, you stubborn mule. Do you have any idea how long it has been since I last saw my boyfriend? It has been 3 years. For 3 years, we have relied solely on phone calls to stay connected. Do you have any idea how much I miss him? After finally mustering the courage and seizing this opportunity to visit the US, can't you just allow us to be together? Li Yuxin shouted frantically at the bathroom door. I have no intention of opposing you. I am merely acting out of concern for your safety. Even without the threatening letters, it is inherently unsafe for a young woman to travel alone to such a distant place. You have spent time in the US and should know that while it is touted as a civilized, free, and democratic nation, its social order is not as secure as one might imagine, perhaps even less so than at home. Therefore, I cannot allow you to go alone. Furthermore, if your love for each other is genuine, my presence should not affect your relationship. I assure you, I will not interfere. You should trust my word. Yi Lingtian's voice resonated from within. Li Yuxin, taken aback by his words, fell silent for a moment before letting out a long sigh. Hand your documents to Huang Ling. I will ask her to expedite your visa process through company connections. After saying this, she stormed off in anger, not because she agreed with Yi Lingtian, but rather due to a lack of alternatives. Chapter 089 Li Yuxin's ex-boyfriend, Part 2. Yi Lingtian provided Huang Ling with some of his personal information. As before, the Sanyuan Group had its own connections, and occasionally, a company-issued diplomatic passport could expedite matters. The prospect of traveling to the United States elicited no ripples in Yi Lingtian's life. He continued his daily routine undeterred. The only discernible difference was that Li Yuxin was genuinely upset with him this time. Ever since he insisted on going to America, she had not spoken a single word to him. However, Yi Lingtian was indifferent to this. At last, Li Yuxin finalized her travel date to the U.S., scheduled 2 days prior to Su Jun's birthday. To facilitate her trip, she had been working late at the office, often until midnight. Observing this, Yi Lingtian could only smile. Indeed, the power of love was remarkable. On the day of their departure, Lingtian carried one of Li Yuxin's suitcases as they boarded a company minivan to the airport. Upon arrival, Li Yuxin continued to ignore him, alighting from the vehicle first and heading towards the terminal, leaving Lingtian to trail behind. Li Yuxin first retrieved their boarding passes, handing one to Lingtian before proceeding to check in. Lingtian, who had intended to smoke a cigarette before entering the airport, found himself hastily following her instead, a bit beleaguered. It was well known that once inside the airport, smoking was strictly prohibited from the moment of check-in until after disembarking from the flight. The two of them waited in the departure lounge for half an hour before boarding the plane. For nearly half an hour into the flight, Li Yuxin had yet to utter a single word to Lingtian. Just as he was on the brink of dozing off, Li Yuxin suddenly posed the question, "Have you ever been in love?" Lingtian was taken aback, noticing that she was not looking at him, but rather gazing out the window. "Are you asking me?" he inquired. "Who else would I be asking?" Li Yuxin's tone remained cold, clearly indicating her lingering resentment towards him. After a prolonged silence, Lingtian replied, "No, I have never been in love." "Exactly, you have never experienced love, nor have you deeply cared for anyone, so how could you possibly understand what it feels like to love someone?" "You know, I met him at university, at Donghai University. At that time, I was in the same class as Su Xiaoqing, studying financial management. He was a year ahead of us, our senior. He was the vice president of the student council and quite a prominent figure at our school. We fell in love. I even took him home to meet my father, who, for reasons unknown, was vehemently opposed to our relationship. I had no choice but to deceive my father, telling him we had broken up. Later, after he graduated, he went to the United States for further studies. I missed him terribly, so after my own graduation, I stubbornly went to study in America as well. My father disapproved, and I went secretly, which hurt him deeply. I stayed in the US for 4 years, and when I began to worry about my father, I returned. He found a good job on Wall Street and has remained there ever since. It has been 3 years since we last saw each other. I must also conceal this from my father. Apart from you and Xiaoqing, no one knows about us. You cannot fathom how excruciating it is for lovers to be apart for such a lengthy period. Lingtian, you truly should not have come this time. Although I understand you are principled, as a friend, you ought to consider my feelings. I have made considerable efforts to be here to surprise him, and I also wish to spend some time together, just the two of us. Do you comprehend what I mean?" Li Yuxin's words brimmed with reproach. "If he truly loves you, he would not mind my presence, for if he cares for you, he would also be concerned about you traveling to America alone. I have said before, I will not interfere with your relationship. I understand you love him and that you need your personal space, but you must also comprehend your father's concerns. He loves you, and undoubtedly more than your boyfriend does. Therefore, you cannot disregard his love for your own. Sleep now, there is still a long way to go." Lingtian remained silent for a long time before speaking softly, then closed his eyes. Li Yuxin, taken aback by Lingtian's words, turned to look at him, a flicker of surprise crossing her face. However, he had already shut his eyes and succumbed to sleep. Leaning back in her chair, Li Yuxin slowly reflected on his words, then reminisced about her moments with Su Jun, causing her to smile involuntarily. The thought of Su Jun's joyful expression upon seeing her filled her with excitement. She wished the plane would fly as swiftly as a rocket. After a flight lasting over 10 hours, they arrived in New York around 9 o'clock the following evening. Upon exiting the airport, Li Yuxin hastily boarded a taxi with Lingtian, heading towards Su Jun's residence. "First, I will find you a nearby hotel to stay in. You can lodge there for the next few days. If you need anything, just call me, alright? Remember, don't wander off. This is America, not France. If you get lost without knowing English, it could be quite troublesome," Li Yuxin instructed as they sat in the car. "I will first take you to your boyfriend's place. Once I confirm your safety, I will leave and find a place for myself." Lingtian declined her kind offer. "Is that really necessary? What could possibly be unsafe at my boyfriend's place? Besides, can you manage on your own? This is New York, not Paris," Li Yuxin replied, somewhat irritated. "That's not for you to worry about, just focus on enjoying your time with your boyfriend," Lingtian said calmly. "Suit yourself," Li Yuxin replied with a dismissive glance at him, then turned her attention back to the familiar streets of New York outside the window, her spirits lifting at the thought of soon reuniting with her boyfriend. The car halted in front of an apartment building, and Li Yuxin swiftly paid the fare and stepped out. While Lingtian continued to carry her luggage, following closely behind, they took the elevator to the 12th floor, where they exited. Approaching a door, Li Yuxin retrieved a key from her bag. "You have a key to this place?" Lingtian exclaimed, eyes wide. "This apartment was one I rented before. He wasn't living here at the time. When I was about to leave, I had paid an additional year's rent, so I allowed him to stay here. I only realized I had brought back a spare key after returning to my country. Now, I can give him a wonderful surprise, Li Yuxin said cheerfully, whispering as she unlocked the door. Just wait outside, I want to give him a big surprise. Once you see that I'm alright, you can head back on your own. Call me if you need anything, she instructed him. Yi Lingtian nodded, smiling at her evident excitement. Li Yuxin opened the door, carrying her small suitcase, and quietly entered. True to his word, Yi Lingtian refrained from following her inside. It was a matter between the two of them, and he felt it would be inappropriate to intrude. He stood at the entrance, ensuring that Li Yuxin was indeed safe. Chapter 090. Li Yuxin's ex-boyfriend, Part 3. Li Yuxin slowly traversed the living room, placing her small suitcase and the bag slung over her shoulder onto the sofa, before proceeding toward the bedroom. At that moment, Yi Lingtian, standing by the door, could no longer see her. He lit a cigarette, preparing to close the door and seek refuge in a nearby hotel. However, before he could fully shut the door, a woman's piercing scream echoed from within, and it wasn't Li Yuxin's voice. Yi Lingtian swiftly pushed the door open and dashed inside. As he entered with remarkable speed, he found Li Yuxin standing alone at the threshold of the open bedroom door. What happened? Yi Lingtian inquired, moving closer to stand behind her. The entire sequence, from his entrance to his position behind her, took no more than 2 seconds. Upon peering into the bedroom from his vantage point behind Li Yuxin, his brow furrowed in dismay. On the bed lay two unclothed figures, one male and one female. The man, covering his lower half with a corner of the blanket, and the woman, clutching the covers tightly around her body, had her legs exposed. The man was of Asian descent, while the woman was Western. Yi Lingtian recognized the man as Su Jun, Li Yuxin's boyfriend, but the identity of the woman remained a mystery, though the situation had already clarified much. Who are you, and how did you get in here? The Western woman shouted at Li Yuxin and Yi Lingtian in English. Yuxin, why are you here? The man stammered, his voice trembling with fear. You have 5 minutes to get dressed and come out, Li Yuxin coldly commanded the man before turning to return to the living room, where she sat down on the sofa. Yi Lingtian cast one last glance at the pair in the bedroom before following her to the living room. Settling beside her on the sofa, noticing the tears streaming down her face, he felt a pang of sorrow but was at a loss for words to comfort her. Instead, he retrieved a few tissues from his pocket and handed them to her. Li Yuxin did not look up but accepted the tissues to dab at her tears. Sighing, Yi Lingtian took out a cigarette, lighting it after discarding the earlier one upon hearing the woman scream. Just as he inhaled, he heard Li Yuxin say, "Give me one." "Smoking is detrimental to your health," he replied, momentarily taken aback, his brow knitting in concern. "I said give me one. Are you deaf?" she retorted, her gaze icy as tears continued to glisten in her eyes. Understanding her emotional turmoil, Yi Lingtian extracted a cigarette from the pack and handed it to her, along with the lighter he had purchased downstairs. "Smoke it slowly, this isn't a lady's cigarette. It's rather cheap and can be harsh." Li Yuxin accepted the cigarette, igniting it with the lighter. After taking a puff, she erupted into a fit of coughs, tears streaming down her face, yet she continued to smoke, filling the living room with a cloud of smoke. At that moment, the man emerged from the bedroom, hastily pulling on his pants. "Yuxin, why are you here? Why are you smoking? Throw that away, it's bad for you." "And who is this?" he asked, directing his last question at Yi Lingtian. "Are you not going to explain anything to me?" Li Yuxin coldly addressed the man, ignoring his questions. I, the man stuttered, unable to articulate a coherent response. Just then, the woman, having dressed, stepped out of the bedroom. A striking blonde with blue eyes, she was undeniably attractive. Approaching the man, she wrapped her arms around his and asked in English, "Darling, who is she? Why does she have your key? And who are you? Why are you in my house?" Li Yuxin shot back at the woman in English. "My house? Are you out of your mind? Who do you think you are barging into our home? I will call the police," the woman retorted arrogantly. "Call the police? Your house? Well, Su Jun, you certainly have a lot of nerve." "I believe you owe me an explanation," Li Yuxin said with a cold laugh, turning to Su Jun in Chinese. "I'm sorry, Yuxin, let's break up. The man mumbled, lowering his head, attempting to say more but was interrupted by Li Yuxin. "What significance does breaking up hold now?" "I'm not asking about our breakup, I'm asking why you treated me this way. Why didn't you tell me sooner? Why betray me? Why toy with my feelings? Why?" Li Yuxin suddenly erupted, her voice filled with anguish. "I didn't want this either. Do you think I wanted to? I need to stay in America, to obtain a green card and become an American, but you're intent on returning home, always insisting I do the same. But becoming an American is my dream, can you provide that for me?" Su Jun shouted back. "And what about her? What does she have to do with your dreams?" Li Yuxin gestured toward the woman. "Nothing. She's my girlfriend. What am I to you? Are we married? Why should I remain faithful to you? I'm a man, I have needs. What's wrong with finding a woman, that's my freedom, I owe you nothing, you never even let me touch you. Why should I be responsible for you? Su Jun yelled at Li Yuxin. Before he could finish, Li Yuxin delivered a resounding slap to his face, leaving 5 distinct marks, a testament to the force behind her strike. What are you doing? The American woman exclaimed, rushing toward Li Yuxin, ready to retaliate. Lingtian swiftly intervened, seizing the woman's arm. Darling, come help me, she called out to Su Jun, struggling to break free. As Su Jun wiped his face and noticed Lingtian holding the woman, he shouted, let her go, and charged at Lingtian. In response, Lingtian delivered a swift kick to Su Jun's abdomen, sending him sprawling backward. Let's go, don't soil your hands with this kind of person, Li Yuxin said coolly to Lingtian, grabbing her luggage and leading the way out. Lingtian cast a disdainful glance at the shameless couple in the room before releasing the woman's arm and following Li Yuxin outside. You accuse me of betrayal, then I must ask, who is this man? Shouldn't you explain? Su Jun shouted from the ground, clutching his stomach. Li Yuxin paused for a moment, then replied, he is my husband, before walking out without looking back. Chapter 091 Li Yuxin's ex-boyfriend, Part 4, call the police, hurry. The woman rushed to the ground to assist Su Jun while shouting. Lingtian paid no heed to the 2 individuals in the room and followed Li Yuxin outside. Upon reaching the doorway, he turned to Su Jun, who lay on the ground, and remarked, is becoming an American truly that significant? Even if you consume bread and milk daily and speak in ABCs, you will never alter your dark eyes and yellow skin. One must not forget their roots, otherwise, one shall forever remain a mere dog. After delivering his words, Lingtian stepped out of the door. He remained closely behind Li Yuxin, who walked briskly, not pausing for even a moment. Lingtian reached out to grasp her arm, fearing that if she continued at this pace, she might be struck by a passing vehicle. As Li Yuxin was pulled back, her face awash with tears, she embraced Lingtian and wept profusely on his shoulder. Lingtian stood there, somewhat dazed, allowing Li Yuxin to cry on him. He had never anticipated that Li Yuxin had exerted such passion and effort to come to America, only for it to culminate in such heartache that he could only imagine the depth of her pain at this moment. Let it out. Weep loudly, and all will be well. Throughout life, one inevitably encounters a few scoundrels. Just allow the past to remain in the past, Lingtian said softly, genuinely at a loss for how to comfort her. Why? Why did this happen? I treated him so well. Why did he do this to me? I never forced him to stay with me. If he no longer loved me, he could simply tell me to break up. But why did he have to betray me, after 8 years of our relationship? Does it all mean less than a mere American green card? Is it all reduced to emptiness and loneliness? Li Yuxin cried out in anguish. You and he are fundamentally incompatible. He desires to become an American, while you yearn for love and familial bonds. Even without this incident, you would never have been able to stay together. So, let it go, come, let us find a hotel to stay at, Lingtian consoled, lifting Li Yuxin's suitcase without regard for her willingness, grasping her hand and leading her towards the nearest grand hotel. His holding of her hand was not for any ulterior motive but rather a precaution against the dazed and distraught Li Yuxin being struck by a vehicle while crossing the street. Arriving at a lavish hotel, Lingtian approached the front desk and, with fluent English, reserved 2 rooms. He took the room keys and, hand in hand with Li Yuxin, ascended to their accommodations, while staff attended to their luggage. Li Yuxin remained in a daze, tears streaming down her face, as Lingtian guided her into the elevator and subsequently into the room. Take a shower and get some rest. Do not dwell on it. Life encompasses many significant matters, love is merely one of them. Moreover, you should feel fortunate that you discovered his true nature before fully entrusting your heart to him. You will encounter a man who truly loves you in the future. Have a good night's sleep. When you awaken tomorrow, all will seem as if it never happened, Lingtian gently advised, observing Li Yuxin collapse onto the bed, tears flowing as she gazed at the ceiling. Please leave. I wish to be alone, Li Yuxin coldly replied. Lingtian was momentarily taken aback but nodded in understanding. After the staff delivered Li Yuxin's luggage, he quietly closed the door behind him and departed from her room. Alone, Li Yuxin lay on the bed, staring vacantly at the ceiling, tears flowing, drying, and then flowing anew. Time slipped by, and she became acutely aware of the throbbing pain in her eyes as she stood by the floor-to-ceiling window, gazing at the vibrant lights of New York City. In that moment, she felt helpless and fragile, akin to a child who had lost their beloved toy. It was as if she had lost the most crucial part of her life, not merely lost, but betrayed. Donning her coat, Li Yuxin splashed water on her face in the bathroom, then stepped outside, closing the door behind her as she headed towards the elevator. As she entered the elevator, the door to Lingtian's room opened adjacent to hers. He stepped out, glanced around, and quickly made his way to the elevator, taking note of the floor number displayed for the elevator Li Yuxin had entered. After waiting a minute, he opted for a different elevator. In truth, Lingtian had heard the sound of Li Yuxin opening her room door but had refrained from emerging until he was certain she had moved away. When Lingtian exited the elevator, Li Yuxin had already left the hotel and hailed a taxi at the entrance, departing swiftly. Lingtian too signaled for a taxi, instructing the driver to follow the one ahead but to maintain a safe distance. He understood the tumultuous state of Li Yuxin's emotions. As she had expressed her desire for solitude, he did not impede her actions but rather trailed behind, ensuring her safety from afar. The vehicle journeyed on, ultimately stopping at the entrance of a university. Lingtian instructed the driver to halt at a distance from the campus entrance before alighting and discreetly following Li Yuxin. Glancing at the university's sign, State University of New York, he pondered if this was Li Yuxin's alma mater, perhaps a place where she and Su Jun had shared many cherished memories. Lingtian followed Li Yuxin into the university grounds, now past midnight. While some sounds lingered in the air, the campus was largely deserted, illuminated only by dim streetlights. Li Yuxin strolled slowly, occasionally pausing to gaze thoughtfully at various buildings and even trees. Lingtian, smoking a cigarette, maintained a careful distance behind her, confident in his ability to remain undetected, a skill that would be challenging for even the most seasoned professionals to discern, let alone someone as untrained as Li Yuxin. Eventually, Li Yuxin arrived at a garden featuring a large pond surrounded by trees and decorative elements, showcasing a distinctly Western aesthetic unlike that of her homeland. In contrast to the surrounding quietude, several couples could be seen in secluded corners of the garden, engaged in intimate acts that would be deemed scandalous back home, yet here, such displays were commonplace. Li Yuxin observed them, her expression one of bemusement, finding nothing particularly extraordinary in the scene before her. Chapter 092 Li Yuxin's ex-boyfriend, Part 5. Li Yuxin sat vacantly before a chair, her mind adrift in a sea of thoughts unknown. For over an hour, she remained there, oblivious to the world, as the concealed figures around her gradually departed after their affairs. Time slipped by, and at last, she retrieved a tissue to wipe away her tears, rising slowly to make her way outside the campus. Upon exiting the gates, she chose not to take a vehicle, instead meandering along the street. It was now past 2 in the morning, and the streets were nearly devoid of life. The few souls present were clusters of inebriated young men and women, some swaying unsteadily, while others, gaunt and erratic, were clearly under the influence of drugs. As Li Yuxin continued her solitary walk, 2 men of African descent suddenly appeared ahead. From a distance, Lingtian noticed them pointing and gesturing towards her, a sense of foreboding washing over him. His instincts proved correct as the 2 men approached Li Yuxin, blocking her path before seizing her without uttering a word, dragging her towards a dim alleyway. Furrowing his brow, Lingtian quickened his pace towards them. As he dashed into the murky confines of the alley, he heard Li Yuxin's piercing screams and cries for help in English. The 2 men had already thrown her to the ground, preparing to strike. While Lingtian lunged forward, delivering a swift kick to each of the towering assailants, sending them sprawling. Li Yuxin, terror-stricken and pale, cried out in distress. Upon seeing Lingtian's arrival, she scrambled to her feet and instinctively hid behind him, trembling visibly, revealing the extent of her fright. "Are you all right?" Lingtian turned to face her. I'm fine," Li Yuxin stammered. "That's good to hear. No need to say anything more, let us go back to the hotel," he replied calmly, guiding her out of the alley. As they walked, Lingtian suddenly turned around and executed a spinning kick, sending a man wielding a small knife flying as he attempted a sneak attack. A pained groan echoed through the alley, while the other assailant, brandishing a dagger, halted in shock and fear, staring at Lingtian. Irritated, Lingtian advanced toward the man, who, despite holding a knife, began to retreat slowly. Just as the assailant turned to flee, Lingtian accelerated, grabbing him and delivering 2 swift punches followed by an elbow strike. Releasing him, the man collapsed, clutching his abdomen and writhing on the ground. "I will give you 1 minute to vanish from my sight. Otherwise, I shall take you both to the police," Lingtian stated, his voice steady and calm in English. The 2 men, upon hearing this, hastily scrambled to their feet, grimacing in pain as they limped away, terrified. Li Yuxin, still shaken, dashed to stand behind Lingtian. "There's no need to be afraid, everything is all right. It's best not to wander alone at night, the safety here is far from that of our homeland. Let us go," he reassured her, gently patting her back before leading the way out of the alley. How did you know to come?" Li Yuxin finally gathered her composure to ask. "I have been following you since you left the hotel. It was not my intention to stalk you, but I feared for your safety, and knowing you wished for solitude, I refrained from disturbing you," he explained simply. "Thank you, I merely wished to take a solitary stroll and revisit the campus." "I did not intend to evade you," she said apologetically. "I understand," Lingtian replied, lighting a cigarette. "Thank you, you saved me once again. Had it not been for you, I shudder to think of the consequences." Li Yuxin expressed her gratitude. "Protecting you is my duty." "Wait here, I will hail a cab," he said, standing by the roadside. Would you walk with me a while longer? Li Yuxin asked, her gaze fixed on him. Lingtian regarded her for a moment before nodding in agreement. They strolled slowly along the street. Back home, this leisurely walk would be considered commonplace, but it was indeed rare to see anyone meandering about at such an hour. The school I attended is the State University of New York. I studied there for 4 years. He was also there, always dreaming of one day working for a bank on Wall Street, which is why he chose to come to New York, she reminisced. Because he was there, I applied to the same school. I exerted great effort to gain admission, and ultimately, my wish was fulfilled during my 4 years there. We shared many beautiful moments when I first arrived. I was terrified, being abroad for the first time and my English was not very fluent. He took great care of me, treating me kindly. We studied diligently, but also enjoyed swimming, horseback riding, and occasionally camping or traveling. Sometimes, he would bring a bag of groceries to my apartment and cook for me, although he only made Western dishes. At the time, I thought they were delicious. I believed nothing could taste better. Because of him, I developed a fondness for milk bread, coffee, and Western cuisine. Even after returning home, I often sought out Western meals, as it became a habit and a way to reminisce about him. However, in hindsight, I realize he had developed an unhealthy obsession, striving too hard to become a genuine American, Li Yuxin continued, her voice steady yet reflective. I remember in my junior year, he was a senior and declared his intent to study abroad. I didn't want him to leave, so I proposed marriage, thinking that if we wed, he wouldn't be able to go. I insisted he meet my father, telling him that he was my boyfriend and we intended to marry. My father was initially displeased, but after an hour-long discussion in his study, he emerged with a scowl, having expelled him, and sternly commanded me to break off all ties. When I inquired why, my father warned that he was not a dependable man and that following him would ruin my life, Li Yuxin concluded, her voice trailing off. Chapter 093 Li Yuxin's ex-boyfriend, Part 6. I was exceedingly angry at the time. I felt my father was being utterly unreasonable. How could he presume to know that Su Jun was not a dependable man? At that moment, I believed Su Jun to be the finest man in the world, unmatched by anyone else. I had a fierce argument with my father, during which he sternly warned me that if I insisted on being with him, I would forfeit my relationship with him and should never return home. In my memory, that was the only time my father expressed such profound anger towards me. Eventually, I chose to acquiesce and informed my father that I had broken up with Su Jun, although in reality, I had not. Later, he went to America, and I missed him dearly. For his sake, I also came to New York to pursue my studies, all the while concealing this from my father. In retrospect, my father was indeed correct. His judgment of character has always been remarkably astute. Li Yuxin sighed and shook her head. People do change. I once believed that regardless of how others transformed, my love for Su Jun would remain constant. I loved him, and he loved me. I was convinced we would eventually find happiness together. He would return to China for me, and we would marry and have children, too, a son and a daughter. Although my father posed an obstacle, I trusted that in the end, he would approve of our union and bless us, for I believed in Su Jun's exceptional nature. Over the past 3 years since returning to China, my thoughts have been consumed by him. To distract myself from this longing, I threw myself into work, constantly arranging tasks to keep myself busy, hoping that exhaustion would allow me to collapse into bed and sleep, thus sparing me the anguish of dwelling on him. You may not realize it, but missing someone is truly agonizing, and waiting is even more excruciating. When I graduated 3 years ago, he began working at a bank on Wall Street. After a year of diligent labor, he received a promotion, and I urged him to return home. He asked me to wait another year, claiming his career was just beginning and that there was no better place to gain experience than Wall Street. I believed him and returned home alone, prepared to wait for him for a year. A year passed, yet he still did not return. He told me to wait another year, assuring me that if he worked for 1 more year, he would earn enough to marry me. Again, I believed him and waited another year. In the 3rd year, he informed me of a significant project he was involved in, stating that he could not return until it was completed. I believed him once more, and another year went by. If I hadn't planned this surprise visit to America to see him, I might have continued waiting indefinitely for a scoundrel, for a conclusion that would never materialize. I do not know when he transformed into this person. Perhaps I was mistaken from the very beginning. He was inherently this way, and I was simply too naive to recognize it. My wholehearted devotion yielded this disheartening result. If we were to speak of investments, this might be deemed a catastrophic failure, as I have lost everything. Li Yuxin chuckled bitterly. When I was a child, every time I was hurt, my mother would tell me to be brave, insisting that it was nothing serious. She would say that while it may hurt immensely now, in a few days, I would no longer feel the pain. Eventually, I would forget it altogether. Since then, whenever I have faced injuries or insurmountable challenges, I recall her words. Indeed, people tend to magnify their immediate suffering, but given some time, one often realizes it is not as significant as it seemed, and eventually, it may fade from memory entirely. I once read an article online that spoke of how, at times, when you have something on your mind and wish to confide in someone, you call them only for the call to go unanswered. The next day, they return your call, inquiring about the matter, yet by then, you have lost the desire to share. Similarly, there are instances when you covet a piece of clothing, yearning for it desperately, only to find it unavailable in your size. The following day, the store clerk informs you that it is back in stock, yet your desire to possess it is faded. There was a time when I adored someone with an intensity that felt insurmountable, believing I could never love anyone that way again. Yet, years later, when others casually mention that person, I find my memories of them have blurred to the point of forgetfulness. Therefore, those moments of excitement, impulsiveness, and unbearable attachment gradually dissipate with time. Why should we cling to them and torment ourselves? All those past hardships we thought we could never overcome will eventually pass. Thus, you should learn to let go, to forget him. He is merely a transient figure in your life, and when you recall him in the future, you may find you can no longer even picture his face. Cheer up, there is nothing in this world that cannot be surmounted. Yi Lingtian said slowly as he smoked. Li Yuxin gazed at Yi Lingtian in surprise, then pondered his words carefully as they continued walking forward. Indeed, there is nothing in life that cannot be overcome, and one does not cease to live because of someone's absence. Thank you, Yi Lingtian. You may appear somewhat dull, but you possess a remarkable talent for offering comfort. I merely share some of my past experiences, Yi Lingtian replied with a slight smile. I am truly grateful to have you by my side at this moment. Without you here, I honestly do not know if I could have endured. Li Yuxin said softly, then added, You speak English, don't you? You have been conversing in it all along. Yi Lingtian, could you enlighten me about who you truly are? I hadn't paid attention before, but now I find myself feeling quite apprehensive, as you seem overly enigmatic. I initially assumed you were merely an unassuming security guard, yet I have come to realize you possess a wealth of knowledge. You speak French and English fluently, are well versed in foreign customs, and can fight. Perhaps there is much more I do not understand about you. Yi Lingtian, what kind of person are you? Li Yuxin turned to face Yi Lingtian earnestly. No matter who I was in the past, that is behind me. I am now Yi Lingtian, simply your bodyguard, or perhaps you may consider me your friend. Come now, it is getting late, we should return. America is not a place where one can rely solely on common sense. Yi Lingtian replied calmly, quickening his pace. They were not far from their hotel, which was conveniently located near Sujun's residence, the same place where Li Yuxin had rented an apartment during her studies, not too far from the school. Li Yuxin paused momentarily, observing Yi Lingtian's imposing figure, lost in thought. This man always seemed to harbor unexpected surprises and exuded an aura of deep mystery. Chapter 094 Li Yuxin's ex-boyfriend, Part 7. Upon returning to the hotel, Yi Lingtian once again escorted Li Yuxin to her room before retreating to his own quarters. The following morning, Yi Lingtian arose with the intention of having breakfast with Li Yuxin. After waiting for an extended period without any sign of her, he hurried over to knock on her door. However, despite several attempts, there was no response, causing Yi Lingtian to grow increasingly anxious. He took out his phone and incessantly dialed her number, losing count of how many times he had called before Li Yuxin finally answered, her voice weary and lackluster. Hello, what is it? What are you doing? Hurry and open the door, it's time for breakfast, Yi Lingtian inquired, his brow furrowed with concern. I'm not eating, you go by yourself, Li Yuxin replied curtly before hanging up. Yi Lingtian glanced at his phone, feeling a surge of frustration, and redialed her number. What do you want now? Li Yuxin responded impatiently. Open the door. If you don't, I'll break it down, he warned before abruptly ending the call. After what felt like an eternity, he finally heard some movement from within, and soon the door swung open to reveal Li Yuxin, disheveled and leaning against the wall. A strong odor of alcohol wafted from her, and the bathroom was in disarray, littered with remnants of her earlier indiscretions, while several empty bottles lay strewn across the living room. How much did you drink? Yi Lingtian asked, exasperated. Not much. I couldn't sleep, so I had a bit of alcohol. What time is it? Li Yuxin mumbled, rubbing her temples, clearly suffering from a hangover. It's already past 9, you've missed breakfast. Quickly, take a shower. I'll go downstairs and get you something to eat. You can't skip meals after drinking, Yi Lingtian instructed her. Okay, thank you, Li Yuxin said hazily, nodding in agreement. Yi Lingtian descended the stairs and found an open breakfast spot, purchasing some bread, cake, and milk. Upon returning, he knocked on her door but received no answer. Presuming she was in the shower, he began to eat alone, waiting for nearly half an hour before knocking again, at which point Li Yuxin finally opened the door, hair damp and still drying. Quickly eat your breakfast. Don't let yourself go hungry, Lingtian urged as he handed her the food. She nodded, then added, Lingtian, I just called the hotel and booked 2 tickets for tonight's flight to Donghai at 8, with a layover in Tokyo. Alright, Lingtian acknowledged, having anticipated this return. For Li Yuxin, New York had lost its significance, as her only connection to the city was Su Jun, whose presence had become a painful reminder. Additionally, I checked online, and the watch I asked you to send has been delivered, so please go to Su Jun's place and retrieve it for me. I no longer wish to see him, she continued flatly. Very well, get yourself ready, and I'll head over now, Lingtian replied, nodding once more. Yes, it's Sunday, so he should be home, Li Yuxin confirmed. Lingtian promptly exited her room, took the elevator down, and followed his memory to the apartment, arriving at the front door. He knocked lightly, and after just a few raps, the door opened to reveal the woman from the previous night. Upon seeing Lingtian, she recoiled in shock and shouted in English, Darling, call the police, he's back. At that moment, Su Jun approached, startled at the sight of Lingtian, and asked nervously, What do you want? I'm here to retrieve something. Did you receive a package this morning? Return it to me, Lingtian stated calmly. Why should I? Su Jun mustered the courage to retort. As a man, you should possess a modicum of integrity. Since you have broken up, you ought to return what does not belong to you, rather than being looked down upon after a separation. Lingtian's gaze sharpened. You have no right to lecture me. Su Jun flushed with embarrassment and retreated inside, returning with the watch and its packaging that Li Yuxin had purchased from the mall. Thank you, Lingtian said as he accepted the package, glancing inside to confirm the watch was present before turning to leave. Wait, who exactly are you? What is your relationship with her? Su Jun finally could not contain his curiosity, recalling how Li Yuxin had referred to Lingtian as her husband the previous night, a claim that seemed implausible to anyone with a modicum of sense. Lingtian paused momentarily but continued walking without answering, deeming it unnecessary to clarify his identity. That was for Li Yuxin to disclose. Upon returning to Li Yuxin's room, he found her sitting in silence, fully dressed yet lost in thought. When she opened the package and saw the watch, she immediately discarded it into the trash bin, treating the valuable item as mere refuse. While Lingtian was taken aback by her actions but refrained from questioning her. Instead, he simply remarked, Let's go eat, it's time for lunch. You go ahead, I have no appetite, Li Yuxin replied, shaking her head. I'll bring something back for you, eat whatever you like, Lingtian said gently, not pressuring her further. After stating this, he exited the room, had lunch on the hotel's dining floor, and brought a meal back for Li Yuxin. She remained lying on the bed, prompting Lingtian to sigh before retreating to his own room. That evening, both Lingtian and Li Yuxin awaited their flight back to Donghai City. The journey required a layover in Tokyo, amounting to over 20 hours of travel. Throughout the entire flight, Li Yuxin remained silent, her gaze fixated on the clouds outside the window. Lingtian recognized that she had yet to recover from the emotional turmoil wrought by Su Jun's betrayal. The deeper the love, the greater the pain. Li Yuxin's affection for Su Jun ran deep, and it was evidently impossible for her to swiftly heal from the wounds of his treachery.